cook pine tree, and this has been a thing. I mean, this tree leans as soon as it grows up out of the ground, no matter where it is geographically. It supposedly leans towards the equator, and it's at such a great angle that this has basically baffled scientists for many years about why it's so. I know many people have many opinions on it, but I think recently they think they have found out the reason, and it might be interesting to you, Witsit, and some others.
It sounds
Oh,
neat. If
yeah.
anyone's interested in the old architecture shit, though, I posted this 5-hour video of Carl Monk the Code. It's all into the ancient megalithic structures and shit, and there's some neat shit in there. It's about 5 hours long. That looks fucking crazy. I mean, is it a mystery though? They're leaning towards the sun,
Towards the equator. They're trying to say that they figured it out.
or are they?
People can say winds, they can say the sun, they can say all of these things, right? But when you take those factors out, or you increase the factors the other way, such as the wind, and you have a controlled environment, and you're trying to grow this tree, will it still grow with that great angle, even greater than the Tower of Giza, or what is the tower?
Leaning
Whatever.
tower. Yeah.
Pisa, yeah, Pisa, yeah, Pisa. So, yeah, I think it's very interesting that trees grow in crazy ways, and they all kind of, yeah, they may think they have it figured out, but I don't think so, not yet.
Yeah, it says it's possible that cook pines have a genetic quirk that allows them to lean, seeking out more sunlight in latitudes other than their native range, but scientists think that gravity and even Earth's magnetic field could be playing a role too. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not wrong about the last part, the magnetic field. But so when it says the title says that they figured it out, literally the article says that they don't have it figured out. So
When was that article written?
All the
pretty
articles
old
are
though, so it's
clickbait.
2017.
So I
All
brought
the
this up
articles.
probably like maybe 2016 or maybe 17. It may have been 17.
All all the articles are clickbait titles for the science shit. Yeah.
Yeah, the
But yeah, I was
mechanism
talking about.
underlying directional lean of this type of tree may be related to an adaptive tropic response to the incident angles of annual sunlight, gravity, magnetism, or any combination of these.
Yeah,
Science.
I know. I was talking about doing real controlled shit where like you play different frequencies, or maybe you put one in a pyramid shaped thing, one under a pyramid, like just doing all kinds of different weird shit with plants over and over again until you're like, yo, I can grow the best fucking most weed like with this method right here of a pyramid with this frequency or whatever. You know what I mean?
Or take that cooked pine and, try to get it to grow leaning the opposite way with your light source because you have artificial light, right? So, I mean, it
Well, that's
starts this
easy. You
growth.
just
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's very easy to, create the environment that you would need to test out, what would factor in. So, I mean, this tree immediately from its growth out of the ground starts doing this. So it's very, very interesting.
yeah, I mean that
You
would be
just said
easy to
it's.
check, right? You just go ahead.
Sorry, I said Gambino just said due to the spin of the Earth must be at the equator.
The Coriolis tree. Yo, no, that would be easy to check for if you just grew it in like a warehouse or something and just, had the light directly on top of it or something. I don't know. You said Coriolis? It's the Coriolis effect with the tree.
That's, that's the Cook pine tree, man. Captain Cook.
Yeah, they just make stuff up. It's just crazy.
It doesn't make sense. There can't be a large Muslim colony in the Americas and not have traces of mosques. That's impossible. Wherever they go, they build mosques. So we got to start finding like a lot of old mosques in Florida.
We have the ancient mounds and Indian burial grounds when they dig them out and stuff. They're pretty impressive.
Yeah, but we're talking from like the 1100s and on. The claim is, from what I've been reading. So there should be piles of mosques everywhere in Florida.
Yeah, because you mean like Alabama is named Alabama.
I don't know about that, man. All I know is wherever Muslims go, they build mosques. And they tend to be pretty sturdy. Now, if this theory to be true, there's got to be a lot of freaking mosques around.
It's funny, the last time I was in Isla Morada, I asked them about that. I was like, is this Isla Morada? Like Islam Morada? And they say, no, it's the Purple Island.
I don't know if any of you are aware, but there is a walking tree, and it literally walks. So up to 40 meters a year. And what it does is it breaks off the old roots and just grows out more and keeps moving along. I think that's so.
Tree?
Yeah, tree.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know tree.
Exactly.
And
40
yeah,
I've
meters.
been in.
yeah, they have that in Jamaica. They call it the Rasta tree because it looks like the big dreads fall down. And the same thing happens here in Florida with mangrove trees. Their branches drop down to the ground and create roots and create a whole new tree.
Well, this one, the walking trees, what they do is they if you've ever been around water and seen roots, like all kind of roots coming down and flaring out at the bottom of a tree, some of those roots can just be broken off and decay, and new ones be grown and extend out and actually move the whole tree 40 meters across the ground, the surface of the ground. And that's what happens annually. So every year these trees can move that far, so they can literally walk across the earth.
Is no one saying anything else? My Discord bugged. Okay.
No, I'm only joking, bro. There was a lull.
Like, is there not a good frequency, or do the pyramid things not work for like growing plants and shit? Is that not a thing?
The what? Where'd you go to pyramids frequencies?
I was just wondering about growing plants now. I don't know from earlier. Like, we should know how the best way to grow plants if you play a certain frequency or put in a pyramid, the seeds in a pyramid or some shit.
Oh,
Heard there
yeah,
was
yeah.
some weird pyramid power. But frequencies could do it too. A sound frequency. I heard they restructured water with magnets and shit. Like, there's a whole bunch of different shit you could do.
Maybe it grows better when you say what a lovely plant you are. The sounds of joy. Beautiful. So much to learn from children. Isn't it kind of interesting? Like, we grow older and then we realize how many things of simplicity we have forgot or forgotten or left behind, which children still possess, which indeed is something we can learn from deeply. I just find it fascinating.
Absolutely, children. Absolutely, it's like innocent, pre-programmed
They're
individual. Yeah.
okay. Now that you're done in your fantasy land, let me tell you about children. They're little vampires that suck the life out of you.
Yeah, of course.
That's funny.
That's beyond especially at 2 years old. That's where the terror begins. Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, too. They're little psychopaths too. You know,
Yeah.
they haven't really learned empathy, or so they're like, "I poke. How'd you like that? You like that? Yeah, you like that, didn't you? I'll poke you again if you keep messing me." Yeah, they're a trip
Terrible
or two.
too.
Yeah, very terrible.
Well, there's that thing with kids. It's called theory of mind. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but like supposedly like a child's mind, there becomes an age where they don't know that you don't know what they know. I did not phrase that good. They think you think. Oh, I don't even know how to. You guys ever heard about theory of mind?
Are you getting through the age where, so the child, when they're real young, they just totally dependent on you and reaching out for you and just totally trust you with everything. And then this moment comes where they look at you like, are you really talking to me? Are you serious? Is that what you're speaking of?
No, supposedly there's this thing they do with kids where they'll show them a box of crayons and they'll be like, "What's in the box?" And they'll be like, "Crayons are in the box." And then they'll show them that pretzels will be in the box. And then the kid will act like, "Oh, I'm not. Hold on, let me watch a quick TikTok on it. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll post one in the video. Hold on, in the text chat. Hold on.
Yeah, that would be cool. And I'm never for giving people the wrong answer. That's one of the things I hated in school. They give you all these multiple choice answers, and so you're taking in so many times more of the wrong information than you are just reading the right information. So, when I
Yep.
got my books, I would just mark out every wrong answer. I would just mark those out, and I would only study the correct stuff, and that's kind of how I got through.
If y'all ever go to vote Jeremy out and I'm not here, just put me down as a yes. I want to vote him out. Thanks.
What are we voting Jeremy out of? That sounds interesting.
Of the room. He's going to go watch a TikTok video so he can explain what he's.
What he wanted to say.
TikTok scientists.
Yeah. Bless him. But he did bring up something interesting that was on my mind. And then we went into this, the plant growth thing. So the sun, they say it's thermonuclear, right? Can plants grow with thermonuclear energy? I know they can with
No.
electromagnetic. No,
Radiation.
right?
Are you denying photosynthesis now? Is that what's happening?
No, I asked the question. Oh, are you denying it? I don't know. I just simply asked the question.
Imagine never formulating your own independent thought and then thinking that makes you smarter than everyone else.
Yeah, we never heard of photosynthesis. We never heard of it. First time.
I can remember a word I was taught in 5th grade. Haha, me smart, you dumb.
So we can grow plants inside using electricity, converting it into light. Nothing thermonuclear about it. Just a thought.
You guys seen the people with the like the house within a greenhouse? And I mean huge. I don't mean like, 600, 800 square feet. I mean a huge house within a greenhouse with, all your trees that you want, your oranges, your figs, whatever you want. I'm sure you guys have seen that, right?
No, but I'm looking up right now. It looks awesome.
Yeah, it is. It is amazing, man. That's that's a beautiful thing, man. If someone could get off, uh, out somewhere secluded and do that. And Whitset, I think you're probably in one of the places where you can do that now. I would advise you to buy land where you are and in Florida if you could. But yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool idea, man. That's super cool, bro. Like imagine, wow, dude. So like year round, you'd have food growing right around your house. That's super dope.
You guys seen the biodome experiments they tried? What were they called? I forgot the name of them. They put a certain amount of people inside an enclosed huge structure, and they
With Polly Shore, man?
will just ignore this dude.
Yeah, it's the dude.
Yeah, so they made like different environments, desert, swamps, cold, hot air. Not cold and hot, not cold, but you know what I'm saying. Different environments, fish. Like they try to replicate the Earth, and it didn't work out too good. They couldn't do it. I
There
think they
are things
tried it.
there are things you could incorporate. I mean, people using like tilapia for, the fertilizer and the food source for their vegetables, and also themselves. But yeah, I mean, these homes with inside of a greenhouse. I mean, that's it's amazing, and a lot of people have done it for years, so they haven't had a problem.
Oh yeah, this is ingenious. Yeah. It just reminded me of, because don't forget, you're not totally sealed. You open to the outside air. They try to completely seal it and create their own oxygen, all that stuff through plants and plants making oxygen and all that stuff. So you guys haven't heard of that?
Oh, I can't find a stereo mind thing. I don't know. You have to look it up. Theory of mind, children's son. It's where the children's don't know that everyone's mind is different. They think that people just automatically know what they know. What were you guys talking about with the
You heard
greenhouse
of the
thing?
biodome experiments where they locked like people inside an enclosure and they tried to reproduce Earth, like water,
They
oxygen,
try to have an
all that?
isolated. They try to have like an isolated kind of ecosystem. Yeah, why didn't it? It doesn't work, right? They couldn't get it to work.
Exactly, it didn't work yet. Exactly.
Why? It seems easy. Get a little ecosystem going.
Well, the top scientists, quote unquote, of the day couldn't do it. So
I mean, they didn't have me on the job, so there's that. I could have pulled it off.
They don't have any real world application, doing these things. I don't think so. I think they're going to
You
have a
need-
problem.
Yeah, you need someone like me that's down to earth. Were you talking about that Pauly Shore movie, Biodome?
Ah, Jeremy, don't say it. Like it makes.
you're late to the party, Jimmy.
I missed the last 5 minutes. I was looking for this theory of mind thing with the kids.
You need prayer. You need prayer, Jeremy. I'm just picking.
Jeremy's back. Everyone
Right.
stop talking about him.
It's an interesting point that Jeremy brought up, though. Why wouldn't they think that what they know everybody else knows? Isn't it often said that something that is so basic that even a child knows it?
Like it takes a while to develop that skill, and some people with autism never develop that skill. They don't know that you don't know what they know. They think you know everything they know because they'll play tricks on kids. I mean, it sounds fucked up. It's nothing cruel or anything, but they'll put like something in a box and then ask the person what's in the box, and they think they know what's in the box because they know. Like it's weird. They did a whole bunch of experiments and shit on it in the lab.
What's in the box?
Wow.
I seen
Spaceship
some cool
Earth,
stuff about
baby.
that. They did tests with the little boys and the little girls, like after they start walking and stuff, and start to form their their traits and stuff, and they test them, right. So they put like up a barrier, like a kid fence, between the room, and put the parent in the other room, and they put like 10 boys around the same age and then 10 girls, and put them on the other side of the barrier. And it was talking about how, like, almost every I think 9 out of 10 of the girls would cry to try and get you to lift them over, and like all of the boys they'd cry for a little bit, but they would all try to like find a way, try and pull it down or try and climb their way over it and stuff, and they were talking about, which one is more successful. You can't really say which one is better because they both work. For the boys, maybe they might take longer. The little girls who cry, they're going to get an instant reaction and get pulled up over the fence. 9 out of 10, and the boys,
Hold on,
but
how are the boys
boys,
getting over?
they're trying to figure out how to get over. Whether they do or not. That's what they.
Do they ever figure it out though?
I don't think so. I think it's just a test to see what their instincts do. And the boys' instincts are to solve the problem, and the girls' instinct
Ask for
is to
help.
connect with a person, right?
Ask for help. Yeah.
It's pretty cool, man. There was
Like we'll
other
never
stuff.
ask for directions. We'll never ask for directions where the girls will stop and ask for directions type of shit.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And it's like we're born with that shit.
I mean, how hard could it be? Well, back to that eco biodome thing. I feel like that should be easy because we can do little terrariums and shit. I mean, you just do a little bigger of a terrarium with a couple humans in it or something. We're gonna have to do that if we ever want to colonize space. So they better figure that shit out.
We're in a fucking terrarium. We're in a terrarium. We can do it. We're already in one.
Or you want to go to Mars and shit? What
They've
do you think
even
you're gonna do?
grown frequencies added, like ultrasound. They've done all kinds of stuff. They currently
Yeah, that's
offer some
awesome.
technology that you can't buy right now.
That's awesome. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they're definitely gonna need it. They better figure that shit out because you want to.
They figured it out, Jeremy.
Oh, they can do the biodome thing. Have they done a successful biodome?
I don't know about the biodome, Jeremy. I'm just telling you what has been done in space and what's been grown and whatnot.
Well, I mean, if you can't make a
I didn't
biodome work
really
here on
look at
Earth,
the
I don't know how you're going to
biodome. I
do it
don't
in
know if those
space.
people were, educated in some type of. They actually planted stuff before. Or that was their first, journey into the arena. That's a little different. That's not something you just start doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to assume they knew how to like grow shit and stuff, and they're going to just throw people that don't know what they're doing inside the thing.
Well, I'm not going to assume about something that I don't know about. I'm going to talk about it, though.
What was the food situation in the biodome, SE? These were scientists that did this. Is it safe
Yeah,
from where?
professionals.
Where,
Yeah.
where were they from?
The States, I think there was some from England. I think there was
Big project.
different countries, if I'm not mistaken, were involved.
Yeah, so they probably knew what they were doing. They're not gonna just throw rando fucking people in there that don't know how to make food. Like, here, try to survive.
No, they
You think
had
that's what they did?
professionals for deserts, for rainforests, for water environment. They had all the pros, everything.
Try to set up their own ecosystem inside. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, they made two of them. Yeah, check that out. I'm surprised more people don't know about this.
I remember, hearing something about that, but are you saying they were trying to like recreate all the conditions that are on the Earth? And if so, I mean,
Well,
kind of
not all.
no wonder, no wonder they failed, but yeah,
We
it's
don't know the
possible.
details, the nuance, the minutia of any of this. We have SC.
Yeah, the point being, it's still possible to have a home within a greenhouse, so you could have, different food
Yeah,
sources.
there's a thing called grow tents.
Absolutely. You have heating, you have the sun, you can grow plants, of course. Why would you
You
not do
don't
that?
need the sun.
But if you have it, you can save on electricity. So why wouldn't you use it? Makes sense.
I'm
If
sure
you're
they were using
inside the
it.
house, sometimes it's difficult to get the sunlight into the house.
You can have both. You can have lights at night, and you can have the sun during the day.
Difficult to get that sunlight into that greenhouse.
Yeah, you don't need
Says
that.
the Glober.
Yeah, that's tough.
Another
Yeah.
drunken idiot.
Well, let's not call names.
No, I was talking about SC. Oh, well, I shouldn't call SC in there.
I mean, he's French Canadian. He can't help it. So, what are you going to do?
At least he's got a buddy now. He wants to go against him so much, he's saying he doesn't need the sun. And then once he says, well, the sun would be cheaper than electricity. Yeah, but you can't get sun in a house. I mean,
That's
no way
tough
you have.
with glass.
I mean, I'm sure with this biodome thing, the goal was to try to get people to just be able to survive in it like long term without having any, in a closed system where there's nothing coming in and going out. They have their own water and everything in there, and they just try to live because that's what you're going to need. That's what you need if you want to go to Mars, right? You got to set up shop and have people be able to
Now you're
survive inside a
thinking.
dome.
No windows.
Why else would they do this?
Definitely no windows. Just electricity.
Why? Well, I mean, it'd probably be a dome. A dome. like a giant dome, glass dome. Like you ever see that movie Total Recall? Like some shit
Yeah,
like that.
glass
There's a lot
dome
of
makes
glass.
it's strong
Probably
too,
glass.
isn't it?
I don't know. He said don't fire the gun. I don't know if that was bulletproof. I don't know if they were using like Bank of America glass or what for that.
But a
They might have
dome
had
itself,
powerful
the
guns.
structure, yeah, the shape of it is strong, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, we should be making houses dome shaped. Dome shaped houses are like earthquake proof, hurricane proof, all kinds of proofs
Some
with
people do
the
that.
dome. I
Matter of
know.
fact, I'm on a street right now that has a dome. They have butterflies, and they have their house, like they have a butterfly thing that's a dome, and they have their house that's a dome or camp. And this thing survives all the hurricanes.
Yeah,
I'm right.
concrete domes. Concrete domes. First thing you're gonna need to do is find a good concrete guy though, because
I know
you don't
one.
want to. I don't know.
I know a guy.
You know a guy? You got a concrete guy?
So if you were a you know, okay, so you wanted to make a structure, you would think a dome would be a great covering. It would be strong, could hold back stuff, hold in stuff. That's amazing. I also believe that. I know domes are strong.
Yeah,
And I
domes are. They put those Adobe, whatever they're called, whatever they use in Mexico. They put those on an earthquake plate and simulated like something on the magnitude of like a 7 or 8 or 9, some crazy number on the Richter scale, and it fucking didn't even. The house was fine. You know, they built a little scale model of an Adobe thing and then put on an earthquake plate to simulate earthquakes. The thing was fine.
you know what would be cool?
That's what's up.
You could make this dome out of some type of, let's say, gas material or some type of material like that was transparent. You understand what I'm saying?
Home out of gas.
Yeah, some type of, whatever. I mean, gas is transparent. You can't see it. So if you had a gas that turned into some type of solid structure that was strong in the shape of a dome, it would be clear, right? And it would be strong. And if it was over you, that would be cool. It would let light in and out, that sort of thing. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Kind of like a greenhouse, huh?
Yeah, you might get something called the greenhouse effect in it, or greenhouse.
Imagine that. Where if you had water inside, like if it was your, where you lived and you had water and then you had heat and cold being transferred through this dome on a daily or whatever, you could do it on whatever hourly basis, a daily basis, monthly basis. It would create, cycles that you could depend on. It might even produce like condensation within your greenhouse or where you live, where you grow
I'll tell
things.
you what. Kosho's got a dome in his model. There's some shit bouncing off it. Way up high, he's got shit bouncing off a dome up there. Then he started talking about meteors. I was trying to get him to tell me if the meteors were inside or outside of his dome, but I don't know. Something happened, and I never got to finish it with him.
Maybe meteors are part of the dome breaking off. I mean, who knows? But we should talk about that more. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, if you and I created this place we would live in, that's what we would do, because we know domes are strong, and then they would give you everything you need.
Yeah, aren't they one of the strongest? I think they're one of the strongest structures you can build.
Let's just say they are until someone refutes it.
Well, I'm sure someone will be piping up any second if they're not. Believe
I
me, you
know
say
arches
something.
are pretty strong. Arches are
You
pretty
say,
strong. That's a part of a dome, right?
yeah, that's why those Adobe things I was telling you about with the earthquake, that wasn't an act. That was just they're like cylindrical shaped, so that's not like an actual dome, but just that shape, that curve and shape. It's
It
just,
says that
oh,
domes are the strongest, stiffest structures in existence today.
that's not like, why aren't we building homes out of domes?
They can withstand
Doesn't that make-
hurricanes.
Yeah. We build homes. You know that Three Little Piggy story with the big bad wolf come blow your house down? We're still building houses like the second fucking pig out of sticks.
Yeah, your real home is within your dome.
We still have most of our electrical like wires on sticks.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
And Tesla in the 1890s developed a system where we didn't need sticks at all, wireless.
If we did it Edison's way with DC power, there'd be a fucking power. You wouldn't even have to worry about poles because there'd be a power plant on every fucking block.
Yeah, there would have to be. But wouldn't you rather just have it Wi-Fi, energy Wi-Fi? Like literally,
I don't know,
any
man. You don't know
electrical
what kind
thing,
of.
you just turn it on and it works.
That sounds good, and I used to think that was dope when I first heard that Tesla was doing that, but you might want to test like the effects on the environment and the health effects on humans before you start, implementing that wholesale.
It was zero effects. As a matter of fact, that according to what they say, it had like calming and beneficial byproducts, if you want to call it that. It
They should
gave
have checked
clarity
how
of
plants
thought.
grew. They should have checked
Yeah.
how plants grew.
Because how living underneath a huge power line these days is really healthy, right?
Yo,
Right,
you know
Jeremy?
where Kosho lives? You know where Kosho lives? right next under the power lines, next to a power plant. I told him, I was like, that actually explains a
Makes
lot.
Yeah, but this is different kind of power, you got to understand, right? It's not electromagnetic like you're thinking. That's the
Yeah, but you
trick
still
here.
want to check the health benefits and over long term, see what's going on with it, what's good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Because you said it killed
Absolutely.
germs. Like, that sounds like a great thing, but maybe we need germs. I don't know. I'm just saying you might want to like test that out for a while before you go bonkers with it.
Yeah, but the thing is with this, what he claims is that, and I agree with you on that, absolutely. But he claims that you can tune it. It's like a pulse energy, and you can tune it to different frequencies, and they'll affect different things. In
Because
other
the
words,
Earth
you
has
can
its
make
own
it go.
frequency. The Earth has its own frequency, right? The Schumann resonance or something it's
The
called.
human residence. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Earth has its own frequency. So you start fucking with too many frequencies and shit on a massive scale, like that could be an issue. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Like what they're doing now, with all the Wi-Fi.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Like he can conceive of Wi-Fi like what we're doing now, but somehow energy. Think about it. It is in a sort of way doing that. But think of, instead of just receiving the signal that we're doing now, you're also getting the power with it. What's so hard to imagine that?
Oh no,
Why
that's awesome to imagine. I love imagining that.
And he had like working models of it. So now, can you think of why somebody like JP Morgan would want to not have that?
Oh, of course, bro. Of course. Everything's so much shit has been suppressed, I think, over the years. It's not even fucking funny, dude. By this money thing. Because people are like, oh my God, I need this money, and they suppress shit that would be good for humankind, Witsit, are you about to build this dome? Are you about to build this dome house in Witsit? Yo, Earth ships, bro. Earth ships. They use massive amounts of thermal mass, and it keeps your house cool or warm or whatever temperature you want to set it at. The more thermal mass you have, that's how those Earth ships. Go ahead.
Imagine having a generator like the one I'm telling you, and you can heat your house with this energy as well.
AC and heat, yeah, that'd be fire. That'd be awesome, man.
It's crazy, man. Look, trust me, I'd be the least one to be taught, and I wouldn't have even looked into this if it wasn't for the Ether boys, Witsit and the other boys.
And you fought him so hard on it.
No, I didn't.
Now
Well,
I
you
feel
can
like you're
call it
top 10
fighting.
ether.
Yeah.
You're top 10 ether guys now.
Well, see, I found a different kind of an ether, but in a sense, I sort of discovered the kind of ether they're talking about, but not really, because the way they say it, it's ether is all permeating, right? And they kind of like the quantum foam boys. But this kind of ether that Tesla's talking about, it's like shooting in, like waves. You know what I'm saying? Like sun waves, sunbeams, whatever you want to call them. It's like the same but sort of different. I know it sounds weird the way I'm explaining it. And he can also produce this ether flow that he's talking about using generators, coils, spark gaps, light bulbs, under pressure, without gas. Light bulbs in vacuum with a single filament without gas. So like it's freaked out, man.
Oh my God. If I got to hear you say gas with a Z one more time, I'm going to fucking, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yes.
We don't use gas in bulbs now. Well, I mean, the LED
Gas
bulbs don't have gas.
I'm from New York.
the LED bulbs we use now don't have gas. We're not even off that. We're off that. That gas
What?
shit's old.
You want to ask me a question or what?
What's up?
I'm just messing around with the accents.
The LED bulbs, they don't have no gas.
Yeah, but you know this kind of filament, this kind of bulb. I'm just explaining you how he explained it. It's a regular bulb with a regular filament, but it's it's vacuum. There's a vacuum in there.
No doubt. Huh. That's interesting. They need to make light bulbs just last forever, man. You ever look up the light bulb conspiracy? Like these LED
Well,
ones
everybody
are pretty good.
knows. Yeah, of course, they're made to burn. Everybody knows the one in the fire department's been burning for what, 100 years or so.
Yeah. Now I argued about Moyak with this for about 3 days straight once, and he does make some good points and why we wouldn't make them to last forever. But still, though, what they did was fucked up. That's what I was talking about. Suppressed technology, bro. They're just not that it's even technology, but they're just suppressing it because it's about the money. They can't the light bulb last long. We got to make money. Make them keep
Well, it's
driving in the store and
more than
buying
that.
fucking light bulbs. Keep mining and
It's
making
a
light bulbs.
business model. Come on, man.
It's
That's a
more than a
horrible
business.
business model if you make one thing and it lasts forever.
I mean, that's great for making money, yeah. But as far as if we're worried about greenhouse gases and that's not
Well,
good because you're mining all these materials and then you got to ship them to stores and there's a lot of effort that goes into getting the light bulbs screwed into your.
I was in there when Moyan gave. There's points to be made for either way, Jeremy. But planned obsolescence is a thing, and it's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
Same thing with razor.
Still, do you think anything's been suppressed over the years, though?
No, actually, I think the private sector's caught up with the government on and surpassed them quite. That's why you see a private space agency going up and doing a lot of things that NASA gets hamstrung by the government by.
I'll take that bet.
You'll do what?
Don't fall for it, guys. Don't fall for it. Yeah, but you don't think there's anything that's been suppressed? Like maybe no medicine, no battery technology, no technology that's been suppressed at all.
Hydrogen
Sure, there has
cars.
been certain things, but as far as it goes now, there's a lot more. The private sector's caught up. I mean, they've even surpassed the government in a lot of ways, Jeremy. But yes, there's been suppression. I mean, you could look, and that's not even really a conspiracy,
I'll take that bet.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It seems
Is this round
pretty conspicuous. Seems pretty
It
conspicuous.
can't surpass the government, bro, because the government, I mean, to get any patent at all, it goes, the military has legal rights to every patent. So anything that they're trying to patent, unless they're making shit just for themselves that they're not trying to sell.
All patents go through the American military?
No,
I
the
don't know.
military has rights to all patents. Yeah.
Well, what about patents in foreign countries?
I don't know. Maybe they have rights to them. But he said that the what you call it surpassed the government, and I disagree with that because the government has all of our shit combined. And
The American
also,
government isn't that strong.
the government also has all the turned down, all the denied patents, like some of the shit that they wouldn't patent Joseph Newman's motor. Like they have that. They
Like
have,
if he tried to
things
get it
that-
patented somewhere else, don't you think they could do it?
Maybe, but I want
Like
to
a different
take debate
another
on. You
country,
said
dude?
the American government isn't that strong. You said that?
Yeah, when
Is
it
that
comes
what you
to
said?
like interacting with like private enterprises, yeah, it's kind of weak.
Are you're not talking about the military, right? Like just the government, the
Yeah, what
people
are you
in the
talking?
government. Like,
I mean, like
can we slap box with Joe, like Biden or something, or maybe Kamala or something? Like,
the
are you talking about like
government
the
isn't
military?
that like.
Give an
Oh, okay.
example. Give an example of what you mean.
The government itself isn't that like isn't that strong. Like the American system, particularly, isn't like a very strong regulating body.
Okay, give an example of one of the things that you're talking about.
I'm talking about the regulation of businesses, private enterprise.
I'm still confused.
You don't regulate
Give one.
private businesses.
Well, no, compared to other countries, America is pretty like
I have an
pretty hands
example.
off.
I have an example. We are one of the few countries that let pharmacies have ads on TV. Every other country, you can't. I don't think that's legal.
Yeah,
I think
you're
maybe one
agreeing
of,
with me here because America doesn't put that many regulations on its businesses.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's you're agreeing with me when you say that.
I never disagreed with you.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know what you were. I was just trying to figure out what you were talking about. I didn't even know what you were talking about till just now.
What's to stop him from going to like some other country or going to some foreign company and they could like one up them, right?
Dude, they're
A lot of
all in
people,
on it. All the governments. Right
a lot
on.
of doctors open places in like Tijuana, Mexico, because they can't get treatments here in America legally, so they have to open places in Mexico. Is it because they're not regulated?
Yeah, I'm still confused. I'd like an example.
You still don't get it? Big pharma. Okay, he's saying our government's not that strong because we don't regulate companies as much as other countries do. So the example was in America, it's one of the only countries where they'll let big pharma or let them advertise on television for like prescription medications.
That's a lack of
Prescription
regulation.
drugs. Yeah, but that's prescription drugs that they approved. The government approved. Like you can't just go willy nilly, like he said, and do some. You can't even do like homegrown remedies here in America without being regulated. And then some of the things you have to go to Mexico or somewhere else because we are so regulated.
What about Dr. Brzezinski? Was he regulated?
I mean, I don't know. So what that they don't they don't regulate the companies that much. What do you think that's going to solve shit or what?
What is the
What's the
problem?
point? What's the point? Yeah, I don't know what the problem is with this.
Oh.
See the thing I posted, Jeremy?
I still don't get the point of this whole government's not strong thing. Anyways, what'd you post? I'm checking it right now.
59 past the hour.
Hold on. Better not be some of your ether crap.
I want you to give you an idea of how he claims this stuff would work. So you see those towers?
Yeah, I see them.
See that white
Everywhere
stuff?
in between there. Everywhere in between there gets power.
Yep.
Hey, what are you doing?
Anything. Radio, lawnmower.
Oh my god, dude, if you could get rid of batteries and wires, you know how awesome that would be? No more batteries, no wires. Your cell phone's thinner, you're never running out of charge. Electric cars, no batteries. Batteries is one of the major problems with electric cars. None of the wires anymore with plugs. You get rid of a whole fucking industry, like electrician. You almost don't need electricians anymore because I don't need some guy to come to my house and fix the wires or anything because there's no wires.
Well, you still
There'd be
need
no
them
more
for your appliances, but yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
you can't power the fridge and shit off of this?
Everything, but the fridge is gonna break down, right?
Well, yeah. What I'm saying though, you wouldn't need the guys that actually like wire the houses and run wires and shit. Like, there's no more of that running wire shit.
Those guys are gone. Yep.
That's what I meant. Yeah, yeah. You still need people to work with. All right, I might have. Yeah, you still need electricians, but not like the same way we need electricians.
That technology's still going to be there, man. It doesn't just erase all that technology.
It would have never been here. Is the point? It's here now, but if we would have went this way with wireless electricity, we wouldn't need all this wire, all these poles. How did Rakia put it? The electricity on a stick. We wouldn't need that.
Yeah.
I mean, if we just had magic, or invoking magic.
No, the wire. It's not magic. We
Is
actually
Wi-Fi
use
magic?
it now. We
Is
actually use
Wi-Fi
this
magic?
wireless. Hold on, I see. We actually use this wireless technology now, and they're just rediscovering it. So it's not like magic.
Rediscovering it.
You guys
Yeah,
seen
we just.
Steve?
Go ahead.
In what way are we rediscovering it?
Well, Tesla invented this, I don't know, 100 years ago or something, and we're just using it now with cell phones. So,
Wait, Tesla invented
rediscovering.
Yeah, I'll answer his question. I know he's a troll, but this is for everybody else. And this way, we're rediscovering.
I'm not always a troll, bud.
Yeah, don't call
me.
me.
Heard of
I think FE's kind of entertaining and a joke, but it's not
Here
every
we are with this
subject
now.
I'm
Let's not take
trolling
it
you on.
personal. I know. Let's not take it personal. Let's just stick to the topic, please.
Yeah, see, you've heard of Steve, right? With NASA and Steve and, what they see in the sky, right?
Steve?
Yeah, they call it Steve. Steve.
I believe it's the first time I hear that. Go on. What is that?
Oh yeah, look into it, man. It kind of resembles your photo there, or your image you posted. I know me and my son, we were out looking, at the stars one night, and we seen something that wasn't always there. That as to what we could remember, but it kind of resembled, what you're showing there.
Are you saying the two towers there?
Their little buck.
Just the light, just the energy or the light that you see above in that arc form.
Right,
And,
right.
Yeah, maybe look into Steve, because I don't know, all the ins and outs of what NASA says about Steve, but yes, it's very interesting. Many people have been reporting to see this, what they call Steve.
Cool. Yeah, definitely gonna look into it. So back to what we were saying about pre-existing technology and what pre-existing. Have you ever heard of pre-Roentgen or Roentgen? This is X-rays. Before X-rays, only about 100 years. And this is proof right there, 1895. Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla invented this wireless thing about 100, whatever, how many decades ago, and we just started using it with cell phones recently, within the past 5 or 10 years. I don't know.
And not even the kind
were
of
they using
energy
that
that he.
technology before? Were they using that wireless technology anywhere before the public got it? Because it's the first time I saw it pop up, the wireless charging thing.
Not that I'm
Like, can
aware of.
anyone
No?
recall before the wireless charging, we were implementing this wireless technology
Well,
anywhere?
well, they're collecting energy from the sun for years and years and years without it breaking, but can't make it work here on Earth, right? We still need the electricity powered by, we're still struggling on how we're going to produce all our electricity when, we have things flying around in outer space collecting energy from the sun without breaking.
Oh, Elon Musk did a thing where he's like, you only need this power, you only need a solar panel like a tiny corner of like Utah or some shit, and we'd have enough electricity for like all of America. Like all you gotta do is build a few more solar panel factories, and we could get up to speed within probably 5 to 10 years, depending on how many solar panel factories we built.
Hey,
We're too
Jeremy.
busy making light bulbs.
I think the wireless charging has always been going on in the sense that, like in a transformer, that's a clear physical break in the circuit. Like it's one coil just next to another coil, and like there's not even like a physical connection between the two.
Well, we're storing energy.
Yeah, but
Right, but one of them is charging the other, and then that goes down into your house at like an appropriate amplitude, whatever the term is. Like
all
they
right,
say like
I'll give it to you. Fine, I'm not even worried about arguing it. Let's say that they have been using it commercially this whole time. We just got it for, consumer public use, pretty much in the last 5 to 10 years, with the wireless phone charging.
Well, in something that we like. I mean, like my laptop cords or whatever, they always have that brick on the charging cord, right? And that's either like stepping it up wireless. Like inside of that brick is like a wireless connection going on. But I see what you're saying, where it's like on built into the thing where you just set it down. And I never seen that before. No.
Yeah, like I don't know if that even classifies as what we're talking about. It might, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, sure, it
us
does.
being able to wirelessly charge something without having to like physically connect it to another thing is like pretty much brand new for everyone because we just got the wireless phone charging thingies.
Yeah, you can hold it above the pad, like lift it above it, and it still charges it. What if you could just have it in the air, right, and it just harness the energy? And it's just taking the energy that's coming out of your outlet, sending it through the air, right? But what if that energy is already out there?
There is some energy in the air. I don't know if there's enough to charge a cell phone though. There is energy in the air though, for sure, because you can definitely capture it.
I think I've seen magicians do a trick where there's some sort of like hidden, I don't know, like Tesla coil underneath like a table or something, and they unplug the light bulb from like a wired connection, and then they're like, "Look, it's magic! It's still lit, like the light bulb's still lit." They're like, "Oh, how is it? How are they doing that?" And then maybe there's a comedy where they plug it in and it stops, like it turns off the light, and then they unplug it and hold it in their hand and it's lit up again. I think they've done stuff like that for a long time, but not like charging your batteries or anything like you're saying.
Well, Tesla was doing that in 1890 something. Believe it or not.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, they can't suppress it forever, right? I mean, how many arguments have you had about satellites hanging from balloons and them denying that, and now they're flying over the U.S.?
That was great. Yeah, that was great.
But you know what I'm saying? They can't suppress everything forever. Some people find out about it sooner, and then they start talking about it, and some people deny it and hold on to the old way.
Who
before you
denied
know
that
it-
there weren't satellites on balloons?
Oh, no one. It was never an argument. Never.
But you
I've
think
never
all
heard of it.
satellites are on balloons, correct? Or
So it was nice talking to you.
I've never said that. I've never said all satellites are on balloons. I'm sure they have other ways to
Yeah, they have
do
multiple
it.
ways, but there was an
You
argument.
could probably stick them
right?
to the dome.
I mean, maybe I'm having mental lapse or I'm getting old and don't remember right, but
Yeah,
I
you're confused.
remember people arguing about there even being a satellite under a balloon, much less many satellites that NASA and all the other countries have. Now we have China having a satellite under a balloon fly over America. I
You
think it's
probably got a
ridiculous.
Mandela effect thing going on.
Yeah. Yeah, there was never any argument about that.
Let me just ask you, did the Monopoly guy have a monocle?
Of course he did. I have a Monopoly set that has a guy with a monocle.
really? Love to see
I don't.
that.
I really don't know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he does. I mean, I don't know.
You
There was a
believe in the
car.
Mandela effect?
I don't really know what it is. I mean, I think Monopoly sets can be produced with and without that piece, and people can remember it in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing's going off of people's memories, which we already know people's memories are not the
Yeah.
best record of keeping information. So,
Especially now because we have all this frequency going through the air.
all these Wi-Fi waves and ether shit, fucking SE's trying to send out. These fucking Canadians are going to be the end of us. I'm telling you, man.
Tesla would have killed us all.
Yeah, we
And
would have been like fucking. I don't know. We
Why?
got to do
If you,
something with these guys.
if you can put satellites under balloons, why would you ever need to launch them into outer space in the first place?
Exactly. They don't understand logic.
Oh,
Or
really?
wait,
Because they don't
or
get further enough out to catch a board.
because they don't get further enough out. Okay, I'll move on from that. Well, let's go the opposite way. If you can put them in space where they're further enough out, whatever the hell that means.
Why have the
ones under balloons?
You know, when they escape the atmosphere, never mind. Don't worry about it.
fucking crazy talk, Rakia?
Yeah, that's crazy
stupid.
talk.
That's stupid.
Like when I talked about the satellite that I'm watching right now on my boat, it works fine until I get 100 miles offshore and then it cuts off. So the satellite's range stops at 100 miles offshore, or the signal is coming from land.
You're a conspiracy theorist. I'm a coincidence theorist, therefore I'm right.
I mean, there's a line, right? I can go 101 miles and my satellite doesn't work, and I can move to 98 miles and the satellite works, right? Who knows? What the hell?
Drink bleach, don't breathe.
I do like the balloon thing though, because that was pretty interesting. I didn't know there was what they called what's
Chinese?
it called?
You talking about the Chinese spy balloon?
Yeah, but some guy said what super pressure or something like that. Hang on, I have a picture of it.
It's an American
Bro,
project. Yeah.
They got those invisible shields. Have you guys seen those invisible shields?
Yeah, I've seen those where the guy creates a shield and you can't even see it.
Yeah, that's some dude in his fucking basement. Imagine what we're talking about governments now.
Super pressure. A balloon that can stay up for 300 days and longer.
Fire.
Called a super pressure balloon. And
I'm surprised they don't have a...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, they're taking a picture of this balloon that's looks like it's so high up. It looks like the pictures we get from, from the ISS. And they're taking a picture of this balloon from something else, right? Let me post this.
The balloon next to it.
Yeah, there's another balloon right next to it. Taking a picture of it. It's
Simple.
incredible. I just
What
posted
happened?
it. 7.
My AirPod died.
Well, you should get the wireless.
We need the wireless electricity kind, yeah.
Told you like 25 years ago when
gonna
we
be
had
an
them Sony Handycams, 25, 30 years ago, and we had them Handycams with freaking night vision and shit. But I forgot if that's what it was, but or another night vision thing. But
Bro, I
remember
got a
looking at
FLIR camera.
I
That
remember
shit's
looking at the
fire, bro.
stars, looking up at the stars with the night vision, and it was trippy, dude. Like it looked like it was alive, dude. You'd see these little dots up there, these little glowy
Shit
looking
zipping
little
around
dots,
everywhere.
and they'd be just moving around in random directions, but they'd merge together for like a split second, and then they'd move apart, and like sometimes like 2 or 3 of them would move together and move apart. And the whole time I was like, God, that's crazy, dude. It was in the back of my mind. I'd remember it every now and then, but now I look back and I was just like, it's fucking balloons up there, dude. I mean, I'm tripping out, like thinking it's life up there, like microscopic life, but it's just balloons way the fuck up there, man. We're moving around randomly.
And another way they could have shit up there for a long time. I think they have planes, solar powered planes that can stay up for a very long time.
Yeah, they're called it's called platform or satellite platforms.
High altitude platforms. Yeah, HAPS.
Yeah, they stay up indefinitely.
Nah, they wouldn't have
Indefinitely,
all
or-
that. They got satellites in space. Why would they need that?
I mean, that just sounds dope as fuck to do. Keep a plane
Yeah,
up there
giant
nonstop.
wings, dude. It's basically just
You're
flying
almost
wings.
on some Avenger shit at that point.
Nah, satellites in space is much better.
Why would you use this?
Solely off of, solar panels. I think they're getting, a charge from the ether, the sky.
Oh, maybe, but it's claimed to just work off solar panels. If it's working off the ether, that's even doper. But
Here you go, Jeremy. Just for you, buddy.
They have those tails. They called them tails that they hung off of these objects, and they gathered electricity from the tail.
hold on. SE's posting the globe proof in the live stream text chat.
I got them platforms in one of my satellite videos.
Look at the curve on that Earth.
Look how curved that is. Yeah, that was
There's
taken
the
with
curve.
a
Yeah.
That's
Jesus,
just taken with a
that's
cell
big.
phone. But you see the
Who took
balloon
that
in the picture
picture?
I posted? 7:15. Look at who took the picture of the balloon?
The balloon next to it.
Another
Don't
balloon.
you worry about that, bud.
Well, who took a picture of SE's plane at that
9:50.
angle?
Look at that freaking planet, man. Look at that round. Is that water all under there?
Yeah. That was from the ISS, Jeremy, taking that one.
The ISS took the picture. Dude,
The picture
the
of the plane.
ISS. Hold on. The ISS took the picture of the plane.
Yeah.
That's not even
No.
possible. I'm not. Well, maybe. What kind of zoom was this?
Oh, they got
Super
super
duper.
duper zoom.
Is there any motion blur?
Super duper zoom.
Ludicrous zoom.
They're already going ludicrous speed on some spaceball shit up there, right?
What were you saying about something having a tail?
Yeah, I used like a year ago. I heard something. They would hang some type of line off of whatever, a balloon or this plane or whatever,
Exactly.
and gather energy.
That was the thought that's been running through my mind for the past like 10 minutes, and I've spent the past 10 minutes listening to guys and googling things, trying to figure out where I can like send you guys a link or read up more on that sort of thing. Because yeah, I think I watched the same video as you. I can't really recall who uploaded it or where I heard it, but I have a clear memory of that exact same thing. Just like a plane can recharge. Just a plane can charge batteries on board by dangling a wire underneath it.
Yeah, they
for a few
just
hundred
hang a
feet or something.
wire out the back, and it gathers the energy. I remember
Right, yeah.
like a year ago, and I think it was NASA that had it on some of its stuff, but I can't find it anywhere.
If you do find it, send it my way, please. Because I tried, I can't find it.
what you do is you make a little hook out of a coat hanger, and you'll just grab it right out of the air.
Dude, do you need a friend? Where do you live at? I'll be your friend. I don't drink, but I'll buy your drinks.
If I didn't know you, I'd
Nice.
say that sounded slightly gay there, Rakia.
Good touch tip.
This dude needs a friend bad.
It's fine.
Yeah, he's good.
That was a nice offer.
Just giving him a drill.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ever up in upstate New York, fucking go do something. I don't know if we're gonna touch tips, but
I started playing poker again, Jeremy. So I'm gonna do when I win one of these events. I've come close. The last two main events I entered, I made the final table one and finished 42nd in another 2 weekends ago. But I'm gonna do an interview and do the flat Earth thing.
Yo, send people to this server or somewhere.
Dude,
get them in Discord. Tell motherfuckers to download Discord.
I have my one of my best friends. He was driving us back from the tournament this past weekend, and we were talking about flat Earth, and we clicked on Discord, and Witsit and somebody else was talking about. It wasn't about flat Earth; it's about something else. But he's been the one that's like, look, I hate this topic, right? Don't talk about it. And on the way back, we had like a 5-hour drive, and we talked about it almost the whole way back. So he's opening up. But that's my best friend. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? He hears things now. Like, it's not just from me. Because I respect him as a friend. I don't really pushing on him or whatever. I don't really care, one way or another. But it was a long drive. It was late at night. It's like we were trying to stay awake and stuff. He's like, all right, tell me about what, let me hear this Discord. So I clicked on that, and they wasn't talking about flat Earth. But we talked about it. He's pretty cool. And he's a smart guy and whatever. But I can't wait to do an interview. I was close, man. I finished 8th. The first one I played, I finished 8th out of a couple thousand. And they started doing some interviews, some preliminary, just taking notes of, who I was because I'd played so long. And they went and looked it up and all that. You can look up Love Shack. That was my name, but way back when. 2 main events, Jeremy. I was close while y'all were playing online, whatever y'all play. I'm gonna mention your Discord.
We're playing a game. It's called Get to the Truth.
Get to the truth.
Get to the truth. Get down to the bottom of everything. Get to the truth.
Well, what's funny is when you're sitting at a table with guys like this, I don't even have to bring it up anymore. They're bringing it up and they're going, yeah, it's people, that I play a home game with. They're talking about it all the time. And, other people will bring it up. It's funny to hear what people think. But most people, the ordinary people out there that hear about it or whatever, they think flat earthers believe that we're a flat disc floating in space. That's basically how
2D.
Yeah,
2D baby.
Shit. Yep. So
Flat Earth Society, baby. That's what they've done.
Yeah,
Did
Jeremy's
you tell them
2D
about
shit.
Did you tell them about how we're going up at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Hey Jeremy, tell me what you think about that Steve. I believe the first time it was seen was in 2017, and I'm not really sure about that, but I think that's when it was, or at least when NASA reported to have discovered it. And yeah, I think it would be interesting to SE to also look into it, speaking about the aurora and certain effects going on there.
Yeah, that's interesting, bro. When you first mentioned it, I didn't know what you meant, but the aurora definitely. But I never heard that effect. Is there any particular, does anything happen during that time? Do they notice electrical discharge or?
Well, you'll see a line through the sky, almost like what you would think a chemtrail would be like, but it's much different. And just to give you an idea, I mean, I've seen it, and I'm off the southeast coast of the United States. So I've seen it. There's many people who see it and, take pictures of it. And like I was saying earlier, my son and I seen it, and we were wondering what it was for a while. And then all of a sudden, I hear on the news, NASA discovers Steve, and I'm like, "What's Steve?" And then I start looking into it, and it's kind of like what we seen.
Cool.
Yeah, I've heard the Schumann. We were talking about the Schumann resonance earlier. I'll have to look into your Steve thing. Will you send me like a good video on it or something in the DMs? I'll check it out a little later. Break it down again for me. What is it again, real quick?
Some people, well, you can say it's like a unusual aurora appears as a vertical purple streak of light. And I think sometimes it can look different in color. Named as Steve, and this is speaking of it appears in the night sky over Alberta, Canada, and it goes on and on. It talks about a moving stream of hot plasm. So there's, yeah, I just think you would, yeah, you'd find it very interesting, and we should probably speak of it.
Lights in the sky. I mean, if it's a light in the sky, you should get an angle to it. First things fucking first. No, I'm just talking with you. That sounds pretty neat. I wonder what is the mainstream explanation for it again? You said it's a link to the Aurora Borealis kind of thing.
Yeah, that appears to be what they're saying. It's now being studied by Eric Donovan, a professor of physics and astronomy at University of Calgary. Last year, Donovan was a physics talk when he noticed a large group of people, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what I can get for you. Steve was brought to the attention of researchers through citizen scientists and their use of social media. The name is obviously unique. Once Donovan told the Alberta Aurora Chasers that it was not a proton arc, the unknown pillar of light needed a new name. That just click on. I'm having difficulty here. Give me a second.
So I just ran into a guy that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bryce.
Chris Ratzlaff came up with Steve from the animated movie Over the Hedge. In the movie, a group of animals is scared of something unknown, but they decide that it will be far less scary if it has a name. And I could go on about what is Steve Aurora, natural light displays that appear in higher latitudes. They're caused by the solar wind, blah, blah, blah. I could go on, but I'm sure Larry has something to say.
Yeah, I was just going to say real fast that I saw a guy that I worked with back in like 2015. And that's when I first came across the whole flat earth thing. And he was one of the first people to hear me talk about it. And I said, hey, do you know any flat earthers? And he was like, well, I don't have very many friends. And I was like, okay, do you know any flat earthers? He was like, yeah, one of my friends converted. I was like, converted? They don't convert. They figured it out. And he was like, well, whatever you call it. So, yeah, flat earthers are in the wild more and more. That's all I got.
Yeah, so this energy thing is freaked out. Just for the record, you might want to hear interested in this. North, I believe it is, that was speaking. Just for the record, yeah. Tesla claimed that it should be similar because this what causes the aurora borealis is like cosmic rays and rays from the sun. Now he claims that he had an invention that was able to harness these rays both in the daytime and in the nighttime and power machines with it.
Yeah, I immediately thought of you when it came up in my memory, and I was thinking of it and seeing what you posted, and just putting it all together. So I immediately
Yeah.
thought about what you've been talking about. I've been paying attention to what you've been saying.
What have they been powering with the energy from the atmosphere? Because I heard you can get a little bit, but it's like enough to charge a cell phone or something, maybe. Like it's not a lot, right?
No, we're talking about massive amounts of energy here to power big stuff like a car or whatever.
No, out of the atmosphere, no. You get a tiny bit of electricity out of that. I don't know. I'd have to watch those videos or something.
From what I remember, don't quote me. I'm not sure on this one. I know he had a device that converted energy. Now, how big of an apparatus he can run through it, I'll have to check and see. But I know for sure he had a thing that would convert this. He would call it radiant energy. I believe it was, yeah. Now the other one that I was the one that cars and trains and boats, that's produced by a generator. Let's be clear, right? It's produced by mostly a DC generator, and it's through coils and spark gaps and a whole bunch of other technical stuff that produces that kind of energy. So far out stuff, man, like really far out stuff. If true, it's like totally revolutionizing everything we know.
Oh, it's only 8:30.
He even has a patent on it here. Let me find it, show you. Check this patent out. While I was looking for that one, I found this one. Check this one out, man. Here's Tesla's generators at Niagara Falls.
I mean, Tesla was the fucking man, bro. There's no doubt. These guys
Nobody
try
liked
to
this guy.
downplay him and shit all the time, but he did some wild ass shit.
Yep.
The electric motor, that's pretty big. He did the fluorescent light bulb when he was powering the World Fair. Edison wouldn't let him use his bulbs. He invented a whole new bulb, and we used them for decades. We're just now. I still install fluorescent light bulbs by the box. So Like at the school I work at, they use fluorescent bulbs, and we go through boxes and boxes. Like we're still using those.
Yeah. For a guy
So
that supposedly married a pigeon, he had a radio-controlled boat in 1898. Wireless. Check it out.
didn't he invent? He was so close to inventing the radio that people say that he should have got the award instead of Marconi.
He did invent it, bro. Marconi stole his inventions. He used
All his
17 of his
patents.
patents. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Tesla, you wouldn't even know the name Marconi.
Yeah. He invented all like the base shit for it, yeah. And he did have that idea of the radio, but I think it was more than just radio, but
Well,
yeah.
Tesla has the patent on the technology involved in, like, say, a remote control that controls a TV with a, like, infrared beam of light that it shoots out. I mean, that's basically the same thing as like a remote control. Well, it's different, but that's a cool one right there, man. With a remote control for a TV, that's cool shit when you think about it.
Did they give Tesla an award, but they said that he had to share it, and he was like, "Nah, fuck all that bullshit."
Did you guys
I've
really
heard he
see
turned
Tesla?
down a. Go ahead. What's up? Go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think Tesla was really his real name?
Flat nasty. Could have been.
Nikola.
Yeah, he
So,
was
like,
in so many newspapers. Yeah.
You know how they invert everything, right? Like black is white, light is dark. So these people are all sunset worshipers, right? So the two people who supposedly were bringing light at the same time was Edison and Tesla. And so the Edison, if you rearrange the letters, it's die sun, and Tesla backwards is all set, like the setting of the sun or the dying of the sun.
Damn, bro. Holy shit.
I
And
think
that's pretty good,
PK
dude.
is wearing off. That's two
He
guys
went full
tonight.
good.
cliche on us.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
All
That was
set.
dope.
Just messing with you.
That was dope, yeah. All set and
Yeah.
die sun.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, another large company is literally called Dyson.
I know,
Dyson.
right? And it's a vacuum.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very interesting. That's pretty cool, man. That's
We
pretty
need some
cool.
red yarn and some walls for this.
I don't Totally.
We gotta get the red yarn out. I ordered 2 pallets for Pete.
What do you got for nickel? What do you got for Nikolai?
I haven't worked on that one yet.
Now, this sounds like a fabricated story. No, read this.
Nick is the term for Satan. So old
Yeah.
Nick, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
lie, right? Because he's the father of lies.
Yeah.
Nikolai.
So old Nick Gold lie, old Nick.
Yeah.
You guys want a conspiracy theory? I just posted one for you. He was born in the stroke of midnight, lightning storm, blah, blah,
Come
blah.
on. Come on.
Have a read, bro.
And they're buying
just
Come
for you,
on.
bro.
What are the chances, dude?
1856. Yeah.
What are the fucking chances, bro?
I tell both sides of the story, bro. Whatever I find.
That's a hell of a
Straight up.
coincidence if that was the case, wouldn't you say?
Hey, there's some other weird stuff I've been looking into. Is have you guys heard of conundrums?
Sure.
So you know that they were using the conundrums in the early 40s.
Not like that. No, not like that.
Yeah, I thought
I just know it as like
What's the conundrum?
Okay, I'll
Well,
post a picture of a conundrum. Hold on.
I thought you were
Well,
talking about you're in like a sticky situation or something.
Yeah.
That's
what
but it's
I've heard of
actually
it.
2 words. It's actually 2 words. So I'm going to post these
Okay.
right here. And then they had the Pluto, which was pipelines under the ocean. But here's 2. These are conundrums right here.
Okay.
That's the HMS conundrum, which stands for Her Majesty's Ship Conundrum. So
So
they're
they're
attributing
like
these things.
bunkers.
No, they're like giant spools that they use in the ocean to lay undersea cable.
Is that the original use of the word, or is this thing
I don't
just kind of
know.
called a canut? I mean, it makes sense that they'd be called a drum because, I mean, that's what a drum is, right? Like a cylindrical
Yeah, like
vessel.
a cannon drum.
Sure.
Look at
So
the
I get,
size of that thing. Wow.
yeah, this might be original. As huge. Huh.
So you don't see anything in the ocean like this nowadays, but this was like in the early 40s, right? So I was thinking about how Trump did the Second Chance Act, right? Where right when they needed all the infrastructure built for 5G a couple years ago, he passed a bill that let all these inmates out of prison early if they don't have violent offenses, and then he made it so places that hire them get like a huge tax break, right? So it's beneficial to everybody, right? And then these people don't ask any questions. It's just like dumb labor, right? So I'm thinking they did the same bullshit back in 1865, and that's 1865 is the date where they supposedly finally laid the second undersea cable, and it was successful, right? But that's also the same date as the Emancipation Proclamation. But the dates are like one of the dates for the 1865 laying of the undersea cables in July, and then June 19th is when they celebrate for 1865 Juneteenth Day. So I'm thinking that they made up all this stuff about how once the slaves were free, they had to leave where they're at because all these people were threatening them with racist stuff. And I think that the freeing of the slaves is directly correlated to the laying of the undersea cable. They free them and then they took them all out to the boats and used them to lay the undersea cable. I mean, the dates correlate so much. It's more. It couldn't be just a coincidence, you know.
I honestly don't follow. All I got from that is that there's like two events that happened in the same year, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, think about
Is
this. You need
okay.
cheap labor with people who aren't. They're not gonna. Their word ain't shit, basically. And to do all these. They're not exactly secret infrastructure operations, but they're not like put out there in the public, basically. I mean,
You
if
need
you
skilled.
you'll
Don't you need
find them.
skilled labor for that though? Or is
I
that
mean,
dummy work?
I'd say it's dummy work for the most part, you know. I mean, if you can get them to just follow instructions, you know, they just need.
Well, a heart surgeon follows instructions.
Yeah. I mean, they needed thousands and thousands of people for this, though.
I mean, what do? You put shit.
So basically,
Yeah,
like they needed them to wind the cable. Like, have you ever seen like video of them winding the cable in these drums? Like the newer videos of it, where they have to go there and there with just socks on, or like those little booties on their feet, and they have to like walk on them in order to get them laid perfectly in a coil, you know.
Why don't we just use satellites?
Yeah, right.
We're
So
still laying them.
As a kid, you're taught about satellites, but you're not taught about undersea cable.
We're still laying
What about
cable.
Eddie's son? You know, Edison? Eddie's
yeah.
son. Eddy means a current of water or air running contrary to the main current, and Edison was the.
Oh
He's
shit!
writing this shit down.
Good one,
Carlos. That
good
was
one,
the
bro.
best thing I've ever heard you say. All right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Write this shit down. Nasty.
Yeah. Damn, Edison. I didn't even think of that. That's a good one.
Add that to the list.
Yeah.
Nice one, Carlos.
What's up, everybody?
What up?
It's a full moon. You boys ready?
Nasty, did you write that on the list?
It ain't no full moon.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it not a full? It
Hot and
looks full.
sunny here, man.
Oh, all right. Well, it looks full to
I
me.
mean, we're in your future here, man. We're in the future. It's Sunday already.
Yeah, I'm in some Telegram groups with a bunch of Australians. You guys are great. Great people.
Well, New Zealanders are even better.
You know what? I've heard that. I've heard that, and I wouldn't doubt it. I've never met any, but like in person, I've been to Bali. I met some Australians down there. They fucking party, dude. They know what's up. What's the main beef between Australia and New Zealand? Does it go? Is there like an origin to that, or are you guys just fuck yeah, no, yeah, no?
Nah, yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
I don't think there is any. It's only people that follow the rugby. Yeah.
Okay, well, rugby's amazing. That's an amazing sport.
Mm.
I was blessed to be able to play a little bit of rugby for a short period of time. It wasn't for me. I'm not big enough.
It doesn't even look like they really hit that hard in rugby. Like if you look at American football and rugby, it looks like American football. They're laying people out sideways. And rugby just, I mean, there's some hard hits. I've seen the compilation of like hard hits and shit. It looks.
But they're not wearing any pads.
There's a difference between fighting with your gloves on and fighting with your gloves off, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
Like
exactly what.
in rugby, they don't wear helmets or any protection except for a mouth guard.
That's just stupid, though.
That's beast,
Yeah,
bro.
it's in their
That's just
DNA.
stupid.
You know, the stupid DNA.
It's just fucking dangerous.
Yeah, it's like rugby heads and petrol heads are very similar.
Yeah, but dude, I played football, man. Helmet is a weapon. Dude, it's got 100 cushions in it, man. Just just encourage you to just spearhead somebody.
You ever got drunk and fell asleep with your helmet on?
I mean, I've seen checks. I've seen screens in basketball harder than a lot of those rugby hits. Like if you look at a compilation of NBA screens and then rugby hits, like the NBA screens almost look worse.
I don't know, dude. I've seen some rugby
What's the
footage.
point, Jeremy? You couldn't
just
do
saying
either.
that.
Did you play
Basketball's
football,
not a
Jeremy?
I mean, I've thrown the ball around a little bit.
Did you
Old
play
pigskin.
football for your school,
Bro,
Jeremy?
you don't need to fucking play the sport to talk about it, though.
I played a little bit of
It
football with my
helps.
boys.
It helps
Well, I mean, I
understand
played.
it a little bit, huh?
Yeah,
This
I
cashless
played.
society idea, Jeremy, is going to be fucked in the head. Like today, I went out to buy stuff, and every single shop, all their card machines were down, and they only accept cash, and no one's got cash in their pockets. So, and you go to an ATM and you can't get cash out. So it's like no one. All the stores are closed because the network's down. Can't buy anything.
Where's that at?
New Zealand. You know how we were
In
talking about
Auckland.
laying them underwater
New Zealand.
cables? New Zealand's still working on like tin cans and a string. That's why your whole shit's down, probably.
They're playing football without helmets.
Yeah, you guys are over there playing football, no fucking helmet on. You're dizzy. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, well,
I
New
can't get
Zealand's
cash out of my machine.
New Zealand does have a goal to be the first cashless society in the world, and it's just going to be mayhem like today. Yeah. You go to the supermarket, everyone's walking in and walking straight back out.
Yeah, you got to get the elites out of your country. They've been buying up way too much of your land, digging fucking deep underground bases. You need to root those motherfuckers out. Dude, New Zealand is so beautiful, but it's like it's obviously being targeted by the fucking globo homo agenda because that's where all the elites want to dip out once they fucking ruin the rest of the world for everybody else.
I kind of understand what they say by 120 something different sexual preferences or different genders, because like I've got an old friend, and I just realized today that he's actually a woman trapped in a man's body. So that means and he likes women, so he's actually a lesbian, but he's also got the personality of a gay, but he's in a man's body. So it's really fucked up. I think he's like number 127th sexual
I'm
preference.
gonna need you to go ahead and stop supporting his fucking mental disorder.
I was gonna say it's funny that these people look in the mirror and they're like, "Is there something wrong with my brain?" No, it's got to be my body. It's just like what the fuck, dude? How do people buy that shit?
Do you think they're all lying?
Some of them are definitely lying for attention. And like, if you think that like, well, how could somebody do that? Like put on a dress and just like lie to everybody for attention. It's like, well, it's because they're crazy. That's what crazy people do. Like fresh water, securing your shelter, protection of your family. None of that shit matters. It's just like, are people paying attention to me while I'm wearing a dress?
Yeah, check it out. It's like when you feel neglected at home. Everybody's upstairs having a good time, the whole family next to the fireplace, but you, for some reason, you just aren't fitting in the moment, and it seems to happen a lot. Well, what if I put on a dress? What then? What will they say then? And then go up and see all the attention that they get for wearing a dress, and then all of a sudden it's like, shit, if I wear a dress all the time, or at least make it look like it's whatever I'm doing, boy, I'll get all the attention that I need and that I want subconsciously, even though they need it, even though in the front of their conscious they're well, anyway, I don't want to go on and on, but it's like a cry for help. It's not like, don't get so mean about it. It's a cry for help. But a lot of, the problem is, I'll end it here. The problem is society nurtures that issue. It says, no, you know what? You don't need to get love from other people. You don't need to work on yourself so that you can have better relationships. No. Just turn into a trans.
It's not a cry for help, bro. Some dudes like men. Like, dude, I'm a guy and I'm not gay, and I'm
not talking about that.
Like, if I watch guys kissing on TV, like it's kind of gross, but I'm like, whatever.
Well, they're just trying to be rebellious. There's no such thing as a physical attraction. Listen, there's no such thing as a physical chemical attraction. The pheromones don't match up. So if you're attracted to someone of the same sex, it's only specifically because you want to.
Right.
Boom.
Dude, I only like
men. Some guys like men, bro. To me, it's gross, bro.
I don't like manly men. I want like a guy with like a fat feminine egg.
You gotta wait your turn, dude. Brian was in the middle of speaking. This isn't common.
Thank you, bro. I was just saying that some guys are attracted to fucking men. You can't not be gay and fucking choose to like men, bro. That's ridiculous. Because I'm not gay, and I know that nothing could make me attracted to men, bro. So there's something to it, bro. Just because we ain't gay, we're not supposed to understand it, man. But I mean, I empathize to them, but because they probably live a lot of their life not saying shit because they want to be like everybody else, bro. And fucking they're not. They like fucking men. So I don't know what it is or what causes it, but I don't think it's a choice. It's a choice to do anything sexually. That's a choice. You could, you could be celibate.
It's a demon, bro. It's demonic. That's what it is. There's a demon either with them or inside them.
Dude, I only like feminine men, dude.
Tesla,
I like masculine, but I like feminine men who with like fat, girly asses, dude.
Have you ever heard that
played football without a helmet and then they started liking men?
Gay grabblers in your gut. You just kill them with turpentine.
Yep, that too. Dude, doing yoga gets demons inside of you, like doing downward dog. That's so the demons can get in your butt. That's what I heard. There is like a safe way to stretch. But
demons in your butt.
What do you think? Yeah, dude, that's what it's all about. Have you ever met a yoga?
The hokey pokey?
Well, dude, it's very similar. Like, this is you probably think I'm kidding right now, but this is not a joke. Like, when you sodomize somebody, it actually sends an electrical current up their spine to their brain and cracks it in half. Like, that's why a lot of these kids today are really fucked up because they got messed with by some disgusting piece of trash when they were a kid, and it's fucked up their brains. Like 50% of the... Yeah, 50%. Oh, I'm not going to... You know it. If you know, you know.
I get the trauma and all of that, but I don't know, but how can it be cracking the brain in half?
I mean, that's just like a layman's...
If you know, you know.
It's like a layman's term, just cracking the brain in half. If I told you that, like, basically because the victim is prepubescent and there's certain, like, sexual synapses that haven't formed yet, the act is incredibly violent and damaging, both psychologically and physically to the body. Like a lot of people, they don't think that they are their body, but they are. Like if I hit you, like if I cut your arm off, you'll still be you, but you will be fucking changed emotionally for the rest of your life. Like it's gonna fuck you up. If I hit you in the head too hard with a fucking baseball bat, you turn into a vegetable. You're gone. They can keep you alive with tubes, but you are gone. Damage to the body in various ways, especially at a young age, causes insane, mental changes, psychological changes. And this is like, yeah, this goes deep, dude. This goes fucking super deep. Like, when you're born, the first thing they fucking do to young boys, they circumcise you. That fucks you up pretty badly. For every baby, before your feet ever touch earth, they fucking slap ink on the soles of your feet and they fucking take your prints. You're getting a fucking synthetic dye directly into the soles of your feet before you've ever even touched Mother Earth.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I never thought of that one, but I can attest to the circumcision thing. So I'm not circumcised, and like every chick that I've been with, I'm not trying to brag or anything, like because I'm not that big, but every chick I've been with, pretty much I've been able to. And a lot of chicks are like, I was never able to do this unless a guy went down on me, but they were able to have an orgasm. And I was the only circumcised person they've been with. So I'm like, I started to think it's not me personally. It's just that I'm not circumcised. So I think that the elites know that. And so they do that as a reason so men don't pleasure women as much. And it traumatizes the hell out of a kid. They say it doesn't hurt the kid, but you hear this kid screaming and crying. So I think you're right about that one.
Wow.
Okay.
You made the room really silent right there, man.
All the time.
Fucking hell.
Guess I'll just have to keep eating pussy, man. I'm circumcised, man.
It would have been even more awkward if you guys weren't even talking about that and I just came in with that, huh?
Yeah, it's a kind of a shock to the imagination when you're really thinking about what you're saying. Because like I went and watched that movie, no one told me, and it's called Brokeback Mountain, and I was like halfway through, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on in the tent?" It's like, yeah, it's a real shock to the system, man.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it,
You didn't know about Brokeback Mountain. You didn't know the plot.
Had
if you
no
think about
idea.
it, why
That must have been a shocker, huh? Whoa! Hey.
If you think about it, why would our creator have that born on the end of our penis, put skin right there, just to come right out of the birth canal and then have it immediately cut off? That's like a slap in his face. You know what I mean? Like it's there for a
Not only
reason.
that, don't they? As soon as the baby's born, they put lots of injections into it as well. They can't even wait like a week. They have to do it straight away.
Yeah, just in case that might be their only chance. You know what I mean?
Wait a second. Wait. Is there a medical reason? Like, why'd they do that to me? What? I mean, what is what do they say it's for? Like,
I don't know. It doesn't really make it. There's no real reason. It's literally a tradition.
It's fucking crazy. There's no reason they say? No benefits or?
Are you talking about the injections or the circumcision?
I was talking about the circumcisions. Like, why do they say they do it? I mean,
They used to say for health reasons.
So you don't get toe jam.
They used to say cleanliness.
Yeah.
Because they don't have much.
It didn't work because I still got toe jam.
They don't have much water in Cairo. Have you seen the videos of the trash in Cairo?
But still, why would they still continue it today in the United States? It just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? It definitely traumatizes the kid for sure. I mean, it's probably deep-rooted psychological trauma that the kid may not even subconsciously remember. It could be just subconscious, but for sure, because the kid's screaming and crying. I mean, when they do that to him, so you know, and then they don't even give you a good reason. People just do it to do it. You know, because it's such a long-lasting tradition. Just like people probably don't even realize why they lie to their kids about Santa Claus. You know, and they really stopped to think about it, they wouldn't do that. But it's just such a long tradition.
Yeah, you're right. That's why most people do it today. It's just
You
a
know?
tradition. And
Yeah.
originally it wasn't done on like the first day or the second day. It was the 8th day.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not good to lie to your children, but if you think back when you were a kid, it gives you a sense of wonder and amazement of this mystical, magical experience of some fucking dude flying in the sky, and he's going
Dude,
to drop
when I
off all the presents, and it makes the kid. I reckon it makes children sort of. You can tell who's going to be the smart one out of your bunch of kids because they're going to work it out first. Even the
hey,
youngest might work it out.
when I was in first grade, I got suspended from school for 3 days for going around telling kids that Santa Claus wasn't real and telling them that their parents bought it with a credit card, and kids were crying. And the teacher came up to me all mad, dude. They sent me home from school.
You probably had some kids punching you, eh? Like you bastard.
They were crestfallen, bro. They were crestfallen, crying. Shit. It's crazy. I think I've come to the conclusion that the whole Santa Claus thing is the precursor to the globe Earth, and the two go hand in hand perfectly. Because you get told about Santa Claus, right? Which if you rearrange the letters, it's Saint Lucas. You get told that about you get told this lie basically, and at the same time you're told that it's not good to tell lies, right? And you're told he's from the North Pole where he has his, these elves making presents. But then when you go to school and learn about the globe ball, they've got a metal rod right through where the North Pole is. And then you learn that Santa Claus isn't real, that the globe is real. People that thought the Earth was flat are stupid, and you don't want to look stupid again because you already got duped with the stupid Santa Claus thing, right? And you're a big boy now. So when you look at the globe, you totally disregard the North Pole because there's a metal rod through it. Plus, it's a place of fantasy, And I'm not a little kid anymore; I'm grown up. So, dude, it's right there in our face psychologically. It's laid out perfectly with that metal rod right through there, and the axial tilt, whatever. It's ridiculous.
How do you relate that to the tooth fairy then?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, all these things are correlated, but I think Santa Claus is the key, is the cornerstone to their lie. Because of the Santa Claus thing, now people believe in the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? I mean, kids wanted Halloween all year round, and then in 2020 they got it, and then now nobody wants it anymore. You know what I mean? They got to wear a mask every day of the year.
Like the modern idea of Santa Claus is just literally a consumerism thing. That's it.
Yeah, but I think it goes well hand in hand with not questioning about the North Pole.
Well, like Santa Claus used to kind of just be like an American and British thing. Like it's not like they teach this to everyone. Like it only became popularized in Europe, I think, from like World War II, like when there was a bunch of Americans occupying a lot of Germany and like the rest of Europe.
Could be true. I mean, I think America, what they call the New World, was a precursor for the New World Order. I mean, like everybody knew that Earth was flat all around the world, right? So the only way to really start this whole globe thing would be to come to a new world and start a new school with the globe, and then make this the superpower of the world.
Wait, what?
They've been binding our columns or column binding us since 1492, bro. With
What are you
column
doing
buff.
with words? Stop that. Stop doing that to words. It's
I
not
know.
how
I should.
words work. That's
Yeah,
not
right. That's not how they
etymology.
work.
Well,
Yeah,
when
that's
I
not how
first
words work.
Etymology. That's
when I
not how
first went
words
to
work.
China, when I first went to China in 1999 at Christmas time, no one had ever heard of Christmas. No one celebrated Christmas. There were no Santa, no presents, no trees, nothing. And that was like that, like for whole 7 years I was there. But now I've been back recently.
What part of China?
Everyone celebrates Christmas now.
Well, what part of China?
Oh, all over China.
Well, no, I know that like it was big in Hong Kong.
Oh, Hong Kong, yeah, yeah. But besides Hong Kong, the mainland, like no one ever even heard of Christmas. What's that? It was just another day. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they're not majority Christian.
Yeah, but now they're just like America. They celebrate Christmas just the same.
Well, no, it's just that they celebrate the consumerist idea of Christmas, like the
Absolutely. Putting up the Christmas decorations in June, you know. Yeah, it's all about the money, isn't it? How did they know that balloon was from China? Did it have made in China on the side of the balloon, or? Fucking hell.
Supposedly they were tracking it all the way from over there. Supposedly. But what I'm saying is, if they had freaking satellites, why they need to put it on a balloon?
Hey, where in the world did the balloon come from? Maybe China. My girl's got a balloon on her shaved vagina.
You should get to hook up with Eminem, man.
Why they need to put it on a balloon if they already have satellites in the skies? Like,
Ridiculous, huh? I think the whole thing with the balloon is just to get us used to the idea that these balloons have been around for a long time. These high altitude platforms, dude. And they're just getting us ready for it.
Think of how ridiculous it is for China to have a satellite underneath a balloon. Just think about that. Let that sink in for a little bit.
Did they talk about it having a satellite?
Yeah. I mean, it looked like it looked like the satellite, you know, with the like those aerodynamic like solar panel wings.
I just watched something. They shot it down over North Carolina.
All you could see was the solar panels. All you could see is the solar panels and the balloon. What's that like?
I made a video about it. I'm gonna post it right now. Where the newscaster actually makes a rap about it. It's really funny. They put rhymes in a lot of their newscasts, but sometimes they overdo it. Like in this one, they overdid it. I'll post the video.
I think the whole story is just to sort of dig in the message that America doesn't like China for some reason, and China doesn't like America. That's just to remind everyone, hey, why are they sending spy machines?
There's plenty of reason for China to get along.
China said it was a weather balloon that flew off course.
I mean, there are reasons for China and America not to get along. Like, I don't know why you're saying like it's a weird idea.
Yeah, there are reasons. No, it's just to reinforce the idea, to keep reminding the public.
Oh no, I
hey,
thought
you
the
know,
whole Taiwan thing. Well, I want China to take Taiwan. That's my thing.
When they say weather balloon, they've had these high altitude platform balloons up for probably over 100 years, right, in the sky. What they are is weather modification balloons. Just like a Doppler, when they say, oh, this is to predict the weather, no, it's to create the weather. There's no way anybody could see the weather set coming 7 days in advance, just like there's no way anybody could see an asteroid coming months in advance, when they can't even see a truckload of cocaine coming 10 minutes in advance through the border. It's freaking ridiculous, dude.
I got one that made our local news, and so I was in North Carolina cutting some trees, and I'm at this house.
Is that code word? Is that code word for getting some herb?
No, I was actually cutting trees, like huge trees. Yeah. And so I'm looking up in the sky, and the sky is blue, and I see this white, whatever it is. I can't make out exactly what it is, but I see it, you know, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's not the moon. It's just something white up in the sky. And so the day continues on, and I go back to the same spot I was, because it's where I put my, you know, gas can and everything, and I look up, and it's in the same place. So, you know, I go to lunch, and I'm leaving the place after I just ate lunch, and I see an old couple walking out, and they're looking up in the sky also. And the old man's looking at it and he's pointing at it and he's talking to his wife. And I said, "You see that too?" And he said, "Yeah, it's been in the same place all day long." And so I go and I finish up my day and it's getting toward the evening. And this thing is in the same spot. I mean, it's stationary. And several times I went to a tree and I stood right beside the tree and I looked up and it's not moving. And
Was
so
it a
it made
star?
it made the local news, and this is what they said about it. They said it was possibly a weather balloon. And I'm thinking, how is the weather balloon stationary, not moving, not deviating either way all day long?
If it's
How
above the wind,
Is there such a place above the wind, Jeremy? I mean, dude.
They can control those things. They can make them stay stationary. It's well known.
Is it?
Yeah, they have fans on them. Yeah, this is not rocket science. You can get them up to a height where there's practically zero atmos,
Actually,
and you can make them stationary. They can stay up to 6 months, last I checked. And this is commercial stuff. Imagine what the military has.
What height do you think you need to go up to so there's no wind?
well, I don't know. I mean, well, you've seen what you call
About
it. I forgot. You've seen
130,000
Cody's
feet.
lab. You've seen Cody's lab like try and blow a feather with a fan with like half an atmosphere, half like 0.5 psi, and that's at like what 75,000 feet, or no, maybe higher than that. But there ain't much wind to speak of up there, man. So it'd have to be pretty fucking high, which means if you're seeing it, it'd have to be pretty fucking big. But hey, who knows, man? I mean, don't you think it was
Not
a
who
balloon?
knows, man. This is
I mean,
existing technology. You can search this out. This is not who knows.
true. But the guy
They
who would
have
just tell it,
existing balloons that can stay up to 6 months right now. Technology existing right now.
let me ask
Ones
that
I-
guy a
the
question.
ones
You've
I-
seen it. How big did it appear?
If
Sorry?
if I had to put a size on it, the sky was blue, and it was a clear sky. I believe the moon, and I got pictures of it in another phone, and I'll try to find them and send it to you. Who's speaking to me?
That's
Who's
Brian,
asking the
man.
question?
That's
Oh yeah,
Brian.
Brian. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'll try to send you the picture that I got, but it wasn't very big. If I had to liken it, if I had to compare it to something, the moon when it's in the sky during the day at its, what seems like to be the smallest moon you would see in the sky during the day in the blue sky. I would say not even a quarter of that, but it was large enough, way larger than a star would appear to be. And it's just hanging out in the same exact spot. Now, not to deviate in any way whatsoever. Yeah, that's kind of hard in my opinion in that day, and perhaps you could convince me it wouldn't be hard now, but yeah, that's kind of hard being I seen it.
You
Well,
pretty
you're
sure it was a
seeing it.
balloon, though? Sorry, Rocky, bro. I know you're trying to get in.
No, I don't
Well,
think it was a balloon. I think that's what they reported on the news because they didn't even know what it was, right? I think they're just covering something up. I don't know what it was. The older couple that seen it and they were pointing in the sky and looking at it. The guy that was with me cutting the trees that day, he seen it. So many people seen it and it made the local news and a lot of people seen this, right? And so it's not just me seeing it. All these people seen it stay stationary in the same spot for
It couldn't have been a balloon if it's that big, bro. No way.
Well,
no.
you have things that I mean, whatever. It might not be a balloon, but the balloons that we're talking about, the ones that I've researched, can stay up for 300 days or longer, and they have inner balloons inside, like balloons inside a balloon. So they'll increase whatever they're using. Let's just say helium. They'll increase the altitude going up into that layer of wind, cruise around for however long they want, lower it, get into that wind, come back to the same area. And then they can also hold them in the same area. Now, they might be doing a small circle, and to you from the ground, they look stationary. You understand? Because you're at such a great distance. What you saw might not be a balloon, but they
Well, we're not.
definitely saw a balloon over North Carolina.
So yeah, I'm sure they have, but when I was looking at this, it wasn't shrinking or enlarging in any way. So it wasn't going further away or getting closer, and it was not deviating from the left or to the right at all. And several times throughout the day, I stood by the same tree and just peeked my eye around the corner in the same spot of the tree, and try to look at the same angle, and there's no movement whatsoever.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, we might be talking about two different things. What they shot down over North Carolina was definitely a balloon with a satellite under it.
Oh yeah, what you're speaking of now, what I'm speaking of was a few years ago. And
I got you.
According to the trig, man. Okay, according to the trig, if it's 300 feet wide and it's at 100,000 feet, it'd be a little bit too small for the human eye to even see. It would be 0.172. That'd be the angular size of it. So let me do 90,000 feet. See what that comes up to.
yeah, if you got people over their 70s pointing it out and seeing it in the sky and talking with me about it, I mean, yeah.
Have balloons that are larger than football fields, and they change shape as they go up because of the pressure. So they'll be long and skinny near the ground, but as they gain altitude, they'll squash. They'll get wider and then shorter.
This one had more of a rhomboid shape.
Okay.
The balloons that Rakia's talking about.
If it's 85,000 feet high, then it'd be barely detectable to the human eye. So even if you had two up next to each other, you wouldn't even be able to make them out separate. So it doesn't sound like a balloon because it'd have to be closer to about the size he made out. It'd have to be like 40, 50,000 feet. That's not far from the jet streams there, dude. I don't think what he's describing is a balloon, bro.
Yeah,
Unless it
I
was
don't know what
a big fucking balloon. It maybe if it was, I mean, that's basically the size of a football field. I mean, if it was maybe twice the size of a football field, then maybe. But wow, I don't know. I never heard that, or three times the size of a football field, maybe. I mean, I didn't pin it down exactly, but I know that 85,000 feet is the limit of the human vision to see something contrasting at about 0.2, 0.21, 0.02 or whatever.
Yeah, most of the time the balloons, if they get up high, they're a lot of them are made of these translucent materials, so they're not being seen. But whatever's hanging underneath is usually reflecting light, and you can make it out. Like you don't even actually see the balloon most of the time. I don't think.
I'm
Now-
wrong, y'all. Let me fix myself real quick. Correct myself real quick, Rocky. No, 0.02 is the human fucking limit. It was 0.17 at 100,000 feet, and so yeah, that sounds about the size. And the height it'd need to be to stay still. If it was 300 feet wide, it'd be because the moon is like 0.5. So I was thinking 0.02. I was wrong. So yeah, if it was the right contrast color, most of them are clear. So there's no way we're going to see them at that height. But if it was white, like a latex sort of white, and it would be kind of I think when they expand, they do look kind of ellipsy looking, like or however you described it. I don't know if that's, but yeah, that's perfectly possible. If it was about 110,000, 120,000 feet, it would be about exactly a quarter size of the moon and out of the, and maybe possibly stationary. Just saying it's possible.
I think the one they saw that the last day or two, it was lower. Like I truly think it just got out of like control. You know what I'm saying? Like whether it's a spy or weather balloon or whatever, who cares? Right? I think it just got out of control and came too low or whatever.
I just want to say the math Brian did is still wrong, unless the balloon was at 90 degrees from whatever altitude he's at.
No, I didn't use 90-degree triangle, Jeremy. Just so you know.
Yeah, but you just put it at the height, right? You just said how high is the
I put it
balloon
at
and
the
then
angle
figured out how
between
small.
I put it at a height between the eyes, and so yeah, if I'm going to use a hypotenuse, even if I did use triangle, it might be a little further, but I was just giving a ballpark, bro. And I
It
was
could be a
wrong at
lot
first.
further.
I'm glad I at least corrected myself, bro, because at 0.17, that's a little less than half the size of the moon. You know, that's not quite a third, but in fact, that is pretty close to a third, but just a little bit bigger than a third the size of a moon at 100,000 feet. And it could be a lot further if it was a crazy angle. Yeah, it was
How
like
many
lower
miles
to the
is that
horizon.
above you? How many miles is it? Is that 100,000 feet or whatever? How many miles is that above?
19, I think, about 19 miles.
Yeah. So what if you had something that was? I mean, could you see something in the air that was that high, 200 miles away, 500 miles,
I
1,000
think
miles?
if it was 100 miles away, bro, we wouldn't even see it. It'd be you know, look at a cloud. A cloud 20 miles away, bro, is right on the horizon, bro.
Yeah, but clouds aren't that high though.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Well, some clouds aren't. Hold on, because there are clouds.
Most of them, yeah, most
They're
of them.
called noctilus. They're called like noctilus clouds. They're dummy high, bro. However high you think clouds are, these clouds are way higher. I think they're called noctilus clouds, something like that.
Nimbus, cumulonimbus, or cirro
No,
stratus are the highest ones, I think.
it ain't no regular shit you ever heard of, bro. I'm on some next level shit.
Yeah, I know you're talking about them. I know
You're
what you're
so
talking about.
stupid, Jeremy. They're not noctilucent clouds, yeah. Next
Noctilucent,
level
there
shit.
it is. That's How you
They're
guys
the
those
ones
are
you see at night.
next
They're the
level
ones you
shit,
see at
Mario.
night, right?
How high are they, Coach? No, Coach is an expert on this.
Goddamn
We had
mic's
5
open,
minutes.
babe. Yeah, 60 miles.
60 miles, bro. What?
So no air up there, but clouds.
That checks out. That's where the Carmen line is, right? 60 miles? Is that where the Carmen? Is that where your dome, Coach? We were talking about your dome the other day, remember?
You guys been drinking clouds at
Hold on.
60 miles, you said?
Yeah, wait, we got to figure out. Oh, my wife's coming down. Never mind. Maybe later, Coach. We got to talk about your dome.
Yeah, okay, yeah, my girl's here too, and she's being extra loud.
How you guys doing tonight? What are we all drinking?
No, this is a shit show Saturday night. So keep that in mind.
I'm drinking some tawny port. Delicious.
Oh, tonight's the night, or what?
Dr. Pepper on the rocks.
What'd you say? What on the rocks?
Dr. Pepper
Oh.
on the rocks.
On the rocks. On the rocks. That's pretty funny.
Dr. Pepper on the
Styrofoam.
rock.
What year?
Styrofoam cup.
Rocky, you'll be making them fancy ice, perfect ice spheres. You know how they be doing
2023.
that shit now? Just put some Dr. Pepper in it.
Got a Shirley Simple.
A Mickey Mouse.
McGillicuddy.
Yeah, what did you want to ask about the dome? What are you talking about?
Oh, the dome you were talking about. You said shit was bouncing off it in your model, and then you had meteors inside of it, I think. Or I was trying to just figure out more about your dome idea.
I think you were talking about a dream you fucking had, dude. This never happened.
Oh, no dream.
Are we going back to Kosho's dome again?
His wife's around, so he's
Can't talk too crazy.
Now, this was like 2 or 3 days ago. You said there was a dome and that shit was bouncing off it, and then the meteors, I think, were inside the dome.
What did you guys think about the balloon that was just shot down?
Satellites on
They
balloons.
shoot that down?
You sound like a nutcase flat earther.
Why? Why
Did they
would you
shoot
say
that down though, Charlie?
You didn't know? They shot it down today. There's video of it being shot
Yeah.
down. You want to see it? There's like HD video.
Yeah, why not?
They sent an
I know what
F-22. They sent an F-22 and they shot it down with like a remotely detonated missile.
Are we not protecting our airspace? How does that even?
the airplanes.
No, bro, they let it pass through the entire country, and then after it was
That's
done
what I
passing
mean,
through the
like-
country, they shot it
That's
down.
what
And
I
then
mean, like,
Biden came out and said, "Oh, I gave the order to shoot it down on Wednesday."
Like, how do we let that happen? Like, we're not even protecting our airspace.
They waited till it got over
It made it to
water, so it
Wyoming?
wouldn't damage it.
It
No,
wouldn't make
North
it to Wyoming.
Carolina.
North Carolina.
They shot it down over the water.
Hold on, there's a really close up video of it. There we go, I found it. Where do I post it? Live stream chat.
Yeah, live stream text. You know, I know what
Yeah.
that shit is.
You know, you're on video, right?
Oh yeah, it's
Right.
very intentional.
Yes. Charlie used to do it all the time, man.
You gotta shut
Yeah,
that
you-
down, though, bro. Hold on.
Can he take it off? Yeah, I can't.
I will turn it off if you want me to.
It's a technical issue. If we
If
have
you-
too many people in the room, it won't let new people join. Yeah, shut it off,
Right.
will you, Charlie?
No problem.
Thanks, bud. Thank you. There's some kind of weird
This.
technical thing with Discord.
Yeah, no worries. So, like, hold on. Why the snarky flat Earth comments when I brought up the balloon, though? Whoever said
Just
them.
something Rocky had said earlier about satellites on balloons. You guys thought we were
Oh, I
crazy
didn't-
for saying satellites were on balloons. And now
Why?
you're
Why
talking
would?
about satellites
that-
on balloons.
Why would it be crazy that the surveillance balloon, the existence of the surveillance balloon, which nobody ever denied existed before it was even found out that it was over the country? Why do you think that proves them wrong? Are you
What do you mean?
implying that Globers were saying
never-
that balloons don't exist?
No, they said we were crazy when we said there's satellites on balloons. They were like, "Get the fuck out of here! There's no satellites on balloons." They used to
No.
say that.
Even when
no,
we
no.
posted-
The
room
flat
full of
earthers
people.
say that some of the satellites
Are
that
on
are
balloons.
in what we call in orbit, you say they're on a balloon, right?
Dude, like 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, they said that no, there is no satellites on balloons. I had to pull it up and show them the whole LTE network in fucking South America is less than a dozen balloons over the whole continent. Or I don't know if it's
You
the
don't
whole
know what
continent,
we've
but
been through,
most-
Charlie.
And then I
And
had to show 'em Project
I
Satellite, Project
quote-
Balloon and all that shit.
And I quote,
You're chopping up, Rocky.
and I quote,
Who's talking?
You must be
That's why
quoting a
would we
fucking
have
robot because you're
satellites
robot and bad, Rocky.
under balloons.
Right. I don't think I ever did.
We have
Rocky, yeah, you're roboting.
I've been on all day. I know. I'm trying to
Go
get off.
catch
It
up.
won't let me.
I mean,
I know.
I mean, I never denied. I never denied
know,
that
bro.
balloons existed, right?
Listen, Charlie, you don't know what we've been through with these Glover guys, with the Kosho and the likes, right? They told us crazy shit in the past, so we were
You
just
don't
joking.
include me in that. You don't include
We
me
were
in that
just
shit?
joking. No, we were just joking. You go against them sometimes. We were just joking around. It's all good.
All right.
So as long as we all know satellites are on balloons,
Some are. Did you see that? Did you see the
There
video
are.
I posted?
that is a thing. Yes, that's a thing.
Like, why? Like, they apparently shot a missile right underneath the hardware, and it seems to me like they destroyed the hardware, so they're not going to be able to get a lot off of it.
That's
It
what
seems
you-
like a
that's what you
disappointment.
call retarded. Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't they like shoot bullets at the balloon itself and let it just like drift down? Also, I don't like their explanation. Like, oh, we don't want to shoot it down over the United States because it might fall on somebody. Like, do you know what the chances are?
Retarded.
Do you know what the chances are of like hitting a person with like even a target, even like a piece of debris that big over the entire country?
100%
Yeah,
more than if you shot it down over water.
Well, there could technically still be a person, you know, on a boat over water.
Yeah, but they shut down all the airports and made everybody evacuate the part of the water that they're going to shoot it down on. So 100%.
There's
still
never
retarded.
100%. It's still
They
really dumb.
grounded all the airplanes. Could you believe that?
I would argue that you're putting a lot more lives at risk if you're letting them collect all that information. Because I also don't understand. I mean, granted, I'm no expert in military technology. They claim that they were able to prevent it from transmitting data, but I don't understand how you could do that. I understand how you could do that if you're like next to the receiver and you could put like an RF jammer near it. But it was in the middle of freaking air. I don't understand how they could do that.
Yeah, I think that this here.
So you're willing
hear
to
me out.
entertain the idea that China sent a balloon
Yes.
from China to America to spy on America?
They have a.
Well,
I mean,
test out.
that's what
I don't
the
believe
U.S.
that
government
for a
thinks
second.
happened.
Why would
believe
they
that
need
either.
to?
What?
They're testing
Why
out.
would they
They're
need to?
testing out.
Why would they
Hear
what?
me out, dude.
Hold on, I want to hear what that person said. Why would they what?
All right, go ahead.
Why would they need to?
Because there are certain types of surveillance equipment that you have to do from much closer. You can't do from satellites that are up higher in the sky.
Why would they need to do surveillance? Is that a
Why would they need to spy on another country?
yeah?
They have
Oh,
satellites
because
out
you
there,
guys
go
believe
ahead
they're all
and
in bed
continue.
together, right?
If
Right.
they have millions of satellites orbiting, why the fuck would they need a balloon?
Again, because
I think there's
again,
millions.
if you have a telescope, why would you need binoculars, right? Same argument. My point is that there are certain types of equipment which only works closer, right? Like
If
I
you're spying
actually
on somebody with a telescope, but you know they can see you if you use binoculars, would you fucking use binoculars if you already got a telescope spying on them and they can't see you?
They're not.
if you can get a better picture of binoculars, yeah.
They're not
Also,
trying to get visuals, dude.
Do you think it's to test the waters to see how the U.S. reacts, like to try and like provoke, or to try and
It's
see
bullshit, bro. Nobody believes
how
that
the government
shit.
reacts?
I think it's because we all have balloons, and that one just kind of went astray. Like they lost control of it, just like we lose control of some of the balloons that we launch. Companies do whatever, and they crash.
So that is what the Chinese claim. The Chinese do claim that it was an accident.
Yeah, I mean, you think they're gonna fly this balloon 20,000 miles up, or where we can see it? Come on,
20,000
So they can
miles?
get-
Hold on. How high do you think the balloon was?
Well, we could see it, right?
Yeah, it's like 60,000
So you
feet, dude, not 20,000 miles.
Okay, but at one point it might have been higher. Do you agree?
No, I don't.
Because they're not going to fly it at 20,000 feet over the U.S.
I believe there's a theoretical limit as to how high.
Okay, so
those
you
balloons can
think
go.
they put equipment on it they can use from 20,000 feet? Why are you talking over me? I'm trying to
Nobody's talking over you.
understand
You're
what you
roboting.
believe. You believe that China sent a
Fix your
balloon
internet.
to fly over America at 20,000 feet because they put equipment on it.
60,000 feet.
Fair enough. You screwed my internet. I've been online all day.
I screwed your internet? Why would I do that?
It seems like he has a delay. To be honest, he's referring to things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I
nobody's
think you got
speaking
like
over
a
him.
5-second delay almost. Like maybe a whole 5 seconds. To be honest, that's the way it comes across to me.
Jump out and jump back in, Rick. Yeah, that might fix it.
Wait, I have a question. Are flat earthers allowed to use satellite internet? Or does that kind of go against your beliefs?
They think all satellites are on balloons.
Right, but like I guess my question is if it's advertised as being, internet over a satellite that's in an orbit, are they by ideology compelled to not use it?
I don't think you even mean what you're saying right now.
Yeah,
So-
that sounds just very disingenuous and
It is a little
it's
tongue in
really
cheek.
ridiculous.
I mean, clearly the answer is no, right?
I don't appreciate you trying to waste other people's time. But it was almost funny,
That's
kind of.
fine. You can not appreciate it. That's fine.
No, I do. I kind of do. It was almost funny. It was a good attempt, I guess.
Hey, you guys.
Do Globers never eat flatbread when you go to an Indian restaurant? You're like, no, it's fucking pan.
Well, the
on that.
existence of flatbread doesn't go against my belief on the shape of the Earth, right? But the existence of satellites in orbit sort of do. Is in conflict with your worldview.
Sure, and you know how much you really meant that question genuinely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to point out how that analogy is not good.
Yeah, let's not derail the conversation. So, are you guys
Where were we?
saying that this satellite was deliberately sent to spy here, or do you think it was an errand, like a mistake? It just flew off course. Which of those two stories do you believe?
I believe that given the history of the Chinese, it would not. I mean, I don't know for sure, right? But I'm leaning towards the Chinese know exactly what they're doing, and it was intentional because they flew over several of our nuclear facilities.
So you're saying a hostile country flew a balloon, which is easily spotted at 20,000 feet from China to the United States with the intention of spying on our
Correct.
facilities.
That's what I believe. Yes.
Wow. Okay. Then, yeah.
I don't think it was their intention. I don't think it was their intention for it to not be noticed, right? Because the facilities which they want, I imagine, the facilities which they wanted to record are in Montana, and I don't know if you know your U.S. map, but Montana's right on the border. So all they really had to do is take pictures really quickly. They didn't have to get out. If they shot down the balloon then and there, I would have imagined that they would have already gotten the information that they needed for a relatively inexpensive, little balloon.
And
So
you don't
are the
think the
Globers
Chinese
going
have
out
spy planes to do that, or a satellite that they claim they have in the so-called space? You don't think they could have
Yes, that's
achieved?
one of them.
No, I'm trying to tell you, I don't believe that they have the same capability on a satellite that's in orbit, right? You use different tools for different purposes.
How about a plane, a high-altitude spy plane like the U-2?
I don't think you would. I mean, I don't believe that you would get good, for example, infrared images from higher up in the atmosphere, right? Because the atmosphere sort of absorbs infrared quite well. So
And
the
how do you
closer you
know
are
they
to the
were
ground,
after infrared images?
I don't know.
Just,
I'm trying to give you an
just
example.
assuming, right?
No. I'm trying to give you an example of a type of data gathering from which they would get much more valuable information, or any information at all, from putting it closer to the ground than higher up.
Doesn't infrared actually cut through the atmosphere better than any other type of light?
No. Well, yes and no. So infrared is absorbed by greenhouse gases quite a bit more than any other wavelength, right? So it's scattered evenly throughout the surface
Yeah,
because of it.
I don't think so, man.
I've
Okay.
never wanted Kosho to come in all my life more than right now. Kosho, please.
I mean,
I'll let you guys finish up the explanation, but I mean, I can tell you what's really going on.
I mean, again, infrared radiation is high wavelength. The spectral lines of things like water vapor, methane, CO2 can absorb it quite well. I mean, that's just a fact. You don't need kosher for that.
I mean, haven't you ever seen
why are we
like
even entertaining this guy? He thinks that a hostile government flew a balloon 20,000 feet, which airplanes fly higher than that, by the way, over a country to spy on it. Like,
no, it wasn't. Listen, a few years ago when they were setting up 5G, one of the main countries that had, one of the main companies that had the contract for it was Huawei, that cell phone company from China, the same company that was using those phones to spy on people. Like, it's already a known fact. Like, a lot of countries banned that phone company, because I mean, I have a Huawei phone, and yeah, they supposedly have like a hardware in it that will automatically, like, they can get access to it at any point in time. And so they were contracted to set up the 5G in Canada, and I think large parts of the U.S. And then there was a whole there was a whole thing where they basically revoked those contracts because of the spying, and I guess they were suspicious that they were going to use that 5G network to to basically further that whole thing. And
You
so,
sound like some sort of conspiracy theorist.
well, I mean, this is all fact. This is all like this is the reason why they canceled those contracts. But
What does
Huawei's
that
in
have to
on
do
it.
with?
Huawei and Canada are in on the spying of American
no,
citizens.
Huawei is a Chinese company.
Sure.
Yeah. So anyway, so the
And
point
they
is
have
that
phones in America that are spying on American citizens.
yeah, they're spying
Ooh.
on anybody anywhere who had those phones. Yeah. That's
They
another
got us,
thing.
That is
didn't they?
right. The American government forbade people to own those phones. But what does that have to
Yeah.
do with balloons, bro?
Yeah. So Facebook and Google, they had a project that was similar to SpaceX's, not SpaceX, but what's it called? Starlink. Except for instead of satellites, they were going to use balloons to set up internet all over. So it seems like this balloon, can be made to look like it was an accidental fucking thing, but they could just be testing some project in the future where they're going to set up like a Wi-Fi, like an internet type of thing, where in actuality they're just going to intercept a bunch of fucking data and calls and all that type of stuff. So they're probably just testing it out and see if they can intercept like all of our data, because they're not going to be taking pictures and shit with that. They can use other shit for that. It's just for a data network.
So you're saying it's not a Chinese spy balloon?
No, it is
was
a
one of
Chinese
the
spy
American.
balloon. It is a Chinese spy balloon, but I think it's a part of a bigger project that they're continuing. The project where they're trying to set up that 5G and like intercept everyone's information through that. And since they lost those contracts, there's like a solution to continue that project.
Wow, you got a pretty vivid imagination there. If you think you can send a balloon from China to spy on them, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life, bro. Like Charles Verne stuff.
I find it incredible that like the flat
Jules
earther has
Verne?
taken the position of like the left wing people who say like, oh, it's all innocent. They're not going to spy on us for that. It was all an accident.
Well, no,
What's
no.
the
Actually,
balloon?
Charlie, wait, hold on. Let me make a point. Charlie, if let's say that like space isn't what they're telling us, and they're actually not going into space, satellites don't exist the way they are. Like they're in on the lie together, right? Let's say that is the case. Well, that's where the flat earthers coming from. Where okay, it's all
each other, right?
like the same people, at the top controlling all the countries, and all the wars are funded on both sides by the same people, and we're the pawns in the game no matter what. They're not really against each other, but the idea of borders and wars and all that keeps the people believing in this, so they can then put their lives on the line for things that are useless, really, to their lives, but very useful to the people that are in charge of all the countries.
Right. Yeah,
That's
I
where
see
it's coming from. Not from a leftist idea, but more like they're all in bed together, like you said before. But let me ask you this though: Are Globers like not allowed to say sunsets because actually we're falling backwards from the sun?
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Are Glovers not allowed to say some what?
I'm just kidding. Well, you said why are flat earthers not allowed to use satellite internet because they don't believe in satellites, but satelloons are the same thing anyway. So, but I was saying, are Glovers not allowed to say the sun sets because actually it's us falling backwards from the sun?
Us falling backwards from the sun. I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
to fall
we're
backwards
turning
from the
away
sun.
from the sun. That's what gives the illusion of the sun setting, right? It's
Right.
the Earth moving, not the
I don't
sun.
see any
You're
inconsistency.
saying the sun sets, you're implying the sun is actually moving.
No, that's not what the implication is at all. I understand
kidding.
what you're trying to say, but I don't see the conflict in language there.
Well, anyway, I was kidding because there's lots of things that are illusions that you guys describe as happening, even though it's not happening. The sun doesn't move across the sky, but a lot of Glovers would say, "Look at the sun's going down."
Right, but I mean, with language, we're not typically that pedantic, right? We just make abstractions.
I was kidding because you were making a joke about the satellites with flat earthers not believing in them, blah blah blah. That's all.
All right.
But yeah, you get my point about the whole in bed with each other. If it is the case that they're faking space and they're in on that lie together, I mean, we share on the ISS, and they're part of the ISS is a Russian part of the ISS. I mean, it's not like they have things that are secret. Besides, TikTok spies on us already, right?
Well, it's probably a good thing that space isn't fake then.
How many countries are represented in the United States ISS? I feel like when I watch that tour video, they're like, "Oh, here's some Russian guys. Hey, what's up, guys? Budlaska." And then they're like, "Hey, what's up, Japanese people in this corner of it?" I feel like there's like multiple countries inside of it.
It's Canada, Japan, Russia, United States, and 11 more. The 11 states of the European Space Agency. So Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and the UK.
Okay, hey,
Don't forget about the Israelis.
Hey, okay, but I appreciate that. That was a great list you just broke out, and so you'd imagine, from the flat Earth perspective, the countries you listed, they're in on it together. They cooperate to that degree, and any amount of like disagreements or angst or turmoil amongst the countries on the ground is sort of like a show that they put on for the citizens. Like you got Russian astronauts in the ISS with American astronauts, and I mean they're allowed to report data from the ISS back to their home countries, right? I mean, how could they not? So,
it's not top secret.
Yeah, top secret, but I mean,
it's not top secret. Like,
not top secret.
Yeah, if there's anything confidential, it wouldn't be privy to the other countries, or really a lot of people even.
So do you think that like Russian citizens have like a Russian camera aboard the ISS that gives them like the Russian ISS feed and we get the American ISS feed, or do you think it's broadcast to both nations at the same time? Like the same camera?
I would think that it's incredibly expensive to stream that much data. I mean, I don't know.
They did it from the moon in '69, right? Can't be that hard.
Right,
No,
but
they
like,
didn't do that.
My point is to have like multiple. Seems to be to me like a waste, but I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know.
So we share the same camera, you imagine?
I would think so, but I mean, we can probably find out. ISS live stream.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to use your VPN or whatever, and falsify your location to Russia and see what kind of internet access you have from that. You know how the VPNs work, right?
Well, I wouldn't. I would think that I'd be able to find it even if I'm not on a VPN. It's probably just available at a different location. Okay, so I see that there's one of like a camera.
Miles up, dude.
What?
It's streaming 200 miles away.
So?
How? Yeah, but it's not that far. You act like it's worlds away. Like I can stream for free from here to Japan. I can send you a picture in Japan right now, instantly.
Yeah,
I can send you a video.
Right, but you're using a wire on the ground, right? You're not using I would think so. You're not using, or I don't know. If you're the guy whose internet sucks, maybe you are using satellite. But
I'm on my phone on a boat. Where are you? You have full internet at your apartment?
Oh wait, so you are on satellite.
So you think I'm on
that's
satellite?
not how phones work, bro. Like, you know how phones work.
I thought he meant he was on a
man.
phone. I thought he meant he was on a boat, like on the middle of nowhere. But if he's like docked near a cell phone tower, then sure, he's using data.
This is in America, man.
Yeah, but that's the other point, though. Is regardless of if it's the ground or not, it's a network that's set up, and that network's not free. Like they cost money to build that infrastructure and build the ability to send that back and forth. So
to run the
sending a signal from the ISS isn't free just because it's 200 miles away.
Yeah, but I'm not NASA either. But it's what I'm saying. It's only 200 miles away. I have 5 phones. I pay like $200 or $300 a month. I have unlimited data. I can send unlimited data to Japan, Germany.
It's not about distance. It's not about distance. It's about the mode of transportation, right? Like, it's a lot more expensive to have the systems in place to send internet back and forth between like
so what is the
satellite.
so what is the technology involved for for the ISS to send a live stream camera footage to the ground, what kind of technology and what kind of power do you think is required there? What's involved?
I don't think it's a power issue. I would think that the technology is similar to what is present in satellites that actually provide internet to ground stations, right? And that's not cheap, right? Satellite internet is expensive for people, and they will.
We'll say like satellite TV, right? You got a little satellite on the top of your roof, right?
Well, that's
Picking up
different.
TV.
That's different
In what way?
because satellite, as far as I know, satellite TV is broadcast to everybody. It's not like you make a request. I want Google.com, and then your request goes up to the satellite, and then the satellite has to handle your individual request, Google.com, right? Whereas with TV, the satellite, all it's doing is requesting a ground station. Give me all of the channels all at the same time, right? And then the satellite would just broadcast that out. It doesn't really do like individual request handling.
Yeah,
That
and doing
sounds
that for one
easier,
person.
honestly.
Well, yeah, but you have to imagine all that bandwidth. So it's a lot. There's a lot of bandwidth involved in all those stations or whatever.
Bandwidth isn't an issue.
You
If I
think
can put a
NASA
satellite,
absolutely
is
is.
worried about
How's that not an issue?
Spectrum is expensive,
With-
dude. You can't just.
Y'all think y'all think all these countries are worried about cost of sending information back from the ISS? You
Probably
really
not.
do?
You might be right. You might be
And
right. It might be relatively inexpensive, relatively for them, right? I might be totally wrong on this. And in fact, all
Yeah,
I can find is a
could
single
be.
live stream, which is just like a video, like I guess presumably from outside the window, just like looking out.
It's like think about it like this: like, how easy would it be for me to communicate with somebody down the street with like a radio I set up at home or whatever? It's like probably wouldn't be too difficult. But the bigger the file I'm trying to send, the more bandwidth, it becomes exceedingly difficult to like to send like a 8K video of myself like live stream to that person down the street. So there's a lot.
don't make it sound impressive by
Okay.
using words like 8K or 4K. Do you well actually could you? I got a question for you, Kosho. Could you break down simply what's involved in the process of someone receiving satellite television? So they got a little satellite on their rooftop, right? And of course there's a satellite involved. But of course the satellite isn't the one producing the information. It's coming from some sort of ground station, right? Some sort of broadcast station. And then it's going up to the satellite, and then it's, I don't know, what do you want to say? It's reflecting, it's transmitting.
It's called a bent pipe satellite.
Okay, so could you guys break down what's involved in a subscription I receive for satellite television where I get 500 channels?
Sure. Well, I mean, I don't know this for a fact. I can tell you how I would think it would work, and this is coming from somebody who works for a company as an engineer.
Whatever. Just tell me how it works, man.
Communication.
Just tell me how you think it works.
I don't know how it actually works. I can tell you how it probably works.
Oh, come on. Okay, well, give me your best shot.
Sure. Okay. So, do you want to know like from the ground station all the way up to satellite and then back down? Like what detail do you want to know, right?
Well,
These systems are
someone
incredibly
has
complex.
Well, let's say that there's 500 movies, on 500 different channels, and let's just say it's stored on some sort of server or some sort of hard drive on the ground, right?
Sure.
And it's like, okay, this ground station has all this information on its hard drive, and then it wants to communicate 500 movies on
Sure,
500 different channels to a person receiving it on the end of it,
Sure.
right? The subscription holder, and they can flip through their channels and receive each of these things at the flip of a button.
Sure. So here's how I believe that it works, and I could be wrong.
Yeah, whatever.
So you got a ground station. In theory, you probably have multiple just for backups in case weather events. There's a cloud overhead.
Let's not worry about that. Let's not worry about that.
For now, let's just assume one, right?
Yeah.
The data is streamed digitally to a ground station, which contains the RF equipment and also has the modulation equipment, which is equipment that takes the digital signal, transforms it into a sampled analog signal, and then from that into an actual analog signal on the RF component. There's also software components on top of that handle what's called the MAC layer, Media Access Control Layer, which just basically takes care of the logic of making sure that there's no spectrum collisions. For example, your Wi-Fi.
Sure.
Your Wi-Fi has this. So the reason, I mean, I can go into this tangent if you want, or I could just ignore it. But your Wi-Fi, the way it works is that the way it works with multiple devices, right? It has multiple channels, but let's pretend that there's only one channel on your Wi-Fi. And by channel, it means spectrum, like frequency spectrum. The way that your Wi-Fi router works is that it tries to communicate to a specific device. And if there's interference, either because other devices were talking over the same channel, which they would, then it'll just try again after a random backoff time. And by random backoff time, I mean like this is an infinitesimal amount of time, not noticeable to you as a human, but it's enough such that somebody else is talking, then that signal can go through. So this is called it's called a collision avoidance protocol.
I think you're getting too technical about this.
Well, I mean, you asked me for how it works, but
You kinda asked for that.
I can just ignore that. Okay, I'm just going to glance over it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So the RF station has the signal over a coaxial cable in actual analog. It's not digital anymore, right? Then it goes through something that's called an IF bridge, which shifts it up into frequency, into a more manageable frequency. And then from there, it goes to actual RF, which is the frequency that's going to be used to actually transmit the signal. It gets sent to the actual dish antenna.
Radio frequency, right?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on who you're getting your...
Let's start there, right? Let's start there, right? There's some sort of RF signal being sent from some sort of broadcast station on the ground. That's where I wanted to start.
Sure, and it's pointed. So, it's on a dish antenna, right? It gets shot to a parabolic antenna. The parabolic antenna is pointed to the satellite, right? And then
and
that
tell me
signal...
about the satellite. Is it a geostationary satellite? Kind of has to be, right? That's what I've heard.
It depends. The ones that I work with for my company are all geostationary. But we do internet.
The whole idea of like a satellite television subscriber holder, right? They get a satellite dish installed on the top of their roof or whatever, and it's pointed in one single direction, and it can't be pointed in any other direction, or else it wouldn't work.
Yep, you're right. Yep. I mean, there are systems
it has
which
to be a geostationary satellite, right?
Well, there are. I don't know if there are systems like this for television, but I do know that for internet, there are systems that will actually hand over your connection to
Never heard of satellite TV?
What?
You never heard of satellite TV?
Of course I've heard of satellite TV. Why would you ask that?
Because what I was saying about if someone gets a satellite TV dish put on top of their house, there has to be some sort of professional installer who's hired to position the angle, and like you don't have to adjust the angle which is positioned on top of your roof. You set it at a specific angle, and what they allegedly, they install the satellite on top of your roof, and it's positioned at an angle that's directed straight towards a geostationary satellite.
Okay,
somewhere,
sure. I mean, that's not an important point, sure, but I mean,
I feel like that's the most important point.
No, it's not. I mean, you keep interrupting me. I'm trying to explain to you there is actually satellite communication systems. There's actually satellite communication systems which do handovers, where the antenna is actually slightly pointing to a different point, right? And your signal will actually pass from one satellite to another if there's multiple. Like that's what SpaceX does, for example, right? So SpaceX doesn't use geostationary satellites, but I guess that's internet, not TV, like you asked, right? So I'm willing to just concede that it doesn't matter. So the RF signal gets shot to a dish, which is pointing to the satellite. Obviously, the signal travels all the way up to the satellite. That signal, in theory, could just contain all of the 500 channels streaming at the same time, right? The satellite will receive the signal, and I would think that the satellite has several antennas each of which is beaming down all of the information over a region of, down on the ground. And it's not specific to any one customer. It's just broadcast out. And all the customer has to do, and I'm sure there's details over, making sure that somebody who's not subscribed can't listen in, et cetera, et cetera. They need to have the right code, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure that everything is encrypted, so only subscribers can decrypt what they're listening to. So anyway, the satellite beams it back down over a broad area, and then whoever's listening, they have a little they have a little dish antenna on top of the roof. Whoever's listening is getting all of the channels all at the same time, right? Like the satellite doesn't need to know about the subscriber in particular, and all they have to do whenever they want a specific channel is, press a button, and their hardware will only display a specific channel, within the signal that they're receiving.
All right, yeah, it sounds about the same as how I imagined it.
Hey, Fundy, 1 second. Hey,
Sure.
you said the satellite beams, like this beam, right? The whole point
It's
of a
less
satellite.
it's less
the
of
whole
a
point
beam
of
and more of a
satellite
wave,
is
I would
to
think.
cover-
But go ahead.
Well, hold on. So the point of a satellite is to cover more like area over the Earth, right?
No, that's not the point of satellite. The point of the satellite is to, at least my understanding of the point of a satellite is, whenever you have people who can't easily connect directly to ground stations over a network, it is much easier to just communicate through the air, up to satellite and then down to the ground station. So, for example, in Australia, right, the
Why can't ground stations just communicate to each other? Ground station to
They
ground
do.
station.
It would take a wired connection.
They do communicate with each other. Why would you think
It
they
would
don't
take a
communicate
wired
to each other?
connection, which does exist all throughout the continents and stuff.
By the way,
but
when I say ground station, I mean the internet side of the connection, not the user side. You call that the terminal side.
Hey, let me tell you something, man. What was that, Good White there?
Yeah.
So Bread Rising sent me a video the other day about like like really shockingly, it's actually a 1940s like infomercial type of thing. 1940s, believe it or not, right? And it was about mobile phones, cell phones in cars that they were introducing into the market, right? And it was like this sales pitch. It's like, hey, your company should invest in our services. We can provide you a mobile phone connection inside of your traveling car. And they're always saying, like, we either have a tower in the center of a town that can, like, through landlines, have its signal broadcasted from some central beacon within the middle of the town. And the other situation was like, we can also set up these towers every 50 miles along a highway, because each tower, assuming there's no like large hills, right, and assuming like the tower is on top of the tallest hill within like a 50-mile radius, it's like, yeah, then we can connect to the cars as long as we have a line of sight connection to broadcast to them by, right? And so
That's wild. Oh, go ahead.
so
Are you finished?
just one last thing. And so the idea of satellites versus wired underground connections or like or above ground like telephone wires, the idea is that your ability to transmit a message to a receiver is based on like line of sight. And so if you're working with ground towers, you're going to be limited to like physical obstacles in your way, like hills or buildings or mountains or whatever. So you want to put the ground towers on top of the highest hill in the village. And then they said, even if it is on the highest hill of the village, it has like a 50-mile radius. And then the benefit of a satellite is that a satellite has no obstacles in its way. And so and also I guess there's somehow some extra energy they develop, or like extra strength, where one satellite can reach like a I don't know, a few 1,000-mile radius of broadcast by putting a little more oomph into it and also having no obstacles in its way. Because like a
Well,
satellite wouldn't be able to communicate to someone underground as a parallel. The someone in a cave would be the parallel to the satellite.
yeah, well, like the reason why I asked that, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but so that means the satellite is broadcasting and everybody's able to receive that. So how are they sending it
Within
to
its line of sight.
everybody?
Within its line of
satellite TV
sight.
for satellite TV.
Yeah,
Sure,
I
yeah.
get that, but
Within its line of sight, it can broadcast to anyone within its line of sight. But then there's also this requirement of like the strength of the signal, right? Like I was saying about the early cell phone towers for like car phones. One tower, it didn't matter if there was obstacles or if it was on like a flat plane. It simply had a reach of like 50 miles, and that's why. And it doesn't seem like that's been improved upon even till today, because when you drive on the highway and you pay attention, you'll see a cell phone tower like every 20 miles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's for mobile. That's for mobile service, but
Dude.
cell phone service is different.
So
Cell
check this
phones is
out.
actually an
I have a
outdated.
Well, it's higher
outdated term.
frequency. Well, cell phone
no, the
towers
cell.
communicating internet data, right? It's
Well,
higher
Richard had a
frequency.
question.
Well, no.
check this out,
Okay.
dudes.
Richard had a
I have a
question. I want to hear it.
satellite dish on the top of my house, and they pointed it right at the mountain. So here in Albuquerque, where I live, it's a 5,000 elevation, and the mountain, the top of the crest, is about 11,000. So, yeah, I asked the dude. I was like, "Why are you pointing it that way? Like, shouldn't you be pointing it up at the sky?" He's like, "No, we point it at the mountain." And I'm like, "Wow, that's kind of weird, right?" And then, so this place that I work, they have a bunch of satellite dishes too, and they're pointed at the mountain too. And I'm like, "Why are these satellite dishes all pointing at fucking mountains?"
If you tell me where you're at or like what mountain you're talking about and maybe the internet service that you use, I might be able to answer that question.
What direction is the mountain from where you work? I guess it's north, south, east, west.
It's east.
Where do you live, if you don't mind me asking?
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. What internet service do you use?
Comcast.
And they do satellite internet?
No, dude, I have DirecTV, dude.
Oh, it's DirecTV. I thought you were talking about satellite internet. Okay.
Well, Comcast does TV and internet, so perhaps both. I don't know, but
That's
it
pretty
does do
easy.
both.
All we have to do is look up where the DirecTV satellite is. DirecTV satellites.
Why would you believe that when dude literally pointed it out at the fucking mountain, dude? And I'm like, why aren't you pointing it up at the sky? And he's like, well, we have a signal, and that's where the strongest signal is. And I'm like, well, why at the? I couldn't get past that. But this was even before this whole like,
So
flat
the
Earth
idea,
thing.
right? So
And
the
and
idea is
I've been to the top of the mountain. There's like tons of towers up there.
right.
And yeah, dude.
So the idea is that what people are referring to as like satellite internet or satellite television isn't actually pointing towards a satellite in the sky, but is actually directed towards some sort of tower on the highest hill nearby, and then it's all
I
ground
agree,
based.
bro. I agree, bro. That's their whole trick, man. But then
Well,
they
the
tell you
idea.
that there's thousands of satellites in the sky, and we all got to pay for them. There's this fucking little tax that we all got to pay in our phone bills and internet bills, and you know, I mean,
I
even
mean,
if it's a few cents or whatever, few cents, like over 350 million people that have to pay this tax. That shit adds up, dude.
Comcast is not a satellite TV company. They do
No,
internet.
he said DirecTV.
Comcast.
Yeah, my bad. I might have added that. I don't. That might be my fault for involving the word Comcast. I'm not sure, but it could be me who used that word. I don't think it was. No, I think he said that, but who? I don't know.
So
Wait,
where's the
when you
DirecTV
say
satellite?
well, they actually have quite a bit. They have like, I mean,
Thousands, huh?
no, not thousands, but like something like 15.
Why do they need
So
15, bro?
to cover all their bases, I guess.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I would think that more satellites gives them more capacity, right?
You would think that, but actually, it's more satellites. They can charge a lot more for some fictitious fucking. It's just a higher cost, right? And
No.
it's almost like they can't stop making them. It's the same thing as like the military budget, right? If they don't keep spending, they're not going to get that same budget. So, you know, what's
Does anyone
the
here
one way
understand?
where DirecTV can get paid off is just claim you need more satellites in the air, and then the other ones are getting older, so you're just kind of replacing them. But
Does anyone here actually understand how an antenna works?
Ooh, I have my electromagnetics textbook on this.
So
But yes,
not
I do.
without help, right?
Yes, I think more or less I can answer that too.
I mean, I don't like. I'm willing to hear you out and stuff because you probably got a great book and all, but you know,
Ooh,
like
I can't even.
from memory with a complete like you're kind of admitting that if you're looking towards a book to find something to like pair it off of, which I'm not saying is wrong or right or whatever. I'm not trying to down you or anything. But like if I say how do antennas work and you say, oh, let me read from my scripture instead of like explain it to you from my current understanding. I mean, you know where I'm coming from. Like like my question was,
Right, I can give you a good.
does anyone here fully understand how antennas work? And you're
Yes,
like, oh, let me read some scripture.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying I remember how they work. I can paraphrase you.
Tell me what you know so far.
I can paraphrase you my ideas of it, but I don't want to tell you anything that's wrong. So I could read from my text, but if that offends you, I don't mind telling you how I remember that it works.
I'm not.
Right?
No offense, man. No offense. But I meant what I said, and I want an answer to my question. Does anyone here, without reading a book, because I could Google it myself, just as you could read from a book or whatever. My question was, does anyone here really understand how antennas work? Yeah, and it was like no,
Charlie.
but I have a good book, and so the answer is no. No one here really understands how antennas work.
It sounds like Charlie's answer is yes. I'd also say yes, and I'd say the same thing Charlie said, dude. I'd say the same thing Charlie said.
It sounds like no, but I do have a book and some scripture I can read off to you about the subject.
It's a very clear.
He cleared that up. Yeah, he cleared that up. He said,
I
have the answer, but
I don't want to argue. I don't want to. I'm interested in the knowledge. I'm interested in the knowledge. I want to hear from your good book.
So
it's all good.
So charges, okay, electric charges emit an electric field. Okay, it turns out that when you move the charges, the field around it changes. The field does not change instantly everywhere. It actually takes time for the effect of the charge moving.
You know what that's called?
Yeah, an electromagnetic wave.
No. The lag. Do you know what the lag is called?
Retarded potential, I think.
Well, that is one way to put it. That is one way to put it in two words. The retardation of the propagation, or whatever, and that there is one word that it is defined by both of those, just in a single word. It's called the hysteresis.
Okay.
The hysteresis is like the lag or the delay in a medium for like passing along a message.
Okay. Well,
just so you know,
in a single letter.
But that's fine. But my whole point is that all you need to like emit electromagnetic waves is just to wiggle a charge, right? So all you need is a piece of wire, and you pass, depending on the frequency of the wave that you want, right? Like let's say you want radio frequency waves, then you pass a current through it with an AC signal of an RF frequency wave.
Does it have to be AC, by the way? Does it have to be AC, or can it be DC?
It cannot be DC.
Why not?
Because DC doesn't have a frequency.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
What
do you think
Just
DC
it
is?
has to be. It has to be a changing field. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it has to be a field changing in time.
Okay. I'll take that back. I'll go with you. That makes sense. My bad. Go ahead.
A DC signal doesn't wiggle, right? It's just a flat signal.
Well, it's linear. So sure. Yeah. No, I
it's
see
not
your
linear.
point. My bad.
It's horizontal, right? It's straight. It's a flat straight. And if you were to plot a current, an AC current, right? It's sinusoidal, and it's sinusoidal with the frequency of the
There's no modulation. You can't interpret it unless there's a change, and you got to have a modulation and a back and forth. And you're right. I take back what I said. So
Correct.
an AC charge passes through your.
Can I show you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually have a simulation here, which demonstrates this effect. I don't know if you can see my screen right now.
Give me 1 sec to load it up.
Sure.
Okay, I see it.
Okay, so this is literally just a metal antenna with a charge on it, and if I wiggle it, right?
Well, that's cool. Are you doing that by hand?
Yeah, I'm doing it with my cursor, right?
Oh, that's cool.
I recommend this website, by the way, fed.colorado.edu. They have a bunch of physics simulations. Anyway, the electric field around it changes actually. And because the electric field is tied to what's called a magnetic field, the magnetic field also changes, right? And it propagates through space like this, right? And a receiver just does the inverse of this. If you see on the right, there's a little metal pole with another charge on it. And the electric field, because it acts on electric charges, will actually move the electric charge. So you can put a little
great diagram. That's a great diagram, dude.
Yeah, you can put a little sensor here, right, on the right side. I don't know if you can see my cursor. You can put a little sensor on the right side to detect how the waves move the charge on the right, and that's what your like FM or AM receiver are in your car. It's literally all it is.
Now this might be a little advanced of a question, but to me that seems like one like signal where it's like I don't really understand how that one antenna and that one receiver can like distinguish between the 50 different channels or the 50 different like radio stations, right?
Oh, I can tell you. Oh, bro, you asked a great question. This is actually a very, very deep question, and I'm glad you're asking it. Wow, a lot of people don't ask this. Okay.
Because it seems like one signal with one song or one station that you tune into, right? You go ahead.
Correct. So that's a great point. So let me put that question aside because I want to build up to it if that's okay with you. So let's say
before you build up to that, I just wanted to say one thing about the distance between these two poles. They're rather close, right? So
yeah,
and then we all know, you drive about 10 miles away, and then you can't get that favorite station you had. So these are radio waves, right? But why is it that a satellite that's 40,000 miles away can reach a ground station, like you said?
Well, because actually a lot of people don't know this. A lot of physicists actually don't know this. So electromagnetic radiation doesn't fall off as 1 over r squared. It falls off as 1 over r. A lot more slowly. So it can actually travel a lot further distance than, for example, gravity, which falls off as 1 over r squared.
You're saying it doesn't follow the inverse square law?
Correct. Well, spherically it does, but like a laser, for example.
Okay. Yeah. A laser doesn't. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, that's tough. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
But I digress. I digress. And by the way, Feynman's lectures actually cover this. It's actually quite interesting. But anyway, I think you asked a very awesome question, which was, how can you have like multiple channels? How can the receiver tell right?
Right.
So I'm gonna put that question aside for like 10 seconds, and I promise you.
Yeah.
Bear with
Well, take 10 minutes if you need, man. It's a good question. I want to hear the answer. Build up in whatever pace you desire.
Yeah, so let's say I'm going to pretend to be the broadcaster, and Fundy, can I call you that? Or what do you want to be called, Fundy?
Yeah. I don't know where you came with that name, but yeah, everyone calls me Fundy. Go ahead.
Okay, let's say I'm broadcasting, or I'm sending a signal to Fundy, and I'm sending a signal to Kosho. And I don't want there to be interference, right? I want Kosho to hear the signal that I meant for Kosho, and I want Fundy to hear the signal that I meant for Fundy. It's okay if they hear each other's signals, but as long as they're understandable, then it's fine. So what I could do is I could divide my time into time slots. For like every 5 seconds, I'm going to switch the person that I'm talking to, right? So right now I'm talking to Kosho. Kosho, hey, I'm sending you a message. And then, okay, your 5 seconds are up. Now I'm going to send a message to Fundy. Fundy, here's your message. I'm sending you a message, whatever. I'm going to switch back to Kosho now. Talking to Kosho, right? So this is called time division multiple access. It's a way to share a common medium and not have interference, right? So as long as Kosho knows the time that I'm talking to him, and as long as Fundy, you know which times I'm talking to you, there's no problem, right? Because all you have to do is cover your ears every 5 seconds, right? And we can come up with some scheme like based on the wall clock,
Okay.
Right? Then you
I recognize you're building towards an even stronger point. Because of course, right. Because of course this isn't like the complete answer, but yeah, I understand this image you're painting in our minds. The whole like 5 seconds on and off. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's called time division multiple access. Now, some asshole came up with a different way of doing this, where I could send you both a signal at the same time, and there's not going to be any interference. And that's called frequency division multiple access, right? So what that means is that, hey, Kosho, I want you to tune to a specific frequency. I'm going to be sending you a message over that frequency. And, Fundy, I want you to tune to this other frequency because I'm going to be sending you a message on that frequency. Right?
Like walkie-talkies, right?
Correct. Now your question is, how the fuck does that work? Like, how does your walkie-talkie know that when you set it to whatever 96.5 FM?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. It does something that's called a frequency filter. It turns out that so when you're receiving a signal, you can plot it over time, right? Like you're plotting a lot of field right now, and then in 1 second later, you plot a little field.
It's kind of clicking in my head. It's all kind of, but yeah, finish. But
yeah,
already it sort of Go ahead.
So it turns out that you can plot it not just in time, but you can plot it in frequency space instead. And if you consider stuff to be in frequency space, you will very clearly see signals being separated, and you can build something like they're called filters, like bandpass filters, to select for the signal that's only in that space. And I can actually show you like a little circuit that does that. I don't know how much you know about electronics, but all you need to know to do this is know that AC exists, know that capacitors exist, and I think that's it, right? Maybe.
Well, let's go over those 2 words that you just used.
Sure.
What was the first one?
I went over AC.
Before AC. Capacitor. Okay, so AC is like alternating current.
Yeah,
right?
and all it means is that when you pass electricity through your wire, the charges go back and forth.
The charges alternate in their direction that they flow.
Yeah.
I don't see how is there such thing as an AC signal? Because I feel like that's kind of not something there is.
I mean, yeah. I mean, all signals that are basically changing in time are AC.
Okay.
For a purist, they have to be sinusoidal. And I'm sure you've seen
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go on from that. And then you said you have to understand AC and capacitors.
Yeah.
And so
a capacitor it's an electronic component which is typically taught to be just two metal plates being really close together, and it can collect charge. But
they go ahead.
So it turns out that to a capacitor, an AC current will just look like to an AC current, a capacitor just looks like a piece of wire, as if the capacitor wasn't there. And if you have a DC current, a capacitor looks like an open circuit, like current just won't flow. It turns out that you can use this property of a capacitor along with other electronic components to only let certain currents of certain frequencies through. Right? So in theory, I could build a circuit that only lets frequencies above, 100 gigahertz through.
Sure, yeah.
And I can also build another circuit which only lets frequencies of like 50 gigahertz through or whatever, right? And this is what radios are. Radios are just that, except it's parameterized over a little dial, that you can change, right? And depending on the dial that you set, the little electronic circuit that's inside your walkie-talkie will only let current through of a certain frequency.
But let me ask you a question. Is a capacitor always like there's different ways, I suppose, to build a capacitor to the specifications of how much capacitance you want it to have. That could be a change in material, or that could be like a change in like distance. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yep. And a capacitor, it's sort of like a, what do you call it? The bar, a bouncer, right? Where it's like it's going to let some things through if they're dressed well enough, and they're going to say, kick rocks if they look right. So a capacitor is it'll allow anything above a certain standard to pass through, and it will block anything below a certain standard to pass through. Is that
correct? I mean, I'm simplifying.
Right?
I'm simplifying, but you basically got the right idea. That's what a capacitor does. It's called a filter. It filters for certain.
It's a filter. Yeah, like the bouncer at the club, like I was saying. Yeah.
Yep. And you can imagine how you can use that and like to build, at the very least, components which only let certain frequencies of AC through. Right.
Right. But how do you limit that? Like I understand like the capacitor working to a degree where it only lets certain above this level it lets through, but I don't understand how a capacitor could pick a specific range. I understand like a bottom line it draws, like, oh, like you pass my standards of qualification. Like as long as you're above this level, you can get through. But I don't understand how a capacitor could have anything but a minimum standard. Like that's the way I understand it.
So excellent. So now I have to talk about inductors, which are sort of like capacitors, but they sort of put a bound on the other side.
A ceiling, right? There's a floor and there's a ceiling.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know how the ceiling is. I understand how capacitors can establish a floor, but I don't understand how they can establish a ceiling.
Well, it's the inductor that establishes the ceiling. So an inductor is it's typically drawn as a little coil, because it really is just a coil, right? And what it does is that whenever you pass a current through it, it'll create a magnetic field, which, I mean, I don't want to overload, but anyway, it creates
transfers to a coil.
What's up?
No, I was.
What'd you say, bro?
What I thought inductors to be, right? Like transferring electromagnetic field to a coil, right?
Well, I mean, it essentially
it's a form of it.
But what you need to know about an inductor is that it does the opposite of what like a capacitor does. A capacitor, to an AC current,
would you die on that
like
hill? Would you die on that hill by calling them opposites?
In the context of what AC current sees them, yes, right. So
just say that clearly for me. Say, this thing does this and this thing does the opposite.
Yeah.
In detail.
For an
Yeah, but
AC current,
a capacitor dumps its
Wait,
charge like gradually, kinda.
hold on,
And
man. He was
an
answering my
inductor
question.
dumps its load instantly.
So for an AC current, a capacitor looks like a short. For an AC current, an inductor looks like an open wire. And the opposite is true.
Like a diode.
And the opposite is true. Like for an AC current, or sorry, for a DC current, a capacitor looks like an open, and for an inductor, it looks like a just a piece of wire, just a short.
Okay.
And this opposite sort of relationship between capacitors and inductors allows you to create what's called a bandpass filter, right? Where you set a floor and a ceiling for the frequencies you want to select.
Hey, let me Google that real quick for myself, just on my own like selfish reasons. You said a band pass filter?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I know how to spell that. Go ahead.
I mean, I have nothing else to say. I mean, I hope that answers your question about how you can build something that accepts only certain frequencies.
No, yeah, as long as well, let me see. If I band pass filter defined, I mean, I might have more questions for you if this Google search doesn't give me a satisfactory result. Okay, so it says band pass filter, arrangement of electronic components that allow only those electrical waves lying within certain range or band of frequency to pass and block all others. So I could ask you more questions, but I do praise you. Thank you very much, because that the definition or breakdown that Google just gave me is obviously describing the nature of my question that I asked you. So you have when I asked you that question earlier, if you would have said, "Hey, Google band pass filter," and do your own independent research from that point on, I think I would have been satisfied. So I am. Thank you. This is something I'll do on my own time, right? But as far as this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Like, this is the ultimate conclusion. How does a walkie-talkie have different channels to communicate on at different frequencies or whatever? There's movies where it's like, hey, we're talking about walkie-talkies. Let's all set our frequency to 99.8 or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because this whole band pass filter. And I won't bother you any longer tonight.
Oh, bro, I love talking about. As people here know, I love talking. So, and by the way, you ask really good questions. Like, I wish more people would ask me questions like that.
Yeah, you've gotten me to the answer. I mean, there's more for me to understand, but I feel like this. I don't think I could have reached this understanding on my own without you. So I appreciate it, man. And this thing called a band pass filter is something that's going to be, something I look into on my own time. Yeah, I mean, if you want to continue talking about band pass filters, I'd love it. But as far as like what I expect from a person on Discord to educate me on without going into extreme detail, like, you did it, man. You I'm satisfied. You know what I mean? Like, I'm satisfied. This is exactly what I was looking for, and I can look into it in more detail on my own time. But if you want to talk about it,
ready to go build a damn circuit.
You actually can. I encourage you to get into ham radio. It's not actually difficult.
So many people do. So many people do. Really? Yeah, I know all sorts of people who are like, "Oh, I got into ham radio," and I say, "Oh, you fucking nerd." Right? Oh, you're in a ham radio, but this is the sort of shit that they know about that I don't.
Have you ever used a soldering iron?
A soldering iron? Yeah, I've soldered shit.
I'm using one right now, bro.
There you are,
dude. I just discovered the best fucking thing ever, man. And it's a soldering iron that it's a torch and a soldering iron.
It's a torch?
It unscrews. Yeah, it's a torch. It's a little mini heat gun and a soldering iron, bro. It's like a pencil tip without the pencil, but it screws on as a solid is a solid piece. It screws on, and there's a hole right in front of it, and it lets all the heat out from the torch. The torch blows right on that solid steel, like stainless steel piece, and it
Shit, how much does that
hot as
cost?
shit, dude. It's like $19, man, $20. Best
Really?
$20 ever spent, because the soldering irons I have, man, like if I ain't always cleaning them, and like they don't always get hot enough, because the ones I had really weren't that good. But this thing right here gets way hot enough, bro. You control the heat. It takes a little
What are you
practice, like
talking
the
about?
knob, you know. It's a soldering
Soldering
iron, bro,
irons?
and a little mini butane torch at the same time, and a little butane heat gun, bro. Neatest thing you ever seen, dude.
Where'd you buy it? I'm curious now, because I always buy like really shitty soldering irons, and then I'm just complaining about how shitty they are.
Harbor Freight.
There you go.
It's the shit, dude. Look, I'll show you.
You said it has a varying like temperature, like you can change the temperature.
Well, he said it has a torch on it.
Oh,
torch,
is it like
yeah,
an
torch and a soldering
HHO
iron.
torch?
That looks
Oh, you said you
pretty
put
nice.
Hey,
butane in
Brian, Brian, have you ever tried welding? Have you ever tried
it.
welding?
I have
with
one,
a
like,
car
dude. I
battery?
have that same one, dude.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Brian,
Except for there's a torch, yeah, because you can take that off and just use it as a torch.
Yeah, it
Hey,
works,
I've
dude.
already,
It works so good because it gets so hot. It gets way hotter than you need it. That's how I like it, to be honest.
are any of
Can you
you
hear me,
guys
Brian?
welders?
No. No.
I mean, I weld, but I wouldn't call myself a welder.
Well, I mean,
Long
in my
glass.
opinion, a person who has welded is a welder. So by my definition, I'd call you a welder. You know,
I can make it work, but I wouldn't call. I mean, it's
There-
pretty new
there's
to the shit. But
there's this guy who always shows up at the local like flea markets around me, and he makes these sort of abstract but realistic in a sense, sort of like animal sculptures out of metal, right? And he just welds pieces of metal together in the shape of like he just finds like objects in what, like land, or not landfills, but scrap yards, whatever. He goes explores scrap yards and finds all these like different pieces of metal lying around, and then he welds them into the shape of animals, and he like, I guess you could call him what do you call someone who makes sculptures? A sculpturist, or whatever, right?
Sculptor.
Or a sculptor. Yeah, a sculptor. He's a sculptor who welds. He sculpts scrap metal pretty much together into the shape of animals as just
Bro,
kind
I
of
have a-
house decoration stuff.
I have a 1950s fucking stick welder, bro. It's the oldest shit you ever seen.
It does the job, I'm sure.
Yeah, it does do the job, man. But like, it's just a big transformer, man. I opened it up, man, and it's got to get it stronger, or to get it hotter or colder. You wind the knob that's on top, bro, and it just basically moves it
You
closer
plug
to
it
the.
into your wall outlet. You plug it into your house.
Yeah.
like,
It plugs into
yeah.
like 240, like where my washer and dryer, where I plugged them in at, and it you wind the knob, and it just basically compresses the coils in the big ass, or it just moves it down closer and makes it stronger. I guess it's pretty basic shit, dude, but it works.
I guess that's what a transformer does, right? You kind of have some sort of adjustable transformer.
Yeah, that's
in that,
all it
in
is.
that.
Big ass adjustable transformer, bro. It's just like a microwave transformer, but 5 times bigger. Well, maybe not 5 times bigger, but way bigger.
Do any of you guys? I know I've sort of asked the same sort of question before tonight, but I was actually extremely satisfied in the response. Is there anyone here that thinks they understand what a transformer is?
Oh
Yeah,
God.
I mean, transformers are pretty simple, right?
Are they though? Like honestly,
Yeah.
like are they?
Yeah, very. Probably the most simple of all the components. I mean,
It
I don't think anybody would argue
involves
that.
like, doesn't it involve like 2 coils of different
Yeah,
like
you either step up, or
degrees?
you either
Step
do
up
it
or
to
step down,
like,
right?
yeah, step up or step down, or transfer.
And
But
that all
Big
comes
metal.
down to like the tightness of the winding. of the coil?
Well,
The amount of
of
coils.
coils, right? The amount of
The amount of
coils.
loops.
I mean, the
Yeah.
amount of turns. Yeah, the amount of turns.
Yeah, I mean, can you explain that in simple terms to like the average Joe?
Yeah, sure. Like if you want to make a welder, like a little spot welder or something, you could take a couple microwave coils, and they have like a bunch of turns, right? So it's got a bunch of thin wire and a bunch of turns, and then and it's the thicker coils. I mean, thicker copper wire basically, and less turns for the output to up the amps, right? So it lowers the volt and it ups the amps basically. So if you want to make a welder, you can pretty much take a microwave, just take the coil that's already in there, just cut it out, and then and take some big jumper cable wire and just get like 3 or 4 turns, and you'll have a shitload of current. You plug it in, but you need like a rectifier, like you need some diodes, or I mean that's probably the easiest way to do it. But yeah, so just a few turns of the thick ass wire, and you wind up with some serious power, man. Off of
There's
and
one.
it just ups the
Could
current
any
or up volts, right? Or lowers them.
could anyone here? And I really want to know this. And it always seems like people just, I don't know, they use lingo that's just above my head. And I know that physical analogies will never like suffice, because like people try to explain electricity and voltage and stuff like in the sense of like water or rivers and stuff like that, but like it never truly works out. But what I really want to understand is like, if you could explain it in terms I could understand, the difference between volts and amps.
Hold on, I can tell you about transformers. A little simpler than Brian did, right? They're more than meets the eye.
Could I just say one last thing, real quick? People talk about like, oh, I touched this thing and and it says like high voltage, but they say, oh, it's not going to harm me, even though it's high voltage because it's low amp or something like that.
Well, V equals IR, right? So volts equals sorry.
And they're like, oh, it's low voltage, but it's high amp, and that's the shit you don't want to touch with your hands, right? Like there's this balance between the two. It's like high voltage, high amp, like or low or high or whatever, back and forth. And it's like one of the two is safe for you to touch, and one of them is gonna kill you immediately by touching.
DC current ain't gonna kill you, bro. DC current ain't gonna shock you bad at all. I heard them say like over 60 volts, don't touch it. That's bullshit, bro. I've touched that shit with high. It's not gonna kill you and not even really gonna shock you unless it's real high volts. But
Well, you know how they talk about the
say
volts.
the amps is what kills you. They say the amps, with and that's with AC current, because you're basically the ground with AC current. It don't need a fucking ground. Basically, it's alternating. So,
You know how people keep talking about the volts in the atmosphere, like the differing altitudes. They say like 100 volts per meter or whatever.
The volts are
Yeah,
potential.
I'm sorry. I actually got to go for about half an hour. I'm really sorry to ask a question and leave, but I'll check with you guys and I'll check in with you guys later. Sorry.
How would you describe volts and amps? Like the volts, like didn't they describe it with
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but you can actually pull electricity out of the air. I mean, you should especially be able to, because you live under the power lines, right?
Yeah, I can, asshole. But no, what I'm saying is the voltage, that voltage they talk about in the atmosphere that goes up 100 volts per meter, that's obviously because the distance is increasing. And so if you can connect them, that's you have to actually connect them with some sort of wire or something like that, because there's a lot of resistance. But regardless, the voltage is just talking about the potential. So that's like the potential electricity.
Yeah, the potential, basically potential, right?
Yeah, that's why you can touch it and not get killed.
Yeah, but you can I've seen people pull enough electricity out of the atmosphere. Maybe it was the ground or something. I don't know. They do it with like a chain link fence or something, and you can get a decent amount of electricity, like enough to charge a phone or something, I think.
Maybe you got a big enough fence.
If you can connect them without the resistance,
bro, there could be a million ways to do it that we don't even know of yet, bro.
Yeah, there could be a million, but the one way that I'm discussing is with the what's it called, the superconducting wire, which obviously you're not going to achieve. But if you're able to achieve some superconducting wire that can connect like a large distance, like somewhere high up to the ground,
you could actually capture a lot of energy like that because you could you'd basically be getting all that potential without any resistance.
So if you're saying if we got some superconducting wires, this is a thing.
Yeah, if you had a superconducting wire, which the only way I can think of to accomplish that is to get the right material super cold, which you have to keep it cold. So I don't know if you're gonna do
Bro,
that.
that's ridiculous. Is there anything
well, if we put it up
realistic?
high enough, it would be.
Hold on, Brian.
If we put it up high enough, it would be cold, though, right? Right, Kosher?
No,
not cold enough. Is there any other way to do it?
A superconductor? Yeah, I'm sure there is, but there's varying temperatures for varying materials, so I don't know.
You could just use graphene wire.
How would you do that?
We're asking the wrong guys. We got to check with SE on this. He's up on all this electrical.
They did an
stuff.
elevated it's 3 towers with a suspended line of graphene impregnated, probably nylon. You could do it with polyamide.
And they got electricity out of it?
Yeah, it's graphene. Superconductor.
Oh, you say it's graphene like heads no.
Graphene is a good conductor, but it's not a superconductor, like not a natural superconductor.
How many volts or amps did it get?
I don't know what the temperature is to turn graphene into a superconductor is, but
what's a superconductor?
It's like they say, Einstein condensate, like the fifth state of matter. Like you ever seen that quantum levitation magnet? So what?
The Bose-Einstein condensate, the BEC.
Yeah, that's right. The BEC.
Anyway, these dudes set up these towers to do that basically, and they're pulling atmospheric electricity out.
Kosher, I heard a couple people say they go up them towers and say that them not even hot wires, the thick cables that run up them big old towers will fucking zap you pretty good, man. But they're not just a single little copper thread like you see on YouTube. Like these are some thick ass cables, and I heard that they'll zap you good, man. Like maybe even
if you can use that energy with the regular wire. It's just that there's going to be resistance even in that, and the only reason I say it's superconducting wire is because you're going to have no resistance. But yeah, if you have a wire that's any wire, yeah, you can still capture it that way. I mean, the heavier the wire, the harder it is to get it up there.
Have you ever seen the ones where they just
use
have
something one little thin wire
horizontal? Go ahead, Brian.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. I like your question.
Have you guys ever seen the ones where they, instead of going vertical, they go horizontal? And do it like that.
Yeah, it
graphene
works
is a superconductor.
When I see him work better horizontal, he had him running along his fence.
Double check that
on the fence, right? I saw that same one. Well, I'm interested in this graphene thing now. Stacked acted like, of course, it's graphene.
I was like, isn't that a superconductor?
No, well, no. To be a superconductor, you got to reach a critical temperature, and it's going to be different for different materials.
Don't talk to me like that. Go look it up real quick.
That's the answer. What do you mean? Don't talk to you like that? A superconductor is not just. It's not just a regular conductor that's better. It's a totally different state of matter. So you have to reach a typical.
Stop. You're talking about a superfluid. You're talking about a superfluid, dog. Okay?
No, superfluid and superconductors are both. They're both boys on.
Please just GTFO and Google it real quick.
BEC, Kojo.
Graphene is not a superconductor at room temperature.
Of course not.
It is in the family of superconductors. Graphene.
Is it a good conductor to use? Is it at least good? Maybe it's not super. Maybe it's right under super. It's really good, really, really good.
It might be good.
At nanoscale, it's going to perform just like any other superconductor.
Yeah, I don't know of any better material to date that I know of. I mean, ain't graphene top of the line?
Even if it is, it's prohibitively expensive on large scale.
What are you talking about?
It is too expensive to use on large scale.
That's wrong.
What is graphene? Is that a rare thing or?
No, it's like a carbon. Crystal. It's a crystal structure of carbon.
This dude's like, graphene's too expensive. Yeah,
it's microscopic.
You can make it for cheap.
Isn't that what's in pencils? Isn't that the stuff?
That's
in
graphite.
That's graphite.
Oh.
Also carbon, but like it's certain types of graphite make for better forms of graphene for sure. So like if you start off with like good grade carbon, and what you want to have is like nano fine crystalline good stuff. You want the pure Peruvian flake, the pure as a driven snow, graphene so carbon deposits. You want microcrystalline graphene that's nanoscale, and then you make the graphene from it, and then you should have some very 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 conductive
Is that the
stuff.
shit? Hold on, real quick. Is that the shit where they hit it? I saw they made a car fender out of it or something, and they hit it with a sledgehammer and it didn't even leave a scratch. Is that shit?
No, you're talking about.
No. What do you know? Okay.
No, you're talking about what's that called?
Carbon fiber.
Carbon fiber, yeah.
Okay, so there is carbon fiber. Carbon fiber borrows from the tensile strength of like carbon. So it's still carbon, but like.
Hold on, what's this graphene thing though? Is this a
But
good conductor though?
No, so like you can take like just a little bit of graphene and you can add it to a plastic, and it makes the plastic like 10 times stronger because it forms.
I mean, the
into
shit
the
I
polymer.
seen was fucking indestructible. The guy hit it with a sledgehammer, didn't even leave a scratch. So, but let's get onto this graphene. Is it a good conductor of electricity?
Yeah. And
what's the
like
best?
what's
Is
better
it the
than
best we
graphene?
got? Yeah.
Yeah, like high purity, highly good quality graphene would just be. I think that's as good as anything that would be at moving electric.
Is that expensive or
no?
Why did somebody say it was too expensive?
I just posted it. $67,000 per ton.
Right.
Bottom
Okay.
right.
How much?
What are you
per
talking
ton?
about?
Graphene. I just posted a picture of it. $67,000 per ton.
Well, tons a lot. I mean, how much do we need?
That's a lot. That's a lot, huh?
Well,
anyway,
I mean, that's compared to copper, which is $10 a ton.
Well, hold on. Let's say we wanted to put a string from the top of Empire State Building to the bottom. How much graphene do we need for that?
Copper's not $10 a ton, dude.
Like probably for like $30, I could produce you a graphene string from the top to the bottom of the Empire State Building.
$30 worth of graphene.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You're talking about you're talking about a complete line of it, like an unbroken line. No, you can't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I can. I fucking can.
Well, you'd be rich if you could do that, but you can produce.
What the fuck, Kosho? What do you know about this?
You can produce graphene with like household.
Well, here's how I would do it, and I would do it like this. You could just use rolls of tape, polyamide tape, right? You know what that is? Polyamide tape. You probably opened up a cell phone. You've seen like the amber tape that's in your circuits. That's a type of plastic called polyamide, right? When you hit that with a fucking laser, just like a little like modified pen laser for wood burning or something like that, it will produce graphene. It will exfoliate the polymer chain into its carbonized form, and you will get graphene from there. And if you
but we bought a ton of it we got a whole ton. How much?
Copper's $10,000 a
Brian.
ton, man.
I would need just enough rolls of tape of polyamide film to get from the bottom of the top to the Empire State Building.
We already bought a ton of copper for 67 grand. How many like ounces are we going to need to build this rope? And then we'll do the math.
Yeah, the problem is you're not going to get it unbroken, dude.
Yes, of course I would. I would all connect the tape because tape connects the tape, and all the graphene just gets exfoliated on top, and it's actually a joining chain of it. So I'm absolutely correct.
Yeah, but the chain is strong is as strong as the weakest link, and if the weakest link is the tape, and it's not going to hold up.
This thing has to support its whole weight up to Empire State, or do we stick it to the side of the building?
It doesn't have to do it. Why does it have to do that?
It's only $33 per pound, dude. If it's 67,000 a ton, it's $33 a pound.
You have
That's not even that bad, right?
You can make graphene at home with just pencil lead and
tape and
pencil lead and dishwasher detergent, and you put it in a blender. Supposedly, you can make graphene, but the problem is and he's right. Like you can put it on tape and connect it together, but you're not going to end up with the long thread of it.
So the first graphene was ever discovered.
Hold on, real quick. Could we not make just a column of it going up the side of a building or something? Why couldn't we like fill a pipe?
It's not going to
with
be
it?
an unbroken column.
We have a pipe. It's going up the Empire State Building. There's a hole from the top to the bottom. We fill that pipe with graphene or graphite or whatever the fuck this stuff is.
And then do
I can
what?
Why
make
is that not
I just,
unbroken?
but I just told you, like, I can make you a continuous, flexible chain based on tape, and you can connect tape to tape. The graphene will bridge those gaps, so it's a one continuous piece of lattice, graphene lattice.
Yeah, I don't. Kosho's
No, it won't
a
be.
gatekeeper.
Yes, it
Why are you
fucking
gatekeeping
No,
us
no,
on
no,
that?
no. What I'm saying is that the connection is not going to be from the bottom to the top. It's not going to be
Yeah, no,
connected
it will be.
only by the carbon nanotubes. It's not going to be connected.
Who's to say I'm making carbon nanotubes? I didn't say that. I
I'm
said
saying
it's
like
just
I'm just saying like
pulling the
the structure, like the crystal structure
tube
of
is
carbon. It's not going to be only connected by that. The tape is
but
going to be
there's
helping what's keeping it together.
Dude,
well,
can we have a
unfortunately,
pipe?
there are a variety of different structures that could be called graphene. I told you one. It's you're talking about something different, and
Oh,
saying
No,
I'm wrong. I'm
no,
sorry.
the graphene. No. Go ahead, man.
Can we have a pipe going up the side of a building, unbroken, just open?
Made only out of carbon. Made only
No,
out
no,
of
no.
graphene.
Just a pipe. Just a pipe.
Yeah, you can have a pipe, sure, made out of anything, made
Yeah,
out of plastic. Why not?
we could fill that pipe with this graphene shit.
So what's that going to do?
I don't know. Now we have an unbroken chain of graphite.
No, it's not
Hey,
unbroken,
Earl.
dude. Connecting all that graphene is that pipe. The pipe is what's connecting it. So that I don't know what point that's making.
What are you trying to accomplish here? What is your
I
goal?
don't know. We need an unbroken chain from the top to the bottom of graphene or graphite.
You just
whatever
you,
it is.
you told me it's
What are you trying to do?
you were telling me,
figured if
Paul,
we
that
filled the tube up.
So you have an unbroken chain. Now what? What are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. We
Power
haven't
of the
gotten that
world.
far. Kosho's saying we can't even do it.
No, you not like that. Like to do it the way you want to do it, have it connected from the bottom to top. That is extremely expensive. But if you
What's
just
the
want to make,
time?
if you want to make like just sheets of graphene or small, like like what you'll have is still graphene, but it won't be all connected. You can make
What's a
that
ton
with
of graphene
graphite.
look like,
You can
Kosho?
make
What's
that with You can make that with graphite and dish detergent in a blender. But you're not going to have
I've seen that.
You're not going to have a long. Dude, Brian, shut up for a second, then.
I'm agreeing.
And I
I've
hate
seen
when
that, bro.
people criticize. You're criticizing what I'm saying before I've gotten
No,
time
I'm
to say it.
not, man.
So
I'm not
stop for a
criticizing you,
second.
dude.
Hold on, Brian.
Brian,
You're next.
stop
Brian,
for a
you're
second,
next.
dude.
You can go next, Brian.
Yeah, I'm saying that you can make it at home for cheap, but what you're going to end up with is not a long string of it, like a long strain of it. You're going to have varying different lengths, and it'll still be considered graphene, but it's not. You're not going to be able to use it in a long.
Yeah, he just keeps repeating the same shit, dude. What's a ton of graphene look like, bro? I'm just curious.
What weighs more, a ton of graphene or a ton of feathers?
They said it's They said it's $67,000 a pound, which I'm not denying that. But
ton. He said a ton.
Yeah, a ton. And I'm wondering what a ton looks like.
Well, I'm just curious why we can't even get this unbroken chain from the top to the bottom. Why can't we put it in a pipe and do whatever you do to do it?
What would you do?
I don't know. What do you have to do once we have all this graphene in the tube? What do you got to do to make it one solid piece?
Why would you? That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you expecting to do? Like pour water in there and that makes it one piece? The reason why graphene's strong because of the crystal structure of it. Like, you know how a diamond is like a crystal structure, a 3-dimensional. Imagine a 2-dimensional diamond, right? So it's got the structural integrity. It's got this structural integrity and these sheet layers, right? So if you have like separate sheets of them, each of those sheets are strong, but if they're not connected, you don't have like a long fabric.
How do you connect them?
That's a good question.
Do we not know how?
That's where the expense comes in. Is connecting a long string of it.
I just stuck my hold on. I just got my multimeter and stuck my 2 leads in my graphite powder, not graphene, but just graphite, and it's got continuity just in powder alone. Listen to this. That's just sticking. Look, I'll show you on camera. Look, I got my graphene right here. It's just graphene powder.
No.
Right? Graphene powder. I mean graphite powder right here, and I got my 2 leads right here. It's continuity. There's no fucking resistance, bro. Huh? What'd you say?
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
No, they're acting like we can't get a solid stream of graphene, bro. And when just with graphite, just powder alone, it has continuity, continuous.
How long could you get electricity out of that? How much electricity you get in that?
No, the point is we can get a stream, just even if it's powder.
How much electricity? How many are you getting volt? Like, what are you getting out of that? A milliamp or something?
No, it's continue. There's not enough resistance to stop the stream.
What did your litter meter? What did that beep when that thing beeped? What did that mean?
It means no resistance to speak of.
I don't understand what that means. Does that mean there's electricity or there's no electricity?
It means it's continuous. It means that if you touch two things that are conductive, it's conductive, bro. If something's non-conductive, then it won't beep. Like that's how you see if two wires are connected to each other.
Yeah, but is it super duper? Hold on, not super. Is it very, very good conductive?
Yeah.
That's
but
the
this
question,
is just
because
graphite.
Kosha was talking a minute ago. Kosha was talking about we got to keep the whole thing at fucking sub-zero temperatures a minute ago, and that's complicated and shit.
Dude.
And I don't know how much electricity you're even going to get out of this thing.
I'm looking right here at graphene.
That's to produce quantum levitation needed at sub.
Yeah, it's superconductivity. Yeah,
but no, that's quantum levitation. That does not.
Okay, tell me what's the difference between quantum levitation and superconductivity?
Right, but there is a difference.
What's the difference?
There is a difference.
I know. That's what I'm curious about. Is what is the difference?
I'm letting you know that I was correct earlier. I'm just saying. That's all.
Okay.
There is a difference.
If there was a difference. You'd only be correct if there was a difference. There's not a difference.
Why don't you elucidate the difference for us?
There's not a difference.
There's a difference.
Quantum levitation is the colloquial name that people call like for that observation, but that's a superconducting material that they have, and they just put it in a magnetic field, and so that's why they've achieved that.
It's an effect.
Magnetic levitation, but it's the same thing.
All right. So, if we could get the tube of graphite or graphene together, or whatever. Right. What's the expensive part in that?
Right. First of all, I have no idea how to make long strings of graphene. Okay, but what I do know is that it says right here the critical temperature of graphene is 1.5 Kelvin, and I'm sure you know how cold it is, right?
What's that?
It's below the temperature of space. Okay. Of outer space.
There's plenty of ways to make it, Coach.
No, the temperature of space is
2.3 Kelvin.
2.73.
Sure. This is 1.5 Kelvin.
Okay.
So that's a little bit lower than that.
There's just like a lot of other things here.
What are you saying? That's the melting? What did it say? That's the
critical temperature. That's the temperature in which it becomes a superconductor.
No, that's the temperature at which like you're producing quantum levitation.
Yeah, but without making it a superconductor.
And that's only for pyrolytic graphite too. That's not all graphite. All graphenes are not going to work like that. Only pyrolytic graphite is going to be. Oh no, pyrolytic graphite. No, pyrolytic graphite fucking does levitation on a magnet like where other graphenes won't. So it's about the formation. It's about the lattice, and the lattice is what does the conducting. So you can impregnate and you can like add dopants to graphene to create all different types, all different flavors of graphene. If you add like a little bit of gold, a little bit, we make the graphene in a nitrogen-free environment. Well, all the lattice is going to change. We add like this chemical gas to it, that chemical gas. So there's a lot of graphene, and you think you know all this stuff about it, but okay, go ahead. Yeah, it's not a superconductor.
You even know that much stuff on it. You are a nerd.
I worked with it. Don't worry about it.
Nerd.
I just posted graphene wire. They make graphene wire.
Enough to take a piece of it at a time and assemble it to another piece, basically making 3D printers.
They make graphene powder. They make graphene sheets. They make graphene felts. They make graphene wire.
You can make it a zillion different ways.
I just posted it in Livestream.
I was telling you how you can make graphene powder at home. You can make it at graphene powder.
Continuous strands, though, bro. They make
what Jeremy was asking for was a continuous strand. He said from the top to the bottom.
I told you the most bomb way to do it, and you just want to ignore that. You can just laser up like polyamide tape, and it fucking turns into graphene. You can make like a fucking. That is so dope, Jeremy. Do you know why that's dope? Because you can print basically a circuit like for capacitors or whatever, like right just directly to tape.
Okay, but how much electricity would that get us now?
Like a watch battery, maybe. like a little bit less.
If we had the
maybe.
whole length of the Empire
You could
State
charge
Building
it in
laced
like a
with it.
millisecond, and you just print them in series. So it'd be like layers and layers of tape,
Wait, what?
right? That would be like a battery.
Listen, we have one snacks. Hold on, we have one strand of this going from the top to the bottom of the Empire State Building. How much juice we gonna get out of this?
Something, man. I don't know. I've never played around with that.
Show, dude, run the numbers.
If you had an actual superconducting, if you had how tall is this Empire State Building?
Well, 100 volts a meter. If you want to figure that.
Yeah, if you had a superconducting wire, then you would get all the potential.
We
Maybe
have
you can get like
snacks
500
tape,
500 volts
graphene
or something.
tape. We have snacks graphene tape.
Yeah, but listen, what
how many
Snack's
meters
talking
tall is
about
an
is not a superconductor. So
I know, but can
you
you
find out
still
what
do it without it? Can you do it without it being a super?
Can you
You
go
need to know
correct
the
Google
resistance.
for me then?
Hold on, Kosho, can you do it without it being a superconductor?
Yeah, you would have to know the resistance.
Okay, what's the resistance of your stuff, Snacks? Okay, you get me something with some good resistance where we get some electricity out of this shit, and we'll do it up.
If you had a superconducting wire for the Empire State
There's
Building,
no superconducting wire, dude.
okay, but if
Stop
you had
with
one,
the superconducting
if you
thing.
had one, you would get about
We don't.
44,000. You get about 44,000 volts.
Is that a lot? What can we charge an iPhone with that?
Yes.
What can we make? What can we do with that? Is that enough to power a house? Okay, how many volts would you get in a 2-story house? Because that's what a lot of people have that, and that's really what we need it for. Dude,
Yeah,
we don't have the superconducting thing. Forget that though. That's not doable, bro. We can't keep shit that cold. It takes more electricity to keep shit that cold.
That's not the useful temperature for graphene. Graphene already does what it does at room temperature, and it's wonderful. Like, can
You're
it do
saying this
some
is good?
Can it
Why
do
is
quantum
Kosho telling me it's
levitation?
got to get super cooled?
Because he wants to have it be quantum levitation is like that's the precipice that we need to reach in order for graphene to be superconductor. Like
You got to get the BEC though. You got to get the BEC going, and I don't mean bacon, egg, and cheese.
Well, check this out, dude. BEC, quantum levitation, and superconductivity are three terms that are referring to the same exact thing. So
one's an effect, right?
That gives you zero electrical conductivity or zero electrical resistance.
All right, I'll give you that. Like under condition, will do that thing, right? But like it's still a really good conductor, and it's like the material isn't changed. It is the material. It doesn't change. It is a superconductor qualified at room temperature. It's not a Bose-Einstein condensate or whatever.
How can you say that it's a superconductor then? That's what a superconductor is.
Not necessarily. No. This is like room temperature class, like superconducting. This is the best nature can give you. Like carbon is like the best conductor of like both light and electricity. What?
I think gold's the best conductor, ain't it?
I mean, which? So
no, gold is the most corrosion-free conductor.
Do your numbers still work for the superconductor that Snacks got?
You could still make a gold doped graphene for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, how many volts are we gonna get out of the shit he's talking about, Coach?
100 volts a meter, right, Jeremy?
No, it'd have to be a superconductor.
Resistance now.
Yeah, you'd have to get.
He's saying it is a superconductor.
Almost like
I know, but
I
have news for you.
So low.
It's just not a superconductor.
He's saying you're wrong. He's saying you're wrong, and it's not a superconductor.
It just isn't a superconductor.
Okay.
There are you can make, like I said, the critical temperature that I saw for graphene was 1.5 Kelvin. You can dope it. I think the thing I saw said that they doped it with calcium, but it was some German website, so I don't know exactly what the purpose of that was. But I don't like there could possibly be a higher temperature with some dopants, but I don't know. I haven't seen that.
Did you understand anything on the foreign website?
You just Google. You can translate any website, dude.
Check this out. It says silver is by far the most conductive metal on Earth, by far. But let me see what graphene, how it fares this.
Well, it's not a metal, right?
Yeah, he's right though. What he's saying is true. Like graphene is naturally a great conductor. Like It's one of the
Is it better than
it's heat
silver?
resistant. So what?
Is it better than silver?
I don't know. I don't know how it compares. I know
we want the best thing possible for this 100 volts a meter thing. Right?
Well, the best thing possible would be a superconductor. That would literally be the best thing possible.
Stop with the fucking superconductor. All right, we can't keep anything fucking 1.5 Kelvin or whatever. That's not in the cards.
There's much higher temperature superconductors. Like there's
superconductors. You can't keep this thing cool. This can't be a temperature controlled thing. We just need to use a wire.
Well, I mean, I saw this. I mean, these guys were Indian, and I think they got disproven. But there was these dudes claiming they had this room temperature superconductor.
Snacks is claiming he got a room temperature superconductor. What are you talking about?
That would be a big deal. It really would be a big deal. But it's not the case.
Can you get electricity off of this if you just were to use the best non-superconducting?
Well, but yeah, right. Like let's say you didn't have it connected perfectly. Like there were some breaks or whatever, but it was all like in a solid line somehow, like with the tape or then some pipe. It would still be a good conductor, but you really want it to be as you'd want it to be as smooth as possible. Like those long copper wires that are like thick and shit. There's no breaks in it, because if you have any breaks, and it's gonna fuck up your entire.
They can't make graphene wire.
Yeah, it's called atomic bonds.
Yeah. I just posted graphene wire. That's what I
there we
posted.
go.
But it says it's two-dimensional. They said that I just read it. It said graphene is like the most conductive substance of electricity and heat, but it's two-dimensionally conductive. Like they're talking about the little microscopic sheets, but I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, so silver is the most conductive element. I guess graphene's not really an element. It's like super intercalated graphite. It's like, but so can you even? I mean, Kosho, so
Brian, you got a
graphene
two-story
wire
house,
is that? Yeah, let me ask Kosho something. Is graphene wire, is that pure graphene? I mean, that's not a two-dimensional. I mean, I'm having trouble understanding that. How could there be graphene wire if it's
so for
two-dimensional?
But hey, Brian, like if you were to make a two-dimensional lattice of graphene, then like if you like were to expose that or create that within its own gas atmosphere of like just nitrogen, like the lattice winds up in such a way that it only moves charge from one end to the other end, whereas like other graphenes that that you make under other conditions would just be the wire would just run like a wire. Other wires are conditional, like they'll only run one direction.
Okay, so you got to make this shit really perfect, and then we got this superconducting room temperature graphene wire. Yeah, I just want someone to crunch the numbers.
Oh shit, I was pressing the wrong push stop button. But yeah, it's important to understand what graphene is. It's specific. Like if you know what a diamond is a perfect carbon structure, right? The matrix is like perfectly three-dimensional. It's very strong because of that. If you imagine the exact same thing but one-dimensional or two-dimensional, meaning it's like it's like basically like a diamond sheet. You can think of it like that, like a diamond sheet where it's like
a lattice.
Two-dimensional. It's a two-dimensional crystal structure, and that two-dimensional crystal structure is like highly, like all the things that we've been saying. The highly conductive. It's a high, it's high temperature resistant or heat resistant. All these other things. Strong, but it's only two-dimensional. So, like whereas you can get a bigger copper wire, like a thicker copper wire, and it's obviously going to be you can put more volts through it, but you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to make it a thick carbon or graphene wire because
hey, listen to me. Go ahead, Snacks.
No, you go.
I just want to know if we were to put some copper wire or something on a two-story house, how many volts or fucking amps or whatever would we get? And then translate that into how many iPhones I could charge or something normal.
Well, I mean, that the thicker the wire you have, the more volts you can travel through it safely. That's why like the big extension cables are thicker, right?
Okay, let's say I spend $1,000 on copper.
Okay, well, what's the point?
How much volts am I going to get?
Why would you need it? First of all, that all your appliances, all your stuff is rated to like what is it, like 120 volts or whatever? Why would you want to?
Can't you do a phase change? There's little phase changer things. That might not be the right term for it.
Well, as copper's got like more high resistance.
Grid tie inverter. It's called a grid tie inverter. Or they phase change. They got all the kinds of nerd shit. Come on, man. Why am I telling you about this? Yo,
yeah, hook up a grid tie inverter.
how much shit can I power if I had a fucking $1,000 worth of copper rod going up the side of my house?
Do you understand that doesn't make a difference? Like you have electricity coming into your house already, right? And then you have all your outlets are rated, so all your output is based on what your like if you wanted to power more shit in your house, you could power more shit. You would just need to change out your outlets to allow more energy through, and then use some kind of appliance that would, require that. But if you use regular wires, you're just gonna you're gonna short your house.
Like a copper.
I'm not gonna connect it to the fucking house. Hold on, Snacks, real quick.
You're talking about from the atmosphere.
I'm trying to get a standalone system. Yeah, something I could have connect to charge some batteries or a heater. What do you mean you won't
Your
get
house,
anything?
2-story house?
Yeah.
You're not gonna get anything though.
How many? 200 volts?
No, you're not gonna get anything.
No,
nothing.
No,
you get something.
It's not. It's just like the resistance in the wire is gonna just drag that down. It's gonna.
You told me I was gonna get 44,000 volts and the Empire
With a
State Building.
superconducting wire.
I told you to stop
has
using
no
that
electrical
shit.
resistance.
I
That's
told
what
you
I'm
to
talking
stop
about.
using that superconducting fantasy bullshit that
All
we
right,
can't. That's not even.
So like the reason so if you made like something you wanted to use copper as your like a battery, look, it's a bad choice, but like it would be able to hold more electrons in it than graphene would, but the graphene could like charge and discharge a lot faster. So that's what you want, in an atmospheric like harnessing kind of wire. You want it to be really quick and very lossless, whereas like I think you're going to get a lot of loss in the system due to like the thickness of the copper wires and the thermal losses, all kinds of weird shit like that.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, you're better off just putting a tiny wind turbine up on the top and charging a cell phone off it or something. I used to try to talk Bandsaw into putting wind turbines up on his shit because he had all this shit. Anyways,
the equation is, I forget what it is. I forget whether it's volts or watts, but I just know like whatever. I think it's volts, but it's like if you want to know how much like what current you can transfer, then I think it's it's either the volts or the amps. I forget which one though, but it's that minus or that divided by resistance is going to give you your current. So you have to know the resistance of what it is. And so if you have, for instance, like if you have 100 volts per meter, right? And you want to get, and there's no resistance, then you're going to get all of that.
Okay, I have another idea. Hold on, I have another idea.
I think the idea works better, like instead of just having one wire, is to have like a bunch of like really like lossless wires. Like if you had a bunch of like really thin graphene strands, like if you had like 20 of those, it would be better than having like one, kind of okay copper wire. You know what I mean?
It doesn't matter. This thing doesn't get any electricity.
You could turn water current into electrical current with graphene coated shit.
It's totally different.
Check this one out. How about a Stirling engine? It works off a heat differential, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what if you have the top? What if you just have a giant one? So that's the top of it.
I said this in Gems the other day.
What's up?
That's what I said. I said this in Gems the other day. I said we were talking about different batteries. You know how David always talks about batteries, and I said like, why don't they just have like a massive Stirling engine?
It would be expensive to build one big enough to.
Yeah, but it would always be going because it just needs a heat differential on the top and the bottom. So the top would be, in the cold upper atmosphere, and the bottom would be warmer. No, or
Well, that's what we were saying because it was what's his name Slacker was saying that like back in the day they had an idea for a nuclear reactor that was basically like they set off a nuclear bomb in the ocean and they just used that steam to power it or something like that. And I was like, and then he's like, yeah, but that's kind of a dumb idea. And I was like, what if you just had a Stirling engine that was capturing that? You could just like set off a nuclear bomb and then have the, but that would.
That's just as stupid. What? That's even dumber, dude. This whole scenario is dumb. Why would you even do that?
Well, actually, it's not a bad idea to have a nuclear bomb and capture the energy with the steam. Why is that bad?
You just want to set off nukes in the ocean, bro?
No, not a nuclear, not a fission bomb, a nuclear fusion bomb.
Nuclear power.
Bro, do we have to put you on a watch list?
You're going on a watch list. Are you talking about the one where they split the atom? Are you talking about the one where they split the atom? You're
that's the fission bomb. That's the one.
And you're saying that's the one we're going to use.
No. That's the one I'm not saying. I'm talking about a hydrogen bomb. The one where they.
Okay, what happens in that hydrogen bomb? You're having mic issues or something.
Energy.
What's up? How's the hydrogen bomb work? Come on.
Shouldn't you be able to do something with like just pressure differentials?
Your mic's fucked up, Kosho. What's the one where we split an atom and get mad like a giant fucking bomb out of it? I feel like why aren't we making power like that? Right? You just split an atom and you get stupid amounts of power.
And diffuse hydrogen.
They call it splitting atoms, but it is, I guess. But look, that's how the Antarctic and the Arctic have at their research facilities. They have many nuclear reactors, little mini power plants. We could have one of them in every neighborhood, bro.
Like, can't you just split an atom and just get stupid amounts of power out of it? I feel like, is that even really that dangerous? As long as you know how big the explosion is always going to be, right?
They have nuclear reactors.
Kosho, your mic, you're having some serious mic issues. Are you like listening to us on YouTube and then trying to
uranium with you mix uranium with plutonium or with enriched uranium with that fucking certain shit like plutonium, and you get a blue flash, bro.
This all went off the rails. This all went off the rails. We're just trying to figure out how to get some easy energy here. Now we're on some crazy shit.
Yeah. Bring us back home, Jeremy.
We just want to get some nice, easy, cheap energy.
Yeah. I think like using like water.
Hold on, Kosho, your mic is lighting up, but you're not. We can't hear you. I don't know.
What's wrong? No one's home.
Dude, Bandsaw had the great idea, man. Get a couple fucking cows and fucking tilt them, make them guide them where they got to walk in a circle or something.
A couple
donkeys or fucking mules or
cows. Walk in a circle and spin the wheel, but then you got to feed them and shit, and then you got cow shit. What? No, that's a stupid fucking plan. I told him to get I told him to get a 55-gallon drum. What you do is you get a 55-gallon drum, cut that shit vertically, right from the top to the bottom. Then you stack them cockeyed on each other, at perpendicular to each other, so the openings are perpendicular. Screw them together, put a spinny thing on it and a thing to get the electricity, and fucking hook it up. And you got like a wind turbine for like 20, maybe $50 or something. You don't have fucking live animals. There's gonna be shit all over the place. I mean, I guess you could eat
but
them.
The wind ain't gonna do shit, dude. The wind ain't gonna do shit unless you got a big fucking.
He was right on the coast, bro.
Yeah, you need
right on the coast. You don't need a big one. A 55-gallon drum vertical, bro. Think how much space that is. That's huge. You get a couple of those, you got a nice little fucking thing going. Say word. Word to your mother. You know how much a 55-gallon drum costs? It's like $20 a ton.
I've got
like $100.
I got a plastic
Yeah,
one and
the
a metal one.
plastic ones. Yeah, you cut that shit vertically. You stack one piece on another piece, pack it perpendicular though, so the openings are perpendicular, and then bolt it all together. Put a little fucking motor thingy on it, hook it up to some wires or whatever you guys do, and boom. If you did like 10 of them shits and had them lined up, bro, you'd be fucking raking in the power when the wind blew. You on the coast? Anywhere on the coast is probably gonna catch some nice wind, ain't it? Isn't that like how the coast works? You get some good winds, or no?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this shit. I don't know how quiet they are, but they
Yeah,
make
but I was just
silent
talking
wind.
about something practical. Like if you're talking about running a house and run a house, you could get way more power off of a couple donkeys or a couple cows. I'm just saying you could get a little
Bro,
backup
you have
power.
dude, you can't have the cows, they get sick, you got vet bills, you want some shit that's just gonna go, bro. You can pick up cow shit? Is that what you want to add that on your daily task of stuff to do? Feed the cows?
How my son do it.
Put the cows on the thing so they can start going in circles, take them off the thing so they can, like, dude, the shit is that's a hassle, bro. You just want the wind catching the wind. Wave power is good too. Wave power. Starting to use that, maybe. I mean, the waves is always going. Right? Or tide. You use tidal power. That shit is like clockwork. That's what's up. You know exactly how much you're going to get with that.
Dude, you just made me think of something. So tide, right? So we got these big ass fucking bladders that are connected. Like there's like a pulley up above and a chain like in a chain pulley like down below, right? So when the tide goes down, it's pulling the freaking it's like a big ass bladder, heavy as shit.
We
Like
have
full of
like
water.
giant locks. Hold on, I see
Yeah,
where you're going with this. Hold on, right? Hold on.
Well, let me finish. I'm
All right,
almost
go ahead.
done.
I'm
And
about to steal your
then
whole
as the
idea.
tide
Go
goes
ahead.
out, it's pulling the fucking pulley down and spinning the turbine, and then make it where it just fills up with air when it goes down, as it goes down, and then when the tide goes back out, it when it goes back up, it pulls the pulley also, man. Like I don't know, make it work both ways. Go ahead.
Yo, can't we just do something simple? Go ahead, Joe.
This any better?
Yeah, we hear you now.
All right, sorry about all that. Go ahead and say your idea, Jeremy, and I'll clear up whatever it is I was saying before.
No, we don't. We're past it. We're past it.
Well, I'm going to say it anyways, dude, because I'm trying to let you know that you said, can't you just take that energy? A nuclear fission facility, so nuclear energy, all the places that have nuclear energy, they're utilizing nuclear fission. And a nuclear bomb is doing the same thing, but they're doing it in totally different ways. Like the nuclear bomb is set up in a way to where the fission reaction sets off a chain reaction in like I forget, it's like exponential basically. So it's like one, you can think of it like one atom is gonna shoot off like a neutron, and it's going to affect two other atoms, and that's going to affect two other atoms.
Nerd rage on me,
It's
bro.
set up in a way that does it extremely quick chain reaction. Whereas a fission facility is set up to do like a sustained reaction, which just heats up the water, right? So it's just two different uses of the same sort of idea.
Trying to get the power more localized, right? Because if anything were to happen, you want every like 2-family house to be having power. You know?
Why?
Because you could heat, you can cool with it. That's just an emergency necessity that we kind of need at this point. Think about in Texas when electricity goes off, people start dying, right?
Yeah, I live right next to the power place, so good.
Yeah, so I know you live under the power lines. That explains a lot. We know.
Yeah, so there's no problem.
How long have you been living under the power lines for?
Like a year.
A year?
Yeah.
You did get a little wily in this last year. The point is we want to have this energy production more localized to where it's being used. That way, in case the grid goes down, in case of any society,
Well, you know, a submarine.
Our infrastructure. Hold on, our infrastructure right now we're very advanced, but it's very fragile because we're not localized. Our food production, there's like shit could happen where society would collapse. Whereas if we had everything localized, like we'd be much better off, and it would be harder to collapse society.
Did you know that in most cities, in almost all cities, like you know how I stay next to the power station or whatever, I forget what they call them, I don't know what you call them, but you know what I'm talking about, like those power stations. Anyways, in the city, they're all over the place too, but they disguise them in fake buildings. Like they literally put a fake building around it, so it looks like it's like an apartment or a business or something, but it's just a fake building that's just housing the same shit. So for all you know, you could live right next to one, you wouldn't even know it, dude.
I put them right out in the open here.
Some places,
I know where those areas are.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in a city though, because in a city, they don't have them out.
Fenced off and shit, but they got
them. No, they literally put a fake building around it.
Yeah, maybe where you are, where I am, they just have them fenced off like normal people. Like, hey, don't.
They do this all over the world.
I don't think that's in my city because I see them in the open. So
it depends on what. Like, I'm talking about like a dense city, like like downtown.
Oh, there's a building. You're saying there's a building downtown with just all that electrical shit in it.
Yeah, multiple buildings. Yeah, like and then like any dense, like like in downtown New York or something, or in New York City. Yeah, instead of having those out, like where it's gonna be aesthetically displeasing, they put like a fake building around it. So there's like windows and everything, and they just make it look like it's like a house or a building.
Whatever. You totally derailed us, thanks. See, this is why you're getting replaced with ChatGPT soon.
Yeah, I tell you what, dude. I've been warning him, dude, but that's been fucking him up, dude. He's coming up with some fucking wacky ass arguments, and it's because he's listening to ChatGPT, dude. It's getting a little.
Yeah, just scared. We know.
No, it's not scary, dude. It's not scary. It's just it's difficult to tell somebody they're wrong when they're getting the information from a computer they think is right. But that AI is it's admittedly almost always wrong. Like if you there's no obligation for it to tell you something correct. You know what I mean? You kind of have to know how to ask it shit and know what type of information you can trust.
We know. Hold on. Here's my idea with Brian. Brian had some weird shit. I didn't. He took it somewhere I didn't think he was gonna go. But all you need is movement, right? You need copper to move near magnets to get electricity. So why don't we set giant fucking water wheels up so that when the tide comes in, it just moves these wheels a little bit. The waves are lapping. It's moving the whole time. It goes out, and the wheels are moving the whole time.
Dude, you're like 100 years behind, man. Maybe more than that. You're talking about making a generator, a water generator.
I'm wondering why they're not like littered along coastlines or rivers and shit. Like, why aren't we utilizing them?
Yeah, this is what I was talking about in Gems the other night because I brought this up before about how like somebody was
There's a
asking,
lot of movement going on.
you guys
not capturing.
somebody was asking how could you get the Earth's rotation? How could you capture the energy from the Earth's rotation and use it? And that's one way you can do it is by making tidal generators that work off the tides. But I talked to a dude who works in like the energy business here in Texas. Like he's building those batteries out by Dallas, those solar farms and or wind farms. And he was saying that the reason they don't do that because even though it's more promising than anything else because it's regular and it's you just put them along every coast, but it's just the infrastructure doesn't exist for it, and it's very difficult to have that type of shit underwater. Like people have to because it's gonna wear a lot quicker than anything else, and it's also gonna be harder to upkeep.
That's true. All right. You might have them. Okay, here's another idea. New idea. You have it so when the tide comes up, high tide, it captures vast pools of water, like massive amounts of water, and then when the tide goes out, you put a wheel in between and let it slide down.
Yeah, like a gravity battery. There's lakes. They do it. There's lakes where they have this set up.
Like you have it go through a pipe with a wind turbine. Or sorry, not a wind turbine, a hydro turbine in a pipe.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Like you have like Well, you would need
Right, I
something.
give you 50% credit for this, I guess.
Well, you have to think about how you would set this up, but you would like make it so like when the high tides came in, it like captured that water, maybe like putting up a wall at some point, so then the tides go back out.
I mean, this happens naturally in nature. Like there'll
Yeah,
be
but you'd have to
water.
you'd have to find a way to capture it efficiently because you want to
You
drop
build
that
a
water
giant
back
fucking
down.
concrete thing. You build a giant fucking concrete thing or something. Yeah.
No, you need big bladders that can dump.
Right,
So it's going to be full of air on its way up. It's going to pull a pulley from underneath, and then when it gets high, as the water comes up, it fills it up with water, almost like the Shipwreck Island little baby toy where it fills up with water and then it dumps and then it leans back up, but instead it's going up under the water, and then it's coming up with the tide, like it's air when it's coming up with the tide, and it fills up with water as it's coming up, and then when it gets high and the tide's about to turn, then it's full of water. It's a big fucking 20-ton bladders that are going to pull back down for like gravity.
Yeah,
battery,
but
and then like
you'd want something with the least moving parts.
Yeah, well, it'd just be a flap basically. It'd need a little bit of assistance, but not much.
That's what I was saying. A wall, like if you have it to where a wall blocks off the water once it's up, like on the higher point, and then you release it when you want to capture it, once the tides go back out.
Yeah, you basically could have a giant. I mean, you could capture thousands of tons of water. So I mean, it's a nice little. Granted, it wouldn't drop that far. I don't know. You get the higher tides, and I wonder how much energy you get off of that. It's not really going to drop far in places like Hawaii where the tides don't vary
Almost
that much.
like a tidal dam, like where you got a big
Along the
circuit.
equator though, you don't get you would want a vast difference in the tide, and you don't get that in the equator. That only happens in the north and south.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people on the coast, and just at the beach, it goes up and down about 6 foot. So if you
6
have
foot in Florida,
let's say so let's say or actually it's more than that because it goes plus I'd say about 8 foot because it goes plus and minus.
Really?
Well, we'll say 6 foot, 7 foot. Anyway,
8 foot.
What are you doing, a Little Wayne song?
we got a wall. So we got a big. Check it out, y'all. We got a big wall, like a big wall. It's like almost like a circle, or a square, and it's and as the tide goes up, and then when it gets completely high, the door shuts, and then the tide goes out, and we got all that water, like a couple square miles of water higher,
that's what I'm talking about.
and then we flow it out, just flow it back
let
out.
it flow
Right?
through a pipe. We let it flow through a pipe.
We
and
can
then
get power as it's coming in, and
a hydro turbine.
Yeah, we get power as the water's coming in, and when the water goes back out.
I don't know how it's coming in. How do you get power as it's coming in?
Well, you make
have it flow
as
through
it
a
comes in
pipe.
through. You make it come through gates.
What if you just had like a paddle system that was suspended above like where waves break?
Yeah, it spins
Well,
one
that's
way.
what
then
I was
spins the
talking
other.
about earlier with the giant water wheels, right?
Yeah, but then no beachfront, no more surfing.
But they're hard. They're hard to maintain. You want something with easy maintenance. This thing right here we're talking about with these pools of water.
Yeah.
This thing we're talking about right here with these pools of water, I think, is easy maintenance.
Yeah, just a big square.
Yeah, but how much can you really capture that way?
Thousands of square acres of fucking water at a higher elevation.
Okay, let's imagine this.
Millions of square acres of water.
Hold on. This is the setup. At any given point, there's going to be a line where water can pass beyond that line, like as tides are rising, and then a wall comes up at some point. Maybe at like the highest tide, the wall comes up, such that when the tides go back out, you've captured that water. Okay, and then then you can have like a propeller or whatever that water that when you drop the water, that it will turn that turbine and
hydro turbine.
Right, we could catch it on the way in too. We could spin the turbine on the way in and the way out.
Yeah, that was the setup. That was the setup. Here's the question: is this is along any point in the coastline? How much coastline are you talking about? And how much coastline are you trying to utilize? Because I imagine that
miles?
the energy you're going to get from that is not going to be very much.
Right, but it would be higher.
Well, how far are we dropping it? How far can we drop it? Yeah,
it's going to be whatever the tides were. So if the tides went up 6 feet and you have like a 6 foot, slope, so it's not even the whole thing 6 feet, but you have like a slope, where it's with a 6 foot wall, who knows, like for one one meter is probably going to be like what, like a I don't even know. I don't know what the volume would be, but I don't imagine it'd be very much. And then you'd only be dropping it, just right there. So you'd probably turn it a little bit, but I don't think that's. I think the amount of energy you capture that way is not going to be enough to
if
be
we
useful.
dropped, okay, let's say we dropped 1 square acre of water 2 feet. How much electricity do we get off of that?
Sounds like a lot, but I don't think that's what you'd be doing.
Why? We can get a square acre and nice on the coastline.
I'm talking about like how beaches are sloped, so like it's a 6-foot wall, so like right in front of the wall is 6 foot, and then it's going to slowly slope to 0. That volume.
The tide's up 6 feet. The tide goes up 6 feet difference from
but the
high
water's
tide to
only
low
dropping
tide.
6 feet right where the wall is, and it's slowly sloping. So the water at the higher part is not really dropping 6 feet, right?
That's what I'm saying. You fill 3 feet up with water, so 3 of the feet is going to be used by water, and then it drops 3. You have it drop 2.5 feet into the ocean when it's at low tide. It drops it back into the ocean in the hydro turbine. So okay, 1 square acre, we're dropping it. It's 3 feet deep, and we're dropping it 2 feet. How much electricity does that give us?
I'm just gonna go out on a whim here and say that
numbers.
I'm gonna go out on a whim and say that
Don't go on a whim.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a whim and say that the energy is gonna be like not even comparable to wind energy. Like it seems like a lot. It seems like a lot,
but a lot of water. There's a lot of weight, bro.
Yeah, but it's only a lot of water if the coastline that you're using is long. Like let's say you only have a mile.
But we're going to capture 1 square acre of water.
Yeah, but stop talking about 1 square acre, because you have to talk about a distance, like a one-dimensional distance. Because
what?
Yeah, because you're gonna have because I'm trying to think of it as like a slope. Like I said, a slope where like 6 feet is going to be the tides, and then it's going to slope gradually to 0.
Listen to me. We have an amount of water that's at a higher elevation, and we're about to drop it. I'm giving you the exact amount of water we have. We have 1 square acre of water that's 3 feet deep,
and free
we're
flowing.
going to drop it. We're going to drop it 2 feet. That should be all the information you need to tell me how much electricity we're getting out. You have an amount of water and how much we're dropping. What else do you need? I would ask Brian to do the math. We'll be lost for hours.
How much water?
1 square acre of water, 3 feet deep.
Okay.
How much? Like, I don't know the math.
Make it a square mile to make the math easier, man.
Okay, mile, whatever. I don't care. Whatever. Do a fucking football field, whatever you want. Just how many?
You have your cubic feet of water. That's like 130,000 cubic feet. So you got to figure out how much energy you'd get from dropping that 2 feet. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. 2 feet. How much energy are we going to get off of that?
130,000 cubic feet is just about 1 million gallons. So you can just go with 1 million gallons if you want.
Okay, that works. Yeah. We should be getting fucking Doc Brown gigawatts off of this shit.
That's about 8.34 million pounds. So here, let me calculate your potential energy.
That's dope. All right, nice work. Who is that?
It's coffee converter.
Coffee converter. All right.
G.
Yeah, I'm calculating this as dropping coffee, just for clarity.
Kosho's calculating it in babies probably or something.
That's an asshole. My numbers corroborate his numbers at this point. Like, I got the 8 million.
Kosho was doing it in horse dicks or something weird.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Right, that's practical.
How much energy? Did you get an energy number?
If you drop 8.34 million gallons and you drop it 1 meter, as far as I can tell, that would give you about 10 kilowatts of electricity.
That doesn't sound like a lot.
That's only like
No, it's not.
That's what I'm saying. That means, because I was thinking, why don't they do this? But that setup doesn't sound like it's comparable and you only get that 2 times a day too.
How much
So,
power do I use a day? Hold on. How much power do I use a day?
I don't know.
I have a normal house.
Also, it's hard for us to calculate how long of a coastline you would need. We're gonna have to compare
Square acre, motherfucker.
a square acre doesn't
Have you
mean
been
anything
listening?
in this context.
You're trying to figure out how much land we need. I'm telling you exactly how much land we need.
Coastline we'd need. I'm imagining a 6 foot,
square acre worth.
Oh my god, dude! A coastline is not an acre, dude. It's a length.
Bro, you could do it where just a tunnel touches the coastline, and then the fucking actual thing could be miles away.
Yeah, well, think about the Mandelbrot coastline. That's pretty infinite, isn't it?
The paradise, the coastline paradise. Let's not get lost, though. Let's not get lost. That's a good one, though.
That's infinite energy.
It's infinite energy. Yo, listen. But how much?
Coastline.
Hold on, Brian. Brian, how much? Oh, that was a good one. Brian, how much electricity you use a month in your house?
A month? Oh shit.
A day, a month, I don't care anything. I don't know.
A day? Oh man, I think I use about, I don't know, about 5 kilowatts maybe.
5 kilowatts? You're gonna use a half acre of this fucking water just for your house for the month, though. Wait, was that a month or a day?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Dude, how much does the fucking average house use a day in kilowatts?
I can't use that much. I can't use that much.
Come on, bro.
I could go get my electric bill.
From what I Googled, it's something like 20 to 30 kilowatt hours per day for most houses.
And and that dropping all that water gave us 10,000?
They'll give you 10 kilowatts.
Dropping all that water only gave us 10 kilowatts?
As far as I can tell. I mean, I might have
8 million
calculated something
pounds,
wrong.
bro. That's scary to think that 8 million pounds only gives us enough fucking to charge one home.
You
for
need to
half a
get some
day.
Energy Star appliances, first of all, Brian. Okay. Second of all, you're going to be using like a fucking. You'd be using like a fifth. Oh no, because the pool's going to fill up 2 times a day, right?
Okay, my math could be off. Okay, my math could actually be off. Let's shut up.
I agree.
Just shut up for a second, dude. I'm sorry, but that's my math.
Let Brian double check you.
Listen, dude. If you have a 6 foot wall and you have like the slope of the beach or whatever, it gradiates to, it's like from that 6 foot low to 0. So there's like a 6 foot slope.
Yeah,
or not a 6 foot slope, but a 6 foot difference in the height of the top and the bottom of the slope. Let's say it's 9 feet. Now. Listen to me. Let's say it was 9 feet away. Oh no, 9 feet's not right. 18 feet away. Let's say it's 18 feet away. And you were to capture that much water. Oh shit, I did this wrong. Just give me 1 second. Hold on.
Oh, we can have it flowing for a long. Dude,
I didn't do it wrong. Listen, I didn't do it wrong. I just drew it wrong, so it doesn't matter how I say it.
Okay,
but let's say it's 9 feet. Let's say it's 9 feet. Okay, which is going to be an extreme slope. But regardless, if it was 9 feet and you had a 6 foot wall, you would need about a mile of beach like this, with of this much water that you're capturing for it to equate to your acre of 3 feet water. You see what I'm saying? So that acre of 3 feet
water flow deep. Why can't we just let the water flow deep back? Like, why does it have to be all up against the coast? Why can't we just have an opening?
We could sacrifice
the water's going to flow in.
We sacrifice
I don't understand.
Drop it straight down, right?
No.
Like, where are you capturing it at? What are you talking about? Oh, you just put it anywhere? Is what you're saying? Like when the water rises?
You have a fucking concrete structure. You have a concrete structure up against where it's high tide. Water is going to start flowing into this concrete structure. It's going to be like a ramp.
Yeah.
It's going to be like a ramp that can lead to a pool fucking 10 miles away. All right, and then we can have just the water flow back.
That sounds retarded. Why would you have it 10 miles? What is all this?
I'm just saying we don't need a mile of coastline or whatever you're saying. Like, we can make the water flow anywhere we want. We can have it flow to Wyoming if we want.
Your setup sounds weird, dude. My setup is
weird, actually. Now that I thought about it.
Yeah, dude. My setup is just the water flows in. You put a wall up, so the water can't flow back out. That's it.
It doesn't matter. It's only 10 kilowatts. It's not even worth it. You're probably better off just putting there's something else there. Nice work, Del Coffee.
To capture
Do
the
you have
amount of energy
anything
he's
good
talking
where we can
about,
get some electricity cheap, bro, or what's up? Like,
I'm telling you, the best way is a superconducting wire. If you can find a high temperature superconducting wire.
How high?
Well, I mean, high enough to be like feasible. It's like a high temperature superconducting wire is like basically still freezing temperature. Because
well, can it work in Alaska or Antarctica? Or is it
let me
still
see what
like
the
not
highest.
that cold?
Let me see what the highest temperature superconductor is. Hold on.
Like, could
How
we
about
get
this?
6 months?
Wait.
Hold on.
How about this, Coach?
All right, go ahead.
We use the ocean tides to maybe near the mouth of a river, maybe not, and we make some ram pumps, and we use that water, just the free flowing water, and all the weight, just continual weight, to compress air. So it's just mechanic. It's just purely mechanical and compressing, and have some big ass compressors. I mean, chambers
You
basically
have
for the
you have
compressed
a
air.
wall. You have a wall against the tide, and the water's pushing on it, compressing air.
Well, just it flowing will compress the air, but yeah, that's another idea. But just it flowing through will compress the air if you configure it like a ram pump, and then you'd have a bunch of compressed air. It seems like you might be able to do more with that. I don't know.
Is
It'd be
Jace still
continuous.
here? If Jace is still here, then he might know of the highest temperature superconductor. But on Wikipedia, at least, it says the highest transition ambient pressure, blah blah blah. They said 133 degrees Kelvin, which I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. Isn't
Well, that's blazing hot.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Like
It's
100
blazing.
degrees below 0 Celsius.
Yeah, it's like
More than
140 negative Celsius, I think.
Yeah, I think it says
really?
it says lanthanum or lanthanum superhydride at 250 Kelvin. But those are only at high pressures.
I decimal in the wrong spot.
250 is at close to 0 Celsius.
Yeah, it's negative 140, man. Negative 140 Celsius.
250?
Hey, so forget your pipe dream of this fucking super.
130.
Oh yeah, but 250 is 230 or 23 Celsius, negative 23 Celsius, which is not horrible. I mean, it's just incredible.
We can do. Hold on, you're saying there's a superconducting thing at negative 23?
Yeah, it's at negative 23, but it says it's very high pressure.
Come on, man. Why you always gotta have this goofy extra shit? This is your MO.
It's not my thing, dude. It's not my thing. This is just the way it behaves. I don't know what to tell you.
Just stop with your fantasy super cool superconducting shit. Can we get something reasonable that actually exists?
I mean, it does exist, man. And the thing is, like, this stuff is this like you guys always wonder why the scientists playing with this type of shit. This is why they're fucking playing, like, material scientists this type of stuff, because the implications are incredibly profitable. Like, if you can get a high enough temperature superconductor or critical temperature superconductor, you would transform electronic infrastructure, like the electrical grid and shit like that, because you can transfer energy with like I said, with no resistance. There's companies that already do this, but they require like the very super cold setup and stuff like that.
Yeah, bro, we can't be keeping shit super cold. Like, maybe if you had something that we could have pulled off in the north for 6 months, or
negative 23 Celsius, you could probably find that in places naturally.
That's what I'm saying. But how often out of the year, though? How many days out of the year, though?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the pressures are. I'm trying to look it up. I'm trying to find the source to see what the pressure is.
Bro. You're wasting your time. You're leading us on wild goose chases.
There are materials that are cold, just like if you keep them contained, like Freon, for example. Like, the boiling point is what's the boiling point of fucking Freon or butane or
But you
something?
can't keep this thing contained. It needs to be exposed to the air, doesn't it?
Why?
There'd be ways to do it
No,
though. It's
no,
not as
dude. You just need to have, dude, not the entire wire. Like you won't have to have the whole thing exposed to the air. It's just a way to connect. Like when they say there's that much potential in the atmosphere, in order to capture that potential, you're going to need to connect these two regions, and then obviously have some sort of current running. But the entire wire can be enclosed. You know what I mean? Of course. It's just the ends, the terminals are, we're going to have to be open.
Okay, so how do you get something under high pressure? You just fucking push air into it, right? So we got a tube with the graphene in it.
You can have a machine push that shit together, just like one of those fucking compacting things, like just like a
hydraulic press, a hydraulic press, the pushy thing. You're a manly man, bro. How many saws you got?
I got a bunch of saws. I got a bunch of saws.
Oh. You got 8 saws.
Yeah, fuck, man.
You were counting saw blades.
I tell you what I have. I have 20 Band-Aids on my hands right now because I was been cutting wood the past couple of days, and I wasn't wearing gloves, and I cut the fuck out of my hands, man.
I just stabbed clear through my fucking finger with one of them ice pick things.
Oh,
to try to cut.
Don't tell me that.
In one side, I mean, not like from top to bottom through the bone, but through the fucking meat from the tip, the tip of my fuck you finger.
I got fucking
went in the top, and right out the fucking bottom a couple days ago, bro.
He's distracting us, Brian. Brian, don't let Kosho derail and distract. This is their game. They want us to. We're trying to talk about some real shit. You know what I'm saying? Brainstorming, speculating. This is what these guys do. They try to derail us, throw us off the trail. Kosho's probably works for Big Oil or some shit, and it's sent here just to keep us off this.
He works
oh shit! I just found the temperature, dude. 170 gigapascals. Yeah.
Dude, I don't even know what that means. Well, is that hard to do, or?
Yeah, I forget. Hold on.
Is the temperature and the pressure doable?
You just need the right material.
It doesn't sound like there's even going to be a lot of electricity there because we're only doing 2-story houses mostly. Like most people live in 2-story houses, right?
Okay, I'm seeing that. That's about half a million
for the Empire State Building. How many atmospheres?
About half a million.
Okay, so not doable. So it would be raining diamonds. Would it be raining diamonds in the tube?
It would be, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be raining diamonds in the tube, no doubt.
Hold on. Not half a million. 1.5 million.
Oh, okay. Would it still be raining diamonds in the tube?
Dude, the reason they had to say the shit's raining diamonds is because it's off. It doesn't work on their planetary scale, so they have to make it dense. They have to come up with absurd shit to make it dense enough to fucking maintain the orbit and the distance and all that shit.
No, we already went over this, dude. All you have to do is know what the mass.
I listened, man.
If you know what the mass of the planet is, and you know the volume, and you know that it's all gas. Like the pressure at any given point is just going to come out of that, right? So it's not. You're not just putting the pressure in there to make the model fit. That's what the pressure.
It's not raining diamonds anywhere, bro. I promise you. There's nowhere in the fucking world raining diamonds.
Oh, yeah, it's not in the world. It's on Jupiter.
Jupiter, bro. Or this tube Kosho's about to make. The Jupiter or the tube Kosho's about to make with his fantasy fucking. Can we get off the super cool, super fucking whatever shit now?
Yeah, why not?
The bacon, egg, and cheese BEC, like, it's not going to happen, bro. We need something realistic that we can use, like these giant tanks of water all along the coastline or something.
That we already went over that though, dude. That's not good. See, New Perspective posted something. This is what we need to be looking at.
Okay, what do we got?
These are the underwater turbines that I was telling you about. But like I said, the infrastructure doesn't currently exist.
You said underwater shit is fucking brutal because it's crazy maintenance.
But the dude in the field told me.
I brought this up 30 minutes ago.
I know, but what I told you was you didn't listen to. The dude in the field, he didn't tell me that it was a bad. He said it's promising. The problem is the infrastructure doesn't exist. Just like if we had a new.
Shit looks like it's made out of fucking shit from Home Depot. This thing. Are you serious? The infrastructure for that doesn't exist. We built
the infrastructure to capture and then transport this energy, it doesn't exist. So
you run a wire from that.
We're talking about massive grids, like a massive electrical grid system.
Bro, forget the massive electrical grid system. We need to get off of that and get the shit localized.
Well, then you're limiting yourself to how much energy you can capture.
Hold on, my AirPod died.
Hey, you sound like a creep.
I said,
you sound like a creep without your ear.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
I'm trying to whisper. My whole family's fucking sleeping. You know, wait, my wife's got to work tomorrow.
Oh, wait. When I was talking, it was coming through the speakers, huh?
Okay, listen. That shit, that new perspective posted looks like he made it at Home Depot. Okay, that looks like some plastic shit, some fucking, whatever that tubing's called.
What's wrong with PVC? What's wrong with
PVC.
fucking? What's wrong with shit from Home Depot, dude? You never seen shit from Home Depot work?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying this infrastructure doesn't seem hard to set up.
You don't understand what infrastructure means, dude, or what I mean when I say it. I'm not talking about
build that thing and then you run a wire to your house.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly the part that you're missing, is how you get that energy from the ocean to your house.
You run a wire.
That part is where the infrastructure that's missing.
You run a wire.
Yeah, but dude, that doesn't work. It's not that simple.
Okay, how do you get the electricity from that to your house?
First of all, they collect it for an entire community or entire population of people.
Bro, how do you get the fucking electricity from that thing to your house? You run a wire, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This is the infrastructure that doesn't exist, where these turbines are to connect to everyone's house.
Why? Stop. They don't need to connect to everyone's house. We just need to put one of those out there for one guy's house. We need to get off this massive grid. Our infrastructure is very high tech, but we're very fragile because of how we fucking.
We can help one guy out.
No, we put a few. You know, you can have 1,000 of these all over the place. That looks dangerous. What if some kid swimming out there or fish is going to get fucking chopped in half by that thing? Do you really think this is the best way to do it?
Yeah, but to be honest, the ones I've seen,
that shit looks dangerous to dolphins.
I don't think they spin very fast, man. Like they say the windmills are dangerous for birds. Typically, like, because the bigger the turbine, the slower they have to rotate, the slower they have to move to capture that amount of energy. So. No, but he's posting the thing that he posted is a bunch of different ones. Like, it's not just the Home Depot one. There's different models that do the same thing. Like, there's one that just lifts up and falls back down.
What we could use is Xanax uphill flowing river that starts at 1.5 feet elevation and ends at starts at 1.5 foot and ends at 8.5 foot. So it's flowing uphill that whole way.
Yeah, but ultimately, we'd be using in that case is the collection of y'all's misunderstandings, which don't exist in real life.
Why would you be here so much?
What does that have to do with anything?
Why are you here so much? If we're just all collectively misunderstanding basic things.
God damn it, dude. Dude, when you walk into a conversation, like, pay attention to what's going on. That way, when you add input, it makes sense. I'm talking about their misunderstanding with the fucking river that flows uphill.
You said y'all's misunderstanding. That's what you said.
Yeah, of that river that's not really flowing
Coach,
uphill.
that was the perfect comment, bro, because Zanuck is he's talking about a particular datum which is different than like the NADA. So it has a river flowing uphill. So Jeremy was being sarcastic, saying we'll use the uphill flowing river. And then you said that the only thing we'd be using is our misunderstanding. We understand it. And so Austin came in.
You do, Brian. SE and Jeremy don't.
Austin come in at a perfect time, saying, why do you hang out with us if we misunderstand everything? No.
We all know the river's not flowing uphill. All right, that's not what water doesn't flow from a lower elevation to the higher elevation. Zanuck's saying it is flowing from a lower elevation to a higher elevation. I don't think he knows how elevation works or what.
Why don't you take it as your virtuous responsibility to dispel misinformation for people that think that men can
This
get
is when the
pregnant?
fun dies, dude. I'm done.
Oh, was it really fun in here before that?
We were brainstorming on ways to get electricity.
Yeah, I heard some.
What was that thing you were talking about with Rumpus and Zanuck that one day about there's a generator where you can run it off the current in the air or something?
It's called a Corona motor. It just doesn't generate much power.
It's very small.
Yeah. You guys heard that the jab
Yeah,
had
but
some
that one team set up a bunch of capacitors, man, and they got a significant amount of power. They had a bunch of big ass capacitors, and they had a tower with wires running up it, and they were producing a significant amount by storing it through the capacitors and shit.
Yeah, you could in theory. You just store it efficiently.
But
You guys
we're
know that
talking
the
about
jab
this
had a
one little
jellyfish
tiny
derivative.
wire.
The
Sorry.
jab had a
go ahead.
did you know the jab had a jellyfish derivative
Oh shit.
that lights up? And
The immortal jellyfish.
they actually sued the infamous Fuss Sound company for its use in the jab.
No shit.
Yeah, that's true. And then they in 2020 they accidentally put blue lights all over the place as street lights. There was like a nationwide malfunction. They accidentally manufactured blue lights, and they're in the streets everywhere.
But I want to say something before we change the subject real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I just didn't know if you guys heard that. I'm trying to fact check it.
No, I wouldn't even mind talk. Well, I don't know.
No, just go ahead with what you're talking
But check it out. So that Corona motor that they ran was just like a couple 100 feet with a little teeny thin wire, bro. I've heard a couple of the tower workers say that like them thick wires that are up on them like radio towers and shit, they're pretty high, but they'll shock the living shit out of you. Like I don't know if they made it sound like it could kill you, but they made it sound like it almost could kill you. Like you didn't want to touch it. And even when they're cold, I ain't talking about a hot wire. But they're grounded. And so these running a Corona motors, one little teeny thin strand of wire, like light shit that they could lift up with their drone and shit, bro. If we had towers or bigger drones or something and ran, even kites, or I don't know, and ran thick wire or multiple strands, I mean, it would be, they make it sound like it's insignificant just because it'll only run the Corona motor, which is true, but that's one little DIY little fucking strand of copper, a couple 100 feet up. So it's worth looking. And plus, there could be 100 things we're missing. You might send up like a tray of water or fucking some type of liquid or I don't know anything. I'm just saying any kind of component of fucking semiconductor. I don't know anything. There could be something we're missing, man. A key.
Well, something I think that conversation was missing is that you guys are proposing solutions that require huge infrastructure that we still depend upon whatever the source of the energy is. That's the actual problem that we face right now. Let's build tons of stuff on the oceans and the government runs it and gives us power from it. That doesn't help us.
Yeah, that's true.
We need to find a way that people can do it at their house.
Yeah, I get about.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was fighting for, to localize, keep it more localized, and have it, because that would obviously be the best.
Yeah, or basically it wouldn't matter if we didn't do that.
I can get about 630 watts continuous with my solar panels, man. I'm trying to work on batteries instead of trying to buy a bunch because I bought some before and they only lasted like a couple years. I'm like, fuck that, dude. I'm not going to keep buying batteries. And so that's why I'm working on making them. And but the energy's there. Here in Florida, it's always sunny and shit. Solar panels are cheap as fuck nowadays. I need to really just buy more of them and tie into the grid and have them buy whatever I don't use or whatever, and then get free energy at night. It's an option.
Brian,
but I want to be off grid. I want my own shit.
Yeah, I feel you. But if you can't get off grid, they got these things called grid tie inverters. It won't store the power for you, but it'll power everything that you have plugged into that outlet, I think, while you're getting electricity. So it's called a grid tie inverter.
I just use it to charge all my batteries and all in the phones and devices and shit like that, and then a light in here, pretty much continual. I'm kind of wasting it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, solar seems promising. Another nice thing is it's easy to localize and there's no moving parts, right? They last quite a while.
Yeah, I think solar is the future. I mean, if we opened up a few more solar panel manufacturing buildings or whatever, we could catch up and have the whole shit powered off that pretty soon. 5, 10, 20 years tops, maybe. Depending on how many factories we make, solar panel factories. We're way behind right now. You'd have to be pumping them out like crazy. And the demand only keeps getting more and more, so yeah, no moving parts with the solar. I heard they've gotten real good with the panels themselves too. Like you can, I think somebody had them lasting 75 years or something. Name of that. Forgot the name.
That's pretty interesting. Have you
Famous
seen the ones where it's
electronic.
like a bunch? Oh, sorry, I was going to say, have you seen the ones where it's a bunch of mirrors all pointing at a central point? I think they got some in California. Pretty quite crazy looking.
It's the field of mirrors.
Yeah,
And
it's
they
like
all
they're all in a
point to
big
this.
bunch of circles.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem safe. And we need to get away from shit like that anyways. We need to just do it locally. I'm surprised no one's using a Fresnel lens locally. You know, I used to actually have a thing. It was called a heliostat. It was called a sunflower heliostat, and it would track the sun, and it would always reflect the sun into my window, heating the
really?
house ever so slightly. Yeah,
I got a
they're
few
called
Fresnel lenses.
heliostats. You don't want to point a Fresnel lens in your house. This thing was a mirror, but I've never seen anyone use a Fresnel lens to get heat or anything. I don't know.
I just did it to make a fucking fire, just show people. I never did nothing with them. I still got them.
Like, couldn't you heat up a block?
No, they have have you seen that the bladeless like wind, they capture wind energy without turning a turbine? They just use these wires and water droplets. I forget what it's called, but supposedly they're using it in America now, but I've seen them in Europe. And you can make this locally. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure how much you can capture that way.
I think a 2-family house, if you lace the roof with solar panels, and then you have a couple tiny wind turbines on there, it should be good. It should be way more than enough. I rarely see wind turbines anywhere on anyone's roof ever. I don't know why, because it's windy as fuck.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is this would be capturing that wind energy, but just not with a turbine. With I think it's slanted or something like that. But somehow the water droplets get moved by the wind, and there'll be a current that will be carried this way. I'm just not sure of the magnitude. Like obviously the bigger surface area you're gonna get more. So I don't know how much a small one. Like I don't know how much you could capture with just like a household or something. I'm trying to see if I can find it now, but I forgot what it was called.
Kosher, how many watts can a good cyclist, like pedaling for power? How many watts can a human maintain, like for an hour or something like that?
I forget, man. It's not very much.
Hey, I saw a video. I saw a video of someone of a Russian Olympic cyclist trying to toast a piece of toast by powering a toaster. Toast a piece of bread in a toaster, and he couldn't do it.
That's a lot of watts, a toaster. Yeah.
Yeah, couldn't
You
even
can get like
fucking
a
toast
light
a piece of
bulb.
bread.
You might be able to get like a tiny TV or a light bulb or some shit going. It's not feasible for pedal power. I looked into this a long time ago. It takes a lot of work.
So here's what I did. Because I had 2 old generators, and I don't know what happened to them, but the one I took apart, I've got the, it's just pretty much a engine. It was a Honda engine. I should have just tried to fix the bitch, but it was a Honda engine with a freaking generator. It's weird how they work, bro, because there's no permanent magnets and there's no electromagnets. Like there's just a leftover residual magnetic field in it, and that's what it works off of. They've not even fully explained this shit yet, bro. How they even work, bro. But I looked into it like crazy. Like, where's the fucking magnetic field coming from? And if it loses a magnetic field, you got to spin a drill to get it going, or you could have a generator at full throttle producing nothing. But then you just take a drill and spin it like backwards and get a magnetic field on the coils, and then it'll induce that with the spin and induce itself, bro. It's so weird. But here's my point. I took that part apart and I hooked like the gears off of a hammer drill where you could spin it. I made a hand crank out of it where it was like I think about an 8-to-1 spin ratio. And I was going to do it to a bike, but it was just easier real quick to do it to a hand crank with like 8-to-1. And so I was trying to spin it, and I couldn't even spin with my hand. I couldn't even spin like freaking. It was rectified. I mean, it was switched to AC, but I could only do like about 15 volts, bro. Maybe 20 volts if I was really getting it. But I was gonna hook it to a bike, like a stationary bike, because we got a few old bikes, and it wasn't even worth it. I was like, if this is all I'm getting off the hand crank, then
How
there's
about
no
this?
way I'm gonna be able to fucking get anything pedaling it.
How about this? A Fresnel lens on a Sterling engine. Have it heating that piece up. You know, they usually put a candle under it to heat it up to spin it on those little tiny ones. So a Fresnel lens hitting that shit. Not at its focal point, so it don't melt it, but
Like maybe hitting like a copper pot with water in it or something. Like
whatever. Yeah, anything. The actual Sterling piece that you get hot, whatever. Yeah.
I've seen a person power a television and a video game console with a bike generator set up before. He was like, here I am out in the woods. My girlfriend's gonna play her Nintendo Switch on this TV out in the woods, and I'll power it with my bicycle. So apparently, a toaster is a lot harder to power than a TV is.
Electric heat is it?
Bro, check it out. My heat gun takes 1,500 fucking watts, bro, and it's just a heat gun like it's like a super blow dryer, but it's the same size as a fucking blow dryer. It's just a little small opening, and it gets pretty hot, but it ain't like a torch or nothing like that. But 1,500 fucking watts, bro. And every heater, every little room heater you got is 1,500 watts, bro. So the 6.5 solar panels I have, I'd need over twice that many just to run a fucking a damn little room heater.
Yeah. Electric heat is a lot to in electricity.
Yeah. I gotta make sure I don't plug my space heater into the wrong like circuit in my house. Like if I plug my space heater into the same outlet that my television is plugged into, it'll short circuit. I gotta there's like certain plugs I know I can plug it into, and certain ones that I can't, or else I have to go flip the switch in the basement.
And never worry about and also never worry about looking at the gimmick like the efficiency and shit, bro. They're converting electricity to heat. It's all 100. I mean, within reason. They're all the same fucking
100%.
And
Sure.
then some of the littler ones, man. I mean, not the real little ones, but once they max out, because that's like a law where they can only be like, I think 1,500 watts is the limit. And so once you get a certain size, there's really no point in buying a bigger one. It's not going to give you that much more. But here's another thing. There's like a AC running the compressor. Like I would need a little bit of battery power to go with my my solar panels, but I could almost run a small AC, like with a battery. I could run it for a couple hours, and it sucked the battery dry. But just with one battery, I could get at least an hour and a half with my solar panels on a sunny day. So even air conditioners aren't running as much as the space heaters, but they're like a small one's like 1,000 watts. But
Have you ever, Brian? Have you ever heard of a solar air heater?
No.
Called a solar air heater.
I've heard of something like that, but I don't think I'm thinking of the same thing you're probably mentioning.
Oh, they're pretty neat.
Is it like
you
old
paint.
school technology or new school technology?
Well, I mean, it's real simple to make. You just get a box, you put some black metal shit in it, you have a tube from the box go into your house. Boom, heat. The sun will hit the box, like the front of the box will be. The front of the box will be glass or plexiglass or something, obviously, so the sun can get in it.
Like a load
I was
dump,
watching.
like upload.
I was watching this like Tartaria research channel shit, right? And forget all the implications of that, but they're one of the things they pointed out was this like early early like 1800s house or apartment heating system, and they're pointing out like from this like panoramic view of a city, they're like, look, you see all these like glass boxes on the tops of people's roofs. You don't see these around anymore, but these were like an old school like solar powered like heating mechanism to like warm people's houses. Like
They
I don't
still
know how
have
they.
them. People still use these. This is a thing, yeah.
You
People use
never
them. It's
see
not that
someone. You never see them in someone's house though, or on top of someone's house. I mean,
you can't tell if they're solar panels or the solar air heater. It's hard to tell.
What do they do? How do they? I mean,
You have a
I'm
box.
not really sure.
I'll tell you how. I built one before. You have a box. You build a box. You put glass on the front of the box. You put a whole bunch of fucking metal in it, or aluminum or something. I did mine with aluminum can. I built two of them. One of them I did with aluminum cans, soda cans, and another one I did with air dryer venting. You know that metal
yeah, sure.
for your dryer.
Aluminum too,
when it
right?
goes in. Yeah, just aluminum. You put the aluminum. You coil the aluminum through the box. You have a tube run from out of the box to into the house. You have it like cycle the air, and you spray paint all the metal shit black. You put a glass on the front of the box, angle it towards the sun. That shit'll get hot, like real hot, and you have a tiny little computer fan blow the air in.
Okay.
And the fact
Free
that like
heat for nothing.
right, and the fact that like the metal gets hot even though there's no like outside wind to cool it off. Like it's sort of insulated. Like the heat, the sunlight still heats the shit up, but it's
Yeah, you
insulated from the
insulate the
out.
box. You insulate the box. So I forgot to say that you insulate the box.
I'm gonna take some my Fresnel lenses. I think my buddy's got one too. My roommate actually, but I think we got 4 altogether, man. I'm gonna aim them at my house during the daytime, dude, where it gets nice.
Oh, do not, Brian. Brian.
I noticed. I know
at your house.
I noticed the other day. Right, I was. It's like 20 degrees. Right, it's like 20 degrees outside. But the other day, I went and I sat outside in my car for a little bit, and the sun was beating down through my window. I was just sitting in the driver's seat, and I could really feel like the warmth of the sunlight. I could feel the warmth of the sunlight heating me up inside of the car, and I was like, "Well, I'm getting way warmer from like the sun rays beating down on me inside the car than I would be if I were outside the car." You know,
must have had a good angle to it.
Brian.
Yeah, a really good angle. Yeah, that was the point.
My front door is painted black, and I have one of those screen door, but it's not a screen; it's a piece of glass. And my front door, I have a south facing front door.
Than the glass.
My black door gets so hot it will it's almost burns your hand to the touch. So that's what I'm saying. If you pipe that into your house, if you had a separate box and you pipe that into your house, people get a lot of heat off. These are like professional units people make, and they have them on the roofs, and you can't tell that if it's solar panels or a solar air heater. But you could build one yourself, easy though. They're cheap.
Yeah, and it's all free. There's ways to heat your house for free because it's not like the sun disappears during the winter. The sun's still there. It's still gonna warm shit up. You just got to put a layer of glass in front of it to like block the wind, but still let the light come through to heat up some black object behind the glass. and then you draw the heat from
the
that.
box. You have a box. You insulate the box. You put snake the metal through it, paint it black, put the plexiglass on it, run a tube in your house, back out to the box, put a little computer fan in there. When that shit gets hot, have a computer fan you can kick on, and it'll just pump heat in your house for the cost of the computer fan. You have to hook it to a little solar panel.
That's some Back to the Future type stuff. It's like, man, everyone used to be using this technique.
They use that for pools.
Now no one uses it.
They use the same. No, they use it. They use it for pools too. They'll
but not like the average person's house though.
I know. They'll make a box. They use this for pool heaters. Make a box, coil black hose in it, and then in the summertime that should get dumb hot, and you fucking pump that water in your pool, and it makes it it's like a free water heater for your pool.
Yeah, that's cool because the heat, right? If you can make some object hot, it's gonna, like, if you have like you say, like aluminum or something that's gonna like conduct the thermal energy to some other location. That's just a free source of thermal energy that you can conduct and direct towards other locations. It's just like a sponge. It'll just soak it all up, and then you can direct it other places.
Brian, don't point Fresnel lenses at your house. You were joking, right?
That wasn't me, but yeah. But still, it's like I've always wondered.
One guy
like
on YouTube. I did see one guy on YouTube once. I told you I had that heliostat throwing the sunshine back through a window. I saw one guy. He had like 100 mirrors set up outside his house along fences and shit, and just had all the light being. His in the YouTube video, his house was like blinding.
Yeah, there's a way to
that.
There's a way to do that with very little energy, like basically just provided from the sun. I forget. I've seen like a really clever way where it's like it extracts, or not extracts, it contracts like some muscle mechanism that contracts when it's heated, so that like it turns to face the sun at all times. I just forget. I forget how that contracts. Is that how yours? How does yours work, Jeremy? Like, how does it always face the sun?
That heliostat I had?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not a nerd, bro. I don't know all this stuff.
Okay.
It tracks the sun or something, and it makes it so it's always facing the sun.
All right, makes sense. Hey, by the way, Fundy,
it's called a sunflower heliostat.
I've seen them. I've seen really clever ones too. Like,
that's how they work. Yeah, they make giant ones. I just had a little tiny one. I was just playing around with it.
Clever ones will require no energy. Like the energy is stored in like the mechanical nature of it. Like I said, like something like a muscle basically that will contract.
Mine didn't take no energy.
Okay, so like it contracted whenever it was trying to turn a direction. It was trying to turn, basically.
I don't know, bro. I didn't have it hooked up to any power source, so.
There's several ways to do that. But yeah, Funny, I was trying to tell you in the chat that that AI that we were talking about a couple of days ago, I had it that night. I just I didn't see it later that night or whatever. I could put it on a web link or something, but I was gonna see if you want to test it out. If you wanted to like
absolutely.
Throw some words out there, like whatever series of words, collection of words that you want to see it come out with just one word. We'll see what it can do.
Yeah, I have that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I gotta honestly, my system is just like 2 words at a time to see what word means like the both of them at the same time. But yeah, I could go ahead.
Let's see. Give us an example. Let's see what it comes up with.
Okay, let me pull up in my chart. Let's see.
On what game are you guys playing?
You know how
he's got an AI like summarizing software.
Well, I just trained this AI to just like he said, he had like he wanted to come up. He wanted to know like if he had like a couple of words, like if there was a way to like have like turn that into a single word, basically. Like if you had like like a couple of word description.
Okay, so what is a unit of sensitivity?
Okay.
If you're asking me, I would say like
I would say a sensor, but I'm gonna still
decibel. A decibel would be a unit of sensitivity.
What?
That's pretty good when it comes. Yeah, that's not bad.
The word it came up with was acuity. I would say sensor, but it said acuity.
Acuity ain't that. Yeah, you know what? I really like that.
Oh, weren't we looking for a unit?
What's wrong with degree?
No, that's stupid.
No, but acuity. Yeah, but I like acuity the best, honestly, because acuity means you're like tuning into something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Your ability.
Like I thought you were looking for a unit.
No, but decibel would be a unit of loudness, but acuity is your ability to sense.
Is it a unit?
Yeah, honestly, acuity is the best. That makes perfect sense to me. I think it's a great answer.
They do acuity as units.
No,
so
but
if I have two acuities.
But your acuity, like the amount of acuity you had, right? It's the
7.
actual unit, but it would be how you would define your ability to sense a sound. Like your ability to sense a sound would be your acuity, right?
Or any stimulus, really.
He was definitely looking for a unit.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Decibel would be the right answer for the amount for what your acuity would be if you're talking about sound.
In particular for sound. But it's like, what is the root word of acuity and acute? I mean, I know that isn't a real word, but like, what is a unit of acuity? Like one acute,
That's
two
what I'm saying.
acute.
Your shit don't even make sense. This shit's stupid. It don't even make sense.
It's almost there though. Like I wasn't that. I think it's a really good answer.
I think it was a good answer.
It's not a good answer. Brian's was even
worse. Let's try another one.
Okay, let's see. What word encapsulates both the origin and the like termination of something?
Hold on, man. You asked for units, bro. How is acuity a fucking unit? Like 3 acuities? I said degree because a degree would be a way you could define
the unit.
Define it as a unit, bro. So I said
degree,
like 3rd degree burn or 100 degrees hot.
None of us were satisfied with acuity as an answer to my direct question, but
Dude, it ain't even a unit.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, man. But what we're saying is like, what's the root word that acuity is based on? Like, 1 acute, 2 acutes is a level of acuity. Like, what are the units that acuity is a level of?
No units.
No, but it would be specific. Like it would depend on. Like I'm saying, it's a general term because your acuity to sound would be based in decibels. That's true, and your acuity in fucking something else would be a different unit. But I mean, I'm satisfied with it too. Although, like I said, I'd say it probably more specifically is defining the magnitude of your sensitivity. Like that would be what acuity. I think that's more of acuity, but regardless, I like it. So let's try another one.
Your AI bot sucks so far, but yeah, let's try another one.
Hey, here, let's try another one. So what's the word that is defined by the definition of the trading of a soul?
This one you're not gonna like. This says bargain. This says bargain.
Well, like that. I don't think that refers to soul in particular. So you're right. I don't really like it. But like you know how there's a Faustian bargain, right? Like that would in particular be oriented towards like the soul, where like you trade your soul for something. bargain, you can bargain with things other than a soul. So maybe that word that it just doesn't exist. It's
What do you
kind of
call that wager? What do you call that wager? Like the bet
yeah.
where like if you're gonna like why not accept God because just in case it's called the something wager. So I was gonna make a name for that
Pascal's
wager.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a Pascal.
So I changed it to a transaction involving your soul, and again, it said bargain.
Yeah, you agree with me though, right? That like
I'm not satisfied.
you can bargain with other things other than the soul. So it's a good word, and like it really is maybe the best word that exists so far. Maybe the word we're looking for doesn't even exist in English. So I think bargain comes pretty close. It's definitely a long. Your AI is working pretty well because it's almost there.
Leaky's doing
Okay,
better
we got
than
something new. We
than
got
the
something
bot
new
so far.
Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, so we got something new. So, okay, wow. Okay, so this is interesting. So I changed it to a bargain involving specifically a soul, and it says a Faustian. And that actually is
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's exactly what I mentioned earlier. The
'cause it says
Faustian pact or whatever.
Faustian is resembling, relating to or resembling Faust, a German astronomer reputed to have sold his soul to the devil.
Yeah, like I said, there may not be a word that actually has this definition. Someone may have to just make up one for the first time. Because, I mean, someone's got to do it, you know?
A parson.
I think, I mean, I like the last one. Last one, it brought my hope back up for it to be able to do this. But your examples are good because you got kind of like out there examples, like stuff that there probably isn't a word for. Let's see what it can come up with.
So, okay, here's another one. What is a proposed route?
Pass.
It says itinerary.
Damn, that's damn, dude. Okay, this is okay. That like, can you send me a link to this? Because I'm really liking the ability of whatever you're working with. I like the answers.
I'd have to code it and put it on a
dude. That's
like
fucking
a web page
good
or something. But honestly,
dude,
I
that's
can just tell
fucking
you.
good.
I can tell you how to because I didn't do that much with the OpenAI to get it to do this. I trained it with a very minimum input. Like literally, because I remember I asked you for like 10. I asked you for 10 examples. I only gave it like 3 examples before it started doing these.
Dude, itinerary, a proposed route. That's really good. I can hardly I don't know how long it would take me to come up with that word myself, but it was that only took like an instant for it to come up with that great answer. I mean, I approve. I fucking approve. A proposed route, an itinerary. Wow, that's an incredible software you have there.
Well, no, that's not my software. These are the real uses. Like people are using AI to do all sorts of silly stuff, and like Bacon was just showing in the chat, like ask math questions and whatever. But this is actually the usefulness in a lot of this AI is, coming up with this kind of just kind of like stuff that you can't really find everywhere else. Like you can train it to like, for instance, my friend, he's trying to find hashtags so that he can get more people on his TikTok videos because his girlfriend's like in the hospital. It's a whole thing. So like he's looking for the right hashtags to get people to get exposed to as many people as possible, and it actually does a real good job at that.
Okay, can I give you another one?
Yeah, give me another one. Yeah, see what happens.
How about the path of a being?
The path of a being?
Yeah, of a like a human being, the path of a being.
It just says trajectory.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
I mean, it's a correct definition, but I don't think like path of a being sounds.
Yeah,
like
it's super general. Yeah, it's tough. Well, I can go back to my first chart. So if I say like, what is the location of a life? Or what is the location of a living thing? What is that called? 'Cause I have my answer. I'll tell you before you type it in. I say, where? What is the location? Where does a life exist? I say that's a habitat.
That's exactly what it said.
Wow.
That's
yeah.
exactly what it said.
It's a habitat, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
I put location of a life, and I was changing the living thing. But when I did a location of a life, it said habitat. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. So this is exactly what I've been trying to do and build upon my fundamentals from the first generation to the second generation, and now I'm on the third. And okay, let's try another one.
By the way, I changed what you said. The path.
Let me squeeze one in, dude.
I did path of a wanderer, and it said meander.
Sure.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Sure.
Let me squeeze one in, dude. I looked up real quick. There's a little bit off topic, but it's quick. So I looked up the longest sentence with one word, and it said like buffalo shit. But then it had one which said had, and it said so had. So if you had like if one dude's had, and if he had, it said John, while James had. It's 14 hads, dude. It's saying had. Look, so had. Even if had's a guy, so had. If had.
No.
I mean, dude.
What?
I'm saying it a little bit wrong, dude. But it's hold on. I'll tell you, it's a fucking bunch of.
I can understand about 4 hads in a row, but after 4, I don't know what's being said anymore. Had. Like I can almost follow it to that extent, but after the 4th had, I'm lost.
Throw a Chris Hadfield in there.
I got another question. Did you want to do something first, though?
No. Yeah, you got another one. Let's see.
The other guy. I mean, I don't want to hog the mic or whatever. Did you have something more than that?
We honestly don't have to do too many. But if you wanted to fuck around with this, Fundy, if you how people are using Chat GPT, if you just went to OpenAI and went to like the playground, because like I said, I can turn this into an API to tool and then just like put it in a web page and then you can use it that way. But if you just went to the playground, I could show you exactly what I typed in to make it do this, because it's basically doing this, and all the words that we've used so far is adding to its training. So it should it's basically building on itself, but it's not it's not something that you can't yourself do.
Can I play around with you, or can you do it for me a few more times?
Yeah. I'll put a couple more in here, and then I'll save this too. Yeah.
So, what is the form of a being, of a living? What is the form of a living being? And tell me if you want my answer first.
Yeah, I want yours. I would say a life, but I don't know if that counts. But what would you say?
Well, when I say form, I'm kind of referring to like specifically just like a geometry. So I would say a physique, like the geometry of a living being is its like physique. But I don't know. I'll go with physique. What does it say?
Well, when you said geometry, I'm going to try that in a second, but I said the form of a living being, and it said morphology.
Morphology. See, that doesn't sound alive. Morphology seems like something that can be like to a rock or a body of water or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
So I think I think physique is
Well,
a bit more like
morphology. Okay, it says the branch of biology that deals with the form of living organisms and relationships between their structures.
Well, okay then. Then by that definition, it's perfect. That's a great answer.
Yeah, I guess
absolutely spot on.
I'm gonna try geometry. I'm gonna change it to geometry.
Okay. And also, there's a slight issue in using ology, because that's going to refer to like a branch of study, right? Rather than just a word like kind of on its own. You know what I mean?
This sentence is proper, dude. It's 11 hads in a row. I figured out the fucking crazy.
Okay, I changed it to geometry, and it said anatomy.
And anatomy, physique. I can see. I think anatomy. I don't know if that doesn't specifically refer to humans, right? Because that would be a different word.
It doesn't only apply to humans. It applies to anything, like any.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I see. Like, I'm not saying my list is correct, but as far as I say physique and they say anatomy, I mean, like big difference, right? Like we're both on the same page at the end of the day. If they say anatomy and I say physique, like basically the same thing, So I appreciate this thing you got there. It seems to be thinking along the same lines as me, to a large degree. It is really cool.
Yeah, I've thought about that before. Oh, Jay says semiforms. I want to look what that means, but yeah, I had the same idea before, like using this AI to, because I've always been into synonyms, using the right specific word for a meaning or whatever. So it's like you have I always wanted to see if I could put in multiple words and have it output like a single word of the same meaning. So it's interesting.
Here's another one I got. What's the location? The location from which something is measured.
Okay, let me type that in.
Or like where is something measured from, or the location measurement takes place at, or the first way I put it. Either any of them.
Did you say it the first time?
The location measurement happens from, maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the location and measurement is taken from.
Yeah. And I have my answer that I came up with on my own.
This says origin, which makes sense.
Oh, I don't like that. Origin is origin is way too vague when it comes to like measuring or sensing. I would say your vantage, or I would say vantage point.
Yeah, I could probably put something more specific in, but I know because in origin, like in math, like in geometry, the origin, like in a reference frame, in a reference frame, the origin is the 0, 0, 0 point. You know what I mean? So it's the point that the measurement's in reference to.
But it's sort of you're totally right. But instead of origin as a word alone, because origin can mean these different things, but it's totally right to say origin. But in order to answer my question directly, I feel like it has to say like origin of standard, or like or origin of perspective, or like because I get like the 0, 0 point on a graph would be the location which things are in reference to, but it's like what I'm kind of coming on to their side there.
Yeah, well,
I think I might be wrong, and I think your AI thing might be more correct than what I thought.
Well, the words you use, the word measurement, I think change it. So I decided I just put in the position I put it a typo too, and it still got it right. But I put the position and observation is taken from, and it said
Yeah.
vantage. It said vantage.
Well, there.
But
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think there is a way to categorize words so that you can start with like in my opinion there's 11 there's 11 fundamental words that all other words are just a combination of those 11 original like meanings. I think all meanings stem from a core 11 fundamental meanings, and I'm
okay,
looking for
dude.
those words and how to combine them.
Don't leave us. Yeah, because I'm curious now, dude, what those 11 words are. That would be interesting because I've never considered that even. But if you technically you should be able to communicate using like only 11 words, maybe with some like conjunction words and articles and stuff like that. But then just those 11 words, you should be able to communicate anything then, right?
No, because there's a difference between speaking in general and being specific, right? And so, I mean, we got to be practical in our conversations. Like, sure, you can communicate in the sense of like a binary code, right? But it's just so impractical to speak in binary code. And there also has to be this like a rubric or like, decoder ring you got, right? To like establish a set of standards, because words are all arbitrary. Words are all imaginary agreements we all hold, right? Like the word, like there's sounds, and then there's the meanings we all arbitrarily associate to those sounds. And binary code can only communicate like a sound, right? Because like if I say dog, like the sound dog, not the word dog, but just the sound dog. Well, that might mean that canine animal that we have as house pets in America, but if I say the sound dog in Japan, it might refer to like a flower or whatever that sound means to them. Like
maybe you can convert binary into an infinite amount of things if you vary the length. Like if you vary the length of it, if you have it like it doesn't like it's changing length. But I think binary is a bad example because I think you can actually you can translate it to an infinite amount of things. But I think like body language is a good example because in body language, like you can communicate a vast amount of things with no words, let alone just 11. So I think it's like I'd be interested to see what those 11 words are. But I bet you it's sort of like that, but it just kind of narrows down your communication to like these base responses.
It's like it's like archetypes, but still, when it comes to communication through any form, like different even hand signs or body language are gonna mean they're gonna have to be deciphered through someone's and like you can only hope that someone takes your message the way you intended it. Like they say about like you have to have a shared dictionary in your mind. You know what I mean? Like there's the message there's the signal that you send out, and then there's like the way and then there's the way that signal is interpreted, and there's always like there's multiple ways people are going to interpret the signal. It's the same message, but it's going to be interpreted by different people in different ways.
Let's do one more of these word. Let's do one more of these word combination things, and then I'm gonna save this.
Okay. Let's see. All right, hold on. Let me back out of this chart and get to something else. Okay, here I am. So I'll give an easier one. What is the general term, or that's how I mean it, but to put it for your AI, what is a change in geometry, or what is what is it called when something's geometric quality changes? Because there's many different geometric changes, like a shift or a reflection or a translation or yeah, stuff like that. But I'm looking for a word that encapsulates all of those. A change in something's geometry.
What's your word or what's your guess or whatever?
My word that I came up with for just in general, a change in geometry is just a morph.
Okay, this is what it is. Metamorphosis.
Yeah, metamorph. Yeah, exactly. Morph. Yeah. It's like I'm totally. Yeah, I really agree with the way this software you got there is thinking.
Yeah. It's like I said, I'm gonna save this one because I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it too. But I'm probably gonna further train it because I want it to work like well. Because sometimes like I'll think of like like a few words that I'm gonna transform into a single word, or maybe like the meaning of. It's like you want to use a specific word that means like this collection of other words. I want to make sure it does it correctly. So yeah, it's cool, man. I'll save this and I'll send you some kind of way of using it.
Hey, how about this? The location of a convention.
It says venue.
That's fucking what I got, dude. That's oh my god, that is exactly what I came up with. Holy shit, man. Yeah,
That's
venue.
essentially the root of the word, right? Convene.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's also convey and convention and convene. Fuck yeah. And then the venue is the place where a convention is at. Like, wow. Holy shit. And I feel good about myself because like
You hit on the same words, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like a couple years ago, and in fact, actually 7 years ago, I was like, man, like, what are my foundational opinions about my understanding of reality? Is there a way I can kind of categorize everything I know from the bottom up and just build from that? And follow some sort of line of logic that's like, okay, what are the most general words that I know in meaning, or what are the basics of reality? And I googled it in all sorts of different fashions, and I was like how does Wikipedia? You know what I mean? Like Wikipedia has all these different topics it talks about. Is there some sort of like master category, like 11, 10, 20 like main categories that Wikipedia takes all these different topics and like categorizes them into, or is it just sort of just sporadic and just everything stands on its own? And I was wondering, and nothing ever satisfied me, so I just came up with my own system. And what I found out for myself is like, yeah, what it seems to me is that there's 11 fundamental, most generic words in English, and all I have to do in order to like uncover every other word that exists is just take those 11 and crossbreed them with each other, which ends up in like 50 words that come by combining those 11 with each other. And then I'm on the third generation now, and I have to take those 50 and crossbreed them with each other to see what words they create by combining, just step by step. And here's the hard part. That's 1,250 words. And that's what I'm working right now. It's a big project, and that's why it's sort of like when the student is ready, the teacher shall appear. It's like oh geez, this is something that's going to take so much time. I wish I had a tool to help me out on this. Then here you come along with this software, and it's like oh wow, that'll speed up the process. Because what you said about like itinerary and the other stuff is like oh wow, that probably would have taken me like several hours of like reflection and meditation to come up with that word, and this thing just popped.
Dude?
Go ahead.
You know, we should test it out. We should test it out on a crossword puzzle, dude. You know, like a crossword puzzle, like that has like a series of words or definition or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm
I'd
gonna
probably
test it out
nail
and
it.
see if you can do that and get it to answer it correctly. But I was saying,
I
hey,
don't know.
I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can add this to a Discord bot, and that way, like, you can use it that way.
Hey, but dude, for real, like, how do I use this? Like, tell me, please. How do I use it the way you're using it now tonight?
Well, one way would be if you were able to use OpenAI's Playground, I can send you exactly what I did to get to where we are now. But I can also add it to an API, I can add it to an API and then use it, like I said, like on a Discord bot or just a web page even. So it just depends. The easiest, like I said, the easiest way would be if you could get access to OpenAI's Playground. Then I can just send
Okay,
it to you.
is that difficult? I mean, I have a computer. I mean, is that a
Just try signing up. I mean, it should be easy. I think all you gotta do is sign up for it. But if you just go to OpenAI and then sign in or sign up, and if you can just find the Playground, then yeah, we can just go from there. That'd be the easiest way in total. But if you didn't want to do anything at all, I could just put it on like I said, on a web
I'll
page or something.
I'll do whatever it takes. All I need to know is how to do it, and I can follow instructions if you have some for me.
Just go to OpenAI and try to sign up. You can Google OpenAI Playground, and then there'll be a sign up. I think they just want your email. Some people said a phone number, but I think they just email.
Okay, OpenAI. That's just openai.com. That's all it is.
If you search for it, it'll come up. I'm pretty sure that's the website. Yeah.
Okay, openai.com.
You just want to get to the portion of it that has the Playground.
Okay, I'll look for that. I'll get back to you when I find it.
Once you're there, I'll send you exactly what I typed.
Okay, man, this stuff is way over my head. This is crazy, but I mean, I believe in it. You know, I believe it's pretty fucking good shit because we put it to the test just now, as you saw, and it's fucking legit. Like like when it said venue and I said venue, I was like, fuck yeah. I was like, fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, the thing is, it's got a fine tuning function in there as well. So what we did was we trained it in real time. Like OpenAI's the Playground it's like if you put input in there, it's good at completing that. So it's like I put in some test in like input output. But if you can actually train it so that you don't have to put in any input and you can just start asking it for like the series of words that you want it to summarize to one word or whatever. So yeah, there's a lot you can do with that.
Well, it doesn't seem like there's a sign up or register or login link when I go to this website, so I might be in the wrong place. It's got like a flower sort of looking logo, like a hexagon flower logo, and the only links say
is it all white?
No, it says API research blog and about. That's all I got here.
Click on API. Click on API. Yeah. And then it'll ask you to sign in there. Sign in or sign up.
Oh,
there,
you're totally right. Okay, I'll sign up. Do you think I'll have to spend some money like buying this?
Yeah, you won't. That's a good point, actually. I don't think so. I think you can use the Playground for free, but yeah, if depending on the amount that you used it, you will get charged. Like some months I see it's like oh, you owe 6 cents or something like that. But it just depends on how much you use it. Yeah.
Okay. Continue with Google. Tell us your name. All right. I'll get back to you after I get done creating an account. But thank you so much, man. This is really fun.
Yeah. And I'll DM you. I'll just DM you all the text that I put in for the So when you get to the Playground, you can just type this into the Playground, and it'll just work correctly.
So we're still not talking about the balloon, balloon.
Go for it, man.
I was asking, man, because
no, we were talking about my fundamentals chart and comparing it to this AI bot, and it fucking came through with like flying colors. Very impressive. But we can go back to balloons or anything. I mean, we're kind of done with that.
What's up, Kosho? What's up with the balloons, bro?
Whatever Fox News said.
I'm sorry. Wait, did somebody say something?
Dude, after seeing the video of them shooting the balloon down, I'm really leaning towards this is like some Project Bluebeam fucking programming shit, where it's really just about like thing in the sky, trust the government that they know what it is, like, and then get to see them like shoot it down on TV and everybody's cheering. Just, I don't know. It just seemed like drivel. Hot air, no pun.
I didn't even know they shot it down.
Yeah, dude, they shot it down, and then like in the video, everyone's like, "Yeah, fuck
It was
yeah."
apparently off South Carolina's coast, huh?
Yeah, it also brings in that psyop of like, oh, another country could just come on in, you know, like some threatening country that they're trying to create that kind of polarity and dynamic, you know, like, oh, it's that easy for China or some other country that they're trying to build fear out of could just float something right over your house.
Are they trying to set it up for Russia?
Well, they're already saying there's more Chinese balloons out there. Like, they're just like, I read something that there's like 2 more balloons on their way over the Atlantic right now.
And yeah, it is a Project Bluebeam kind of preload psyop too. Like, yeah, something in the sky that's you're supposed to be afraid of. Oh, what is that? You know, pointing at it. Does, you know, then the government, you know, the military trying to take evasive action or whatever to know what it is and trust your government. We know what it is. We got it handled, kind of thing. But putting people a little bit on the edge of their seat, like, oh no, you know, yeah. To me, it seems like 100% psyop. It doesn't seem authentic at all in terms of being actually some separate thing that some other country set over.
I picture like the coyote up there in a fucking hot air balloon. They send the
Dude, that is some Wile E. Coyote shit.
I think Monday morning they should reinstitute duck and cover drills in all public schools. Just because of this.
Oh, yeah. And on a positive note, at least everyone's jabbed and prepared for the worst.
Motherfuckers, yeah, it's funny. Motherfuckers started firing anti-aircraft. I could going crazy at that bitch.
They could roll a lockdown thing
It's a
into
weather
this.
balloon. It's Globebuster's first weather balloon.
It's possible they could throw a lockdown type thing at some point too. Oh, you got to stay inside because there's stuff in the sky that could be threatening.
What's crazy is that like balloons are now a threat to our national security. Like fucking just space trash. It's just fucking dumb. I thought China had hypersonic missiles because they fucking beat us in the semiconductor race. Like, but we're tripping out over a balloon.
And like, how bad is our air security?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they just put up a satellite? Right? They want to spy on us. Put up a satellite.
No, they're keeping their fucking plane. They're keeping their retrieval plane so secret they won't even use it to fucking hook up down.
They're tethering their connection, dude. That's all. They're fucking. There's no way it's a spy plane. It's a spy plane, but it's like they're tethering their connection, dude, or something.
The U.S.
They must have
thing in the
something on
sky,
that
man.
device.
Like,
they must have had something on that device. Who the fuck just brings a balloon, waits fucking I don't know how many days it would take to get there, just to see pictures and images. Like, come on, they had to fucking. They must have been tethering something. I wonder if there was any more balloons out there.
The airplanes. They grounded all the fucking. They grounded all the airplanes and closed air traffic shit. What the
Yeah, it's like
fuck,
9/11.
man?
Yeah, they just like let this thing happen in the air. Yeah, which is if the countries are really separate, they weren't all run by the same people, and there was really some other country floating something over, it wouldn't have even gotten 200 miles offshore before they took a look at it and shot it down. They wouldn't have let it just float. They wouldn't just let it float over the country. Like, what if it did have some biological weapon or some dangerous disease, or what if it did have something crazy on it? They just let it float over the United States. Like, whoops, we missed that. Like,
what if they say more come here, they blow them up, and that was part of their plan, and then it spreads something, and now we're all gonna have to get jabbed again?
It did have the puff. Did you see that fucking puff that when it got shot? It was a fucking,
I don't know. The only way is to
battery.
take more jabs.
Bro, it's like, I just don't understand why anybody's even entertaining that this is China.
That's what I just said.
know.
Like, yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, dude. Like, I'm hearing so many people be like, "Oh, they sent it over." I'm just
Chinese
like,
flag on it. Like, come on, bro.
already lost in the sauce. If you think
There's
that
no way
that's-
that was China, bro. No way that was.
They said they verified it was in fact a spy plane, but they can't tell us how they did it.
You guys got to understand though. I don't know if you know geography, but if you look on the map, Alaska is the closest point to Russia. Just saying. It's literally miles, like not even that fucking many miles, like 100 miles or something like that, away from Russia.
All the countries work together, man.
This is it's like a litmus test of how aware are you of either like. All right, let me try to word that better. So yeah, to me, it seems like it's like a litmus test of how much people will believe that the countries are separate and that quote unquote China, this other country out there of other people, just sent this thing over the country, versus being aware that all these countries are working together and coordinating. So they would have planned this whole thing and put it on the news. The countries are not separate. They're all part of the United Nations. In my viewpoint, that's what it is. So I feel like this is a litmus test as to how many people will believe that it's actually some invasion from another country versus just another event psyop designed, to trigger a certain reaction.
If they don't have the different countries thing, they don't really have anything, right? So it's like Russia and us were getting into it. Oh, the Russian astronauts said the Russian space agency said they're gonna stop supplying us with rockets, and then they're gonna do this, and then they're talking about a Russian cyber attack, and they need like the boogeyman, and then that other country uses this country as the boogeyman, and they, I think a vast majority of people believe the whole different country thing.
How many Americans were looking up in the sky in the last few days, like, thinking they're looking at fucking Chinese balloons?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm in South Carolina. I didn't even care to go try to look at it or anything. I got the whole thing was so stupid to me.
I mean, it's probably like in the top 5 deceptions, like this, like shape of the Earth. Like there's a couple of them, but it seems like probably in that top 5 or 10 is the countries are actually all separate and we're all fighting against each other. Yeah, it's definitely one of the top 5 or 10 deceptions.
Did something happen recently that I don't know about? I'm lost.
They spotted a
There's, like-
supposed Chinese surveillance spy balloon over the United States a few days ago.
Did they
Spread it
shoot
all
it
over the
down or anything?
popular media.
They let it float over the entire country, then they claimed to shoot it down when it went over the.
It got all the way.
It went over the whole country.
How did it get all the way to Montana before anybody noticed it?
He got to Montana. What the fuck?
Not only
Where's
that,
Alaska.
not only that,
Alaska.
it went through Canada. So Canadians didn't even try shooting it down.
All I
And then
know
it
is it
came
looks just like a satellite, and apparently it just has no problems floating for many, many days at a time, which we all know they actually can float for months. So
Earlier, the Glover said it flew right over the.
over what?
Over all the fucking nuclear fucking, like, I don't know. The
They're so lost in the sauce, bro.
Dude, they might, dude. He's onto something, bro. He's
You're lost in the
fucking
sauce,
onto
bro. Are you
something.
organic? No. Well, I don't know. Someone said something about them having 2 more on the way.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
there's
the
like
story.
supposed to be. Yeah.
You know what I was talking about? I thought so crazy is like you got probably all the conservatives being like Biden's so incompetent, he won't shoot the balloon down, and the same people that if the news tells them to, they're like, yeah, let's go kill those people. So it's like I'm guessing that's kind of the psyop is Biden is so incompetent as chief and commander that he took this long to shoot it down.
It's Starwink.
So like we look vulnerable and like a joke to these other countries, and this is when they would attack us and blah blah blah. I think it's maybe like socially conditioning you to like.
I don't know, man. If you were here during or doing PUBG, have you ever heard of PUBG? If you were there during 2000, what was it? I want to say 18. 2018, man. Like these Chinese were like mean to us. Like they did not like us. China number one. Like it was bad, bro. They like I don't know what they're capable of, man. To be honest.
What are you
So,
talking
what
about,
kind of
dude?
propaganda's over there?
This is according to the Pentagon. There's a second Chinese spy balloon that's over Latin America right now.
Oh fuck, we're screwed.
I know they're gonna know the
dude.
secret
We
horchata recipe.
So is this
No,
the
we
start of
send-
the?
we
Is this
send a
the?
bunch of Baroon.
Is
We
this
send
the?
Baroon.
This is serious shit, dude. If they're taking
it-
data, like,
Bro, you're
Like,
lost in
is
the
it-
sauce, dude. Let you talk, man.
Is this the start of the next event?
Yeah, I think so. I don't
gotta
think it's
use
gonna
Baroon.
be
We got
this.
You guys, can we talk one at a time? It's getting super.
I think because remember
Hold on,
how the
Witcher was
Chinese
responding
government.
to something. I don't know. Go ahead. Just at least one at a time because it was getting crazy there for a bit. Just go ahead.
Yeah. No. Remember how the Chinese government disconnected their internet from ours? I wonder if they're tethering a network.
Exactly.
I mean, no
Nation-
disrespect,
nation's,
man.
Nation's on the right path.
Yeah. No disrespect, man, but can you chill? Because we're not lost in the sauce, so we're not trying to drown in fear porn about
Bro,
this being from China,
Yeah,
dude.
Kosha, you're turning into a disinformation agent. As maybe if you weren't in the past, it's getting
Yeah.
closer.
We might have to have a meeting.
Yeah,
Whoever it is.
What Dacian?
Tethering.
We
what
don't
Dacian
need
just
y'all.
said-
We don't. Go ahead, man. Fuck it.
What Dacian just said is
Terrible timing.
as far as my understanding of the nature of what this balloon probably is, Dacian's been mostly on point. What he said about the connection, like a tethered to just to tether their connection. Like I said, you guys are forgetting that the past couple of years they just lost the contracts to set up 5G in Canada, Europe, and parts of the
Dude,
US.
this is why
Like, they
their
were they were
psyops
gonna have a massive infrastructure with
Oh,
5G, such that they were gonna be able to spy.
Kosha,
They were
I
gonna be
hope
able to
you're just
spy
acting.
over-
Dude. I really,
they were gonna
I
be
hope
able.
you're acting and you're being given a script.
Hold on, dude.
I hope it's an act.
Hold on, dude, because they were going to be able to spy on anyone who used those networks, and that's been seen. So
Why don't
I
you
think
care
what
when
they're doing
Israel
is
spies
you'll
on
be able,
all of
you'll be
us?
able, you'll be able to tell by the fact if they continue this that they're just setting up like this test connection, which is going to be like a Skylink but with balloons that they're going to claim to be using, and they're really just going to be capturing, like intercepting a bunch of the connections from all the other networks.
Hey, Witsit, instead of a
Oh.
baby truther, is it possible to be a fetus truther?
Dude, this is preconception truther, dude.
Dude, it's yeah, it's not even conception. Exactly.
I don't think you can throw the word truth near it.
A preconception truther?
This is like a got drunk at the
Sperm-
bar where he
sperm
might go home together truther.
Right. This is like, oh no, I had a one night
Ejaculation.
stand. I had a one night stand. Is that going to be a possible truther?
Dude, this is a watch porn and squirted truther. This is dead on arrival.
This is pre-ejection.
Yeah.
Fucking unfertilized egg truther.
Oh man. Anyway, so I don't think that this will be like a psyop though, right? I don't know. You get to hear I don't want to be disrespectful. You get to hear Kosho jump in and say like a serious narrative. So I'm sure they could use this a lot.
Yeah. Do you think where that could go? Like, oh, they're built, China now tapped into our 5G network and now they're going into our phones, and then they cut off the internet, or they're changing the internet services so that now you can only connect to one website, and then the government had to lock down the internet. I mean, there's a million different directions that could go. Kosho's like,
I bet they don't take down OnlyFans though.
What's the next? What's the repercussions of this going to be, Kosho? Do you know? What are we going to need to do to curtail these actions?
If we don't stop, if we don't stop this,
we're going to send
guys,
Baroon over China.
If we don't stop this spying, it might lead to a one world order in the near future. There might be a one world system established if we don't put an end to this balloon spying.
Well, as soon as CNN tells them that's a good thing, they're going to actually celebrate that. I don't know.
No more
So are
fighting.
we going to go to war with China or Russia?
No, it's going to be no more wars. We're all one
Is
nation.
our ally right now. Next year, whenever a new president comes, they'll be our enemy, and fucking Russia will probably be like, "Oh, well, you fucked us already, so I can't trust you," or whatever the fuck Russia.
They're lost in the sauce, man. How many times I got to tell you that, dude? Come
No,
up
they
for breath,
switched.
bro.
They switched. They
The
flip-flopped their shit,
governments
bro.
work together, bro.
Our president, though, our president has a lot to do with it.
Dude, they put that dude out there just to see how many people would actually believe he has some type of decision-making power. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, it's like, okay, let's say you
Coach,
have
that balloon
like let's say you have like a corporation. If you have two different corporations, in theory, they are different. Different people, different owners, different management. They make different decisions, all of that. Now, I know some corporations are run by the same people, so I'm not, maybe that's a bad, let's just say business. Let's just say business. So you have, two people have two businesses, and they're not all part of some network. They actually are separate. That would be actually two different things. Now, it seems like that's what a lot of people think the countries are. They think that Russia is separate and it's a whole different thing. And they have a different president, different politics, and different laws. And then they think China is different, et cetera. Now, if they're all part of one main corporation, then there is one owner, as it were, and there's one management, and that management is then split up into different departments. So you have like the China department, the Russia department, America, but they're actually all run under one corporation. That is the difference.
Hey, if that,
let me just finish real quick. Hold on. Just with World War II and what happened after World War II, the power changes, and then creating the United Nations and NASA, amongst many other parts of the government, seems, in my viewpoint, to be when this current sort of corporation was fully established to the way that it's been for the last several decades.
Hey, Gio, if that balloon left China and then it made its way across the Pacific, whatever, across Montana, all the way across the United, like it's on its way back to China, would that balloon be like on an orbit? Would that be an orbit?
It'd be a path of some sort, yeah. Although they wouldn't call it an orbit, because they call an orbit only a thing that's in space, and what they call outer space.
Well, they think that you can free fall and accelerate at the same time in a different direction. But anyway, like what's funny to me is why would they not just use satellites though? Like someone else already said. Like why? If your theory is that they're trying to connect to our network or whatever, like they could just do that from space, right? I mean, supposedly we're actually getting internet from space nowadays. I don't know if you guys knew that was the story.
Who's getting in, who here has internet without wires at some point? Like wires to your house or coming from your telephone pole?
Starlink?
Who has
Yeah, Starlink supposedly sends internet. So why wouldn't they just put a satellite up there where no one could see it? Why would they put a balloon just low enough that everyone can see it?
But there was people before Starlink.
Data. They have to transfer more data. I can't. It's not enough. It's not enough power, bro.
You're just gonna make that up and say the word power and think that makes sense?
They need like more fucking gigs. Like you know how you get like 3 megabytes a second or 16 megabytes a second or a gig a second, or they need more so they can do a mass download. It's how you would turn down a infrastructure.
Where did you get that? Where did you get this idea?
Well, it's the idea of have you ever heard of quantum supremacy? Right now we're kind of in a World War III in a sense where people are trying to fight to become quantumly superior. And once you become quantumly superior, you would be able to decrypt any infrastructural security measures on it. On
watching
on the
porn, bro.
network.
I think people are becoming.
This guy took
the title of a Born Identity and shit.
People are becoming quantum retarded, in my opinion.
Well, it's like have you ever seen the show?
Just saying.
Well, I can't think of it. Sorry.
All right, just take a second.
Didn't they say in the mainstream that wasn't the story that they claimed that China just like lost track of it, like it went out of tracking?
That's what China said, that it was a weather balloon that they just lost track of. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's weird. That's a weird psyop too, because now it makes it seem like, oh, so countries can just lose track of devices that are flying over my house. That's such a psyop.
Dude, what's really funny is that they got all these people running around talking about China's surveilling us. Bruh, where have you been, man? Do you not know what the Patriot Act is? And did you not know that every single phone call made in the United States was routed through Israel before 2000? You think
Dude,
that,
that shit.
you notice how many
That
people
balloon,
have TikTok, dude?
They have
Like,
that
Amazon
balloon must have been
undersea
like a
cables.
puppy,
Yeah, they have
the puppy
undersea
crossing
cables
traffic,
connecting
right?
everything.
With all the airplanes and the jet stream.
Your Amazon
Think
Fire
about this,
Stick
y'all.
remote
That
is
balloon would have had to have
surveilling.
been a jet stream
It
to
has a
cross the whole
microphone.
fucking ocean and then the whole United States. That balloon would have been like a puppy, like accidentally making it through busy traffic. Like all the airplanes flying by and shit, and that balloon's just creeping on by. Dude, China, who even knows? Dude, I don't even believe China said any fucking thing. That's just the bullshit they fed us. That they told us that China said it was accident or some shit.
But I
Who's
mean,
China? China's some dude
but
in an office
I'm, look,
in fucking Vermont or
I'm
something.
Yeah, it's
looking
just
at New
another
York
part of
Post. I'm
their.
looking at the New York Post. They also have a little subject says China denies using suspected spy balloon over the U.S. for spying.
They
It
said
was
it was a weather
hilarious. Like,
balloon
it
that
was
accidentally
China, though.
fell off of track, and that had nothing to do with being a spy balloon. And then the Pentagon dude said, "We did verify it is a spy balloon. I just can't go into detail how we did that."
Right. Ground all the planes. It just made it across the fucking whole damn country. But now, you know what? Now let's ground planes, man. And
Did they cancel a
wait
bunch
till
of? Did they? Is that what they did? Did they cancel a bunch of flights for this?
But we
yeah.
yet
How
we let
many
it go through
canceled?
Alaska, come through Canada, go through was it Minnesota?
Yeah, but you guys got to
Montana.
know the story, man. Like they say, it's like 60,000 feet, significantly higher than the vast majority of planes fly. And then if they were to ground them for a second when they were going to shoot it out, because it's possible that the plane could be falling down, and you're actually like attacking the plane or whatever. So the whole like planes flying wouldn't really mean anything. They say it's 60,000 feet high. That's almost twice as high as a commercial flight.
Dude, the people lost in the
Sucks,
sauce
bro.
are
We
like,
can detect a
hey,
balloon. We can't. That's the best of our protect. We can't detect rogue passenger planes flying toward buildings, and it takes us fucking half a country to even recognize a damn balloon, bro. That's our reconnaissance capabilities.
They ground planes from only one airport in Myrtle Beach, and that's only because they were going to shoot the craft down near it.
Craft.
They
All
probably
right,
didn't
so
want
those are
anybody
the
to
only
be near it
flights
when
that
they
they
got
canceled.
What was
Show
the
40 and slip the
What was up with all the
government script, which is the next one's going to be a ship. Here come the aliens. Kosho let the bag
Wait,
out
wait,
the
wait.
bag.
It's a new
Kosho,
craft.
would you believe the aliens?
Wait, was this the same
Hell
issue
yeah.
that we were
What
having
I've told
earlier with
to you so far.
the planes, the
Go ahead,
flights
David.
being canceled and whatnot? Like we had like
It's
a
like,
bunch of flights
hey,
canceled, and it was kind of an issue. But the balloon thing was like what 3-4 days ago.
It was
it
today.
was today, bro.
Yesterday.
Kosho said they
today,
grounded planes around the area that they shot it down. That's what he said.
Yeah, Myrtle Beach. That makes sense.
Are these normies like confused and like concerned that China might be spying on them with a balloon? And they're like, "Hey Alexa, is China spying on us?"
Yeah. You didn't hear Kosho? Kosho said they're trying to take their 5G.
Bro, I'm like, where have you been, bro? Kosho, why are you not so concerned that Israel's been doing it for decades?
Hey
Hey,
Alexa, can you talk
hey,
to that balloon
Alexa.
up there?
Hey Alexa, am I being spied on?
Oh, CNN, Operation Mockingbird.
Well, it's like, Kosho, where did you get that whole agenda you laid out? That's what I was saying. I mean, I know I was kind of teasing you in a way but it's just like, dude, you were just coming in with this whole script. Like, where did you get that from? Is that like your own like kind of like
here.
more normie-ish, mainstream-ish conspiracy theory, or what even was that?
We're all brainstorming, and you guys are throwing around the word truther. I'm just giving you the truth of what's happening, and the truth what's happening is that
All
China
right, let's hear the
has
truth
been,
from Kosho. Let's hear it.
Yeah, China's been like with that company Huawei, that phone company. It's been known that they've been using hardware in those phones and other phone companies. I forget what the other one is, but to literally intercept the entire.
Dude, they all do. They all do.
Sure.
Every single phone
Yeah, I
has
know,
a
but
in it. That's
yeah,
a
but these
psyop to
phones.
make it look like that was just a propaganda psyop to try to convince people that one company has
there's a
spyware.
networking
Better
space
avoid
as well.
them. Better go with your trusted Samsung.
There's a networking space too.
Please don't.
There is no
This
space,
phone
man.
company's-
Please leave
this
your
phone-
delusions out of this.
Go ahead,
This phones company is owned by China, so that's a difference there. Is that
I
they're
kind of
intercepting
interrupted you because I said
other
they all have
information.
that spyware, but just go ahead and finish. Sorry, I did
Yeah.
kind of jump in.
Well, the
They-
point
they all
is
have
that it's
Fuck, it's bad everywhere.
they've been known to be doing that, and so there's been a an effort through like they were supposed to set up the 5G network in Canada entirely, let alone like massive amounts of the U.S. And they canceled those contracts last minute because all this spying that they're actually doing with their software. So now that they're not going to have that network that they were going to have, where they would just be able to tap into basically anybody who's using it, it makes sense that they're flirting with this idea of the same technology that Google and Facebook were going to do. They're going to set up these balloons, this balloon network, internet. It seems like China's just basically testing the waters for that, and they're probably testing the capabilities of the intercepting other networks with it. I mean, it seems like that would be the most obvious explanation for this. And then if one way you could confirm that is by what comes from this, like them continuing to lay this infrastructure out. Which
I'm supposed to believe that
Kosho,
had,
can you send internet? I think Wittu was first. Go ahead.
I think I'm supposed to believe that they had a deal with China, and it wasn't until last minute they were like, maybe we shouldn't do this. They're surveilling people. What a story, bro.
Like horrible bosses, bro. Like horrible bosses. Like you didn't get no money down, you dumbasses. You're like fucking what the fuck,
dude? That's the thing. It's like, let's convince everybody that there's a possibility that if you use this phone or this app, that China might be spying on you. Yeah. When in reality, every single phone and app that you use within the United States, the government is literally doing what you're concerned China is going to do to you.
Right. It's already happening. Exactly.
And they're like, oh, well, it's America. I trust my government. It's not China.
Unless it's but if China bad guy, then it's okay because it looks like the U.S. is helping to protect us, right? While the U.S. is doing the exact same fucking shit, gathering all of our
from
data.
China, using phones from China.
Yeah, exactly. And these stupid...
They don't care about that. They don't care.
Yeah, these stupid normies are like, yeah, but China's going to steal our information, bro. It's like, dude, Edward Snowden told you that 10 fucking years ago, and that was already 10-year-old fucking news. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I was going like 20, 25 years. That is how far back it is.
Yeah,
but that's a true statement, and I agree with you. What I don't understand is how does that transform into some sort of
because Kosho, what you're saying sounds like pre 9/11.
Well, no. What I'm saying is probably true. It's true that Amazon is funded by the CIA, and that information probably gets redirected to the government. It's true that Operation Prism or whatever that Edward Snowden uncovered showed that our cell phone companies are intercepting all our phone calls, and the NSA has access to all of it. All of that's true. But how does that refute the idea that China is interested in doing the same thing?
Buddy, pre-2000, Israel took all our data. How many times I got to say that?
Doing that same thing.
How many times I got to keep saying that pre-2000?
What is China going to do with their
China
data?
Wants to do it.
I'm trying to explain it to you, man.
What are they going to do maliciously with our data, Kosho? China, compared to the US?
Depending if they have sensors
they
on
want,
those
who knows?
balloons.
Buddy, listen, this is the truth. You guys have no idea what they do with any of the data. The CIA, the most corrupt three-letter agency ever, that they're taking your data, but then they're taking an oath to some moral high ground where they will not share it with anyone else. It's just insane. Israel's been literally spying on us since before they passed the Patriot Act. And, Israel's our ally. How do you know that there's no other countries doing it? They were doing it in the 80s and 90s. They were routing our phone calls, getting all of our information. Now we have the internet where it's just like, please take it. So you guys have no idea who does or doesn't have your information. What is China going to do if they know that you watch way too much porn? Like
all of our internet goes through the internet provider companies, which we can get into who they are and who runs them. But all of our internet is always going through those, and it's going through their lines. Also, have you ever heard that there's code in Windows that's like like no one knows what it is. It's like unknown, as it were. It's like kind of proprietary to Windows. So you guys really think Bill Gates did not build a backend so that the CIA and all of these companies or these corporations and government agencies can get access to these systems? Like Apple and Windows, the whole world is basically, in terms of computers, are run on those two. And
yeah, dude. And here's the question:
behind those, yeah, it's
the U.S.
hugely
government
funded by these guys. Yeah.
If the U.S. government can do it, why can't they? Like, that's what I want to know. If CIA can so easily do it, Israel can do it before 9/11. Why can other countries like China not already do it?
Exactly. They would do it through the internet, and even if they were to do it from the sky, why wouldn't they do it through space? Like Kosho, you can send internet to space in your worldview, right? You can send and receive.
They respect our privacy.
Yeah, you would just do it from space.
Wait, why wouldn't you just have Chinese people be in America doing it? Like, actually be in the United States just doing it.
And then if you were doing some like data suck, like spy thing, it's this huge white balloon in the sky that everybody could see. Like, that's not spying at all.
You can mass produce them. You don't understand. Dude, we might have
Oh my God, they can't mass produce something transparent? Is your argument?
Wait, that would be like if I came to your front door, I knocked on your door, I'm right in front of you, and I'm like, bro, I'm hiding from you, bro. I'm totally hiding right now.
Go tell everyone, be scared.
Dude,
like,
I'm
why would you not
spying
make-
on you, bro. Like,
Yeah. Why would it not be transparent? Like, your answer was mass production. What?
It's a huge balloon in the sky that everybody could see, and that the government apparently shot down as it is. So, like, that would be if they were doing, if it was a spy balloon or a data downloading balloon or something nefarious, that would have been the dumbest plan I could ever think of, because it was literally a huge visible thing in the sky that could be easily shot down.
Yeah, and check this. If you were the real truth, then you wouldn't know this thing was here unless the CIA wanted you to know it because of a psyop. Because no one would know it if the news didn't tell them it was there, right? Like, no one would have even saw this thing unless they were crammed down your throat. And now you're basically, this is why the psyop's being done, in my opinion. It's what they do with every war. They have to get the people so brainwashed with the like caught up in the fear and emotion of some idea of another country that they just forget that they're just going to give all kinds of power to our country under the idea of safety and security. So everyone's like, oh, this now all of a sudden the CIA is like telling us accurate information because they want to protect the country. You know, it's like, that's the real psyop. It's getting all the people to just like immediately go into that mental headspace where you're like, trust U.S. government completely, you know? And that's how they've done it from this beginning. You have a war, and then they're able to do all kinds of stuff and under national security. And because of war, we let them get away with stuff that's actually invasive of our freedoms. So that's what I think.
And people are too impaired to realize, like, they realized where that balloon was, when it was in Alaska, and they allowed it to traverse the whole entire country and then shot it down once it got over the water. Like, seriously?
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh, thank God. Thank God the U.S. is taking care of us.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at it from that perspective, that, you know, in terms of like trying to support your country, your government, or whatever, if the U.S. government, that's what I was saying before, if they just let some possibly sketchy balloon, whatever it is, like whether it's a weather balloon that just got lost by China, or whether it is some bioweapon military device, or whether it is something nefarious, or even whether it is a UFO, whatever it is, it was a huge thing in the sky. To think that we're like some safe, secure, solid country where that we're giving all our tax money and all of our military, and thank you for the service and all this stuff, yet the service is so inefficient that they just let some possibly sketchy, who knows what, huge balloon communication device thing float over the entire country until they finally decided to shoot it down. So even just based on that alone, it's crazy to have people believing that whole story.
Over the water. Remember that story back in the day with that kid that was allegedly within the, like, went up on a balloon, like Balloon Boy? Do you guys remember that? Where there was a kid that went in kind of like a weather balloon thing, and it was a complete hoax. Like, it was legitimately a hoax. They were more concerned about shooting down Balloon Boy than they were this thing. Let that sink in.
Yeah, I was
You guys
criticizing
remember
that
that?
whole thing too.
It was a while ago.
Oh yeah, I remember that. The guy was a hoaxer. He was just trying to get publicity.
So Kosho, so your story is that
well,
Huawei, your story is that Huawei, you know, like the whole 5G and then we stopped them. Thank God we stopped Huawei and now 5G is safe. Whatever that whole narrative you just said. But just
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything like that.
Yeah, you
Thank
did.
God and all that kind of stuff.
That's what you're
I didn't
saying.
say thank God they stopped them.
Well,
I
Well,
was saying
it's
I was
saying
saying I
that-
was laying out. I was laying out what I was laying out what the Chinese government's intention was and what other people were suspecting them of doing. Yeah, I'm not siding with or against them in that.
All right, but
go
the
ahead.
next part of that, okay, maybe I did characterize it, but at the same time, yeah, that's kind of the narrative. Like, okay, we stopped them, and okay, so now you think that this balloon thing that was clear as day in the sky, not even spy at all, you're claiming that this is now Huawei coming in with their because they couldn't get 5G access. You're claiming that they're going to start sending balloons or something that now have communication devices in which they're just downloading gigs of data. Is that the narrative you're going for?
Yeah.
You
So
think that's
I'm not going to
because this was the truth hour with Kosho, so that's the truth in your mind.
I'm not going to pretend to completely know what their plans are, but their like I said, their intentions and their motivations, not Huawei, but the Chinese government through Huawei, their intentions were to intercept our internet communications, not hiddenly, like not with something that we didn't know was owned by them, but just by something we were allowing to use that was from them without knowing what they were doing with it. And I think that they're probably testing the waters, testing the technology, and testing the capabilities specifically in the places they're going to use it to set up a network similar to Google's or Facebook's that they both were going to set up, and they never did. But they had this plan to set up a balloon worldwide network similar to Starlink, but just with balloons. I think they're gonna lay something like that out in which people over here can use it. But regardless, I think that they're going to have the capabilities of intercepting communications from other internet networks, mobile
Why not
networks.
satellites?
That's what
Why
I
not
want to know.
satellites?
Why not
Why not
satellites?
satellites?
I think like
Yeah.
that Dason dude said like the bandwidth required at lower altitudes, I think is a lot less energy. And then they say it was the size of 3 school buses.
What, the thing on the balloon?
That's what they said.
I don't know, man. I can't keep up with it, but
That was the size of the ISS, basically.
that's crazy if that's what they said.
You,
I already
you could
know
put
their
an
I know their
ISS on a
cop out answer.
balloon.
I like always try to be the apologist in my mind real fast, so I can like there's just we already have too many satellites up there. There's too much debris. And then yeah, what Coach is saying obviously also. So there you go. There's their answers. Be their answer till the end of it, no matter what happens. But I will say that it's pretty funny. You have the ability to be completely undetected by the general public, and you just put a big, vibrant white balloon 50,000 feet up.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter if
Coach,
you're
are
not
you telling me
producing,
that Coach, are you telling me that China's trying to create some kind of Starlink type network on huge white flimsy balloons that can be easily shot down by anything? You're telling me that this is their cutting edge plan, is to put these huge white balloons and just float them all over the world and surveillance us? Is that what you're telling me? And that they're just going to keep
I think
sending these things all over. They're just going to keep sending them.
Oh, dude, I got it. I know I can write a great
make
script
them
right now.
blue, bro. They can make them sky blue and just.
I got the script. I got the script. Okay. Elon Musk is going to have to step in with tactical altitude advantage and combat.
Did I think we should?
SpaceX's advanced technology is going to have to come into action with their reverse landing rockets.
They've already programmed a little bit, like with the whole Ukraine thing, right? So.
I think we should all take to TikTok to voice our concerns about Chinese spying.
They push that narrative hard, dude. Like Tucker Carlson was just cramming TikTok down people's throat. China. At one point, I'm like, man.
Epic Games, dude. Epic Games is Chinese spyware, straight up.
Look, check it, bro. Every like younger American knows that they're just completely desensitized from the idea of being spied on. It's just been an openly known and admitted fact for most of their life. Really, like almost all their life. So
that was the whole psyop of Snowden, right? It was the psyop of Snowden was to come out and say, guess what? we've been spying on you for the better part of 10 or 15 years. Literally every keystroke, every email, every conversation you've had on your cell phone, every text message you've sent, we've already
What you
cataloged
gonna
that
do
for the
about it?
last 15 years. So what are you going to do? It's already
Yeah.
been
What you
done.
gonna do about it?
Yeah. And when that all came out, and I told my friends, I was like, dude, I've been telling you guys about this for the longest time, and you guys thought I was a conspiracy theorist. And then when this comes out, what do you guys say? They're like, oh yeah, well, we know about that. It's not that big of a deal. Everybody's known that we've been spied on and blah blah blah. So it just totally whitewashes the whole entire thing. It's the perfect
There's
fucking
some
psyop.
there's some role that conspiracy theorists or conspiracy realists play though in culture as being like a soft introductory sort of like thing, tool where it's like we bring these things up because they give certain, they put it out there enough for the people willing to look into things enough to recognize them, and then we sort of like introduce the rest of the public to these concepts, and they're like, well, I'm introduced to it but I don't want to accept it, and then they slowly roll out that we were right. And because because people like you and me at Thanksgiving dinners had mentioned this before, and then pair that up with the media and the television shows and the movies that introduce the same ideas as well, then once it does become like fully like just apparent that what we've been saying this whole time is true, they've had such a slow like acclimation process to it where it doesn't come across as so shocking. So when Snowden comes out, it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I heard some stuff like that. I guess,
Right,
yeah,
because they have
whatever.
to co-opt. Yeah, exactly. Like when their trick gets revealed and enough people start talking about it, they know that a lot of people are going to resist it, but it's still planted in their minds as a thing. And then as that grows more and more, they then have to co-opt it. They have to like essentially integrate it into their narrative, but they have to put their own spin on it, usually which puts them at the authority position and then gets everyone
Absolutely.
to now just absorb it into the authority rather than actually realizing
It's just how life is, like everyone is just like, yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is. Like, why, of course it's this way. And
That's
it
how
like,
it's toned down, but
it's totally like the boiling, it's the frog in the slow boiling pot sort of thing going on.
yeah,
But
but what
some
Fundy said,
conspiracy theories are false, right?
What?
Great point.
Like I said, some conspiracy theories are false.
We're talking about the ones that aren't false right now.
Well,
How
yeah,
do you tell the
duh.
difference?
Those are the pissed on breadcrumbs.
What were you gonna say, Kosho?
well, no, I was just saying because what you guys were just saying just now, what Napalm I think was saying was what I remember. I remember telling people this for years, and you're trying to convince people, and people would think you were crazy for saying that. But then that day in 2013, when that came out, for one day, people were outraged or concerned about it or whatever. And I think somehow the media was able to twist it to where like the very next day already like nobody was talking about it anymore and already desensitized to it. There was like a really weird feeling. It's like a weird experience that it happened like that because you would think that now that people know about it, it's like hey, that's I've been telling you, but it's like the next day people are already just
desensitized. Yeah, it was an immediate reaction where it was like, we're outraged, and then the next day is like, well, we've known about this for a while. It's not that big of a deal. It's been happening forever. Like, not that big of a deal. Nothing's happened. Nothing nefarious has happened, so it's not that big of a deal. Like, every normie immediately eats up and accepts the outcome of a conspiracy theory when it comes out to be completely true. They immediately accept it and then act like it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, whatever
Right?
the
So
media
that's how
says,
it's
like
normalized.
it only works to have this illusory like disconnection with the media and the government. Even though the CIA is the media. Right. So
Literally they are.
Yeah.
Like
it's just crazy. Like it's like that's why I think that's under discussed, I guess, right? Because it's like the fact that they could flip the whole country around in a day, saying government spies on you, now saying government's not that bad. The people saying it wasn't that bad is still the government, but no one knows that.
Right.
It's hilarious. It's not. It's
They
actually not that bad.
desensitize you to it, to passively accept it as if like you've known all along, even though you condemned your conspiracy theory friend for the past 5 years when he's like, dude, your iPhone's fucking spying on you. Guess what? Every email you send, CIA fucking reads it. They're like, okay, paranoid guy, twist your tinfoil hat a little fucking tighter. And then when it comes out, it's like, yeah, we knew that, bro. It's not that big of a deal. They've been doing it forever. No big deal. Hilarious.
Yeah, that happened with the weather modification airplanes at the beginning. We were talking about it for years, and they were all denying it and calling us crazy. And then they finally came out. They're like, yeah, we use airplanes to spray all kinds of shit in the sky to create clouds and all this stuff. And then they were all like, oh, yeah, well, of course, man. It's the military.
Dude, they breeze right through it, bro. And come back for more. They come back to deny all the other ones until that happens again. It's crazy, bro.
We've been doing.
It's like basically what it sums up to is the American people will not be outraged by something unless the CIA tells them to be mad. So pretty nifty position there, huh?
Like I'm mad that Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, because the CIA told you to be mad about that. That's right.
Did you change your profile pic to a Ukraine flag, Matthew?
I stand with Ukraine, and the sign in my front yard is a testament to that.
You're truly a hero.
I have friends who have that sign in their yard.
They're also truly heroes.
They adopted a little girl from the Ukraine, that's why.
Oh, they definitely didn't virtue signal that at all. Was that before? Please tell me it was before.
Oh yeah, they adopted this girl like 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, way less blame.
But honestly, my place of work adopted, if that's the right word, hired, I guess, 2 refugees. So like, I never really expected that to happen, but here they are. They welcomed into our country. We got all these, runaway Ukrainians apparently. I've worked with 2 of them. They're like, yeah, I had to flee my home. I'm like, really? Gee, it really is kind of crazy though. All these like people come into our country for this reason.
Yeah, but it's just all it's like the game Risk. Okay, they write a fiction script as if the Earth is on a Risk board, and then they do some stuff in real life, spread certain narratives about what happens through the government's media.
That's what the globe is. You just described the globe.
It's like use ideological subversion for 20 years, and then once you implement all that, and then people live in a world where they can't even understand whether there's a difference between a boy and a girl, then you start to move in your actual operatives under the guise of them being refugees. Just listen to Yuri Bezmenov from the fucking 80s telling you exactly what they were going to do.
Of course, you got to play Risk on a flat board with a flat map. But it is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's all on the platform, the Earth platform.
Yeah.
To be honest, I have no idea what's really going on over there. Do you think it's what they tell us it is?
I think there's a real history of like them making like geopolitical moves over there with militarized forces. That's how they propagandize countries. Like I don't deny that there's like orchestrated conflict that's overly represented, blown out of proportion. The Ukraine media is obviously just telling them it's like, we're under attack. And I think like, you don't need a lot. You just need a good story and a little bit to make the story look like it's real, and then just pump the story like it's a big deal.
You think they're not under attack?
You put out one video of some conflict across the street, right, between people you say are these people and those people, and it looks pretty much like what the Crips and the Bloods may do on a fucking Wednesday night in East LA, but you say that it's this huge invasion, and that's all you need. You put that as your fucking headline, because that's literally what they've done. I mean, did they even put out propaganda videos of actual conflict anymore?
I don't have to do that. Are you serious? It's way
right. Like everybody's like, there's a war going on. Like, is there?
What about
what
the
evidence?
pictures of destroyed cities? Were those made up?
Pictures of destroyed cities, like Hiroshima and Nagasaki when they were firebombed, and then we said we blew them up with nukes.
That's a perfect point. That's the whole point, right? It's like it's what they choose to tell us about it, and then of course it's what they selectively choose to tell us about in general. Like they could make there's all kinds of crazy stuff that happens. There's all kinds of people in Ukraine that have allegedly been doing crazy stuff for years. And if the news had hyper focused on it and made it a big deal and told you to feel a certain way, then everyone would have felt a certain way about that. Them attacking Russia with little vigilante groups. It's just that's the power of the news. It's what they choose to tell you.
They just have to turn on the get mad button, right? It's like, all right, let's make the people get mad about this. And immediately people are like, mad, right? Let me change my profile pic to a Ukraine flag. We support this. We're gonna back it, even though all we're doing is we're a few clicks of our mouse. We're not actually leaving the comfort of our own home to do any actual things at all to support or defend or anything like that. It's hilarious these days what takes place.
Or think about how many like gang murders happen. Like imagine if in the big cities in the United States, the news was just constantly pumping the gang murders, and it was covered on national news, and they showed you how many gang murders and violent crime there was in each city. There's an epidemic of murder. There is. That's right. Like young people get shot, and typically like within like urban communities. But
Could you imagine if like the Crips and the Bloods were on television and each like high operative which within the Crips and the Bloods in every single city was talked about as if like they were Osama bin Laden and they were household names? Do you think any of that shit would last that long? No, they allow it to take place. Most people don't fucking know. And if they put it on the news, everybody would be in an uproar. All they have to do is turn up that dial to anything that they want to get people to be outraged.
And they never turn the dial up to domestic issues. They orchestrate fake issues and ignore the real domestic issues and then hyperfixate on foreign issues.
Right.
And America is like collectively egotistical. Like we're so awesome that we put ourselves in everyone's business. We're like the world's bodyguard.
Like think of it this way, right? How often is there a security guard within a housing complex that may come into conflict with a young kid and there may be a shooting and there may be a death? Probably pretty fucking often. But if you really amp it up and you put it on the news all the time, you have a perfect example, which would be Trayvon Martin, to be able to get riots across the whole entire country. But that shit happens daily across the country. It's just not over sensationalized to get people pissed off, to get people to riot, to get people to continue to be active in whatever operation they want you to be in.
How come the news never shows you white people getting shot by the cops?
I mean, I don't
we're
even
gonna
want to go there as
we're gonna
far
get
as
a fucking YouTube strike talking this way.
right. I
I'm
don't
not
even
saying
want to go
stop,
there as
but
far
yeah.
as like the ethnicity. I'm just saying like you can take like how often does something take place where a perfect scenario would be that Trayvon Martin thing, right? But if you blast it on the news 24/7 across the whole entire country, try to talk about the details. Ooh, we knew that he got Skittles, right? We all know he fucking bought Skittles at the gas station. Why do I know that somebody who got shot somewhere in the country bought Skittles at the fucking gas station? You know why? Because they wanted everybody to know that.
Yeah, bro,
Right.
it's crazy. Same thing with like movies. They used to do it with movies way more than they do now, where like everyone would see a movie and they would know that they would receive the message. Like
Right.
I
Back
brought
in
up
the
that Odysee
90s,
thing. It's a
it
good
was-
example of them specifically tailoring certain stories and details to provoke certain reaction and selectively ignoring a vast majority of it. So that's the point, right? I mean,
Exactly. Then they get data from that, and then they do eugenics and transhumanism agendas built on that data of collecting the data from triggering the reactions. through these different programming avenues, and now with social media even more so.
That's
to
a
try to
trip.
get it. Yeah, like try to get like a certain desired result. Like it's all coming from what they want to put as information, like you said, instead of like actual things happening in real people's lives and like improving people's lives. It's all about some agenda-driven narrative.
Like the fact that the American people are just cool handing the key of journalism over to intelligence of the freaking federal government is insane.
And then when you have actual journalists, they get fired, right? There's been so many people fired from like CNN, Fox, all these companies that are trying to do actual journalism, and they literally get fired because their stories don't make it to the actual news, and the people get super frustrated. And they're like, what the fuck? We know that all this stuff is going on. Why isn't it coming to light? And they're like, sorry, you're kind of a liability. We need to let you go. And then you have alternative news people that most people don't even know about that are actually doing some decent journalism. Guys like James Corbett of CorbettReport.com. That dude's been putting out solid journalism for well over a decade, if not 2 decades, and nobody even knows who he is.
Well, the fact that the news is like what it was saying is all run through like intelligence, the intelligence agencies, CIA and the FBI is involved to a certain degree as well in terms of the role they play, to the point to where I was going to say that the Globe Earth also comes from a government intelligence agency, which is like a sister agency to the CIA and the FBI. The WGS-84, which is the ellipsoid model, the datum of the globe Earth, the oblateness, all of that, all those coordinates that come through the WGS-84, which is like the standard for the globe, is released through the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is a intelligence agency. Like I said, it's like a sister agency to the CIA, the FBI. It's a United States intelligence / military agency. So the Globe Earth and the news are literally run by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and the CIA and probably some other organizations as well. So the Globe Earth, along with the news, is definitely one system that is interconnected.
Yeah, but if it works, who cares where it comes from? Isn't that the genetic fallacy?
Well, I don't know what you mean by it works, because it doesn't. The Globe Earth they give us does not work. It is not a model of the Earth at all.
The WGS-84, which GPS systems use.
Not necessarily, but that is a whole nother topic. But not necessarily. No, they don't use that fully.
Wait, I'm just trying to catch up. Yeah, because Matthew said WGS-84 it works for GPS, and you said not exactly. Could you guys elaborate a little bit? Because I thought it did work exactly. Right, which would confirm that model, I would think.
Well, what I think they're doing is I think they're selling the globe as, let's say, the WGS-84 coordinates. They're selling it as that, claiming the communications works on that, claiming that flight paths are working on that, using distances that are claimed to work on that are, I don't think, 100% correct, especially when you get to the south and especially the southern oceans and et cetera, like in terms of the whole Earth. So they're selling a certain coordinate system. You are only able to verify a very small portion of that whole model, 1% at most. Maybe be argued 2 or 3% that you're able to verify, but literally that small of a portion of it. So they know there's no way that you are going to validate whether that WGS-84 quote unquote GPS system all matches with all the distances and all of the signals that are being received from GPS all over the Earth. So they're selling it as that. And in terms of quote unquote it working, we'd have to break down what that is. It does work in certain scenarios. There's no doubt when I turn my GPS on, it's great getting me around when, traveling and driving and so on. So we all know it does work, accurately to that extent. But there's several breakdowns that we could get into in terms of how that could be occurring and how it also could not be the WGS-84 in terms of what the Earth is.
So much of our fantastic GPS that gets us really close to where we actually are could easily be done by cell towers. Easily. I mean, the whole entire GPS system being available to the public literally grew up around cell phone towers being erected. I know because I lived through it, right? I lived in a time pre-GPS on your phone, pre-GPS in your car, pre-GPS anywhere. And guess what? That whole entire system grew up exactly around the cell phone industry.
Yeah,
So the
but
vast majority of it could be covered by triangulation with cell towers. The vast majority of it.
It's true that
For the average person.
It's true that a lot of people utilize that fact, and Google Maps or whatever. A lot of times will be just data from cell towers, but your GPS receiver, which is capable of receiving it directly, can work regardless if there's a cell tower visible to your phone, or if your phone's signal or your receiver or antenna for the cell tower is turned off. So, like, you can use it regardless if you're talking to the mobile tower or not, or if there is.
Why is it always shit on a plane when I try?
Well, Kosho, you don't know that for sure, actually. So, okay, on a cell phone, like the cell phones we all have, you've got airplane mode, which claims that it turns off the cell signal, the Bluetooth, the Wi-Fi, the GPS. It turns them all off, airplane mode. And then usually on these phones, you can individually turn things on and off. So you can turn Wi-Fi on and off, you turn Bluetooth on and off, you can turn GPS on and off, and then you can turn the cell signal on and off. And then usually there's also like the data. So there's like the cell, there's like, my understanding of it is you have the cell radio. So you've got in this phone, there's the actual cell radio, which that one is sending the voice for your calls, your text messages, and your data, including all the internet. Those are definitely through cell towers. They admit that those are through cell towers. That's the cell signal. And it does seem to work in terms of all of that. And then the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi are obviously separate, but they're their own things. And then the GPS part of it activates a different radio, not the cell radio. It activates a different radio, and it definitely is a different signal. I can literally feel it in my hand. I know when the GPS is on, or whether it's on or off. So I know it's a different signal. And they do also, it is a different chip. Like if you actually open the phone up, there is the GPS chip. Now, what that chip is communicating with, the GPS chip, which yes, you can turn it on and off, because you can have the GPS on and you can have the cell stuff off, and then you can only have GPS. So it definitely does seem to be like on a separate band. But the question is, what is that actually communicating with? Is that communicating with some device in the sky, or is it communicating with the same towers just on a different bandwidth?
Right. But that's what I was saying. That the two ways you could test that would be go somewhere where you can't receive information from the cell tower, like one of those outage zones, or wherever you can be where you cannot receive information from a cell tower, and see if your GPS is still working.
But they would be on different.
In the cases I've my experience, it has. And the other example would be take out your SIM card and.
Then why do you lose Bluetooth? Sorry, I was excited. Go ahead.
I was just saying the other one was take out your SIM card and see if your GPS works.
Okay, well, SIM card. Okay, fair enough. Then how about this? Why doesn't GPS work in an airplane? If it's coming from the sky, you should be able to get it through the window. You should be able to get it in an airplane. So what's up with that?
Yeah, you can.
Does it not?
No.
Not very
You can
good.
if you're sitting by a window.
No.
Not at 35,000.
No,
not at 35,000 feet. Maybe at like 5,000 feet, but not at
35,000. No, at 35,000 feet, sitting by a window, you can. I have personal experience with this.
And you can see yourself moving the same way you can when you're getting GPS when you're driving around your neighborhood.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Every experience that I've had has been, if you get it, it's super laggy, and it doesn't really put you in the same place where the plane claims that you are.
No.
You'd also have to isolate,
exactly
Matthew. You'd have to isolate, because if you had your Wi-Fi or your cell signal on, because I know all these airplanes, they have Wi-Fi and they have all the internet and all this stuff. If you were on one of those bands, because the Wi-Fi, they will try to approximate you. Like if you're talking about Google Maps, they will always try to approximate your location. So if you have any other connection going on your phone with any of those other towers, so you'd have to isolate that it actually was only the GPS radio that you were claiming to pick up, because.
Right. I had it in airplane mode, and so it was only picking up GPS signals.
Did the plane have Wi-Fi capability? I'm talking about, like, I used to do this all the time.
This is like 10
pre
years ago.
Wi-Fi, yeah. I never got good
So
signal
the
for
picture that I
GPS.
just posted, is from Jay Tolan Media while he's in an airplane getting GPS with airplane mode on.
Well, there you go. I mean, I was using Physics Toolbox Suite from an airplane, and I was just using it to measure my speed and altitude, and it uses GPS to do that, and it was working correctly.
Yeah, I mean, GPS. But here's the thing: Jay Tolan could have easily been hooked up to the Wi-Fi on the fucking plane.
He was in airplane mode.
And I've used a GPS, like the old GPS trackers, like a Garmin thing that wasn't a cell phone. Way back in 2004, we were way in the remote mountains, and we could still get GPS signals.
I don't know.
Well, that's
weird
not
because like
if you're not talking about on an airplane. I guess what I would say, perhaps like I was thinking about earlier, like years ago, the GPS don't generally work on planes. Perhaps this was more recent because I definitely remember a time, but maybe it was also the quality of the phones back then as well, where the GPS never worked in the sky. But if you guys are saying that people have picked it up with some of these, devices in certain areas, then yeah,
Well,
I don't
you have
doubt.
to be right
I
next
haven't
to a
done it
window.
myself, but
yeah, airplanes are aluminum tubes. They don't work inside. You have to be right next to a window where you can see enough of the sky.
anyways, but the original thing is, where are those signals? Like if you have the GPS chip in your phone, where is that signal actually going? Is it going to ground towers? Is it going to devices in the sky? Or is it doing both? Is it pinging? Is it doing both and having communications from the sky and the ground, triangulating your position as accurately as it can, which would really be trilateration. It's like multiple point trilateration, where you would have all the points in the sky and on the towers on the ground. Now, if that's happening and you have points in the sky, that in no way proves that those are quote unquote satellites orbiting around a sphere in a vacuum, meaning that whatever those devices are in the sky could be any other thing, including all kinds of balloons, drones, different devices, stationary. There's tethering. They use tethers. There's a lot of different devices that can be. So I'm just saying, even if that GPS in your phone does go to the sky to route signals, that doesn't mean that those are in space, and it doesn't prove the globe at all.
Right, but those transmitters are moving pretty quick. You can see a map on these GPS apps at how fast the transmitters are moving.
I mean, the funny thing about the picture that Earth is Life keeps posting in the text chat, it literally says it's looking for the GPS location. It might be giving you an approximation, but it's looking for your location.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, look at the phone. It says looking for GPS location.
I got to see which one. Oh, on the second one he sent. Oh yeah, you're right. It's not even getting it there.
The way I understand these systems anyway is always the first default, which is the first access, which is the quickest method possible.
So it's looking, gives an approximation. Looking, giving approximation.
And the first picture I posted, it already has a GPS connection. So
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's sketchy as hell. It's laggy, and it's an approximation. Like, even when I go on road trips, right? So I'll take a road trip, and I have GPS on my vehicle. I have GPS on my phone, obviously cell data. And I'll go through, like, mountains in Tennessee, and I will lose not only my cell service, but I will lose GPS. Like, I'm in the middle of nowhere, don't know where I'm driving, don't know the roads. My GPS completely cuts out, right?
Wow.
How about it's even better if you have
in the first picture I posted, it shows its heading, it shows latitude and longitude, it shows its altitude. That's a lot of data there that it's showing.
That is an awesome approximation.
It's like DJI's drones. If you take it up into the wilderness, and you'll have a hard time registering 5 satellites or 6 satellites. I thought it's supposed to be better for when you go up into the wilderness.
Well, it depends on how many mountains are around. If you're like deep in a valley, then yeah. But if you're high up in the mountain and you can see a lot of the sky, then it should work better.
So I'm in the mountains in the middle of nowhere, and there's no satellite signal for the drone. Nothing.
B-ball. So you're using Jay Tolan for evidence that you're asserting now? That's interesting. Interesting turn of events.
It depends on what kind of GPS system you're talking about for your drone, because
DJI Inspire, bro, and I have DJI Inspire with the the light link, the light speed link.
Yeah, Geo, it's
Why
a
does the
hostile
GPS
witness, bro.
matter? If
It's a
Matthew
hostile
learns
witness,
to get
bro.
a GPS signal on his Garmin watch in an airplane, why would it matter what GPS system the drone is using?
Well, if you would have allowed me to finish, I would have already told you that a lot of drones are using RTK, real-time kinematics, to improve the accuracy of their position.
You know the functionalities of the drone, Kosho. Do you know the settings? Do you know the operator settings on a drone? You don't know an operating settings on a drone, do you, Kosho? If you do, what are the operations? How can I navigate using GPS and non-GPS with the functions of a drone? What features do they have that I can change them? Do you know what the settings are? Yeah, you don't. You don't know how to operate a drone, so don't tell me about drones, buddy.
I mean, there's definitely claims of people losing GPS signal in certain areas. That does happen. I mean, Coach, you can't deny that, right?
I'm not sure. I will respond to that in just a second. I'm saying that the RTK systems require a base station. So if it's using RTK to improve the accuracy, there's a chance that that could be the reason. But if it could also just be because of your location, you might have the trees or mountains around. But yeah. And what do you say?
Most likely trees and mountains, but I'm supposedly using GPS for the fact that I am trying to navigate around the trees and mountains, right?
Have you guys ever come across anyone yet who has taken materials that a GPS signal definitely won't travel through, and then like encircle the phone with it, and then tried to only let it face the sky, and then see if it still gets the signal?
I did that test with Waterball. Waterball, whatever his name is.
I think Ruhif was saying that he was ordering the equipment to do it, but I don't know if he ever did it. I've just never seen anyone do it. But I have had indication.
Light and Dog did it. I'll post it. Light and Dog did it, and he did it with a microwave oven, and he just barely cracked it, and it gave him bars and everything. But then he showed that you could block a signal with actual aluminum, like blocked it completely.
No, I'm talking about the GPS.
He did exactly what you're saying. He did exactly. Oh yeah, I'm talking about cell phone signal. All right.
Oh,
no,
okay.
it might have been a GPS receiver. Wait. I think he did it with a GPS receiver too. Let me go look. If he did, I'll post it.
Because GPS is has a different penetration frequency to it. It does seem to function differently. Like I said, I can literally feel it when it's in my hand. Like if I turn the GPS radio on, so I know it's on a different band. It does seem more penetrating to things. That's why it tends to. Well, it has a certain way that it can get blocked though between the sky, because it needs to go. Well, I'll just say this. From all my experience with GPS radios in my whole life, I will say this. I haven't done that test, because what you'd have to have is a material that absolutely 100% blocks GPS, and you'd have to surround the whole phone in different angles and different ways to make sure that it's angled only to the sky. Even at that, you can still have ground towers though, so you'd have to incorporate that, and you'd have to, understand how it may penetrate through different things. But I'll just finish by saying, in all my experience using GPS on phones and different devices, it does seem to me like it is angled upwards to the sky. So I don't know I haven't. I'd like to see that being that test done. Kosho, you said maybe you saw someone who did it, but
no, I did it with Waterball. Yeah.
Okay. Or just go into a remote mountain valley where there aren't any cell towers in the valley, and the mountains are blocking everything.
Yeah, it's valleys are really difficult for cell towers, aren't they? But when you think about it, when you're going through these remote, I don't know why remoteness would matter, right? If we're talking about satellites, but if we're going through remote mountains and valleys, if you're in those valleys and you're not receiving GPS signal and you're looking up at the sky, the amount of stars that you can see within those valleys that you're not getting signal on, the amount of sky that you can see from those vantage points, why are you not receiving a GPS signal?
No, I mean, think about
looking at GPS.
So there's no cell towers, but you still get a GPS signal.
Right. I've made road trips, right, where I'm losing cell and GPS signals at the same time, all the time. Typically, my GPS is going out, and I'm saying GPS on my vehicle that's not attached to my phone is going out when my cell service is going out on my phone.
Are you sure though? One thing I'll say, okay, so I think more in the early days, if you were on Google Maps on the earlier phones, if you lost cell signal, it would totally just keep you on your directions and everything, because it already downloaded the data for the map and it downloaded the directions. And so if you're already like using Google Maps and you're driving, it'll already have that. And it would just, the GPS signal would still have a signal, even though the cell would be gone. So you wouldn't be able to do internet or make calls or whatever in some cases, but you would still be able to, you'd still be getting GPS. That's
Right,
usually, that's kind of the standard. But then it does seem like nowadays they change Google Maps to where it seems to need the data even more. So like the minute you lose that, it freaks out. It might be like, it doesn't seem to, it probably still does let you travel on the map, but I feel like they did change it to make it a little bit that it like interferes it, and then it seems like it's not working, or if you reload it or whatever, it doesn't load, that kind of thing.
Right, I'm talking about like times where I'm using my vehicle's GPS and I don't have like GPS pulled up on my phone, right?
Oh, okay. Well, then that's a whole
I'm
different
using vehicle GPS and like my cell service goes out the same time my vehicle's GPS goes out.
Oh, okay.
And I feel like if we had this intricate GPS satellite system high enough in the air, if I look at like Google Maps or Google Earth and I zoom out and I get really far away, there's very little pockets that I would be able to get behind by most vantage points that I have high altitude pictures from within these systems. You know what I'm saying? Like you can be over a mountain range. Like I can be directly above the middle of the Rockies in the United States, and I'm getting a vantage point of a lot of that the further I raise my elevation, right? Like you're not getting a lot of occlusion from the mountains and stuff like that if these satellites are that high up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they would either have, the signals would either have to go through mountains or they'd have to be up in the sky, because I've definitely had times where I'm down in a valley and I am getting GPS, even though there's no way I'm in line of sight of any cell towers.
Yeah. I don't disagree that there's communications that come from the sky. I don't disagree with that. But if they were satellites that were as far out as satellites are claimed to be, that would eliminate a lot of these dead spots or pockets or whatever, right? Because the higher in elevation you're going to go, the less somebody's going to be hidden from you.
That's a very, very good point. And that's what I was thinking when you explained what you were saying, is spot on, because I was thinking how, so if they're at lower altitude, they're much lower altitude than space. That means that, imagine just obviously the Earth, just huge, extended plane going on and on, if that's in terms of that layout. And then you would have the devices above that would be sending and receiving. But obviously it's costly to keep those things up there, and there's all those factors. So if they do have like less in certain zones, like maybe like lower concentration of them in, like you're saying, some of those more rural areas or areas where they're not needed as much, because they're still probably trying to save money, or who knows what the reasons might be, that there might be some dead spots. And in that case, because they're not at, like, you're right. Yeah. If they were at the highest altitude, the way the globe claims they are, way out in space, you would think that you would have coverage everywhere, evenly, equally everywhere. There wouldn't be any dead spots, because you have thousands of satellites up around a globe looking at the thing, from the outside, easily able to do that. But if they're actually much lower altitude and closer and local, just the way that the sun like sets and rises, etc., when you have that scenario, if there is a little bit of a less concentration of them, these balloon things, whatever they are, a little bit lower at very high altitude, a lower concentration, now the angle, you're not going to even get an angle straight up. You're going to be having to go at some angle to hit one of them, perhaps, and then that's why you would lose it there.
Yeah, like I was saying, like lots of times where I'll see that I'll lose GPS signal, especially to like vehicles, right? I can look in the sky and I have a very broad view of the sky, but I'm losing GPS signal. Yeah, I might be in a slight valley, but if I try to pinpoint like the constellations and the amount of stars that I can see from that vantage point, how is there not at least multiple geosynchronous satellites that I would be able to see within those constellations? Does that make sense?
It does. There are multiple geosynchronous satellites. However, the GPS ones are not geosynchronous, and they're moving all the time. And so you're lucky to have 5, 6, 7 that are visible if you have a clear view all the way down to the horizon. So if you're in a valley, you need at least 4 to do trilateralization.
So what are the
C4?
What do geostationary satellites do? What is their purpose?
Their purpose is to transmit TV satellites and do communication relays. And they're geostationary in the sense that they are in the same location relative to the ground.
So if I send a rocket up,
and they're
right
at the
next to it,
and
right next to it, I send a balloon, and I send the rocket and the balloon right next to each other to hold orbit right above, let's say, just straight up above the launch pad or close to it. Okay, the balloon goes straight up. The balloon, let's say it gets past the wind. Let's say it gets to about 100,000 feet, and it just kind of levels out. Now, what's the rocket do to get to where that balloon makes it to sit? What's the rocket do? It blasts off at how fast it got to go to hit a point that just sits right over the balloon? You explain what that rocket does?
Right. So first of all, you're going to have a hard time keeping a balloon in the same spot for years on end just because of the wind and that type of stuff. But rockets,
well, that's actually really easy though for them to do.
I don't think it is.
Well, they can just simply change the altitude of them and catch
that
these
changes the position
jet streams.
Yeah,
And,
then your satellite dish is going to be wrong.
well, I'm saying that's one thing. That's one thing they could do. But if you want to have it totally stationary, all they have to do is there's like electrostatic tethers that can keep them at a particular altitude, and then they could have. There's a lot of different possibilities now, depending on if they even have advanced technology like electrogravitic propulsion and things that they're not telling us about. That's a whole nother topic, but it could still even be done with the technology that even.
Well, they just need little thrusters. They need little thrusters, except
What
for without all the
exactly is an
momentum.
electrostatic tether? Gio?
No, you're right.
Wait,
if they have all these magic technologies, then you're right.
What are you
it would
talking
be
about,
easy
dude?
to
The
keep
thrusters
balloon.
would probably work without all the freaking momentum already supposedly taking place, and where there's at least some atmosphere.
Thrusters would run out after maybe a couple months. You can't keep it.
Then they could refill them.
How are you going to refill a thruster on a balloon?
Because there's a little bit of atmosphere where the balloon's at. How are you going to refill the thrusters on the fucking side? You think it's harder to keep a balloon above the atmosphere stationary than it would be to keep a rocket? You still ain't even explain how it got over the balloon and stopped. How did it do it?
It's a lot easier to do a satellite than a balloon. Absolutely.
Lot cheaper too, right?
Well, it's a lot more expensive, but it's a more long-term solution. You can have a satellite there for 10, 15 years.
But you're able to track satellites going these crazy speeds. What would be the problem tracking a balloon or just sending multiple balloons up? I just posted in Livestream text the World Atlas or World Almanac from like 1981, I think, and it it's supposed to be a real satellite picture from above the North Pole, I think like 22,000 miles or something like that. And there's a big problem. Is if I take my globe, which I did a hemisphere of the globe too, and snapped it right next to it, we're seeing beyond Africa, but you can't even see the halfway point of Africa, even to the equator, looking at a globe, no matter how far back you get. You could see way past the halfway point down to the equator, and you can see the waters beyond the little hump of Africa where it sticks out toward the Americas. You can see the water beyond it. I can't even see that whole hump looking at a globe. How is this satellite able to see the waters beyond it? And then worse than that,
Africa.
the mountain by the a little bit above the equator by the Philippines, there's a little island, and it's a mountain. It's an actual mountain, a few miles high, and I can see the water beyond it. So if it should be completely sideways to that satellite, if it's right by the equator, yet I could see beyond that island. If you turn the globe upside down, I mean, look at it from a top-down view, you can't even see that island at all.
That's not an image. That's not half of Africa. That's where the equator is. This is exactly where the equator is. And the reason why they're capable of doing that is that's obviously a composite. That's not a regular image.
Oh, it's not a picture. Okay.
No.
Not a satellite image, a satellite picture. It's
broken off.
images.
It's broken
So
off
they
exactly
lied,
where the
okay?
equator is.
Then they lied. Fine.
Matthew, have you also heard I've talked about an idea where they could actually have a grid system of communication devices above us, and they can actually have like a virtual location of a satellite, meaning you have a grid system that's sending communications down, receiving and sending from all different areas, but that is just a series of communication devices. That series of communication devices is then put through various software and put into a model. And then that model creates a model of points, like virtual points within that grid that then act as the thing that someone thinks that there's pointing it at when they're getting a quote unquote satellite. It's actually just spotting to a virtual location. Well, it's a software virtual location connected to a physical location of the communication devices that are all in the grid.
Geo, you can see the satellites.
Yeah, that sounds complicated.
No, it's very basic as to what way you would do it, because you're just creating a grid and then a communication system from that grid.
Or the satellites could be exactly where they say they are, and when we look, we see them.
Well, even if the story of satellites surrounding a spherical globe in a vacuum, et cetera, orbiting in the pseudo-physical way and so on, even if that was what it was, it still would be a grid that's sending and communicating. The only difference is that they're going to claim that you are pointing it at one particular device that is floating around a globe. Now, in terms of the lights that you're talking about, Bob, those could be any number of things. I understand you think that's correlated with a theory or a narrative idea about
they're
satellites.
not lights, they're satellites.
Hold on, you're interrupting, but you have no way to validate that those are floating or orbiting around a sphere.
Sure do. They're not just lights, they're satellites. All right, you're missing the first part of the word.
I just looked at it too, man. It's not stitch. It doesn't say nothing about composite or images. It says it's the satellite view.
Point
That's
out a cloud on that, would you?
It's a satellite
Point out
view.
a cloud on that image, please.
Point out what?
Point out a cloud for me.
It's got full of clouds. What are you talking about?
Well, let's look at it again.
That's not the contention. The contention is we could see all the way. I mean, if it's a satellite image directly over the north, we see way more than we see when we
show me a cloud on that image that you have there.
Here's what it looks like to me. If it is something way high, then that's an actual picture of. I mean, it might be real because that'd be what we'd see on a plane. We'd see all the way to the equator if we were high enough.
You'd have to be quite high.
Yeah, and even if it probably ain't real, but it looks just like most of an AE map.
Well, I see ice. I guess I do see a few clouds there.
Anyway, it claims to be a satellite view.
I mean, they even admit they have these things. Here, I'm posting this one, an electrodynamic tether. They call this, it's a tethered satellite system.
A tethered satellite system. Why does a satellite need to be tethered?
Do you know what electrodynamic tethers are?
Do you?
I do. Do you?
Okay, go ahead and tell us. Tell us how we have tractor beams now.
I thought you would have known about them because NASA uses them. So I thought you would have known. I'm surprised you don't know.
Well, I know what a tractor beam is on Star Trek.
Okay.
I don't know if we have that technology yet.
You know what a tachyon is?
Okay. Are you aware that NASA uses electrodynamic tethers with plasma motors?
No.
Okay. I thought you were relating that to as if it was some sci-fi. If you believe NASA's true, then I guess you think NASA's sci-fi.
Well, he hasn't researched enough,
full
bro.
circle.
We all know. We
It's
all know
come
what
full
it is.
circle, Bob.
I'm trying to figure out exactly why you think a satellite has an electromagnetic tether on it.
We all know what it is, Geo, because we've all. Bob has.
They're called. Yeah, you just. That's fine if he doesn't know what it is, but for him to come off ridiculing is a bit absurd if he doesn't know what it is.
I said I didn't know what it was. I was asking you what it was and why satellites need some sort of an electrostatic tether.
It's called
He's talking about balloons, not satellites.
It's called an electrodynamic tether. I just posted.
Okay, so you think that you can control the location of a balloon with an electrodynamic tether? Just out of curiosity, why didn't they lay one of those on the Chinese balloon and just kind of force it down to the ground instead of having to shoot it down?
I just posted in the chat just the wiki for electrodynamic tether.
So why didn't they?
China has nothing to do with what we're talking about. These use electrostatic frequencies to apply current to the tether. Now they claim that it exerts a Lorentz force against the magnetic field. So that's what they're claiming it is. So there is a bit of it. Like I don't like that page on electrodynamic tethers. I'm not saying is 100% the truth of what's going on. They have these. Now they're going to claim some of them are in space. They use them in space, but the technology is very real. It's essentially a tethered propulsion system, and it uses the electrostatic field of the sky to go up and down in altitude and to change direction in all directions, and to propel itself. So they already have these, which are devices that can sustain in any position in the sky. Doesn't have to be
basically like a conducting wire, like a long wire hanging down, real long balloon. Because there ain't much wind up there, you know, when you get to them altitudes to speak of. You've seen Cody's lab, like I said earlier, where he takes it down to like half an atmosphere, and he couldn't even hardly blow a feather. You know what I'm saying? And that was talking about the Mars helicopter. But these tethers, they hang down and they use electrostatic charge to move. And all they really have to do is go up and down, you know, with a negative or a positive charge. You know, it doesn't even take much current, just some voltage that they could collect up there, and to make them get lower and catch certain streams and get them where they want them, and then go back up or.
Okay, so you think this is some sort of a rope that you could tie onto the balloon and hold it in position? Or do you think that this is something that would power a motor on the balloon to hold it in position?
Many different things. So since I know that if you like NASA, what they call theirs is a propulsive small expendable deployer system, Pro SEDS.
And what does it do?
Well, let's see.
Bob, are you familiar with spider ballooning? They figured out this technology and mimic it off of nature. They realized that spiders, very small spiders, that you see flying in the air with a little bit of web coming off their ass.
Yeah.
They originally thought that they would just use air currents, right? Wind to transport themselves. But then they started experimenting on these spiders and realized what they were using was electrostatics.
Okay.
And they could change their electrostatic charge to go either up or down to catch the wind.
Can they control their direction with that?
So if you can control up and down, you can catch various winds that are going in different directions based on your elevation. Like if you look at the wind maps and you start to increase in elevation, you'll see that there's going to be various layers of winds going in different directions over one specific spot. So at, let's
quite
say,
aware of that, yes.
5,000 feet,
So
it's going to be going
this
to the
thing
east.
here, by moving the balloon up and down, you can hold a balloon over a fixed position on Earth indefinitely. Is that what you're saying?
A very, very small area. Yeah, you could easily do that by going up and down with wind.
To the arc second.
Yeah, they can do that with drones as well. That's technology they've been able to do a long time ago.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
But you have to have a certain altitude with it and generate a speed with it. And it can't really vary that much going up and down, because that would change the angle of the satellite feeds.
Bro, I can make a balloon sit still just in my house, bro. You don't think
No,
NASA can do it?
I mean, they hold on. They use these tethers. They use these electrodynamic tethers to transfer into generators and into motor systems. Another one that NASA has is called the Plasma Motor Generator, PMG. So they're also using these things to actually power motors and generators and to work as capacitors and to store into battery systems as well.
Where does the energy source for this come from? How do you
They
feel?
can land these helium balloons down after launching rockets up, and they can bring them back to a pad and land them. And you think they can't hold a fucking balloon in place, bro? I mean, are you kidding me?
I don't think they can. No, not to that level of precision.
You have so much scrutiny when it comes to reality, but when it comes to your fantasy, bro, you don't have any scrutiny at all.
I can see the satellites, man. I can see them. So I don't need to go through all these convoluted things of trying to come up with experimental engines and crap like that for interstellar travel. you know, I don't have to try and find something that I can desperately grasp onto to try and avoid the fact that these things are just satellites in orbit.
Well, your
They
first
use
clue
very
should have been
different
how much they
technologies,
hit them.
right? Bob, are you aware that as you increase with elevation, there is an increase of just static voltage in the air?
Do you have a citation for that?
Sure. You familiar with the corona motor?
And can you demonstrate that that's enough energy to actually drive a motor?
Yeah, they have within these electrodynamic tethers, they have electrodynamic power generation, electrodynamic thrust generation, and so yes, those are absolutely parts of these tethers. And no, it has nothing to do with these have nothing to do with interstellar travel. These are
technology. That's actually right on the page that you referred me to.
These are atmospheric devices.
That technology is light years away, Gio. Out, man. There's no way they can have electric things up there. Come on.
Well,
only
just
rockets. Only
go ahead and
rockets
show me that
free
you can
falling.
generate. No, just show me that there's enough electrostatic energy that we can actually access.
Well, the higher you go,
to power this and meet the energy demands of keeping it on station.
Those are all
geostationary orbit, bro.
Hold on, Brian. Those are all valid inquiries. One thing I'll say is, at higher altitude, the disparity of voltage of the potential voltage between the ground and the sky it grows as you go higher, like 100 volts per meter. So as you get higher and higher and higher and higher, that voltage, which is, we can get into why lightning is so powerful and has so many voltage, because it's essentially like shorting the system between the sky and ground. Nonetheless, as you go higher and higher, that 100 volts per meter continues to multiply. So depending on what devices they have at particular altitudes, the electrostatic draw that they could get from that voltage difference is going to be much, much higher at altitudes that they may be keeping from us and telling us it's quote unquote outer space. And in the Kármán line that they keep us all under. And in reality, they're having at higher altitudes, the potential for them to pull more electric charge than we can here on the ground is highly likely.
Well, I actually have electrical charge collecting devices all over my house. They're called antennas. And I've got several hundred feet of antenna on top of my house. How come I can't power my house with that?
Because I'm talking about at altitude. It's 100 volts per meter. I'm talking about a disparity between
meter. Okay, well, the antennas are 30 meters high.
That's not. I don't know what you're doing, but I mean, what are you trying to do with you're talking about TV antennas? What are you trying to do with them?
I've got radio antennas all over my house. My house looks like a fucking Russian trawler. So I should be able to. And those are devices specifically designed to collect electromagnetic radiation. And if I have those and they're up 100 feet, why can't I power my house with it?
Is that what you're trying to do with it?
Well, no. Shouldn't that just be a byproduct of it?
Not what you're doing. No.
Why not?
That's a huge break in logic. I mean, we could break that all down, but no, that's not going to work that way at all, dude.
Well, tell me why it won't work. If there's that much
radio,
power.
okay, you have a radio antenna connected to radio equipment. You're expecting to power your house with it. That is just totally on the wrong frequencies. It's not even close.
It's plugged into the wall.
Oh no, dude, that's not how it works. You're not gonna get
really?
Correct. It does not. Okay. That equipment with that 30 feet or yards, whatever you set off the ground, is not with that technology you're using. That's not going to power your whole house.
But I should be able to at least get a voltmeter reading off of it, right? I should be drawing some current off of that, shouldn't I?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we all are drawing current. I mean, we can.
How much current do you think I could generate with that? And how
you could
much
measure
would I need?
Very
to
little, bro. Very little. We've been pressing, fucking telling y'all about these satellite balloons, telling you about this technology and all this, and we've been pushing them. They finally come out with it. Now you're denying NASA, bro. Like, if it's something that we push
what am
for,
I denying NASA about?
Bro, just since they've been not very forthcoming with all this technology, you know, that I had to dig for fucking a day and a half to find something that I already previously found and to put it in a video where the entire LTE system is with less than a dozen satellites is covering almost all of South America, bro. And it took me forever just to find that, man. But if it's technology that's not coming, and I mean that should be your first clue right there, bro. That this balloon technology.
Why did it take you forever to find it? It's right on the website.
Well, anyway, I found it. Even though you denied it, Jose's, everybody denied it, and I found it and put it in y'all's face. Also, Project Loon, even back before that. And here's the thing, bro. We show you satellites that fall out the ground with the balloons. We showed you 3 of them, and you still just deny. Now you're denying NASA, bro. Now you're denying NASA, trying to change the subject to powering your house with a fucking antenna, bro.
Yeah, maybe we should focus on that question. Like, why go through that process where you instinctively deny? Like, why do you feel the need to do that?
You know, first of all, those aren't satellites; they're balloons.
Well, it kind of caught you. You caught yourself, Bob, because I brought up the electrodynamic tethers. You started teasing it and ridiculing it, and then you were trying to say it was some, sci-fi something. You're trying, and I was trying to tell you that NASA themselves have many documentation and admit to use them and have all kinds of devices built on them. So, I would just suggest to not have an instant bias. At least give yourself a bit to look into the info before just instantly doing that.
I did, and that's why I asked you about it. Now, are you suggesting they're using that to hold a balloon on station? You have evidence of that?
Well, that conversation led from, we were talking about satellites and different devices and stationary and how that could be happening. So we'd have to go back to go. I don't remember which claim someone may or may not have made, but that's where we got to that, is talking about.
Well, that's why you brought it up when they talked about holding a balloon on station. You started talking about electrodynamic tethers.
How are your satellites powering?
And I asked you how an electrodynamic tether would hold a satellite to the ground or control its location.
I told you, man.
You went on to this whole thing.
I told you, it changes the differential and goes up and down and catches different drafts. But when you get to a certain height, there's no atmosphere, bro, to blow you. Yeah. But here's the thing. How are your satellites powering? How are they getting power? Don't you think the balloons are capable of the same damn thing?
The satellites are in orbit.
Yeah,
they require very little power to stay in orbit. Sometimes they have small corrections that need to be made.
You say
very little power, right? Their operations, though, right?
You say very little power, okay? And I say this, okay? So a levitating gyroscope or a little toy levitating, it's levitating over a magnetic field. And they thought if they put it in a vacuum, it'd go for way longer or forever was the catchy little video name, but it just barely went longer than the gyroscope in air.
Actually, I'm not trying to be
a vacuum. Didn't make no difference at all. So you say, what is it? So it's the friction, right? The downward force. It's even though it's not physically touching anything, it's the downward force. So ain't your satellites suffering the same downward force as they go through your orbits?
They're in orbit.
What's making them turn? What's making them turn, Bob?
Hold on.
What do you mean turn?
Is Caltech a good source for the 100 volts per meter as you increase with elevation? Is that a good enough source? You asked for a source about electrostatics in the air.
Go ahead and post it.
There it is.
I can give you my own personal experience. I'm from Australia, but I went to Frisco, Colorado for 6 months, and the static electricity up there was absolutely insane, to the point where I was scared to touch the TV, to turn the TV on. You'd lift your blankets up at night and there'd be a million blue sparks underneath, and it'd be like firecrackers going off, and the zaps you'd get were crazy.
Where was this?
That was in Frisco, Colorado, up near Breckenridge and Copper Mountain.
That's cool. We should start just doing electrostatic tests, because we know that that is what's called gravity. It's just the downward bias that's electric. And then they hijacked the whole narrative when they shot radio transmissions way too far. They should have been blocked by the globe, like way closer than they were sent. Yeah. So that's how they discovered the ionosphere, that they now reflect different frequencies off of, admittedly.
Yeah, that's what we do.
And there's not a lot of current, but there's a lot of volts that can ionize.
It generally goes about 5 bounces is generally the limit.
The fact that spiders within nature naturally use electrostatics to increase and decrease their elevation when moving around within air currents should just dispel the whole gravity thing to begin with, and it should be very obvious to everybody.
Can a spider hold its position by doing that?
That's a good question.
Okay.
I'm sure it can hold its
a
position
spider
within
hold
a
its
relatively small
position?
area.
My understanding.
How does that a rebuttal?
My understanding
It's
of what
not.
they do, they put up a little bit of silk into the air and by charging it. So they start secreting silk, but instead of just building their web with it, they actually use this to build their webs as well. Have you ever seen some of those spider webs that are stretched over like 15 feet or 20 feet? Anyway, so they actually use them in other ways too. But when they do the particular, like when they these ballooning spiders, when they do the process that they call ballooning, my understanding of it is they start to secrete a little bit of the silk, and they instantly charge it so it goes straight up, and then it kind of is above them, and then they charge it in an additional way, and then they start attracting. And my understanding is that they actually attract toward the moon. So they're not really like flying around like left, right, up, down, or anything. They're actually just attracting towards the moon electrostatically, and that tends to be the direction they go in, and then that's the ballooning process.
Which is technically, it's like the word electromagnetic has been hijacked because everything is electromagnetic, actually. Like everything, literally everything. But they've just like bastardized that word so much that you can't say that. People like will be like, "You're so stupid," because they don't actually understand, that like technically everything's both dielectric and magnetic. So literally everything that exists. Yeah. Electromagnetism doesn't work for your guys' fairy tale cosmology because you have to claim that it's a vacuum. So you can claim that everything is so far away that it just looks like it's really close and resets over us.
And plus, from that height, they don't even need to be stationary. All they need is 3 or 4 ground towers, and all they need is a small receiver up there, and one small receiver, and link into 3 or 4 ground towers, probably a lot more, but just at least 3 or 4 from that height. It'd be easy to track it, so the signals it sends out can be pinpoint precise down to the arc second. But
Exactly. Yeah. They're ultimately just relays. They're just relays.
Yeah, of course they're just relays. But one problem you have with that is how do you account for the fact that the satellites are actually in formation with a fixed position relative to each other? How do you account?
I don't know. How do you account for like Starlink? I made a video, and there's a 730 mile dead straight, moving in a dead straight line. You'd think off in the distance, you'd think they'd be lower because of the curve of Earth, but not only that, even perspective should even have them even lower than that. So it should actually enforce the curve of Earth. It should actually exaggerate it, but it's just a dead straight line moving straight across.
Of course it is.
Where's the curve of the Earth in that 730 mile trail of satellites?
You think that it's in a dead straight line?
I don't know if I can talk to you guys about satellites if you can't accept that the Earth's electromagnetic.
Whoever said that it wasn't, it didn't have electromagnetic properties.
How do you know something else is there then?
What do you mean? How do I know something else is there?
How would you know there's another force there other than that?
There are a number of forces present.
Yeah. What's the strongest one?
What does that matter?
Okay, how are you going to know there's another one there?
Okay, well, what are the 4 primary forces?
Bruh, stop trying to quiz me. Answer my one question.
I'm saying there's multiple forces there. Electromagnetic force is just one.
Yeah. How are you if you're gonna isolate and control all the variables of the forces we know, but you can't fully control for the electromagnetic variable.
Do I need to?
How are you going to know something else is there if it supposedly does the same effect and is way stronger?
Okay, so if I take a scale and I put a reference mass on it and get a weight on it, is that weight going to change if I put it in a Faraday cage?
You see how you always try to ask me a question?
No, I'm just asking you if I take out.
I know that's what I'm pointing out. You keep just asking me questions, and I'm asking you one.
Well, maybe just to have it be productive, you guys could just answer each other's questions and just take turns? So, Bob, could you respond to Witsit's thing first, and then you could, if you want to bring that
I
up.
agree that there are multiple forces involved. There are
It's
multiple.
not my question.
forces
I'll
involved.
repeat it. So, how would you know if you control for all the variables you know, but you can't fully control for the electromagnetic variable? How would you know that there's a force there additional to that if it supposedly causes the same effect and electromagnetic force is way stronger?
Well, first of all, I can't control for all of the other forces if I don't know precisely what it takes to control them. I do know that I can, for example, put a reference mass on a scale and weigh that mass on a table, and then I can put it in a Faraday cage to block the electromagnetic aspects of it, and the weight won't change.
Okay.
What? Hold on. Bob, do you think that a Faraday cage blocks all EM frequencies?
No.
Do you think it blocks all electrostatic forces?
I don't know.
Then why would you think that it would be accounting for them and
Because
eliminating?
because I would go ahead and use that as a starting point, and then if you had objections to it, you could demonstrate that your objections would change the result.
Hey, if it only lets one EM wave in, is that stronger than you think space-time is?
Show me that it's let one EM wave in first, and that one EM wave is going to change the result.
Okay, you see how you're not answering? If electromagnetic forces are present and they're way stronger than gravity is claimed to be, but you're claiming to isolate, and it has the same effect that you're claiming to attribute to gravity. Like, how do you
not in question, though.
How do you isolate gravity if you can't actually fully control the electromagnetic force?
I don't need to.
Convenient. That's convenient. So you're gonna just happen to know.
Show me why I need to.
Well, then otherwise, Bob,
it's a zigadillion, quadrillion times stronger, bro.
Well, I would
If
say
you
the
let in
problem-
one
yeah.
zigadillionth,
Show
it'd be
me that I
stronger than
need
gravity, bro.
Let me just say something real quick. The problem with it, Bob, is that then your model is unfalsifiable. That's
What
the
do you
problem.
mean my model's unfalsifiable?
Because you can't isolate the electrostatic and electromagnetic and electrostatic fields in order to isolate that you have something called "quote unquote" gravity.
I can take out the acceleration of gravity.
I should say your theory of gravity. I should say, because gravity is the word gravity.
Gravity is one of the primary forces of nature.
Yeah, if something doesn't exist, I can imaginarily take it out.
I can
What do you
affirm the
mean?
consequent and then
can
account-
take
How would
out
I take
something
it
I
out?
haven't proved.
I would simply drop it. You've never
Whoa.
seen the experiment where Action Lab monitors the bubbles in
That
a
makes my
box
point.
being
That makes
dropped?
my point
What's the
stronger.
cause? What's the cause? We ain't talking about the effect. We're talking about the cause.
Don't need to know the cause of gravity.
Okay, but
telling
no,
you the
what we're
damn
actually
cause.
talking about is if there is an electromagnetic force that's significantly stronger and does the same thing, if you can't fully control for that force, it's
Show me that
literally
it does the same thing.
it's literally and physically impossible to have isolated a force that's much weaker within that.
Austin, show me it does the same thing, first of all.
Okay,
You
so
made
what do
the
you,
statement that it does the same thing. I want you to demonstrate that electrostatics do exactly the same thing as gravity.
You haven't told us the
and
cause.
gravity.
So what are you talking
Wait.
about? You're just talking about the effect, bro. We're talking about the cause. You're saying show
We
us
don't
it
know
does
the
the
cause
same
of gravity.
thing.
It doesn't mean that
You
it's
haven't
not
showed
there.
us. You haven't showed your cause, bro. So
I don't need to
you're
show the
asking us to
cause of
show our
gravity.
cause.
I don't need to show the cause of gravity. All I have to do
Then
is
why should
describe the
we?
effect of gravity. You don't need to know the cause of everything.
Why is
The
your
effects
standard
are
of
for all of
evidence?
us, bro. We all measure and see the effects, bro. We're not arguing about the fucking effects, Bob. Excuse my language.
There you go.
All right, well,
The effects are there for everybody to measure.
Well, Brian,
Okay.
let's if you could perhaps dial it back a bit so we can keep it in a good zone. So, Bob, do you have a response to that? But you also had a question for Witsit as well. That was the last thing you said.
Well, my response to that is I don't need to know the cause of gravity when I'm only describing the effect of gravity. And my question to Witsit was, can you demonstrate that electrostatics behave and cause an effect exactly like what we would call gravity? For example, if I drop a bottle full of water while blowing bubbles in it, will the bubbles stop rising when I drop the water due to electrostatics? And will you tell me how that happens?
the water is electrostatic. The bubbles are electrostatic. The bottle is electrostatic. Its entire environment it's falling within, electrostatic. The Earth also electrostatic. And technically, as I said at the beginning, electromagnetic, as literally everything is both dielectric and magnetic.
Okay, well, can you show me the effect? Can you reproduce that effect in a centrifuge, for example?
Why do I need to go to a centrifuge?
Well, because I can reproduce the effect in a centrifuge.
Bro,
can
the
reproduce-
effects,
I
nobody,
can
once
create
again, nobody,
forces in a
arguing the
centrifuge.
effect.
Are you claiming the centrifuge made the water and the bubbles in the bottle and the environment not electromagnetic?
No, I'm claiming that it
Okay.
causes effects on the bubbles. External forces cause effects on the bubbles.
Okay,
you
and we're
must believe-
talking about the external force of electromagnetism, which is significantly stronger than you think
Wait a
gravity
second.
is.
Wait, Bob must think the ground is propelling up then. So, Bob, is that it? You think that if you're comparing it to a centrifuge, then you're comparing it to the ground propelling up at 9.8 meters a second squared, right?
Nope.
Yep. Because if you're comparing it to a centrifuge, that's exactly the comparison we get if the ground were propelling up.
How does a centrifuge work?
Well, see, why this is what he wants, is to not have to address the actual point. So there's an electromagnetic force there. It's significantly
Nobody made
stronger.
a claim, Austin, that the ground was going up.
I
Hold on,
know.
let's just let if we could, just like Bob and Witzik go back and forth. Brian, if you could just chill for a minute, because you're bringing in other points. If you want to go with Bob in a minute,
I'll back
if you
off.
want to go. Okay, right on. No, I'm just saying, if you want to go back and forth with Bob, that's cool. But the problem is when other topics are brought up. So go ahead, Witzik, because you were on a particular point.
Yeah, I just want to know. I just want him to address there's an electromagnetic force is always present. It's significantly stronger than you claim gravity is. How did you isolate gravity?
Okay, well, first of all, electrostatic force and gravity are two different forces. Second of all, you can demonstrate the force of gravity. When you use the Cavendish apparatus, what you're doing is you're taking out the effect of Earth's gravity with that by making it perpendicular to the vector of gravity. So it affects each side of the balance the same. So as a result, you only get the movement horizontally to the ground and perpendicular to the line of gravity. Second of all, you've got parabolic flight. Third, you have orbits. So how do you explain those findings with electrostatics?
Why would I not find that? How is a vomit comet actually detrimental to my case? It makes my case stronger. You're adding a different momentum into the equation to try and counter the natural equilibrium, and everything involved is electromagnetic still. You're doing anything under the sun but answering the question directly.
Oh, go ahead, and you're telling me that there's something different in the electrostatics at the different altitudes the vomit comet's at as it goes through the parabolic force? Is that what you're saying?
What did I actually say?
You're trying to substitute the word electrostatics for gravity. And I'm trying to find out from you how you figured that out and how you account for it.
You seem to not be listening to what I'm saying. You've predetermined your straw man of my position summarized, and you're just responding to a predetermined list of critiques.
And to be fair, Bob, hold on. Well, Bob, to be fair, you have kind of reversed the same question on him, I suppose. You kind of did, and I'm not trying to call you out for it. I'm just saying it is kind of a reversal thing, because originally we were talking about how he was saying how if electrostatics and electromagnetic, et cetera, are foundational and you can't remove those, how have you isolated what you're calling whatever theory of gravity you're saying exists from that? And you seem to have reversed it and now have tried to claim how someone has extrapolated electrostatics out of the effect of things falling, which is a valid thing, and there's a component to that. But it seems like instead of answering it, you've kind of reversed it in that way.
Okay, well, first of all he's doing is he's substituting the word electrostatics for gravity and trying to describe the same effect. We already have a name for that effect. It's called gravity.
First of all, in your own paradigm,
if it is electrostatics, I don't see how you can explain the fact that when you go perpendicular to the normal line, straight down to the center of the Earth, which is the direction of gravity, how that changes your electrostatics. So if you could clarify that a little bit for me, I'd appreciate it.
If you could understand that you're just reifying a basic
Stop telling me what I'm
model.
doing. Please explain your position.
I'm trying to. You're reifying a model and
You're
making up
telling me what
stories.
I'm doing. I want to hear what you explain.
Bob, you need to let him actually answer and
Well, he
don't
needs to
overtalk him,
answer
please.
instead of
Because
try to
Bob,
explain what I'm doing.
Well, I think. Hold on. I think a
modding.
general solution. Hold on. He may have just been trying to reiterate your point, but I think in general, if
I don't want him
if-
reiterating my point.
All right,
If he
hold
has a
on.
question about my point, he can ask me about it.
All right, let's just, if you guys just keep it out of the personal stuff and just stick with the information. I don't think Witz was trying to go personal. I think he was just
I'm not going personal.
He was trying to
I'm just
reiterate.
telling him not to try and tell me what my point is. If he has a question about my point, he can ask me to repeat it.
Yeah, but there's a thing called there's a thing called steel manning. It's a normal thing in debates where you reiterate the person's position, you make sure there's clarity. You interrupted him was the problem, because if you disagree with that, you would have had your next chance to then say, well, actually, that's not what I meant. You know, and as long as he's not like full blown slandering or insulting or going after you, personal attack
That's
shit.
what you want. Go for it.
All right.
Okay, so that's just reifying the basic globe model and then assuming something gravity exists because it has to, and then saying that I need to explain something within that paradigm of assumptions. It doesn't actually address the point at all, which is, of course, that everything's electromagnetic and that's much stronger. So, I mean, what you're trying to say to save us time, I guess, is like the script is to try to come up with something where you think that you've eliminated electrostatics and that electrostatics can't explain it. And so gravity is needed to explain it, which actually doesn't prove gravity either. You didn't actually tangibly, scientifically isolate anything at all, ever. But even that is just not true. So we can just cut to the chase. That's the.
Well, let's just go ahead and cut to the chase then. Tell me how to falsify your theory of electrostatics as being the reason things fall to the ground.
That's actually a valid point because.
I know it is. That's why I asked it. Now, please answer it.
Because how can you fully isolate and control the variable that holds literally everything together? I guess you kind of can't. I guess you've hit the wall of the cause of forces.
I think they are detectable, but it's in technology that's being kept from us. So we're not.
Well, here's the thing. Can I just mention something real quick? What Witsit is saying is basically the electrostatic force is literally what holds all matter together. So how could you eliminate the force that literally holds all the things together that you're talking about, right? So you're kind of flipping it onto Witsit here, Bob, and saying prove the cause of the effect. But then you're also saying, I don't have to prove the cause of the effect of gravity because we know that it happens. And all you're doing is claiming that the effects that we see are proof of the cause, even though there's been no actual evidence
actually, it's
for
a little
the
bit more
causal
significant
effect.
than that because you just keep going on. So I'll answer.
That was
it.
well said. That was well said.
Yeah, he didn't want you to finish the last part of it. It was too good.
So basically, the reason that I did that, there was a reason I did that, and that's why I required Witsit to tell me how he would falsify his theory. Because the very first thing that everything started off with here was, how did you eliminate electrostatics from your gravity experiments?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, what I did was I demonstrated that you were asking me to do something that you're not willing to do yourself because you say it's impossible.
We can vary it, bro.
Well, wait.
Vary space time.
Wait. Okay. Yeah, there's a fundamental difference in the two things that are being said and claimed, though, bro. Like, mine's tangibly verified consistently for hundreds of years. You can do it. I can do it. It's very, very real. You're making a claim that's just off the rails. Like, it's just completely fantasized. And you don't get to shift the burden of proof over to what can be demonstrated. Right? When I'm denying your assertion, I'm almost done. I'm actually denying your assertion of space-time. You have the burden of proof, dude. And every time I talk to Globers, they want to critique electrostatics. Every time I talk to Globers, they want to critique
your theory, Austin.
Real fast. One more sentence. Every time I talk to majority of Globers, they want to try their best and damnness to falsify electrostatics, but they won't even put 1% of that effort towards doing the same thing for gravity.
Already done it.
So you've So whenever you've already tested the validity of the bending and warping of space and time, what experiment did you do where you controlled the stronger variable of electromagnetism? This is why people in your own paradigm are actually proposing unified field theories with electrostatic gravity, where there's an interaction in the background medium of particles exchanging charge, causing what we call gravity, and that being the unifying force of all things.
So you think that's the cause of gravity?
Those are some strong points. Those are some strong points right there.
No, that's just word salad that he
No,
got.
it's word
not word
salad.
salad.
But
Dude, that's honestly, like, in a legit debate, word salad is not. It's just not. You cannot have people just say that, because words
well,
mean.
I'm going to tell you why it's word salad. First of all, he's trying to bring a lot of things outside of this issue into it. I asked him a very direct question after they demanded, which it wasn't involved at the time, but you demanded that I demonstrate I can do the Cavendish and eliminate any magnetism, diamagnetism, or electrostatics, and then you admit that you can't falsify that yourself because it's impossible to remove it. Now, what you can do is you can sit down and say, okay, well, there are going to be things that have different substances have different amounts of diamagnetism, for example. So you could use lead balls as the main masses in the Cavendish, and then you could use stone for the swinging arm weights on the Cavendish, which would have different levels of diamagnetism. And you could check and see whether or not there was a different result from the same masses. All right. You could conduct that experiment if you feel that that is a valid objection to the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, you could
different substances.
You can cause all kinds of different weights with the same mass.
Okay, so go ahead, and each one of them has different diamagnetism. So if you feel that's a legitimate criticism of Cavendish, you can conduct that experiment and demonstrate your findings.
Like I said, all the ballers ever want to do is try and tell me that I need to test or electrostatics more, but they don't want to ever add that same critique, when the truth is that one of them is a tangible, real force that can be proven. We can put it on the shelf of scientifically verified. It sits there in perpetuity, or whatever the word is, right? Like, it's perpetually sitting there. It's just a fact.
Perpetuity.
There you go. So that's going to sit there. Now you're going to want to put something else on the shelf. It's called space-time.
No, I'm not going to discuss space-time at all.
Brother, I'm trying to help you out, man. If you don't understand that electromagnetism being the unified force is on the table within the highest levels of academia in your own paradigm,
that's wonderful.
I don't know what the reason that you don't know it yet, and it isn't what you currently believe, is because, like, the PR of the consensus hasn't been updated because they haven't figured one that fully works yet.
Well, if they show that it works better, I'll find that very compelling evidence. I have changed my mind on things when new evidence came to light.
Otherwise, you'll stick to the fantasy, space-time.
Okay. No, otherwise, I'm going to stick with what works right now and our best understanding as it is right now.
Well, Bob, let me ask you.
The bottom line is they have done the experiment where they used they used a metal main weight, and then they used, I think Blue Marble used an 8-pack of Coke.
Buddy,
as the swinging weights.
Cool. I'm not trying to use sand and it stalled, Bob.
And it's dependent on mass. It's not dependent on the substance. That's
a bottle of Coke. Wait, so that guy BioDuel was using chickens with his Cavendish, and then Blue's using cans of Coke? Is this for real?
8 packs of Coke, yeah.
Blue also used a bag of sand and it stalled. It didn't do. And at one point, before he got all the electro statics sorted out, he said at one point, I could prove absolutely that mass repels mass. And he was being sarcastic because he hadn't adjusted all of his copper shielding and all this other. Every time something went wrong, he said electrostatics. And then when he got it all worked out and doing what he wanted, gravity.
Well, I still have not seen any compelling evidence from you, Austin.
See, you're flipping the burner proof.
That electrostatics affect the Cavendish experiment.
I can control the Cavendish with electrostatics, bro. I can literally control it with electrostatics.
Are you Austin?
I can't believe someone just said that. I didn't even know that would ever be a real thing that someone said. Like, have you ever looked into it?
Yeah, actually, Blue looked into it quite a bit, and I followed him with it because that
So
was
anti-flat earther looked into it for you?
magnetism and electrostatics. But you keep using that word, and I really don't think you understand fully what it means because you think that it has an effect.
Yikes,
So
dude.
you haven't demonstrated what that effect is.
All right,
Well, are you aware, Bob, that you can change the, if you want to use the word gravity, the gravitational polarity with electrostatics?
I'd like to see some documentation of that. I'd be very interested in looking at that.
So you can
It's
make
all over the place.
Yeah, essentially, you can make something change its direction, its polarity. So instead of falling down to the ground, it will rise up.
You can do the same thing with magnets by putting the same pole against each other. So what?
Yeah, exactly. So Bob, let me ask you a question.
Have you demonstrated that?
Okay, so what I'm saying is that, so if we take a Van de Graaff generator with two plates and connect them into the Van de Graaff generator, that of course is pulling electrostatic directly from the environment right into the two plates. And if you have a little, you can have little piece of paper, or there's other device. You can't do something super heavy because obviously you're only having a limited amount of effect. It's not big enough to
do iron filings, which scale up to bigger than Mount Everest.
Yeah,
well, that's a Cavendish experiment.
And once you fire it up, it will change its actual direction. So instead of falling down like things do to the plate below it, it will attract upwards and cling.
And you do that with the Cavendish experiment. Did
essentially
Blue use the Van de Graaff generator with the Cavendish experiment?
No, this is something different. I'm explaining.
He threw all the data out that didn't work at first. That's what he said.
Bob, you alluded to earlier
that's exactly what he did. At first, he didn't ground his wires, and then and then it repelled. He had to put copper shielding up on the half of it, and he changed the wire one time, and every time, and then when the sand, he tried to use sand, and sand didn't attract, and he said, electrostatics. Every time something went wrong, it was electrostatic. So he's literally just doing all kinds of things, stalling, going the wrong way.
He could have been mocking you too. You ever think about that?
Bob is that we can literally manipulate. We can do whatever we want with the Cavendish with electrostatics, bro. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
Did it ever occur to you he might have been mocking you when he said electrostatics?
Okay, that doesn't change anything. Like, dude, you should go maybe watch MIT Professor Walter Lewin explain some about electrostatics. It seems that the vast majority of the anti-flat Earth community is drastically underinformed regarding that.
How
But
much
you can
physics do you have, Austin?
calm down, man. You can make things. You can just watch it on YouTube.
Yeah,
Bro.
but how much physics have you taken? Have
Dude,
you
we
done
got
everything
Bob.
physics
Hold
class?
on, Bob. I'm considering this a derail. I mean, the other day that guy Charlie went on for hours about how he wants someone to take a physics test and he wants to pay the money. I mean, whatever your fixation is on physics tests, that's not even part of the topic.
Well, no. The reason that it comes up is if you're going to try and change a paradigm in something, you shouldn't make basic mistakes with it. You should have at least some training in it. And I'm curious as to how far Austin went with physics.
Yeah, fair enough. If you want to be aware of these paradigms and these different movements in consciousness, as it were, then yeah, you would need to be aware of all of those things. But I'm just saying, it sounds like you're just going to get into trying to quiz his physics knowledge around some test, which is not.
All right. Well, I'm not going to quiz his physics knowledge. I've already assessed it.
Yeah, what are you projecting? So here is Walter Lewin at MIT explaining that, like, dude, he's trying to show the class different demonstrations, basic demonstrations with electrostatics. So you should be able to get into it, and it shows that it's like, oh, I think it's going to be repelling right now. And because electrodynamic forces is like this crazy dynamic system, right? It just does what it wants to, kind of.
Austin, how's it going to affect the Cavendish experiment? Is he going to address that and show?
How do you not know? How do you not know the answer to that?
No, is he going to sit down and is he going to teach his class in this video or whatever you want to post? Is he going to show the class how the electrostatics are playing a factor in the Cavendish?
See, this is a perfect example of how you're not actually listening to what I'm saying or even why I brought him up.
I'm not concerned about whether or not you're talking about mag lifts or mag rails or how roller coasters
Nobody
work.
ever brought that up, Bob.
All right, I'm not really concerned about that. We're talking about the Cavendish experiment, and you're making the claim that it's not gravity causing the Cavendish, it's electrostatic. And I'm
You
trying
want to
to
keep it
figure out
on the
for you
Cavendish
how
experiment.
It is
that,
electricity.
how that comes into play in the
Is it
Cavendish
space?
experiment.
Is it? You think it's more
Elevation.
likely to be space time or
The,
electrostatics?
the differential in elevation when you go up, you're not doing it at the top of the building, the middle of the building, and the basement or below. You should do it in all different ones, and you'll see how going up and the voltage change is the differential. Same as the elevation or voltage change, whatever you want to call it. Now, you're going to claim that's longitude and latitude on a ball when you see a ball change, or your Foucault's pendulum, or your Cavendish.
Did anyone? But by the way, did anyone actually claim that the quote unquote Cavendish is electrostatics? Did anyone even claim that, or is Bob just? I mean, Witzel was talking about.
Yes, they did.
Well,
They absolutely did. They said that since I didn't account for electrostatics, and I can't demonstrate that electrostatics didn't cause it.
No, I said I can manipulate.
They're saying that
elevation
Cavendish is invalid.
Well, let's
I said I can manipulate the Cavendish, guys. I said I can.
Brian, hold on.
Cavendish.
Yeah, you guys are
thoroughly.
interrupting. Hold on, Demok and Brian, you guys are interrupting. Chill for a sec. Bob, what were you saying?
Okay, what I'm saying is that the Cavendish experiment demonstrates gravity. It demonstrates mass, the effect of mass against mass, and the attractive forces of that. Then they tried to come on up with, well, I haven't isolated for electrostatics. I haven't isolated for diamagnetic. We talked about that a little bit. And then I asked specifically how they feel the electrostatics would affect the Cavendish and why. And so far, I haven't gotten an answer.
Okay,
I'm gonna go watch the video.
Okay, I would like to answer that, but go ahead. If someone else wants.
You got it.
Well, go ahead. I'll go next.
I was just saying, like, I dropped the video because
Oops, sorry. Good.
go to like 9 minutes, and he starts to do demonstrations, and you can see. And the point I was bringing up that's relevant is like, it can go either way in his demonstrations. You know, like it's not like you, dude, to be able to really take into account the electrodynamic forces in a Cavendish, you would have to have very precise instruments and etc. And it's still technically never really possible. I know for a fact this anti-flat earth on the internet didn't do that. And the air itself is electrostatic, causes electrostatic induction and fluctuates. And even if it was in a vacuum chamber, then it would also have that same variable. So,
okay, so how do you account for the fact, and first of all, it's a very sensitive balance. It's a torsion balance. It's very sensitive. But how do you
my point stronger.
Directionality? How do you account for the directionality of it?
It doesn't always go in the right direction.
Directionality.
It doesn't always go in the right direction.
What do you mean it doesn't always go in the right direction?
Well, what else could that mean other than what it means?
No, tell me exactly what you mean by it. Cavendish behaves in a certain manner. Tell me.
Just because you say so?
Sometimes it doesn't.
That's objectively true, yes.
Okay, when doesn't it?
All the time.
Oh, when's all the time?
Even in the one that you're invoking.
Applies every single example, so we know that that's not true.
Even in the one that you're invoking.
When does it occur opposite to what's expected?
There's a huge amount of variables. I just explained that. Like there's electrodynamic forces and electrostatic induction, and that's constantly moving, fluctuating, seeking equilibrium. It's dependent upon literally every variable involved in the test because
concepts, Austin.
You're afraid to hear the truth.
No, my patience with you is coming to an end.
Because your cognitive.
Show me how you're putting that energy into it to create that force.
It's already there, my dude.
Okay, so why is it directional laterally?
It's two different objects that want to move towards each other because of electrostatic induction.
Why don't they just move towards the ground?
It's actually electrodynamic.
So why don't they just move towards the ground?
They have surface charges, so when you have a certain proximity, they can long towards each other. Do you not know how the test works? You're asking why the balls don't fall to the ground? You don't know how the test works?
I'm just checking to see if you did.
Wow.
So, why don't they fall to the ground? Because they're balanced, right? Perpendicular to the force of gravity. That's how they take out gravity in the Cavendish experiment.
That's called a reification fallacy.
No,
dude.
it's not. I'll stop with your fallacy.
A 7-year-old would know that.
No, that's not.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm like a 7-year-old would understand.
No,
I haven't proven that yet.
In your fallacies, Austin.
You haven't proven it, dude. You're just saying
Don't
it.
even try that with me.
So your proof of it is assuming it.
Austin, I'm talking. The reason Cavendish works is that it balances out the effect of Earth's gravity and isolates the gravity between the the fixed masses and the swinging masses. All right. And it does that geometrically by setting it up perpendicular to the force of gravity to the Earth. So
You mean wait, real fast. You mean you try to get it to be vertical, perpendicular to the assumed plane Earth, and then you pretend that actually means towards the center of a ball tilted.
we're not playing the plane Earth crap on this. We're doing the Cavendish. We're doing actual science.
Wait,
We're not
perpendicular to what?
perpendicular to the line of gravity on Earth. Which
So
is
how do you do that?
exactly the way you set up the Cavendish experiment. You
How?
isolate that by making the direction of the attraction between the balls perpendicular to that in a plane.
Meaning
I got a Cavendish right behind me, but I just posted real quick blue and live
All right.
stream one.
Look,
Bob, you just said
one more time. We're done here. All right.
Wait, I just posted a video for you. He asked a question. You want to see where electrostatics has something? I just posted live stream science and shit.
All right, Brian, please don't interrupt, bro. I mean, wow.
I'm serious, Gio. If he comes in one more
I
time,
just went through all the trouble to pull a video.
I'm just gonna mute you, Brian. You're interrupting every time, bro. Anyways, Bob's gone. But what was the last point? Oh,
I'm just saying, like, he's looking for an excuse to leave, right? So it's like,
oh yeah, Brian,
I waited for a gap, bro. But I just wanted to tell everybody. I just went through the trouble. He asked a question about the electrostatics. I pulled up a video that I made with Blue Marble Science. I condensed literal hours down to one little quick video where he took 50-pound sandbags and they stalled. And also I have him saying in this video that at one point he could literally demonstrate, literally says that mass repels mass. And I just wanted to show this to Bob. I didn't mean for him to leave, but yeah, he had to be looking for an excuse to leave for me to just announce a video. But I apologize, man.
Well, one thing is that your mic, at least it seems like it's at like 130%. So I don't know if anyone else is hearing that as well. I have to have you turn down to 70 to have you even like equal to other people, and you're still loud. So I don't know, maybe
it's a little bit of the approach as well. Like I've tried to get in quite a bit throughout the conversation, but also if I like my first two words, somebody else continues to talk, like I just back down, right? But you straight powered through it, and we're like,
that's one thing. It was silent. I swear to God on my life, it was silent. To go back and listen. If I'm wrong, I'll mute weak, bro. I swear to God on my life, there was silent, and I almost got it all out before y'all told me to shut up. I was actually almost done. I just wanted to let them know I posted a video. I spent a lot of time on this Cavendish shit, bro.
No, it's a good point. I'm sure you had good points to bring up. I think, not to kind of call you out, but since we are talking about it, I think okay, like whenever I start talking, the first like couple seconds, I'm always thinking someone else might start talking, and if they do, I stop. Now, sometimes if I'm really excited, I might kind of push through, or if that's kind of the energy of it, I'll kind of push through. But for the most part, I'll pull back. And I just think, Brian, it's not even an attack on you or anything like that. I think maybe your tendency is that when you hear quietness, you just, or if there's a moment of silence, you jump in, and then you don't really listen to hear if someone else is in there. So you never back down. So it ends up being kind of a domination thing where most of us are kind of stopping a lot of the times. And then if you don't do it every time, then it's like, oh my gosh, like every time, you go, it just, you know what I mean? You don't pull back basically.
The Geo, does people, I don't know, depending on their devices, do they actually hear people talking while they're talking, or is that dependent on their device?
That could be a factor too, Brian. Like, Brian, can you hear when other people are talking? Because that's one thing.
You just stop. Yeah, you just now stop talking. But I swear to God, I try. I do get excited sometimes and try and push through. But I
mean now, Brian, while I'm talking over you, Brian. So
I'm a lot better than I used to be, man.
So Brian couldn't hear me then?
I hear you now.
Yeah, but I was talking when you were talking, so just to see if you were hearing me talk while you were talking.
I heard you at the very, very end, bro. Just to be honest.
There, see, that's a problem.
He's saying he heard you. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's funny though, because this is true, bro. Like, there are people proposing like unified field theories, with like an electromagnetic unified field theory, and like, everyone in physics knows that obviously when you find the proper understanding of how everything works, it's going to all unify together. Like all the evidence shows that. So how would the most obvious choice not be the first one on the table, and much less like not even really considered?
Yeah, I was going to try to get in to reiterate that to Bob. I couldn't really find a spot to get in. I tried to couple areas there to get into the combo. But I was going to say to Bob, while he was still here, that he alluded to the fact that if these higher people within academia that are proposing that electrostatics and electrodynamics is a unifying theory, if they do start to push that as the mainstream, he basically admitted that he would adhere to it, or he would give it some credence, right? So my question to him was going to be, well, if the logic of it follows because it comes from an authoritative source, why wouldn't you be inquisitive as to taking on that information now before it becomes mainstream? Why won't you even entertain the logic of that possibility at this point, regardless of who it's coming from? Because no offense, Austin, but electrostatics being very similar to what we call gravity isn't something that you just came up with out of the blue. You've researched enough people to understand that you're not just putting that forth as your own idea that you came up with out of nowhere with no physics education, which seemed to be very important to Bob.
The couple
Right?
times you did come in, you made a good point, a couple real good points, bro. But he was trying to get Austin to argue effects. Like, bro, the effects are the effects. You know, he just kept trying to put Austin against the effects of what we measure and what we see. Like, bro, we're not arguing how long it takes shit to hit the ground or any of this, man. And he just kept trying to pin Austin against it.
But I am actually making a claim that electromagnetism is the force. So, you know, whatever. I have no problem absorbing all phenomena because it's super easy. And every time I go straight to the front door to do that, they run around the house.
Well, but part of what he was doing, though, he was trying to ask for further testing or verification of it. So that part, I mean, that is fair that he would want to see that. And I think that I would like to do those tests and experiments, and be involved in helping make that happen. So I do agree with that part of it.
All right, check this out. So there's something called the electroweak unification theory, which unifies the weak nuclear force and electromagnetism. And there are many other theories, but according to the theory, at high energies, the weak nuclear force and electromagnetism are indistinguishable and can be described by a single unified force. However, at lower energies, the two forces appear to be separate and distinct, with electromagnetism being much stronger than the weak force. It just means it's just a weaker modality of the same thing. Things don't turn into other things.
Do you remember when I proposed not too long ago that we should just call the universal law of gravitation, since it's so similar to Coulomb's law, we could just call it the weak electrostatic force, and then just claim all the same effects, and just say, well, that's just the weak electrostatic force, because we can prove all of it through the same effects as gravity.
That's another idea. I said, let's put the incoherent and just equal the numbers that they come up, just with Coulomb's law, and just call it the incoherent part is a lot weaker. And
I think the weak electric is better PR, right? Like what is incoherent? You just made it up. It's word salad. They'll say one word I say is word salad. You know what I'm saying? So, it is a weak electrostatic force, right? I mean, that's what it is. It's a weaker version of the intrinsic electrodynamic force. And the crazy part is too, you know what's so funny is humans think they're so smart, man. They've come up with these little subatomic particles and stuff, and they think that they're people in here act like they've discovered everything that's there or whatever, but we can't even understand the complexity of a cell. People think that we understand the complexity of an etheric source of energy. Get out of here. So
it's crazy.
Yeah, and that's another good point, right? Like all matter and or masses, because masses are made up of matter or whatever, if we want to go into the whole definition of what mass is, but all matter and masses are comprised of these very small alleged particles that are held together by electrostatic forces. So the electrostatic forces that bind everything together is literally the building block of how everything sticks together.
Yeah, you know what's so funny? It's look. So I asked ChatGPT to give me a substantive, precise summary of the electroweak unification theory, And it said electroweak unification theory is a theoretical framework in physics that unifies the weak nuclear force and electromagnetism into a single electroweak force, and it was developed in the 70s by Sheldon, whatever, and Stephen, later confirmed by experiments at CERN. So, like, within their own paradigm, it's like, and then it was integrated into the larger framework of Stanford model of particle physics later. So,
I was also going to bring that up, like the fact that when we deal with particle physics, which is what comprises all of the masses that are allegedly attracting each other within the standard model of particle physics, there is the three fundamental forces. Wait, no, there's four fundamental forces, but what are the only three that apply within particle physics? What's the one that's excluded? Oh,
Gravity.
it's gravity.
That's a good point. If anybody wants to know the problems, I was literally sat through hours of live streams at Blue Marble Science. I was interested in it for one. I've replicated it, but not as nice as his. But I have a setup. But if you want to see, if anybody cares, I reposted. It's just about 9 or 10 minutes, and it points out Blue talking about his own problems and showing where it went wrong. You know, he got it working in the end. I'll give him that. But if you want to learn the problems with the Cavendish and his road to getting it to work, that's an interesting little video. I recommend people watch it when they get a minute. If they want to know, if they want some artillery against it, it's plain as day in their own words in that video.
Yeah, I mean that if Bob were to have answered that, in my opinion, viewpoint, if he had answered it just fully, how can you isolate electrostatics and electromagnetics in terms of trying to isolate something that they're trying to call gravity? The answer is you can't. He just couldn't say it, it seems, or didn't choose to say it. But you can't isolate it. And his question of how is it working, I think, is valid though, because I do think there's there's further discoveries that we have to make to decipher what really is fully going on. But yeah, it does seem like electrostatics are foundationally a function that is active within the effect that we call gravity.
Yeah, 100%. There's more questions that need to be answered, but the problem is they don't apply the same criticism to their claims, right? So if Austin comes along and he says, there's electrostatics involved in here some way, shape, or form, that could be possibly what's taking place. We see this increase in voltage seems to be some sort of downward vector based on the facts that we know regarding these forces within electricity, within magnetism, all these things, right? So when the proposal comes up that it's possible that electrostatics is what's being coming into play when we talk about gravity, they seem to be very critical as like, prove that it's the cause of the effect that we see. Like they want to become very scientific. Show me that it is the cause of the effect that we see. But when it comes to gravity, it's the assumed cause. And let me tell you about the effects. There is no actual conversation about really trying to prove that gravity is the cause of the effect that we see.
And I'll be honest, check this out. I used to be not violently opposed, but pretty much boisterously opposed, like against the electrostatics. It was actually this Cavendish was part of my road to accepting it as almost self-evident. And I mean, with not self-evident, but looking at all the things going wrong and seeing that time something went wrong, he blamed it on electrostatics. But I've even got videos on my channel against Bob Nodell, like saying, there's no way, it's just relative density disequilibrium. Like I was literally boisterously arguing, making videos, and I just left them up because it's part of my road, But I've come to see that, bro. I mean, in the back of my mind, it was always that like down is different than up, bro. In the back of my mind, that always sat there, and it bothered me even when I argued against it. And I finally just seen enough, and watching Cavendish and watching things stall and go backwards and shit, and then I was like, dude. And then watching listening to Austin, listening to Bob, and listening to Zach, watching him show the experiments where he made the balloon drop down, where he made iron filings in paper that scale up to like Mount Everest, like literally go up with voltage, with a voltage switch, basically putting negative on top. Like I mean, so it's a long road, and so people, you can change your mind. People say that, they're against it. Even flat earthers are against it. They're never going to change their mind. That's not true, because I literally have changed my mind recently. I'm still not 100%, but I'm 99, leaning toward the camp. So, and I was pretty much dead against it a while back. So people can't change their mind, man. You just got to show them, and keep pounding in the truth, man, and possibilities and evidence, right?
What did you change your mind on? Or almost change your mind on?
The fact that it's not just relative density disequilibrium, even though I could still make a good argument for it, I just realized that there's something else, man, along the road. But I was boisterously against it for a while.
Ruhif, your fantasy has come true. We all now agree with everything you think.
Wow.
You don't have to be insane. It's your sanity is fully confirmed now.
Yep.
But the Earth is not a globe, so you still have to face that.
Okay.
I'm just joking. I was thinking of something that you guys were saying.
Hey, Brian, did Shane hit you up for a debate on your thing you posted a day ago?
What? Do what?
Did Shane hit you up for some sort of debate?
No, not that I know of. I haven't probably checked DMs. When is it? When's my debate?
It's against me, whenever you want.
Whenever I want. On what topic?
Just the last video.
Oh, my last video? Oh, that'd be interesting. All right. Well, let me give you a date tomorrow. I might quick. I mean, do you need any advance notice or what?
Oh, not really. No. Maybe a day.
All right. Yeah, let me give you a day. So not tomorrow, maybe the next day or probably the day after.
Yep. Cool. Oh, it's almost time to feed the doggies. Almost.
Ruhif, do you not assert the theory of gravity? Do you just say you don't know what's going on with that?
Oh, I accept the scientific consensus in that it's, fourth dimensional space-time curvature. Yeah. Whether I defend that, no.
Do you think Cavendish is legit for what they claim it's doing?
Mass 100% attracts mass, yes. 100%.
Except when it doesn't. Right? Except when it doesn't.
Oh, it's difficult to get right. I think BioDual's got one of the best setups for it.
I mentioned BioDual earlier because he did it with chicken fingers.
Yeah.
And then they were talking about how Blue used an 8-pack of Coke for one of his things. Oh my God, you guys are actually making a Cavendish. A dish, it's a meal. You got chicken, beer, Coca-Cola, you lather the chicken and Coke. It's a Cavendish.
Yeah.
Why are you
but everyone says it's due to magnetism or something else, right? So that's why BioDual did that.
Well, do you know about the Cheerio effect?
The Cheerio effect? No, what's that?
Well, essentially, it's if you have things floating in, it kind of comes from the idea of having Cheerios floating in milk, even though that's not very scientific. But essentially, because of surface tension, electrostatic fields, items will cling together. So like you could have Cheerios that are all floating in the water, and they'll attract and they'll clump together.
Yep.
So in terms of the Cavendish thing, I have thought, is there an effect like that going on? Meaning you have the magnetic fields of both of those items, the lead balls, the whole system has all its magnetic charges. I actually think it has to do with the vortexual nature of ether. Is ultimately what it's. Hold on, you interrupted the main part I was saying. I was saying it's a vortexual nature of the ether. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you have like multiple charges in a rigid body, and you have two of these rigid bodies, and they have an equal net charge, but within the actual rigid bodies themselves, there's different charges. The actual rigid bodies will change orientation and then actually attract towards each other.
Exactly. And in the Cheerio effect, that's happening in liquid. But I've thought about with the Cavendish type thing, is that also happening in air? And that's why I mentioned the magnetic fields, et cetera. Because is it actually something where you have the surface tension of the gases and the air and everything that makes up the environment and the magnetic fields. So even though it's not in a liquid, it's in air. And even though it's not like things floating on liquid, it's like lead balls hanging in air. Is there still some sort of a surface tension dynamic that would have, because if it is something like that Cheerio effect, it's just something natural. And the way you just said it, Noah, was very well said as well in terms of the slight disequilibriums and those components. And so, yeah, it's like, are they just taking that and then extrapolating? Oh, all of a sudden, they made up this thing called mass. Mass is now attracting mass just because of this effect. And then now we're going to claim that it's making balls orbit balls and we're on a ball and things are clinging to our ball. Like, it's a huge extrapolation. But there is something to the effect, though. So I think there's some truth in there that effect does happen. It's not very controllable and it's not what they say it is, but there is some effect there.
Seems a pretty common theme. It's not what they say it is.
Like if you have two magnets, right? And you put them next to each other, what they're going to do is they're going to reorientate. They're going to reorientate, and then they're going to actually attract towards each other.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So all that happens is basically the balls at first will either slightly repel or slightly attract, depending on their arrangements. But at a certain point, they're going to get into like get into an arrangement where they're just going to keep attracting each other, even if both charges are net zero. Because net zero doesn't mean that there's no charge. It just means there's an equal amount of charge.
I showed live on Jose's. I made a video where I took two lead plates and grounded them both, and put them close to each other, and you get a small voltage. So yeah, they definitely do orientate, and one assumes positive, one assumes negative. You never know which one's going to do. And you're absolutely right. I demonstrated that live. And it's not much, but it's there. It's ever present.
I'd say that when you get a plate, what's it called? Cymatics, where you have a vibrating plate and some sand, and you change the frequency. Basically, just changing the vibration frequency, and you can see how the substance, which is obviously a solid, it's got mass. It either attracts or repels, but it's still got some type of viscous glue-like sort of attribute to it, where it can change whether or not it's going to be attracting or opposing due to its frequency. Yeah. So I think the study of sound and vibration is probably something that along the lines of Tesla's work.
Yep. Yeah, well said. Yeah, they took the observation of an effect within the Cavendish and then just extrapolated an entire conceptual framework out of it that's lightly based upon the effect, but is actually not even a accurate representation of what the effect is. But there's a part of it that they're utilizing to then build the idea of mass, and then all these balls have to be attracting each other in space with this made up gravitational force, all based on that. It's it's a trick for sure.
Does anybody know what the frequency of the Earth is? I remember seeing a channel somewhere saying that they could tap into the frequency of the Earth and they knew what it was.
Like the Schumann resonance?
Is that what it is? Do you know how many hertz it is, or is it maybe not even measurable in hertz?
I heard you need like 2,000 miles of apparatus or line to replicate it. Something crazy.
Well, apparently Tesla knew how to resonate mass together in such a way that he could basically cause an earthquake, or he could attach his device to a building and bring it to the ground.
Yeah. Have you ever heard that they can create earthquakes and they can also create tsunamis? Like when you think about here's a question. You know, some of these weather events that like kill people, like, you know, hurricanes and tsunamis and tornadoes to some degree, even lightning or excessive rain, like these weather events. Here's a question I'll just pose to everyone and hear what you guys think. Does Mother Earth, like the natural Earth in its natural harmony, like if we were not modifying anything or messing with anything, we're just living on the Earth, does Mother Earth itself actually bring about weather events that are catastrophic? Or is that all something that's being fabricated in a sense, or being manifested through technology in terms of like hurricanes that are absolutely destructive and things like that? Like, does Mother Nature in its own harmony even have those kinds of that damaging level of weather?
I don't think it originally did. I don't think it originally did, but I think like we are like the kings of this earth. Like man is the king of earth, and like our very existence terraforms what we live on. And so I don't think it was originally the case that these catastrophes existed, but I do think that there were, now that they exist because we've been here long enough to fuck it up this bad.
Well, then I was going to ask the question, like, because there is like the pollution and whatnot. We could, you know, there's that factor. But then I was going to ask the question, even with the general like pollution, toxification of the air, and even with that, would it even happen? Would there even be destructive events like that, or are they all still being created? You know, like by
there are a lot of myths and legends, and there are apparatuses designed to detect earthquakes going back in ancient history. The Vedics and the Chinese, they had earthquake detecting devices in the shape of a well with like frogs and stuff with balls on them, and they would vibrate. They would know which way. They'd know all the details about the earthquakes, and that was way before any sort of technology that we have today. But who knows what technology they had back then? But I believe it's more sort of like an energetic sort of a consciousness thing. Like some particular areas on Earth might have something called Hades, which is sort of like a negative energy, and it could be sort of like a nodal points on the Earth, which are sort of attracted to that negative energy and just manifest in destructive weather and earthquakes. Maybe a way of sort of combating that imbalance of, you know, the regular harmony between, you know, societies and their consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, earthquakes. I mean, the fact that lightning. I mean, I don't personally think all of them are you know, created, man-made, or I would say entity-made. Doesn't even have to be by man, but meaning made by some entity here, rather than just being something that Earth does. But I do think about the severity of some of these things. I mean, with an earthquake, generally on the Earth, when there's an earthquake, all of the animals start to migrate from that area. So if you have like dogs, you know, humans have always, you know, had connections with different animals. Once you just notice that all the animals are running away from a particular area, all in the same way, in the ancient times, they were very aware of these cycles of nature, and they had ways of tracking the land and knowing that was happening. And animals respond in a certain way, and just being in touch with nature and in touch with the environment, you can actually be given notice of it before it happens, like even days before it happens. And therefore you can relocate if you need to, or you can move in that sense. So I do think, like, because also like certain forest fires are natural as well. Lightning, there are a lot of things that are natural, but those are kind of in one category. But then I think of some of these more like really severe things, like these incredibly just crazy hurricane that have happened, and like some of the tsunamis and perhaps some of the bigger earthquakes that have been in like major cities and things like that?
I think they didn't have any of those types of things before the flood. I think the antediluvian era didn't have any huge earthquakes or hurricanes or any of that shit. It was all a byproduct afterwards. I don't even think they had rain. You think about something so catastrophic as like the earth were a snow globe and someone walked up and just started fucking shifting it back and forth. The state of the snow globe after would be all fucked and all kinds of shit would happen. So yeah, I don't think right? Like the snow globe, let's say the snow globe's there, right? There's no fucking disasters. But if something comes and shakes it, then there's just shit swirling around in there and just constantly happening. That's why I think we're in that after stage, and all these like things like hurricanes. I mean, all of this has to do with water, right? And what was the flood about? Water. So yeah, I mean, earth and water. That's all it is. So I think there wasn't any before that.
The waters above and waters below and the kind of dynamic between them. That is really interesting because there's also like the way that like what they call the Milky Way, but it also used to be called the Great Rift or the Dark Rift. But it's like this celestial object, like it's like this rift in the sky. And if you heard the idea that, you know, that essentially is like a gaping crack, as it were, it's like an opening of some sort in the heavens. And perhaps at either one point or more than one point, there's a lot of ancient legends about essentially where that Milky Way thing is, just that essentially opening and just massive waters coming from the heavens down to the earth and then causing some massive change in water levels.
Right, yeah. I mean, apparently there wasn't even rain before the flood. Imagine a world with no rain. Like how different that would be.
So everything would have just been naturally moist and just have its own natural kind of
like the air was just
balance.
The air was just misty and shit. It was just mist and shit.
The plants just got the moisture they need from the environment, from the soil.
Yeah, like you know, in Japan they grow these strawberries and they're normal strawberries. There's nothing genetically modified about them. But the way that they water them is they water them with mist instead of like normal water, and these strawberries grow to the size of apples. And the only difference is how they nurture it and spray it with mist. It has nothing to do with genetics, no breeding, no nothing. It's all just how they cultivate it.
Yeah, that's how the professionals water their bonsai trees as well, with just spray bottles of mist.
So what you were saying, though, almost makes me think the idea of like the environment being different before like a massive flood time when the water levels would have changed dramatically and possibly taken a lot of land, you know, put it underwater, and so on, or whatever that change would have been. It made me think about how, is there like, when that happens, is there some kind of an electrostatic or electromagnetic shift between the sky and the ground that like changes the water balance? And we're in like a different water balance now with just the way the electrical fields are kind of creating like the clouds or the rain or the different kind of weather that we have.
Honestly, that's a pretty good theory. I didn't even think about that aspect, but yeah, I mean, if there was some sort of gigantic catastrophe, the field that we exist inside of could have been different, have different properties than the field we existed in before the flood. So that's pretty interesting, actually. It's like, you know, like when it's a humid day, shit will condensate and you'll sweat more easily, even though the temperature could be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be the same without the moon, would it? And the Aborigines have passed on, you know, story about the time before there was a moon. And if that's the case, then, you know, this there would be no tides. The woman wouldn't have a menstrual cycle once a month; they'd have a permanent one every fucking day.
So was there just one sun before the flood, and then that sun got extinguished from the flood, and now that's our moon, and then we have another sun?
Wow.
It's not the opening scene from Star Wars, eh? Two suns. I personally think actually the moon was silver blue and had no markings on it before. Kind of like the sun is gold yellow, bright gold yellow. I think the moon was silver blue, and the markings are actually something that did occur to it during the flood or just prior to.
Yeah, it's pretty deep to think about.
Yes, so they come up with a model that's kind of viable and everything sort of fits, and then they have to work on all the finer points, like what's the Earth's core made of, and which direction is it flowing, and how big is it, what's the diameter, 2,000 miles, and then they have to go further and say what's in the center of the moon, and what elements make up the sun and Venus, etc. Apparently, there's a planet out there. Is it called Mercury? They reckon it's got the mass of 0. They start with the model and then they just make everything fit, not the other way around. That's
that the way they determine what's the sun or stars or suns are made of is not actually like direct spectroscopy. Because in their own theory, right, the light that comes from the core of the sun isn't actually seen. It's absorbed before it even makes it to the surface. So the only light that they can actually observe is the light that, this is their theory, okay? I'm just speaking from their perspective. From their theory, the only light they receive is from the surface of the star, not from the interior. And what they do is they take their knowledge of like radioactive decays and basically their assumption of how much this star weighs or how much mass it has, and then they basically theoretically mathematically track back with these mass numbers and these theoretical and these decay numbers with these theoretical mass numbers, and they just predict what's in the core of the sun. They don't actually directly observe it, and that's their official story.
Yeah, they just try and make everything fit with their orbits and their distance and their colors, and they look at the way that gas changes colors under different temperatures, so they can see, like when you burn a Woman's Weekly magazine on your barbecue at home, you'll see different inks put off different colors. You have greens and reds, and depending on what the chemical position is, and then they can figure out, oh yeah, it's got a certain mass, but it can't be that because we say it's 10 million trillion light years away. So even though it's blue, it can't be helium. Let's say it's another gas or another rock, and it's just all of this imagination and mathematical fucking garble. It's not trying to be negative about it, but it's a really big trick they've been able to just like pull the wool over your eyes, eh? Well, not your eyes, but the world.
Yeah, like the reason they say like, oh, the interior of this star is iron is because this is the mass and this is how much the decay rate would indicate would be iron on the inside. So it's like, wait, so you took a assumption of the mass of something that you don't actually know, and then you assumed you knew how the nuclear reactions would go on in this object that you don't actually know what's going on in it, and then you just asserted it. Like it's fucking garbage, dude.
And then they use a flicker of light, like a frequency of a color of a flicker of light with spectroscopy to just claim that, and just because that color correlates with a mineral here on Earth, they just instantly make that assumption that it's that thing that's, burning just from the flicker of light, which again, they can't verify that. Although there is something interesting to that, like are stars made of course, more like local and not light years away, but do they actually have something like, different minerals or gases that are erupting in some kind of plasma or fluid or something. So there could even be something to the spectroscopy picking up those things. But the way that they're claiming, like you said, that there are nuclear reactions taking place light years away is just essentially as Larry would call it, a theory tale.
Right, but like what I'm saying is that in their theory, when they receive the light into the spectrometer, that light is only from the surface. All the light that is emitted by the core of the sun or the star is not actually like recorded. We don't receive it on Earth. So basically, anything past the surface isn't even part of spectroscopy. It's literally just an assumption based on mass and nuclear chemistry. You know what I'm saying? Like the light that's emitted from the core gets absorbed before it even reaches the surface. Only the light that's emitted from the surface is what we detect here on Earth. So everything past the surface of a star and their own model is theoretical based off of mass and decay rate. And it's funny because, like, if you talk to a prof, he'll admit this. Like, I've actually been to university and talked to professors in physics. This is what they say.
Yeah, and I've seen a star under one of those devices, and on someone's YouTube channel they were showing it, and it's just like 3 pixels. Fucking literally 3 pixels. Either they're going to tighten up and they're just going to go real hard with the deception, or we're going to have even more of an awakening coming soon. This year's, yeah. There's a lot of people saying that there's going to be some events happening this month, so not really sure.
Well, we were talking about the balloon thing, that claimed Chinese balloon or whatever. It does seem like they've thrown that all out in the news everywhere, and at least over here. So we were talking earlier, could that be the start of some event?
If you notice, every time the market drops, there's a story that coincides with it as a quote unquote reason why the market dropped. And if you understand inflation and deflation, you understand that the market has to drop this quarter, and in fourth quarter this year, they're going to have to come up with some story to explain it away.
Yeah, I mean, as long as someone has someone else deceived, it's like they have a certain control over them. Like, I don't really believe that someone can just have power over someone else in that way. I think spiritually, I don't think it's possible for one person or one entity or one soul to be able to necessarily do that. But that's kind of on another topic of like kind of spiritual karma and law and how that all functions. However, when deceptions seem to be a way that they do it without directly controlling or having power over that person. By the deception, the fact that the person believes it then allows them to have a certain control, because then they can control the narrative. They can advance it if they want. They can change it anytime they want. Then they have authority. So yeah, it seems like they kind of feast on that. And then it's like people are really giving their power away in a sense, more than it even being taken from them. Although it is taken from them, because that's kind of part, in a way it is, only because I think the way deception works is it does kind of split one from truth in a sense. Whether someone and especially if someone believes in it, it has that effect, then it is kind of by proxy having that effect.
Yeah, you have to agree with it, right? Someone comes up to you and says something wild, right? Then you can choose or agree to put your faith in them. And then once you put your faith in them based on this whatever, it's your fault. It's not theirs. Well, it is theirs for lying, but like it's your fault for being part of the lie.
Yep. I think what's interesting though, by believing a lie, it also kind of triggers some imbalance within the person that they're then seeking to find balance to eventually. Which maybe
lies will destroy you, right? So like if you contain lies within yourself, it's just gonna slowly rot your soul away.
Yeah, it like fundamentally weakens you on some foundational level. So even like someone who might be really like seemingly to come off as egotistically confident about something they believe in, but if that thing is false, then they might be coming off as if they have the truth or that they're above someone. But in that case, but in reality, if they're involved in something that is a lie or deception and either believing it or pushing it on to others, whatever it may be, that is still having that weakening effect on them, even on levels that they might not be fully aware of. And like you said, yeah, almost like well, you said rotting, but I know what you mean by that kind of energy, kind of like a putrefying, kind of dissolving energy, because essentially, perhaps because there's no truth at the end of it. Like it really is just a false thing. And depending on how like nefarious the false thing is, I mean, if it's somewhat, benign or whatever, versus another one that might be more, life-changing or whatever, life-controlling.
Yeah, from my understanding, all spiritual truths are based off of consent and agreement. And contract is just another word for agreement. That's why people are always like Faustian bargain, which is a contract, or contract with the devil. That's literally what you call an agreement or consent. It has to do with your free will. And like when I talk about like certain lies destroying your soul, it's kind of akin to if you had a cup, right? Say you had a fucking cup. I don't know. Say it's made of something like wood or something, right? If you pour water in the cup, you're fine. Now, if you pour acid in the cup, and the cup is your soul, the acid is lies. The acid is going to destroy the cup. It's going to destroy your soul. It's like if a waiter comes, right, and you're sitting there, and the wooden cup is your soul, right? The waiter says, "I have some water and I have some acid. What do you want?" Well, now it's up to you. You're the one who's going to agree or consent to whatever you put in the cup. And if you choose the wrong thing to put in the cup, your cup gets destroyed. Have you seen Big Gambino's list?
Well, I was going to say, yeah, no, that last thing you said, yeah, that's a very deep way to look at it. Yeah, the sort of symbolic and representations. Yeah, it makes sense because it's that gets into like, is the soul? How does the soul align with truth? Meaning, is it like a tractor beam for truth to the point to where it's always seeking to find harmony with something that's true rather than. So even though they might be seeking towards something that's a lie or deception that might even have some like agenda to it, that actually is leading to more fracture rather than more wholeness.
I don't think all souls are attracted to truth. I think of it more like you have your body, and you have your soul, which is like what animates your corpse. Like you're basically a corpse that has energy in it that animates it. That energy that animates your corpse is your soul. And then what your soul does depends on whatever spirits inhabit the soul. And so the soul is actually like an empty vessel. And like the thing that's cool about the soul is that it can actually agree or consent to whatever goes into it, basically. So you can invite like bad spirits into your soul, and they'll obviously destroy your soul. Or you could, well, soul and body, right? Because your body is just a corpse, essentially. The
But could
soul,
a demon? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, could a demon actually? You said, what were the words you were using? Like destroy? You think a demon could actually destroy a soul?
Yeah, if it was left in there long enough with enough of them in there, yeah, definitely.
You don't think the soul is eternal and can't be destroyed, or do you think it could be?
Well, the way I think of it is that only God can destroy a soul, but there's going to be a judgment, and souls or cups that are filled with bad spirits, let's say, are going to get tossed out at the judgment. Right? Like a judge or like a head chef comes through.
So then,
judges.
then does that soul become God once it's destroyed?
It's just destroyed. it's like okay, just imagine it like this. It's like it's like you're on, those chef shows where they cook like a meal, like they're getting ingredients, they cook a meal.
Yeah,
let's say it's like a cocktail show, right? And there's like head chef, that guy is God, and then there's all the people applying to be like his apprentice or whatever. That would be you, your soul. And so there's like 4 of you in there, right? 2 of you work really hard and make a good cocktail, pour it into the cup, present it to the head chef. He says, "Nice, you're gonna come work for me at the 5-star restaurant. Come in with your fucking cocktail and your cup. Let's go." And then 2 other people dick around and they just shit into the cup and they present the shit to the chef. And just imagine, like, who's that British chef that gets really angry? Fuck, I can't think of his name. Anyways, just imagine the head chef comes out and he sees that you were supposed to go make a cocktail, but you just shit into the cup. He's gonna take the cup and throw it on the ground and smash it, basically.
Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, like imagine Gordon Ramsay as God, your plate, cup, or whatever as your soul, and then the spirits being the food on the plate or cup. And so, like, when he looks at the food and examines it or judges it, he's going to determine if he's going to throw your plate on the ground and smash it or grab it and take it into his 5-star restaurant.
But then, in your mind, did God create the soul in the first place?
Yeah, he's the. Let's just say these plates are very durable, but only Gordon Ramsay can throw them with enough strength on the ground to break them. But like if you present him a dish that is literally just dog shit, he's going to throw the plate on the ground.
Right.
So the spirit is like the food or the cocktail, and then your soul is like the plate or the cup that contains it. And then the judge or Gordon Ramsay is like God.
It's funny you're talking about Gordon Ramsay and God, and his show's called Hell's Kitchen.
That's funny. Well, there is like in the ancient Vedic, which ended up becoming kind of Buddhism and Hinduism, but there is Shiva, who is seen as the creator and destroyer. So essentially creates and destroys sort of simultaneously. So, and there's lot of people that have had like very deep spiritual experiences with Shiva, where Shiva literally came to them like in a direct vision and brought upon like an ego death that had a spiritually transformative quality to it, like a very, very like a purging of like an old ego pattern with Shiva. And they talk about how Shiva, like people have this experience, how Shiva was like the final expunging of some pattern in their life that was blocking them in the past. It was like the final destroyer of that, like the fire, and then the rebirth part after that. But like, yeah, Shiva the destroyer, but then also the creation. It like, because once one thing is destroyed, something else creates out of that, like a transformation, like a death rebirth in that particular type of experience. It just made me think of that. In that case, Shiva's not destroying your soul at all. It's actually strengthening your soul. It's actually purging out something in one's past that was problematic or blocking them in some way. And actually, so in that case, it's actually cleansing and purifying the soul in that type of experience rather than because yeah, you were talking about more of a judgment where the soul is actually like, it's like actually like completely like extinguished or expunged or destroyed, or yeah, those like completely eliminated, as it were. But this is similar in a way that it's like Shiva, that archetype of Shiva seems to have that, at least the destroying part of it, but then also some kind of a rebirth component as well, which is then connected to Pluto, the archetype, not the planet, not the ball sphere thing, Pluto, but the actual luminary seems correlated with that whole theme, the death and rebirth and the cycles of nature. I don't know if you remember, Noah, but there was something you had brought up earlier, but I think I might have jumped in with a response on something, but I don't know if you remember what that was, but because I remember it was like a slightly different topic, but it was related. It's all good if you don't remember. It was on my mind because I remember you had said something. Yes, I was saying something about Shiva. There's actually a whole like subset of within, which is called Shaivism, where they basically have like a relationship with the Shiva.
Yo, did I miss much? Sorry, I had to. There was a incident with some drunken people on a boat.
Saturday night partying.
I'm chilling. I've been doing some fucking tedious bullshit today, but basically too drunk. So one of his friends came and parked their car at my place, and someone just pulled up on a boat to pick them up. And they were all drunk too. Really random, actually. Like you and me were having like a deep talk about Gordon Ramsay, and then fucking some shit just happens all of a sudden.
Yeah, Hell's Kitchen, and then all of a sudden these dudes are. So they were just like trying to get to the water. They were trying to get to the boat. You like using your area.
No, I was walking in my neighborhood, and I come to my house, and someone's in my driveway. Like, oh hey Noah, and I'm like, what? Like, like, oh yeah, sorry, I had to drive my friend's car back here because he's too drunk to drive. I was like, how are you getting home? And they're like, oh, they're coming. Some other people are coming with a boat. I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is the most random occurrence ever.
That's funny. Yeah, it seems like drinking. Like it's funny how they call it spirits. Like it does kind of bring out like a different like different kind of energies in the ether.
You heard that saying in the land of blind, no matter what's going on, is a king. You heard that before, Drew?
You were breaking up a little. I didn't quite hear what you said.
You heard that saying before that in the land of the blind, the man with one eye is king? Am I still breaking up?
You actually kind of did break up again, although I think I did hear part of what you said. But yeah, it did kind of break up a little bit as well.
Let me try one more time. You ever heard the saying that in the land of the blind, the man with one eye is king?
Yeah.
Right, it's a common saying. I think it's true, but they're omitting. I think it's true and it applies to real life right now for all of us. But I think they're omitting part of the information to unlock its actual meaning. And that in the land of the blind is speaking of spiritually blind people. And when it says the man with one eye, it's because your spiritual eye is one, basically. And so you're currently in a land of spiritually blind people. And so if you can open your one spiritual eye and see things in a spiritual point of view, not a physical point of view, you would be king.
Yeah, that's deep. And then with the third eye kind of component of that. And like is our pineal gland like the seat of consciousness? Because if it ultimately is, then like that eye is actually like the eye between us and the creator, if one views it that way. Which they've kind of inverted with the all-seeing eye, which is kind of crazy, like what they've done in all their Freemasonry and all that. But like the idea of the pineal being kind of like because apparently the pineal gland has like lenses in it, like the eyeball. Have you heard that?
I have heard that actually. I just heard that in passing. Like I don't actually know, but I'm not gonna deny it either, you know?
Yeah. It is interesting.
Yeah, it sounds very interesting. But also like certain types of light pass through like physical mediums, right? Like if you do x-rays, you have to use lead to block the light. So say there is some sort of like photoreceptor inside your head, any kind of like light with certain frequencies would just pass straight through your skull and go directly into it. It wouldn't be a problem. Just like x-rays go directly through your flesh.
Yeah.
Have you seen Gambino's list?
Oh, that's what you had brought up before. Yeah, because I think when you were gone, I mentioned like, oh yeah, there was something you brought up. Yeah, no, I don't. That's what it was. I don't think I have. What is it?
It's like 10 globe proofs. Let me see.
Yeah.
Verifiable proof of the globe, which already I disagree with. I would make the case that proof is subjective. And so it would be verifiable evidence of the globe, not proof, right? Proof requires a standard or a judge to be examined by. But anyway, yeah, there's about 8. There's about 8 of them. And so I'm just kind of going through the list. 1, 3, 4, I've put answers down to, but 1, 3, 4, 5. So I got half the list down, right? Just kind of like shooting back at it. I'm just trying to complete the rest of it. It's like, let's see. Number 1, horizon drops below eye level with altitude. I just put in response light curves. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just trying to make like a response list back and just like reply to him with it next time.
Yeah, is that a new list that he made, or has he had that for a while? I mean, I've seen him post, I think, things like that where he'll just list like a bunch of things that are just the most basic, like very generalized,
2015 arguments.
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. Just like not very descriptive and just like run of the mill. Yeah, that are just like super generalized.
Yeah, I've just been walking around for the drunk fucks, walking around my neighborhood listening to you guys and just looking at this and just kind of answering them. I got 4 down basically, so I'm halfway there. I don't know, and I feel like if I make this like response list, right? Next time you post a list, I post a response list. If other people see it, they could even like add on to my responses in a way.
Yeah, like the horizon thing, it doesn't fall the way that it should if the Earth was a globe of a radius of 3959. That's the key. It does lower some, which is what would be expected over a planar surface, but it doesn't lower at the rate that it would if it was a globe. So,
Really, I
yeah.
didn't even know that aspect. Oh, that's even well. Thanks. Yeah, you've already added. I didn't even know that aspect. I'm gonna have to add that in now.
Yeah, like some people have done animations within like graphics programs where they have create like a planar grid on the bottom level and then another planar grid on the top, and then I mean they can simulate atmosphere if you want to, like how far you can see, but like with or without that, it still shows how when you go up in altitude over a plane, it is slightly lowering at the level that is expected with the mathematics of going up over a plane in terms of like just the atmospheric limit of how far you can see and how that changes. Because as you go up, you're going to see more of the ground, of course. So that's going to change it. The whole ratio's changed. Whereas on a globe, when you would go up in altitude, I mean, they could argue that you'd have to go higher than 30,000 feet, which I agree in order to really get the effects more so if it was a globe. So that is fair. However, we still don't even see the beginning effects of it, which should be there with the mathematics. That's why some of these globe guys are showing like, oh, look at this curvature when they're trying to show high altitude. So, they will claim that as well, even though that's not curvature. But this is not actual about the curvature. This is more about how the horizon changes in its position. And if it was a globe of the 3959, there's a ratio of the actual mathematics of how that should lower when you go up on it. And that's separate. That's different than what it is over a plane. And what we actually see is the same one that when we simulate with planar coordinates is the same one we actually see, like the same mathematical ratio.
This is literally making me think of this diagram of the ratios of the sun's radius, Earth's radius, and the moon's radius and the distances between them. Have you seen that meme before?
Yeah. What's up, Ruhiv? Yeah, I think I have seen that one, although I would want to make sure if I'm thinking of the same one that you're thinking of. Yeah, if you want to post it or remind me which one it is. But yeah, that whole thing I just said, the thing is Zanuck tries to reverse that. He tries to claim that a heads-up display is actually measuring the drop of a globe. It's just wild how he's found a way to invert that.
Say that again.
Here, I'll tag you with the meme real quick, and then you can continue with Rufus.
The heads-up display. Head-up display does have a horizontal.
Did you feed the hounds?
Yes. now I'm feeding myself. Late dinner.
So now you've got
The final hound is getting its meal.
the king of the house.
I tagged you and I didn't live.
I wanted to say clown just to be funny because it sounded like hound, but I'm not actually saying it as an insult, but I thought it'd be funny if I said feeding the clown. Feeding the clown instead of feeding the hound, but I don't actually think you're a clown, but it sounded funny.
Oh, thanks.
I mean, what is a clown? Just like a goofy fake actor, dude? Is that what that's like at the end of the day?
It can be derogatory if you mean it in a derogatory way. That's
They used to call them fools. Jesters.
Right. Yeah, exactly. The court jesters. Making everyone laugh by being goofy and comedic and stuff.
Have you seen this meme before, Gio? I tagged you in?
I don't know if I've seen this exact one, but I have seen like certain layouts that. So let's see.
Got all the numbers are weird, bro. It's all 108. I don't even know if that's the right one. I just pulled the first thing that looked like it off Google.
Yeah, see, there's something to the 3959. That is like a sacred geometrical resonance within this realm. That's why they use it for the radius of the Earth. So I just looking at this all automatically, I can already tell that, yeah, there is a ratio here. Well, because they have to make these things the distances in their model. Like they've extrapolated it. I would say they've extrapolated from the sacred geometry and the parts of it from the geometry of this whole realm. But it's just not heliocentric, but they've extrapolated. So this is interesting. So they're saying 108 Earths fit within the sun, 108 suns fit between the Earth and the sun, and then 108 moons can fit between the Earth and the moon.
Yep, and then all the diameters.
What's the distance to the moon?
238,000, I believe. They say. Well, they say it like fluctuates, but 230 to 240.
Average distance to the moon. 384,400 kilometers in miles is
237, 238.
Oops. 239, yeah. And oh, 97.6. All right. $108 suns.
Yeah, that is interesting.
It's the mile of magic distance. There's 1,000 steps of a Roman phalanx, whatever it is.
Isn't the mile based off of the like Egyptian cubit or something like that?
I think the one we currently have is Roman, I think. But yeah, the Arabs had one and the Egyptians had one as well.
Yeah.
Latitude mile.
5,000 Roman feet was the original mile. They're saying, well, that's their claim, of course, with their Roman story. Coming from the word passus, which means pace. Mile passus.
Is a distance of a mile something magical?
That's a good question. Is it like are you saying, is it like a sacred geometrical somehow frequency or nodal point distance or something like that you're saying has like an actual, well, you're using the word magical. That's what I'm thinking of. Is
Yes.
like
so magical in your context.
well, it's not, it depends on how you define magic. Like magic is like awesome. Like that's amazing that it all fits together like that. Because I mean, I would say like nature is magical. Like nature is unbelievable what it can do. You know, just like there's so many crazy, like, have you heard about these like mushrooms, cordyceps mushrooms? Like the ant like gets infected by this cordyceps. The cordyceps then grows out of the ant. It like kills the ant, but it grows out of the ant. And then it's like this medicine. It's like this very, very powerful medicine within the Chinese medicine system. It's just, I don't know why that came to me, but it's just like nature, that is complete wild. That's like, I mean, whether you call that magical or not, but that's just one thing. But I'm just saying nature works in so many ways that, like, if you use it.
Speaking of mushrooms, did you hear that psilocybin and MDMA have been approved in Australia for medicinal use?
Yeah, I did hear that. That's
pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. You said mushrooms, yeah, dude. MDMA. MDMA is like definitely semi-synthetic, but it is very beautiful and definitely has medicinal effect. It has very beneficial and medicinal effects. I personally think there's things that are a little more natural than MDMA to bring a similar effect, but yeah. And then mushrooms. No, to get an effect like MDMA, peyote or iboga are the two that.
Iboga.
But peyote is the closest because MDMA is a phenylethylamine, and so is peyote is as well. So they're in this actual similar category of alkaloids than MDMA. So that one actually is much, like, peyote is very blissful. It's like very, very, very blissful. But it's still also different than MDMA. But iboga, that's a root bark, which grows. It's a shrub in Africa, and it's eating the root of the shrub. So it's a root bark, and it's a very, very powerful visionary plant. The experience lasts for like 20 to 30 hours, so it's very long lasting. And
apparently, some fatalities occurring. So,
if you Google it, you're going to see various misinformation and fear campaign a bit around it. So iboga is a root bark itself. The root bark contains something called ibogaine. Now, because of humans finding out the profoundly medicinal effects and beneficial effects of this, they've started extracting ibogaine from the iboga root bark. So the real iboga root bark, the real natural thing that comes from nature, does not kill people. But the ibogaine, which they make, it's called HCl. You know, they make like an HCl extract of it. It's like a hydrochloric. You know, it's like it's almost like you can take the coca leaf and you can make cocaine out of it by extracting with chemicals the cocaine alkaloid, and now you have a white powder called cocaine. And now it's not the same medicine. Now it's a whole different deal, you know, in that form. So it's a little bit the same with iboga. Like iboga is a root bark that has all these other cofactors and alkaloids and things in it. It's like a natural medicine, but now they're extracting it and then giving people essentially like almost like a pharmaceutical type version of it called ibogaine, which is just that ibogaine alkaloid. And it's questionable as to, well, there have been some deaths with it, it seems, but it's a whole question in and of itself. But it does raise the heart rate. Like even the root bark raises the heart rate a little bit, but it's in a safe range because it's all organic and it's just part of the actual experience. Because it kind of puts you into like a very deep brainwave state, and so you're very relaxed and you can hardly even move your body, like you're almost like you're sleeping. But it does have an activating effect as well. Anyway, so when they extract, I'm sorry this is so long-winded, but when they extract it into the ibogaine and they give it to people in high doses that already have heart problems, that's what's causing it, because now you're getting an irregular heart rate based upon this chemical extract of ibogaine, which is not natural, and you're giving people a high dose of it, which is not, the way it's intended to be used. So any fatalities have been through that, unfortunately.
Yes. It's okay to say some things that are natural can kill you, right? That's okay.
Oh, there's definitely certain, not Iboga, because Iboga is a very high level shamanic medicine, but absolutely. There's other species there's all kinds of things that can kill you in nature. Yeah. Snakes, certain types of mushrooms.
Yes. Australian snakes.
You know what I think the trick is? If you don't want to be bit by a snake, don't kill snakes. That's the key. If you never kill snakes, karmically, you'll start to never attract being killed by one. But if you kill snakes, they're going to keep getting you lifetime after lifetime.
Yeah, there's this photo of my great-grandmother from like 30, 40 years ago. There's a photo of her just posing with her daughter, my grandmother. And we got the film developed, blah, blah, blah. And we only got it back and saw the brown snake sitting next to her when we got the film back. Fucking insane.
Damn. Wow. Yeah, I've seen some videos of people's like close interaction with a snake or getting bitten by them. Like, wow. Yeah, it is hard. It's wild.
Yeah.
And are you aware that, I guess, well, never mind.
Oh, what's happening in the chat? Who wants a quick fight about flat Earth before I go to bed?
Ruhif, I think to be honest with you, bro, I think what it's going to end up being for you, I think it's going to be if you can't beat them, join them type of deal.
Yeah.
It's really what's inevitable. But if you want to keep throwing some punches, let's do it. But
yeah.
I think eventually it's just you're just going to have to give up the gag.
Yeah, you got me.
But dude, I will give you do have some at least clever, laying out of certain of your arguments. Like you do have it. You've got something to look at.
I think that I lay them out well. Yeah.
You even made graphs. You made graphs.
Yes. I'm going to do some more stats on the graph. Someone asked me the other day. It could have been Noah, actually. Was it Noah?
Yeah, I think we need graphs 2.0.
Yeah, like what's the average span for the red series below 100 meters and the average span for the blue series above 100 meters, and where does it usually start and stop? So I might do that at some point.
Are you open to the idea that your gradient is the case, however it's still happening over a planar Earth?
It's not happening over a planar Earth, and it is the gradient is the case, regardless of the shape.
Well, I hear you, but I think what I was just trying to ask, are you open to the idea that the gradient there is a gradient, but like I said, it's just not, because the thing is you're applying that to something. So have you considered that the way that you're analyzing what you're applying it to could have a fault in it rather than the Earth not having its planar geometry?
You're kind of asking two things there. Like the gradient exists regardless of the shape of the Earth. It's not, I'm going to say not likely, not feasible. It's not possible for the Earth to be flat. Like I said, I would be insane if it somehow turned out to be flat. I would assume myself to be insane first before accepting the Earth is flat.
Yikes.
We had the conversation the other day where that it's not actually me like telling you guys you're insane. I just don't think you have good reasons to be a flat earther at all. And you just dismiss any globe evidence.
Well, why wouldn't you consider that there's something broken in the logic, the chain of logic, rather than you having some kind of sanity issue? I mean, you seem sane in terms of, I mean, you've got a family, kids, you eat food, you go to the store, you've made money, you pay your taxes, whatever you do. You don't see, it's not like I mean, there are people that, you talk about insanity, whatever that even, getting into that whole topic, but I mean, there are people that are non-functionally, let's just say, mentally unstable in whatever way, and so on. So, I mean, obviously, we're not talking about that. You still are a human. You drive a car. You look at the sun. You take a swim in the ocean. I mean, you're not going to be insane in that way. So you would just have to reevaluate your chain of logic and how you came to your conclusions.
Yeah, that's the thing that would be broken is my reasoning and logic. How did I get to where I am if that is broken?
Right. Well, I would say assumptions that we've pointed out numerous times, and we can go through them again if we want to. And
sure, we've got 12 minutes.
and some break in the chain of logic.
Yeah.
It's like knowing someone, having a really good friend for many, 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 many years, like 20 years, and then you find out that over those 20 years, they had a lot of dark, deep secrets, and you spent lots of intimate time with them, enjoying their company, and you find out that they've done some just absolutely unbelievable things.
Yeah.
and would that make your discernment was fucked up and you should be considered insane, or you were just mistaken, or you were deceived?
I just didn't know those things. That's it.
Is it possible that you could be deceived?
Have I've been deceived in the past? Sure. People have deceived me.
Like, is it possible that you have been deceived under the guise of scientism?
No.
So everything scientific consensus says is true?
No, didn't say that either.
So it's impossible that you've been misled?
On the shape of the Earth, yes, I would consider myself insane before accepting the Earth is flat.
I wouldn't brag about
my
that.
reason.
That's just like saying I'm not open-minded at all. That's what you're saying.
No, my reasoning would be fundamentally broken if the flat Earth was true.
What about like a stationary electric universe? Would that do the same thing to you?
I don't know what that is. I've yet to see anyone demonstrate that could give us the same results we see in reality.
Hey, but if you found out that was the case, would you consider yourself insane?
Electric. I don't even know what it means. What's it?
A stationary Earth that's electric.
I don't know what electric means in that context.
Yikes.
You mean gravity is electric or electrostatic or something?
Everything's electromagnetic, and that's what makes everything move around. Like an electric universe that's with our stationary Earth. Would you also consider yourself insane if you found out that was actually the case?
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Yikes.
Stationary, yeah.
Okay.
So
what?
Just real quick, what would come next in your life then? If you're certifiably insane, then what? I mean, you're still going to go to the store and you're still going to drive your car and eat food, and so
I would probably.
Would you just give up
some
thinking?
Kind of mental breakdown, probably.
A mental breakdown.
Yikes. Like, what would that look like?
I don't know. Anxiety. Yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't be pretty.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
That the Earth,
anyone that became a Flat Earth went through all of those things you're talking about.
Yeah. So if you found out that the Earth was geocentric, you would have a mental breakdown. Like, how long do you think it would last before you just kind of accepted reality for what it is?
by geocentric, you mean the Earth is like special in its place in the universe and everything revolves around it, kind of thing?
Yeah, stationary. Yeah.
That's like I know that you've said before that's a philosophical thing, right? That a geocentrist, like still a rotating Earth, but a geocentric universe it's a philosophical stance. I understand that.
Uh-huh.
Right? Yeah, but it's it's hubris, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
So, like, would you allow like a philosophical bias to give you an actual mental breakdown to the point that you question sanity? That seems. I think we all kind of grow and change philosophy throughout our lives. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see that particular one as a bias. I just see it as a reasonable conclusion.
Okay, yeah, but like I'm just saying, if you were to find out that wasn't the case, like if you would have a mental breakdown, how long do you think that would last before you kind of just like accepted reality for what it was and then just moved on?
I have no idea. No idea.
Like
Don't
just
have any
speculative.
experience. Don't have any experience with mental breakdowns yet.
Okay.
It's like someone finding out that they've had cancer and it just destroys their entire paradigm and like their life as they know it is over. But there's some people that get over it and they fight it and battle it and then they just get used to it. But then they can, it's a paradigm changing thing having something like cancer. I would say for you it would be worse probably to find out that it was flat.
Well, I mean, I get the analogy, but like, if the Earth is geocentric and thus state special, like, why would it have an effect similar to cancer? Like, why? What's so bad about the Earth being special?
You have to
Is
be.
it just that like they were
I don't
wrong
think
part
it's
of it,
bad.
or?
Well,
No,
I don't
I
know,
don't think it's a bad
Roof. Do
thing.
you have an aversion to that, or is it? I think I guess that's the question, Roof. Do you have an issue or a conflict with that, or is it more about the current logical reasoning that you have that has coming to this solid globe conclusion? If that's false, then that is the part that you think is unrepairable or something. Sorry, that was a two-part.
It's more to do with the shape rather than our place in the universe, right? It's logically possible that Jesus died on the cross and was resurrected, and the Earth is the only life in the universe. That's possible, logically possible. Sorry, I give it pretty much a 0% likelihood, though.
Like I don't think that you should jump ahead to the shape. If you can't just like look into the face of geocentrism and kind of accept that all the evidence kind of says it could be either or, and like really just accept that possibility. I don't see how someone can get to flat Earth without being able to do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to get to flat Earth with it. That's not going to happen. The idea.
No, yeah, you're scared of it, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Are you scared of it? Like, are you scared? Hypothetically, let's say we were right and you were wrong. Like, are you scared of like what would happen? Like, would you tell your friends? Would you keep it a secret? Like, are you like? Is it that everyone would think you're crazy? Is it?
No,
is it like would it shatter your paradigm in the sense that I've trusted scientific consensus for so much? Am I like leaning on this crutch that maybe is wrong about more than I kind of suspected? Like what?
I don't lean on scientific consensus. Like I know what the reasons are for the Earth being a globe and its rotation.
Yeah, they're consensus.
Everything about it. Fine,
okay, well, what
consensus as well.
Rotation? If you know everything about it, what causes the rotation?
No, I just said that I know why I think it's rotating, and I know why I think it's a globe. I don't depend on consensus for that, even though it is the consensus.
No, you do though, because all the theories were developed via consensus. Literally, all the theories are the current scientific consensus, like how the Earth spins, why it spins, how it spins like it does. That's like all like current consensus, scientific consensus of a theory.
But
like
evolution, the distinction I'm making, right?
No, not really, because you're trying to say that what you believe about the Earth is not built upon scientific consensus, but It literally is, because
That's not.
admittedly your paradigm doesn't understand major parts of how it works at all. It's just kind of like agreed upon. This is the best theory we have so far. Like that the Earth formed out of particles of dust that came from the sun, and all this crazy stuff. Volcanic activity ended up making rain that turned into oceans, and that a Mars-sized body hit the Earth and turned a piece of the debris into the moon, and that there's a magma core with molten iron and nickel spinning. That's what causes the Earth to spin within like this fabric of space-time.
Maybe ask whether I sort of, what's the word?
Do you believe all that stuff?
I believe that it's scientific consensus, and there are probably good reasons to believe it, but none of that, literally none of that, has anything to do with my conclusion about the shape of the Earth or its rotation.
Oh, I think it should be kind of factored in. Like if people are telling us that they know how the Earth works, and it started as like literally just some people sitting in a room and coming up with the idea, that's how it started. So I think we should be able to test the idea, right? I mean, if a bunch of people have come to consensus theories within that idea that was put together by some dudes in a room just making up an idea, then yeah, I mean, we could challenge the consensus. Like the consensus of how the universe works is literally why people claim that the Earth goes around the sun in a solar system. So I do see this to be pretty relevant.
I mean, I'm all for testing ideas. I mean, your ideas about electric universe and that sort of stuff. Is there a test that we can do to contrast it with the idea of gravity or whatever else you want to test it against?
Can't really do any tests with the universe. It's just observational theory, to be honest. So, but yeah, yours don't work though. Like, let's say you have some theories, because we're both just going to be limited to observational theories when we look at the sky. But let's say you have a whole bunch of people that came up with some observational theories about the sky, and they don't work. It's like, well, it's not even really, you don't have a choice. It's really nothing that works to believe in right now. So that's the part that's confusing to me, I guess.
We test theories on the Earth, like just with curvature and shit like that?
Oh, you just want, I mean, if you just want to stick to the Earth, you would have to kind of accept in your mind that we could just be completely wrong about the sky and the Earth could be the center. And then you figure out, well, what is the Earth doing? And if you're going to claim it's spinning, you're claiming what happens in the sky. If you claim it revolves, you're claiming what happens in the sky. So like both, if you claim it's spinning, you're claiming it's revolving. So you kind of are like trapped into like making multiple theoretical claims to propose the current model.
And
what gets me is like I
mean?
can, in my mind, I can imagine like the attraction of all the attributes of an atom, because they're in the same vicinity, they're so close to each other. But if you look at the scale between, for example, just only the sun and the Earth and the size, I really can't see how they can have any attraction at that distance and that scale at all, if it's this magical gravity, because it's just so vast, so far away, and so small in comparison to each other. I can get it on a smaller scale.
I posted a meme in the chat that I made the other day. It's about
Real fast, Drew, I don't think you really know what happened, right? Like, so like people looked at the sky, they thought, okay, perfect shape ball, Earth a ball, Earth's a sphere, and they're like, what if instead of what it looks like, everything moving around us and resetting for all recorded history like a clock, what if it just looks like that because we're flying through those lights and we actually are one of those lights? Okay, and then they thought, well, if that was happening, for starters, that stuff that we see in the sky has to be super far away, because if we're flying through that space, for it to stay the same forever, I mean, we're going to have to be super far away, so you wouldn't really see it change. That's the only way we can even consider that maybe we're one of the lights out there and we're actually moving with everything we see that looks like it's moving around us. And then the next step was, okay, if they're really far away, then the only way we could see them from that far away is if there's like nothing in between us and them. Or how else would we possibly see it that far away?
Yeah.
And
That's the
then
current
they're like,
thinking, right?
so you think that's logical, I guess. But and then they're like, okay, we have electromagnetism, but that wouldn't really work in a vacuum at those distances. So we need to make up something else that exists that's going to cause these planets to move around each other. And at first, they didn't even come up with that. You know, they were just a kinematic, geometric idea for many hundreds of years. But then they came up with this idea that there's something else there because there must be, or the Earth couldn't be flying through space with everything so far away. That's like the actual history of the idea. We've done no science so far.
I disagree, but I'm going to go to bed because 9 o'clock. I've posted a meme on the hour about testing predictions.
Ruben, before you go, can I link back to one other thing?
Yeah.
All right. Well, the way you were saying that if the Earth is not a globe, then you're gonna feel insane and all that stuff. Do you feel like that perhaps you could be avoiding whatever you think that is, and therefore like staying on the globe belief more so, like in a resistance way, because you don't want to face that?
Just no. Like the Earth's a globe. It's so easy to demonstrate to yourself.
But isn't that why you're so into this though? Like there's some part of yourself that you're seeking?
Some part of myself that I'm seeking. My wife thinks that I have this need to feel better than other people. That's not quite true. I love to argue.
Are you seeking to be whole?
Not in this arena, no. No.
Are you sure?
I'm sure, yes.
Well, I just want to let you know, Ruth, before you go to sleep, the Earth actually is like the center of everything, and it is super special. Like it has this like really special place in like the midst of everything that exists, and that means that like you're really special as well. Like the fact that you exist and live on this Earth is pretty incredible, actually. And like every second of your life is like this special, specifically delivered like blessing.
Okay.
That was beautiful.
Thank you for the religious stuff. I'm going to go to bed now. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Good night, man.
How can he think that talking positive is religious?
He's afraid. He's got an aversion
That is
to it.
weird, though.
I used to have that. Any positivity that sounded like Christianity. Sorry, it's it. Any positivity kind of talking that sounded like Christianity. I had a massive aversion to it when I was younger because it sounded too like religious. I grew up with that. Obviously, he hasn't.
But isn't it weird that like it's conflated to like the idea of like your existence actually is a special gift? Like that's conflated to religion? I don't know. I mean, I think those are different things.
Well, I would say I resonated with what you said, and to me, I would say that's spiritual, because I think part for me for spirituality is like just there's different definitions of spirituality and how people may view that term, but trying to think of ways to sum up something without being too long-winded. But yeah, there's just a lot of different ways in which, like, let's just say like one's viewpoint, worldview, viewpoint on life on multiple levels, like who we are, where are we headed, all of these different like truth versus deception, all these different components. And to me, there's a component of spirituality there, because part of spirituality to me is like my understanding of my part within the whole, and having any more information about the whole gives me more understanding about my part as well, and gives like potential for some kind of a healing or a amalgamation of something synergistic or positive to come out of that.
Yeah, just it's I asked him if it's like, is the idea of like, what would you think about the idea that you were special, right? Like, is that kind of the motivation to not entertain it? And he said no, but I think that the end of the conversation kind of shows that that is the case, right? Because if I'm just like, just so you know, like, you know, you actually do have purpose, and it becomes this like real emotional, like deep thing. Cause I have that interaction with people on the streets a lot. Like when I just tell them like straight up, like heartfelt, eye to eye, like, just so you know, like we were misled about this place and it's actually like very special, which means like you're special. Like the mere fact that you exist is incredible. You know, it's like that people switch up on me in real life, bro. I think it's probably a little bit more impactful in real life, but like I'm kind of used to I don't know, the emotional response. I'm not trying to say he did that necessarily either. I'm just saying that is like, it really cuts through all the BS and it really boils it down to the most significant point, right? So.
Yeah, well, we're currently in this, seems like this like Newtonian Cartesian paradigm, like Descartes and Newton and whatever stories they tell us about those guys. Really, it's the narrative, but which is a very like disenchanted worldview where then you get the atomism, materialism. It's all rooted like their philosophy, the philosophy that goes with parts of these atheism and parts of, yeah, those different realms give rise to oh, sorry, I think I cut off for a second. They basically like they give like the Newtonian Cartesian philosophy is the philosophy that backs the like atheistic and the atomism and particlism and materialism, and that the Newton and Descartes bring that concept of like separate physical reality that you know, and then you get evolution in there as to where it came from, but this very isolated, that everything is just physical, it's external, almost like a cardboard world or something. Like everything's just like this physical dead matter stuff that's made up of these particles, and then you just like randomly evolved from a sea slug and just happens to be that you're here and doing all this stuff. So but yeah, that like disenchanted worldview, it's disenchanted because it's like disconnected from the earth, it's disconnected from spirituality in general, it's disconnected from like a lot of different parts in life, and then it creates this isolated materialistic atheistic worldview that then they try to claim that that's science or whatever, like only that is the only science. And then of course they've like divorced science from, you know, spirituality and religion and all the other philosophy and, you know, components of life as well. But sorry, this is long-winded, but yeah, but that's kind of like that disenchanted worldview. And what I was just trying to kind of link that all back to is like, Witsit, what you're describing is an enchanted worldview, like where there's meaning, there's purpose, there's magnificence, there's infinite amount to celebrate, you know, in that sense. It's like, it's more life-giving and life-enhancing rather than, you know, life degrading.
Which is a more enjoyable existence, which is actually also evidence that this is creation, because we innately find enjoyment in that understanding. But you know what's so ironic about the whole like Newton materialism crutch thing? Like if you actually go and read Newton, he's very clear that this place had to be created, and he says if there's a heliocentric model and there needs to be some type of dynamic force, and like, you know, the electric nature of things that we experience can't be it. So, you know, here's an idea of how that force would kind of have to work mathematically, but I have no idea what it is. And in fact, I don't think that it could ever work. It's absurd to me to think that it would actually work. But here's the math of how it would kind of have to work. And if it does exist, it would just have to be an act of God. Like gravity itself would be God acting. And that's the only way he could even wrap his mind around it being possible. And he thought it was absurd to think it happened without some type of medium, you know, exchanging the energy or the force. Then he went on to write about, I thought about this and you and Noah were talking too. I couldn't talk, but with the Cheerio effect and the fluid. Well, basically, he proposed one of the first real, like, more intricate descriptions of ether being like water, but like a celestial milk in a way that has like no impedance. It's like a fluid medium. He actually proposed that. And if you can just be like slightly honest and have a little pattern recognition, if you combine those two facts, that he said there's no way it could happen with nothing in between it, and then he proposed the idea of what could be in between it. I mean, he would be appalled at what people say now if he's even a real dude.
Yeah, well said. Exactly. Yeah, he was an ether theorist essentially. I mean, he was electrostatic forms of gravity. I mean, that was actually what Newton was. A lot of his writings are about. He literally using the word ether, electrostatics, gradients. Like you're talking about the fluidity part of it. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much did they just like add some of these other stuff to Newton and just use him? You know, I mean, whether he was real or not is even another question in and of itself. But he also could have been real, and some of his writings could be his, and then there's just all this other stuff added to it because, I mean, he was literally using the word ether and electric effects for gravity, and I mean, essentially, he was an ether theorist. So how did it go from that to all of a sudden, you know, apple on the head, no ether needed, with this whole claim of this replacement, this whole different system?
Well, I mean, if you really go look into his writings, there's not a whole lot of what they claim his ideas mean now. So that's the really interesting part. That's why I don't really lean towards him not being real, because if he was real, you would just make him say everything you want him to, and he didn't. You know, like if you actually go look at it, it doesn't say that. And you know the most ironic part is it's 2023. And so he deserves props in a way because no one's been able to come up with a better explanation for the idea that the Earth's a ball that flies through space. Like, literally in 2023, like, Einstein isn't better at explaining it. Like, that's something that the ballers say, but they don't understand at all, just because obviously, like, that's the consensus, so they can't even, like, imagine. But you'll hear a lot of them will kind of revert and default back to Newtonian mechanics a lot. Well, they're like trying to propose like a neo-Newtonian dynamics theory, and quite a few of them. It's like ironic. So that it's like they're going to come full circle back to Newton. And then again, like Newton saw the problem while he proposed it, which is like the idea that this unidentifiable force that can't be isolated acts on immense distances with no medium between the objects or the matter is insane.
Well, yeah, the reason,
Yeah.
I mean, the way I would look at it, Woodsit, is like when you pull the trigger of a gun, there's a lot of force that is behind that bullet that makes it fly. And when you hold a basketball in your hand and you throw it towards the hoop, there's a lot of force behind that to make that ball move. When you turn on a torch or a flashlight, where's the force that's pushing that light at 186,000 miles an hour or whatever the speed is?
Yeah, great question, because light doesn't actually travel. So
Yeah. So what do they say is the force that makes light travel at such a great speed with no mechanism?
well, they have to say it's like, I don't know. They have to say it has something to do with electromagnetic radiation, but they find a way to just, I don't know. This particle is just magic, dude.
Bending
but
and
also,
bending and the bending and warping of space time.
well, sort of, not really. Like that just kind of affects the light. Like in modern quantum physics, they acknowledge that basically excitations and background fields are the cause of things, and they don't really go into mechanisms or the force within that. You guys want to know what I really think, man? So just like Tesla said, there has to be a life-giving force he called it the prana, and then there has to be the ether. These are two different things. The ether is the canvas, and the painted picture is the material world, and the paint itself, or the paintbrush and the paint, is actually the force. It's like the person moving the paintbrush is also required. So that's the life-giving force, and it's coming from above us. So energy pushes down on us. It radiates down towards us, and that's the cause of the bias. Like, sure, we have electric current, and that's actually a byproduct of that. I know that if in debate I explain that there's actually an energy source pushing down through the ether towards the earth, like people will just lose their minds, get lost in the weeds. But like that's what I think, that it presses down on us. There's an energy force rippling through the background fluid-like medium that is the ether, and it pushes down to the earth. It's a life-giving energy. It's the energetic force of all things, and it radiates down to the earth, and seemingly from a source in the center, which would then radiate out, so kind of look like a pyramid, which is why that's been depicted for like centuries, you know?
Absolutely, dude. Well said. I just want to read this little thing as well. This is from Isaac Newton's book, The Principia, which is like, you know, his famous book, as it were, one of his famous writings. It links right into what you're saying, because yeah, that was really well said. What you just said there. All right, this is it's kind of like a review of Newton's book. So this is not his actual writing. It's this guy who is just reviewing it, but he's basically giving like a book review. And I'm just going to pick up right at this part. He renounced standing attempts at accounting for this particular form of interaction between distant bodies by introducing a mechanism of propagation through an intervening medium. He calls this intervening medium ether. In his ether model, Newton describes ether as a medium that flows continually downward toward the Earth's surface and is partially absorbed and partially diffused. This circulation of ether is what he associated the force of gravity with to help explain the action of gravity in a non-mechanical fashion. This theory described different ether densities, creating an ether density gradient. His theory also explains that ether was dense within objects and rare without them. As particles of denser ether interacted with the rare ether, they were attracted back to the dense ether, much like cooling vapors of water are attracted back to each other to form water. I'll just read this last sentence. In the Principia, he attempts to explain the elasticity and movement of ether by relating ether to his static model of fluids. This elastic interaction, it keeps going on. I could read the rest, but I'll pause there.
That's fire, bro. That's so funny that it sounds so much like what I just said. What are the odds? I've read like a paragraph of his writing about the ether, but dude, it sounds like he's like super on point. Other than like us flying through space, and I don't know that it was really his thing. That's kind of like a misnomer. So
yeah, it's like
most of his work wasn't even about any of that shit, and most of what he read wasn't about any of that shit. Most of what he wrote was on alchemy and shit. Most of what he read was on occultism in the Bible and predicting when the end would come. Very little of it is what we would consider today physics.
Yeah, I think he's right about there's a vortexual pattern going down to the surface.
Well, that's what he was kind of referring to, like this ether gradient, and the way that he was talking about like the different vapors, like the cooling, the gases, and the attraction. Yeah, a bunch of things like that I just read there, like are factors, it seems, of like the. Like I do resonate with what I mean. That's Isaac Newton. Isn't that crazy that they use Newton for their heliocentric model? But like what I just read right there, it's like, did you guys read his actual book or like what's going on? I mean, that's
none of the ballers have read any. Like it's just they took out the parts they need, right? Like I guess since then they've discovered stuff like Michelson Morley and they've had to change some stuff, but they would have kept it forever if they could have by abusing it. I don't know. I think what's interesting is if you think about the idea of the density layers, think about like a tornado and then compare the top of the tornado to the bottom of the tornado, right? Like it's going to be more compact and concentrated at the bottom. Yeah.
That's a great point. And then like the idea that the ether is actual like multiple like fractal vortexes, like a fractal layout
that's
of different size, different ratio of vortexes.
Yes, like it happens within it. And then they interact with one another and act as a pulley system, is what Tesla said.
And then that links back to what Noah was saying earlier about like the electrostatic nature of, you know, like the Cheerio effect and linking back to that, but that there's always that like vibratory quality to it.
Yeah, like I would say energy is like etheric vibrational displacement. You know what's so funny though is like one of the things I read from Newton, which they took this out of like the mainstream circulated copies of his work, by the way. But anyway, like he explains it like being fluid, like in detail. Like imagine an ocean that has no friction, so a frictionless ocean with no impedance, no viscosity.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to reread these last two sentences because it is the last part of it. I'm going to reread the one last and then just add the second part because it taps right into what you're saying right there. Okay, in the Principia, which again is one of Newton's famous works, in the Principia, he attempts to explain the elasticity and movement of ether by relating ether to his static model of fluids. This elastic interaction is what caused the pull of gravity to take place, according to this early theory, and allowed an explanation for action at a distance instead of action through direct contact. Newton also explained, it just says Newton also explained this changing rarity and density of ether in his letter to Robert Boyle in 1679. He illustrated ether and its field around objects in this letter, as well as used this as a way to inform Robert Boyle about his theory. Although Newton eventually, now here's the part where they say, although Newton eventually changed his theory of gravitation to one involving force and the laws of motion, his starting point for the modern understanding and explanation of gravity came from his original ether model on gravitation. That's the last sentence there.
The force and laws of motion are entirely independent of the conceptual framework of the mechanism, though. So like when it says eventually he changed it, he didn't change anything. He never offered another mechanism. That was the mechanism that he postulated.
So they just took, Go ahead.
Well, think about it. If you describe like the forces or the laws of motion, that's completely independent of like the mechanism that causes it.
Right. Like those are secondary.
Correct. Yeah.
So,
I mean, the dude in the paper did pretty good, but that was pretty bad.
It's called cherry picking. That's what you call cherry picking, right? We like this part of his theory, but we don't like this part of it, so let's just keep the part that we like. Which for the most, which for Newton was most of his work they threw out actually. 95% of what he did is considered garbage today. Only like 5% of it is considered so foundational to our physics experience, to what we understand of physics.
Because no one can come up with something better. Like, how could you? He explained they had a kinematic, meaning just like the area between the bodies and them moving in a geometric pattern. That's all they had. And he tackled the like dynamic force part and showed how it would have to interact. So they can't, no one's going to come up with something better than that. Like Einstein is really built off the understanding built off of that. So that part's never going to be replaced. They kind of just have to like not let you read the rest of what he said. And they haven't. Talked to any baller, dude. Talk to any baller. They will just beat on their chest about Newton. But they've never actually looked into what all he said. Not even pertaining to physics, much less like outside of that. It's a pretty impressive.
I'd like to see the look on Einstein's face if he was alive today and took a closer look at how fiber optics work.
I think he was pretty egotistical and he would just rock out with the pseudoscience to be the man. But like he wouldn't have put his theory forward if he had all the information we have now. He would have been like intellectually embarrassed. It was just a different intellectual paradigm where now we have pseudo-intellectuals with no pattern recognition being propped up as like scientific geniuses.
I know.
So
who are you referencing specifically? What's it?
all mainstream like quote unquote scientists for the most part. Like there's a few outliers. The people that are called quacks are usually the ones that actually can apply pattern recognition and be innovative. But it's a small minority now. In the climate that Einstein was in, his ideas were so illogical, paradoxical, and like not sequential that the lack of pattern recognition excluded him from being taken seriously. Like really every physicist at the time was much more like real. And there was like an intellectual embarrassment to propose something that was illogical and paradoxical. That's why he got railroaded at the time. That's why there was like 100 authors that were like, we got to get rid of this dude's teachings now, But today, you're actually revered for that type of thinking. Am I making sense? Like the paradigm is completely flipped. So if Einstein was alive today, I don't. It's just hard to even address that. It was a totally different scientific paradigm. Back then, you had to like put your money where your mouth was, and he kind of changed all of that. So just go look at any physics paper right now. Like any one that gets really popular, go read it. It's a dude just making stuff up. It's a dude just making stuff up. If we assume this, and this, then maybe this or this is how it could possibly work. If we can also assume this, and this. Like that's literally like science today.
That's why it's I got a funny thing to say. That's why it's quackery, because I was going to link it together. Yeah, that's why it's quackery, because the duck has a lot of bark but no bite.
There you go. We'll just call them quackademics.
It's just all these ideas that have no backing to them. Just the duck like quacking, like I'm going to get you, but it's like really just going to run away from you if you come up to it.
Yep.
That's exactly what a duck does, bro. That's exactly what a duck does.
And when you try holding these, when you hold these guys on their claim, they
it's like how a duck waddles away.
Yeah,
they just start screaming.
Away.
Dude, ducks will just like scream. If they don't want to be held and you hold them, they'll kind of like yell. They'll like scream. It's like the Glover. It's like,
you live in a van.
I just think it's great.
Yo, I was at a Gem Pandas server earlier today in the text chat. And besides the extreme insults, chanting, and that just non-substantive arguments, the only argument I actually got from them, and I was in there for about maybe 45 minutes in the text chat, was that satellites kill the flat Earth, or the nail in the flat Earth coffin. That was the only substantive argument that I got after being there for 45 minutes typing. How would you respond to that? How would the panel respond to that? That satellites kill flat Earth?
I just think it's retarded. So the truth is that the way they claim that satellites work is physically impossible and defies physics, and you can't actually have free fall with like angular acceleration and momentum at the same time and just wrap them up in a bow. And free fall can't actually account for orbital mechanics at all. And on a plane, we know there's something called quantum levitation or quantum locking magnetic levitation. So you could definitely just like, fly around over top of the plane Earth. The only difference would be you're using an actually viable form of physics to do it instead of like contradictory orbital mechanics. So I think most of them are balloons, and even the ones that aren't don't in any way prove the Earth's a ball.
Pretty abysmal, eh? That was their
they're
only.
saying that 'cause my last
They
debate,
didn't even explain. They didn't even explain how it kills the flat Earth. It was just the only thing mentioned outside of insults was that satellites kill the flat Earth.
Well, I can pretty confidently speak about why, because you're like in a specific realm. And so like my last modern day debate, the guy kept bringing up cube satellites over and over. And I'm just like, I was just making it a point to be like, bro, that doesn't prove anything, and not really like just going in depth with satellites. So they created this narrative that I was afraid to talk about satellites. I had nothing. I couldn't even address or rebut it. And that satellites completely destroy everything I say about the flat Earth. So like so many people said that in the comments and in the chat and stuff like that, that I wouldn't find it completely coincidental if they're kind of fixated on that. I don't really know the level of fixation, but the narrative is that I was scared to rebut it and that I had nothing. So you can see why people think it proves the globe, right? Like if you send up a CubeSat yourself and you can check the signals yourself, and you're like, I built this thing and I paid this company this much money to let it go in orbit, and I can get signals from it at certain times. We know where it is. This proves the globe. Like they think that's like.
It is a strong argument that whatever device that they last, were aware of is at least sending the signal. Whether it's actually where it is, what it is, that's another story. But yeah, there is at least some correlation there.
And well, what's interesting is we know that like a lot of the stuff is actually balloons, and we don't know the capabilities of balloons. But beyond that, like I think that there is something kind of. I think you can just float in the sky. Okay, that's what I think. I think you actually can just float in the sky. They took that truth. They made up a story about space. I think you can float in the sky just like bumblebees fly. Bumblebees fly and gain positive charge, quote unquote. And even though they're not actually aerodynamic, they're able to levitate because of the positive charge. Well, guess what increases with altitude? Positive charge. So, that's what I think. I think that you can actually get there depending on your weight. You can float. So a pretty good trick for them, huh? Because someone could even put something up there and it floats. They're like, "Oh man, dude, this is definitely just falling around the ball."
What were you saying about that prana earlier? Or did you say something like that?
Say again.
You said ether is the canvas and like prana is like the paint or something like that.
Yeah, it's like, maybe more specifically, like it's like the person with the paintbrush dipping it in the paint and then putting it on the canvas. It's like the mechanism that causes the stuff to happen that we see. The canvas is the ether. The finished painted product is the material world.
What were you saying about the prana though? Did you mention that or?
Yeah, the painter would be the prana. Like it's the life-giving force behind the painting, right? So like there's a creative source of energy that's emanating down, and that's setting the ether into motion that gives us electromagnetic phenomena. And electrostatics is actually the ether under strain or stress from that downward pressure of the energy. And electromagnetism or magnetism and electricity are actually the ether when it's set in motion, and it seems to always be a vortex, like little vortexes within the field that has a big vortex, because it's just the natural order of how the fluid reacts to the energy. It spins it into a vortex at a certain point.
Exactly, and prana can be called chi, and I've seen Tai Chi masters using their chi to move leaves on the ground, and when the leaves move, they don't just go in one direction; they spin in a vortex.
Beautiful. That's awesome.
Wow, that's awesome. It makes perfect sense too, because like we have life-giving force within us.
Makes me think of back to that Cheerio effect. Like if that has a vortexual nature, that would make sense why it's pulling those things together. If it's actually a vortex, that is the field that creates that surface tension. And I've often thought with Cavendish as well that's actually what I see is actually happening. When I say what I see, I'm just saying from my perspective, my understanding of that Cavendish setup is that it is inconsistent because it's not actually the masses attracting each other. It's the electric fields and the static fields, and it's the actual vortex function of the ether that is just causing that little pulsation, like just that little shock of attraction that's very subtle, but also, kind of like the bias of what they, the term gravity, or like the buoyancy and density. It's even connected to that spectrum, it seems, as well.
And I agree.
I think of like almost like a little tornado around the Cavendish thing that's just causing those balls to have that. It's like not an actual tornado, and it's not air necessarily. It's the actual magnetic field. It's like the ether field itself just has that natural. Because like the way you were saying, it's multiple vortexes, and then there's a larger one as well. That's how I see that in that way as well. Like, whereas where you have like essentially like a fractal gradient and spectrum of ether vortices.
Well, that's what the sun and the moon are doing. They're creating, or they're following the tracks of a vortex in and out and up and down on across the Earth, across the plane. They're going from the center out, and they're changing altitude and speed and they're acting in the form of a vortex, aren't they?
Yeah, well said. Yeah, the sky has vortexual patterns to it, even what they call the north and south, but that sort of inner outer, the two different, those are vortexes as well, the star fields.
Did you know Newton also actually knew about that? Yeah, I guess we did kind of cover that. Yeah. Like Newton also talked about the vortex quite a bit.
So did Edison. Eddy means vortex. Eddy, sun, vortex, sun.
Like even Aristotle talked about the vortex.
That would cause the pendulum drift as well. Foucault's pendulum, that gentle vortexual nature of the ether. And if that's correlated on fractal scales to from small to large, and if it's like also like multi-layered fractal where there's like an infinite number of different size vortices from the smallest to the largest size, which I know is like very intense to even comprehend how that could exist. But nonetheless, just the pendulum drift itself, whatever type of vortex is interacting with it, it would seem like that is connected to the sidereal rotation in the sky, like that's connected to the star rotation, which is kind of like the base level of the sky clock. All those, as they call them, the fixed stars that are in their fixed positions, and they're all moving in a cycle every night. That the pendulum drift is connected to that. Of course, that's why they want to say it's Earth spin, because they've taken Earth spin from that number. They reverse engineered it, as it were. But just the component of it being connected to the way the pendulum drifts, if it's a vortex system from the small to the large of the whole field, then it would make sense that pendulum would do that very gentle drift along with the sidereal flow.
Have you ever been to a really rough ocean, like a really rough seaside where it's like the energy is really high? I mean, I have here in New Zealand, and it's really common to see, like on a sandy beach at a really rough surfing beach, you can see lots of whirlwinds, and you can see them spinning the sand in these vortexes. And it seems that I don't notice them really. I only notice them rarely in the city or anywhere else in the countryside, but near to the high energy and the negative ions, so to speak, of a place like that, it's very obvious that there's these mini vortexes that are most of the time invisible until they interact with the sand, and you can actually see what's going on. Sorry, what's it?
They're good. They looked at two eddy currents that move together, and that's what they do. The two vortices, basically a double torus, like my logo. Like you got, yeah, it's just obvious. That's how everything all energy manifests. This is also in the ocean. Which like the eddy currents really kind of mess up the globe.
Yeah, like everything is moving in vortices in their own like unique way within nature. Whereas if it was a globe and the water was all like essentially sloshing along with like whatever amount of Coriolis type effect that the oceans would have, since they're like whatever they would say, like it would be a different slosh, like it would be a whole different movement. But what we seem to have is like just like whirlpools and vortexes, like even just that thing where like, how when there's like a couple walls and then there's like a bag or something that's like spinning in a vortex, that classic kind of, or like when there's just like some trash or whatever, and it's just spinning, like the wind just naturally does it. It doesn't. It functions like a vortex, not like a spinning sphere.
It's crazy is this, so eddies are common in the ocean and range in diameter from centimeter to hundreds of kilometers. The smallest scale eddies may last for a matter of seconds, while the larger features may persist for months to years. Eddies that are between 10 and 500 kilometers or 6 and 300 miles is in diameter and persist for periods of days to months are known in oceanography as mesoscale eddies. Mesoscale eddies can be split into two categories: static eddies caused by flow around an obstacle, and transient eddies caused by baroclinic stability. Anyway, long story short, there's like a whole range of them. They're like really quick, or they last much longer, and they're really small or much bigger. It's just happening all the time, like just popping, like happening, then ending, happening, then ending, like all throughout the ocean. And I just think that our like whole world would have the same law of physics, and the fluid that happens in is the, the ether.
I've never seen an upside down whirlwind.
Well,
Why wouldn't you get an upside down? Why wouldn't you get an upside down one?
You definitely could. That's kind of like what I think an atom is. I think you have a tornado that gets small, then goes back to big again in the bottom. A double torus. What's funny is I was just kind of thinking about this because I'm like, there's obviously a creator, there's intelligent design, the small to the big scale is going to match. And then I go look into it and like, they know the atom has a vortex. So, what a coincidence. Like they talk about how the atom behaves like a vortex. Like they being mainstream, of course. That's all the atom is. I was trying to see a video of the two vortexes going into each other, but I can't find one.
Maybe that's their depiction on cave paintings of the spiral. Maybe that's actually just a two-dimensional depiction because they had to. That's the only way they knew how to draw it, but it's actually a vortex. You ever seen those spirals all over the world? Cave paintings.
Mm. No.
Of course, ancient aliens will say it's some totally different story.
It's a black hole, bro.
Yeah.
They also hijacked again, like the magnetic toroid vortex, and then made up stories about black holes. I think we may just be seeing like a really slowed down version from our perception of like the ocean up above us. Like it takes us, say we see a whirlpool in the ocean and it takes a few minutes, like it may take way longer for the full mechanism of the vortex to ever theoretically complete, in the sky. I just don't know. I see no reason why the mechanism wouldn't be the same from the small all the way up. It would be, logically speaking.
So then is matter just vortexing light at a vibration and particular frequency?
Is matter the light? I think so, yeah. Yeah, it would have to have some vortexes, no matter how small they are, to be matter, yeah, in my opinion. I think if it was ever, like, not in motion at all, then, it wouldn't be matter.
Well, like, okay, the way that they try to claim what matter is in terms of atoms and all that stuff. If we just throw all that out for the moment, like, what do you think matter actually is? Like, if we were to, like, what on the very like base level of it? And I guess I'm just talking. I know it depends on what matter, but I guess just all of it, like the water, rocks, earth, air, fire? Like what in your mind? What is it? What are they at their base level?
Bunch of tiny little vortices that pull towards each other.
With an electrostatic.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of call it that. Like the electrostatic would be like the glue because that's just like the ether being pressed down on or having like stress. So it would kind of be, yeah, it would be like the glue that pulls the vortices together. It's very, like, I think that what's called the atom itself is a vortex. So personally, I think that no object is at rest, you know? And on this really tiny scale, like this, what makes up the fabric of this place, there's like these little vortices. And that, so if you have really small, really fast vortices, I think they're like really, really, really fast. And it like makes the ether become matter, if you want to call it that. It doesn't really become matter because matter's not something different. It's just like a different version of it.
Like it constellates into a form.
Yeah. Just like water, ice, you know?
Okay, so then is that sound, light, one or the other or both? The vortices, because I'm hearing what you're saying with and I love that fast speed. That's amazing. That's the most like amazing thing I've heard in a while. Just the idea that all of reality is just these like hyperly divine like spinning vortices of energy. That's amazing.
Yeah, I think it is for sure. I would say sound and light and ether are all the same thing, you know? Like so is matter. So like to say matter's light is correct, but like light is ether, so matter's ether. Yeah, it's one of those things where people aren't gonna like it because it claims to answer or be the cause of everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you're claiming everything or you claiming anything type of argument, but if it really just is the case, then it is what it is, huh?
Yeah. Well, and then in terms of the sound component of it, I think of that as like the vibratory part. Because sound is vibration, and it's there's all kinds of different ways of vibrating things to get sound. So, because so you think it's both? Then you think it's like the light is that part of it as the ether manifesting itself that way, and then do you think that it's like the sound that is then vibrating it at the particular frequency that it needs to vibrate at to then be the physical matter? Like the difference between water or a rock or these different is it the sound that's like attenuating the matter vibration to make it into its physical, to make those vortices spin at that particular frequency to make that physical matter?
I would say it's the other way around. Like imagine having like a vortex like spinning crazy fast. It would like disturb the immediate area around it. And how so? Like it will displace, and then the fluid mechanics would require it to try to replace, and then it would displace, replace, displace, replace, and we would call that vibration. Like the vibration would be an effect of the vortex. Does that make sense? So like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So the light and the so the light, you're saying that the light and the vortice of the light then creates the sound or the vibration?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And we can mess with matter a lot by messing with sound or acoustics or vibration because you're messing with like the dynamic relationship of the different vortices. You know what's so crazy is like people having a conversation like you and I are right now. It used to be like revered's not the good word, but like encouraged. And like now it's like looked down upon. Like even though every theory that people have right now, it was people like having a conversation like this. Pretty funny.
You would see the demonstration that Santos Bonacci did with someone on his channel. With he had like a spinning plasma. I think it was a spinning plasma torch, and he hooked up his like MP3 player to it, and the flame that was coming out was you were able to hear the music coming through the flame, which is
That's cool.
essentially.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, there's also those ones where they have flames and then they vibrate sound through it, Have you seen that as well? It's like a tube. It has gas in it. And then he puts a speaker in the tube as well with the gas and then lights it all on fire. So there's like fire coming out of all these holes in the tube. And then he plays music through it. It's incredible. No joke. Like it's a speaker in a tube that's just vibrating the air and then a gas in there that's allowing it to burn so that there's fire coming out of the holes. And then believe it or not, just by playing the music through it, it will create a, like, you know, those graphic equalizers where you've got all the different frequencies up, down, like the sine wave, basically. It's a sine wave. So it creates like a synodial sine wave pattern that is like adjustable. So it's like the flames are coming up at different heights. So some, like in the middle, they'll be like 8 inches, and on the left, they'll only be like 2 inches. So it's like the having the speaker in the tube and then the fire coming out of the tube, it actually, in those holes, it actually like vibrates it in a way that it makes the flames go up at a particular sine wave pattern. It's incredible. I'll see if I can find the video.
I think I've seen that one. Yeah, it's amazing. The vibration is amazing. Have you seen like the boy racers with their cars and their loudspeakers, and they vibrate like their glass windscreen, you know, and the whole windscreen just like warping, and even the structure of the car above the, you know, the driver's door, the whole metal structure bending and warping with the vibration of the subwoofer.
The top of the door kind of bends, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it's like there's no way I could get a hammer and do that without damaging my car. But music like that frequency can literally bend glass and metal.
I just posted 2 videos. One of them is the first one I was talking about, and then the second one is it looks like a newer one, which is he made a whole table that's on fire with speakers in it. That one I just saw. I haven't seen that one yet. I just saw it for a second. That thing looks wild. It's like a whole table. But yeah, this other one's called Rubens tube versus the Tesla coil with cymatics. It's pretty incredible. Like, is there any explanation for that other than that the sound is absolutely traveling in a wave?
What's so crazy, right, is
Well, you just have to follow the steps of the creation story, and you know which one came first, and it wasn't light.
yeah, well, light is like the fabric that was kind of there that he created within, it seems, right? Like the sound doesn't necessarily travel in a wave though, right? I mean, like
Wasn't the word
sound is the
wasn't
air.
the word first?
Say again?
Wasn't the word first?
Yeah, but like that spoke the world into existence, but spoke into what?
Well, like an idea that the sound makes the air wave.
Yeah, like it makes the air like move around, yeah. Like not really travel, but like it, yeah, disturb.
Which is a vortex in and of itself, right? Ultimately, the sine wave.
Yeah. Yeah. If you think about it, obviously, whatever the truth is, it isn't going to be complicated. It's going to make common sense. It's going to all fit together. That's why, like, what we're talking about is so much further ahead of, you know, mainstream consensus. They can't get to gel together at all.
Yeah, like when when someone's able to articulate like every detail, it's only going to take half an hour to explain in the end, because you might spend a lifetime trying to, you know, figure it all out. But once you figure it all out, it's going to be basically a really short, not even a seminar, just like a meeting, like a meeting with your boss to say you've got a raise. That's how short it's going to be to explain how it all works. It's going to be so basic.
Yeah, like you could probably explain all of it in like a list of 10 sentences or something, statements.
Mm.
That's what I
It's
think.
just
Like
it's
the first
taking
one is
time
pressure
to
mediation. Everything is pressure mediation. Everything seeks equilibrium via pressure mediation. Pressure mediation causes vibrational displacement. Everything's in the process of seeking that equilibrium. So just you could say just like literally everything is a byproduct of pressure mediation, and like that's one sentence that says so much. You could boil it down to probably like 10. I don't know all of them. I'm not claiming to, but
yeah, it makes me think of like even like propagation through the medium that has to do with that kind of it's like like the way you said pressure mediation, like a transfer of pressure within the actual grid system. Like I was thinking of pressure as like the physical matter, like the concentration of the matter, to where like the fact that there really is like an actual universal XYZ axis and we're within this axis. So like I'm sitting here right now, if I move to the right like a foot, what just happened? Like what actually really happened? That made me actually move through the grid system. And it just made me, when you said pressure mediation, I don't know whether you were referring to that or not, but it just made me think of that and how like, is there an actual pressure that's like changing whatever my body, as it were, in this case, or whatever, if I move something that's actually moving it and like propagating its position within the field.
yeah, like imagine, say we know we have air, so you have air in the room. Like when you walk in with the object in your hand, like you've automatically displaced some of that medium. Like everything is displacement, vibrational displacement. You know what's so interesting, dude? I'm like, I use the Chat GPT for like it helps me out hilariously enough, and so I'm like to it about unifying forces, and they have already proposed a theory that like the weak electrostatic theory unifies the weak force in electromagnetism, and is saying they don't have one for the strong force. Like the weak and strong nuclear force, which is all pseudoscience anyway. I mean, the weak force is supposedly responsible for decay. So whatever's holding it together is obviously not as strong as what's pulling it apart. So they're like named backwards, but I don't know, it's interesting. But anyway, it's saying right here that these are the problems, and it ties in with what we're saying. So it says some of the key difficulties include different energy scales. The strong force operates at much higher energy scales than electromagnetism, making it difficult to reconcile the two within a single unified framework. That's kind of like because of what I'm telling you. I like the vortexes, like the vortices, like they whirl around like incredibly fast, like where they would look still because they're so fast. I'm just giving my take, obviously. And number 2, it says different number of forces. The strong force involves the exchange of 8 different particles known as gluons, which makes it significantly more complex than electromagnetism, which involves the exchange of just one particle, the photon. Well, obviously, all their particle assumptions are just complete nonsense, and you have like different size vortices moving at different rates and different proximities to other things, and interacting to its environment. So it's not little particles, right? Like every time one's acting a different way, if you're in a different size toroid, or breathing in and out, basically is what it does. That doesn't mean it's a different particle. And then number 3 is non-perturbative behavior. The behavior of the strong force is highly nonlinear and non-perturbative, meaning that it cannot be described by simple perturbation theories. This makes it difficult to incorporate into a unified framework with electromagnetism, which is a well-understood perturbative description. Of course, perturbation actually means disturbance. Technically, they're kind of trying to say like it doesn't like it can't be explained with wave function as thoroughly, right? Like it can't just be like perturbation as in waves, and that's because it's actually on that small intricate scale. Like the real source of it seems to be like a vortex, and there's a slight distinction there. So I think that the 3 primary problems they have that what we're talking about fixes them and brings it all together. And yeah, I don't think that they can. They already know something like that's probably the case, as in they know that what they have doesn't work. It'll take like another 20 years or something.
I think there will be a movie about this one day. Like it'll be bigger than the Matrix. It'll blow people's mind.
Only when they can misdirect with it, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't want to be negative. Like they admit that it's like, these are challenges. We're trying to come up with it. There's ongoing aimed research at unifying electromagnetism and the strong force with a larger framework, such as string theory. However, a fully consistent and comprehensive theory that unifies all the fundamental forces of nature, including electromagnetism and the strong force, is still an open question in physics and a major goal for ongoing research. Yeah,
No
most
one's
people
ever
know they need to find a way to unify it all underneath electromagnetism.
imagine making a movie with the sort of like the synopsis of Einstein. Mate, no, go back even further. Just go back to all the philosophers and all of the people that have come up with theories to do with how this place works, and just have like all the like the truth and the arguments and the battles and the all the scenarios that were going on. I've never seen a movie like that which depicts modern day philosophy and how it began and the transformation and all of the intricacies of the way that the design of modern science came about. I think that would be quite a moving, especially the arguments about heliocentric universe and geostationary geosync theory. Is there any such a story like there out there in Hollywood? You've got the gladiators. Is that the best they can do? Is there a movie about history, like real history? Is there a movie about like reality and titans and mudbloods?
Yeah, my wife
We've
says
got
this all the time that like the true history of the Earth is the craziest movie ever.
yeah, absolutely. You just got to write it down, write it all down, record it.
She also says it's
Yeah.
really sad. Think about like how children could be shown that like this place you live it's so beautiful and special and has such a crazy history. It's like a movie where they would be excited to learn. Like they would be like, "Whoa, no way! Like this used to be on the Earth. Like this is what all the people said happened. That's so crazy." They would be
Yeah.
excited and like thirsty to
Oh
learn
my
about where they
God.
live. It would be like
The
the most
greatest
exciting
story they
entertainment
have.
ever.
Yeah, like currently, what do they have? Dinosaurs. Is that it? Fucking hell! What if they knew that there were titans and giants and fucking the windows of the skies opening up and flooding the world and Noah building fucking an ark out of trees that only grow on the east side of the river in fucking Florida.
I'm telling you, it's so crazy. And like that dinosaurs, it's actually just a cover story for dragons, and people used to have them as like pets, and like
Well, it's going to make Lord of the Rings look like just a real low grade movie.
I'm telling you, that's the craziest part of all this. And like people like imagination or like thinking about something they haven't actually directly experienced and wanting to figure it out. And so they were able to get everyone caught up in their imagination while disguising it as science so that they have a cover for just actually being excited about making stuff up. That's my opinion. Like if you talk to like an evolutionist, they'll just start making stuff up. Like they'll make their own evolution theory up in the debate. Well, maybe this happened. Da, 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 da. It's like they like the idea of this big gray area where they can just make stuff up, in my opinion. But we do too, I guess, right? Like we'd like to speculate also. I think it's like an innate thing in man. Um, but yeah, like I just think that the world's so crazy that you don't have to do that so much. Like especially with children, you should just be teaching them kind of like what the real history appears to be based on what everyone said, and like that's
Yeah, well, that's
plenty
the
for
whole thing
children.
about um flat earthers and flat earthers reality is it's not so rigid. Flat earthers actually have an imagination and actually have some type of uh, a way to explore all possibilities, whereas people that are stuck in their atomistic sort of paradigm are very rigid people, and and their story is boring.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's so funny because Kai says that so much. He's like, just imagine how much people would love to read the Bible as a child if they like heard what it really says. Like, for example, like that it would be like the most exciting story ever. They'd want you to read the Bible to them and tell them about what happened like every night. Instead, it's like this crazy, dogmatic, religious, this sucks, I want nothing to do with it, this feels like a chore type of thing. Same
Well, I've
with all at
spoken
school.
when I lived in Australia, and I spoke to some Aborigines, and they told me that the best time they ever had in their life was when they were at night time listening to their grandparents and their great grandparents telling stories about how the earth used to be and all the creation story, and it's like all of these things that you don't get taught at school. And that's the way it should be, and that's the way that we wouldn't have technology today absolutely without some type of imagination to manifest them all into existence.
Like, I think Ali is gonna like enjoy learning because this place really is so amazing. Yeah, like say like in modern biology, the complexity of the cell gets breezed past. Mitochondria is the powerhouse, you know what I'm saying? Like it just gets breezed past. In reality, you should be like, they discovered that this cell is so complex, it's like more complex than the entire plumbing system in New York City. One little cell. Isn't that incredible? And like just like really help them just grasp that. That like the smallest thing inside them that keeps them alive is more complex. And you can show them a diagram of like plumbing and how big New York City is. Where they're like, whoa, they know they're special and they really start to understand like how incredible like creation is. But they don't do that,
What the fuck is plumbing? Plumbing's got a direction and a vector. It's got pressure, and it's got different sizes of tubes, and it's got a distance. What else does it have to it? It doesn't have all of the complexity of a cell.
No, but
It
it's just
doesn't
meaning
even
more
have.
like it's like if you looked at it from like an aerial view and you had X-ray vision, you could see all the different angles of all the different pipes, and then all the like really tall cities. So all those pipes on different angles and like layered, like the complexity of like how many different angles there are in all of New York City is akin to how complex like the structure of a cell is. Right, like, not the complexity of what plumbing itself is, but just, like, the actual pattern of it. If you had all of New York City's plumbing and you could see it X-ray vision, that would be akin to the complexity of the structure of a single cell.
Except a cell has consciousness, and the New York City plumbing doesn't.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't say you just stop teaching them about their body right after that statement or something, just so that they fully understand, like, if you see how big New York City is from an aerial shot, you're like, my cell, one little cell in me is more complex than that. That's kind of crazy. Uh, and then yeah, of course, there's like this whole aspect. Like actually, it's even crazier than that. The cell like adapts and replicates itself and constantly survives and seems to make its own decisions and and that it's like you can't even see it. You have to get a microscope out to try to see it. All I'm
Yeah,
trying to
and
make the
then
point is that like what they teach
and then
in
you
they
go
just
into
teach in biology is not really, it doesn't really like show how beautiful like your existence is, like how intricate and like designed it is. And children would actually like love that. They would be like, "What? That's so crazy." They're learning about themselves and their body and how they work and like how beautiful this place is. And they rip that away from them by just teaching them this dumbed down like hubris, right? Because they just think they understand things they don't. And the child's like, "This sucks. Like, can I just go play with my iPad?"
Yeah, it's like even DNA that people just pass over the reality of DNA. Is just like they just pass it over and just think that it's just a scientific explanation of um, evolution. Whereas it's very clear that it's all design and it's all coded from God's hand. And I'm not even religious.
Yeah, it's just so it's here's an article that's saying it. Imagine, if you will, downtown New York City during rush hour, subways roaring, elevators whizzing up and down skyscrapers, cabs well idling in traffic, people humming in and out of buildings, over bridges, across streets, from 10 stories below street level to 180 stories above. It's a dynamo of activity and a complex network of electrical and telecommunication systems. But according to even most evolutionary scientists, one single human cell of life is staggeringly more complex than New York City rush hour.
And then that cell will
Fucking up.
split in half and
Even
perfect.
more complicated. Even more complicated than the ingredients in a Subway sandwich at the same time.
They split in half and then have a perfect replica of themselves instantly.
Yeah, exactly. Each of those 100 trillion cells functions like a walled city. Power plants generate the cell's energy, factories produce proteins, vital units of chemical commerce, complex transportation systems guide specific chemicals from point to point within the cell, sentries monitor the outside world for signs of danger, disciplined biological armies stand ready to grapple with invaders, a centralized genetic government maintains order.
Holy fuck, yeah. Like, you know what they teach them at school, what a cell is? It's like there's 10 components, or not even that. Like, most kids, if you ask them, like, even if you go to high school and ask them what is a cell, they'll probably only name like 3 parts.
Yeah. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's just pathetic. Like, I'll show a picture of like high school biology. It's just a joke. I mean, they give you like maybe 20 things to remember, and these big drawings, and it's just this is such a gross misrepresentation of our cells. That's what they'll teach you in high school biology.
And from their one cell, they can grow a human ear in a petri dish. Well, actually, I think it might have been a pig ear, but there's so much information in that one cell that you can create, or you can manifest in a petri dish an ear, EAR.
Yeah, it's a trip. Also, when you like say you teach them, like, basically your body is like a perfect machine, and it like it regenerates and like repairs itself. And if you like, sometimes we don't eat the stuff that we should, and sometimes we take in stuff we shouldn't. And if you stop eating for a second, your body will just activate and like repair and cleanse itself. Like this,
Maybe
like
that's why, like, in all of the latest music videos I've seen, they have depictions of these famous singers like covered in black goo. They're trying to show some type of a demonic force, which is to be expected in the near future, that take over our cells. And those actors that they go on the red carpet with masks, like they're a full bodysuit, including a grey mask, like I don't know, that couple, one of them died. Yeah, I think there are signs of what is to come if you have eyes to see. There's a plan, there's an agenda for sure. If you look at the media, you look at the latest music, you look at all the latest movies, if you look at it with open eyes, you can see there's something coming for sure. Take a look at, he's a really simple man, but he's got he's got open eyes. Franchot Pearson channel. There's signs and codes. There's lots of things that you can see that point in only one direction. The end is nigh.
This is so funny. In response to your statement, it is true that everything in the universe is ultimately composed of electric and magnetic fields, and these fields play a central role in many physical phenomena. However, our current understanding of electromagnetism is limited, and there's still much more to be learned about the relationship between electric and magnetic fields and other forces in the universe. It's like you guys, you don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know what we call that in New Zealand? That garble is called palaver.
Wait, say it again.
Palaver.
Palava.
Yeah, it's palaver.
Lava.
Google the word palaver.
What a palaver. Have you heard it said like that before?
You know what it means, eh?
Yeah, man. We
like
have it in
ER?
UK as well.
I don't know how to spell it actually. I just know how to say it. It's probably
like what a
spelt
mess.
how.
It means like what a palaver. It kind of means like what a mess, or what a I don't know bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, it says unnecessarily elaborate or complex procedure. It says it can be used as a verb, talk unproductively and at length. But I can understand what you're saying. So basically, it's just like blah.
A word that I found today is spelt CRUFF. It said cruff. It actually, in the old dictionary, you know, when you're using a hearth shovel and brush and you're sweeping up around your fireplace, and that last little bit that you can't quite get onto the hearth shovel, that's called cruff. It's like worthless shit. And the word cruff itself is actually, you can use it to describe a person, someone who is totally and utterly worthless. It's a good one to use. Yeah. So next time you get an argument, say don't be a cruff. I don't know if you can use it as an adjective. The guy that was talking just before, where are you from? England. Who
Yeah,
was
from
that
Wales,
talking?
man. Yeah, it was
Are
me.
you from
Fatty. I'm
Wales?
from Wales.
Are you from
Yeah,
Wales?
yeah, man. Wales, but
He's from Wales. Everything comes from Wales.
yeah.
Yeah, apparently the entire language that we speak on this earth comes from Wales.
Yeah, decode ancient Egyptian texts using Welsh and things like that. Yeah, but I was looking into that. Irish is older, they reckon, but
Nah, you've got a dragon on your flag. It's got to be true.
yeah, man.
It's a red dragon too. You're from Wales. Did you go down? Have you met up with Martin?
No, I haven't. He's only like 20 minutes away from me, but
Oh.
I don't know. I thought about getting in touch, but he seemed like he had a bit of a mental kind of thing, so I've left it for the moment. I might drop him an email or something.
At that time,
yeah, I've kind of left it for the moment. I might.
Oh, okay.
I might get in
He was
touch in the
having
future.
an episode. Yeah, I've seen some of his episodes live on his streams. Yeah, some random dude turning up drunk to his door, some like old friend, and he didn't want to associate with anymore. And it's like he gets out of his chair and takes his headphones off. It's like you can hear him in the background. You fucker! Just like slams the door and comes back and says, "Sorry about that." And he's like chain smoking with his foot-long cigarette. He's classic.
He seems pretty
back in the day.
chaotic, man.
Yeah. But he's definitely onto something. I mean, everybody's got their niche, and he's got his niche. Love to go to Wales one day. I heard there's like hundreds of castles, like 600 and something,
Yeah,
or maybe. Yeah,
they're everywhere. There's so many. Like I've seen a lot of them, and they just not mean nothing to me. But
aren't you just amazed, like when you really find out about shit, and then you walk down your local high street, and you see like these fucking along the footpath, you see at like knee height, you see the tops of windows, and you think, well, fucking
yeah,
hell, like what architect would design that? And surely they didn't raise the road levels to halfway up someone's window. They would have thought about that. It's like, should we raise the road to halfway up someone's window, or should we do something more logical and put their window above ground?
yeah. So
Which came first, the road or the window? Come on.
I noticed it a
I
lot
mean,
on a holiday. I went to Gibraltar. I went to Spain. Went over to Gibraltar, and you really notice it there. You walk in and it's like, what is that window half covered by the road? It's weird.
yeah, some of the windows here, the pane of glass, the actual glass is touching the asphalt. The asphalt of the road, not just the footpath. Unbelievable. And that's New Zealand, and we're supposed to be only 250 years old. Before that,
Yeah,
there
you
were
didn't
what,
even exist.
birds? Yeah,
New
it
Zealand's a
didn't
myth.
exist at all. Yeah, apparently the local Maoris pulled New Zealand up out of the water with a giant fishing hook. Yeah.
If you read that list of stuff I dropped on there, that's like all like NASA astrophysics data systems, and different physicists explaining how grand unified theories with electricity is like significantly more viable than anything we currently have. And the hiccup that always runs into is being able to fully explain some of the problems with their cosmology, and that it ends up being philosophical and mathematical. That's hilarious, dude, because like you throw the Earth at the center, you're not gonna have those problems. Anyway, I dropped in the chat. I'm gonna dip. Much love.
Peace.